Xia Dong has perished. He met his end in a skyscraper at 3 in the morning, succumbing to a trivial optimization sent by a product manager just before the end of the workday. As a programmer who fled from construction sites to hastily learn the craft in a training class, Xia Dong's life motto was, "As long as I don't die from it, I will work myself to death." Regrettably, this time he truly worked himself to death. His final thought was, "Damn it, my hair hasn't even fully fallen out yet. How can I be gone?" However, in the next moment, blinding white light and the cacophony of a fan enveloped him. A scent of sweat, mingled with hints of cheap ink and summer grass, rushed into his nostrils. This aroma, damned familiar. Xia Dong abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the sterile white ceiling of a hospital, nor the frigid instruments of an ICU. Instead, he found himself in an excessively spacious classroom. He sat at a solitary desk. Dressed in a faded t-shirt, he faced an unopened examination paper. The seal on the paper boldly proclaimed, 2008 National Unified Examination for Higher Education English. Xia Dong's mind momentarily crashed. For a full 10 seconds. Gradually, he lifted his hand in a manner that resembled a spasm. It was a young hand, devoid of calluses, its knuckles slightly pale from prolonged pen-holding. At the front of the classroom, a bespectacled middle-aged female teacher glanced at the clock on the wall, her voice resonating through the silence. "Attention, students. There are 5 minutes remaining until the exam begins. Please check your stationery and place any unrelated items in the designated area." Xia Dong's pupils constricted to pinpricks upon hearing this announcement. 2008, the college entrance examination. The English exam was about to commence in 5 minutes. A series of keywords pierced the depths of his memory like a rusty key, stirring the remnants within. In his previous life, it was this very examination. English had always been his weak point. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he had been too slow on the multiple-choice questions, leading to a flurry of panic during the essay portion. He lost track of time. As the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, he gazed at the glaring blank spaces on his answer sheet, his mind a void. That year, he excelled in Chinese, mathematics, and science, with a total score sufficient for admission to any prestigious university. Yet his English score was a dismal 40. This score, like a brand, nailed him to the pillar of shame. Ultimately, he was accepted into an obscure second-tier university's civil engineering program. From that moment, the trajectory of his life took a sharp decline. Phew! He had been reborn, returned to the most pivotal turning point in his life. Everything was still within reach. Ding, ding, ding. The invigilator monotonously announced, "The exam has begun." The classroom was instantly filled with the sound of pens gliding across paper. Xia Dong did not write immediately. He closed his eyes, savoring the heartbeat he had thought lost. In his previous life, he would have been sweating profusely, his heart racing like thunder. But now, he felt as tranquil as a still autumn lake. What was there to fear? What was there to be anxious about? It was merely an English exam. For a programmer who, after graduation, had devoured hundreds of English technical blogs to comprehend open-source project documentation, and who could engage effortlessly with Indian counterparts online. College entrance English? A mere trifle. Xia Dong opened his eyes, a composed confidence radiating from him as an adult facing a novice. He picked up his pen and unsealed the examination paper. His gaze skimmed over the listening comprehension, multiple-choice questions, and closed tests. The questions were charmingly simplistic. The pen glided smoothly over the paper. For the listening section, before he even finished listening to the questions, he had already selected his answers. For reading comprehension, he almost scanned the text at lightning speed, pinpointing the answers with precision. Time ticked away. The 2 hours that had once tormented him now felt abundantly generous. He even completed all the questions, including the essay titled Graduation, an hour ahead of time. He began to fill in the answer sheet. This time, he was meticulous and thorough. After filling in the sheet, he double-checked it twice, and upon confirming its accuracy, Xia Dong set down his pen. There was still a full 40 minutes until the exam concluded. He raised his head and surveyed the room. His classmates were engrossed in their writing, brows furrowed, expressions focused. On their youthful, innocent faces lay the burdens of hope and confusion about the future. Xia Dong's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Leaning back in his chair, he began to ponder a more significant question. Having been reborn, what next? Continue on the same path. Aim for a good university, then secure a decent job? No, that was not his desire. He had had enough of the mediocrity of his previous life. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he intended to live a life that was truly extraordinary. He aspired to ride the crest of the era, rather than being swept along by the tides. 2008, a year filled with monumental events. The Beijing Olympics, the Wenchuan earthquake, and the global financial crisis. It was also an era of tumultuous change. The age of smartphones was on the verge of unfolding, and the wave of mobile internet was poised to surge. Countless opportunities lay buried beneath this seemingly tranquil soil. Xia Dong's heart began to race uncontrollably, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. He was a programmer, hailing from 2025. His mind was a repository of the technological roadmap and the shifts in the internet landscape for the coming years. This was his greatest asset. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of the exam finally rang. Everyone please stand. Stop writing. Xia Dong stood up, stretching languidly. He followed the crowd out of the examination hall. At the school gate, parents eagerly awaited their children. Xia Dong quickly spotted his mother and father among the throng, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation. He smiled and was about to approach them. Suddenly, his hand instinctively slipped into his pocket. There he felt a cold, hard, smooth object. It was a familiar outline, a rounded rectangular shape. Xia Dong's footsteps halted abruptly. His heart skipped a beat. Slowly, he retrieved the object from his pocket. It was a mobile phone, a sleek black device, adorned with faint scratches on the screen, embodying futuristic design. This was not a mobile phone from 2008. This was the one he had carried in his pocket before his overwork-induced demise in 2025, the Huayao Mate 90 Pro. How could it be here? Xia Dong's heart raced, skipping a beat. He stood frozen, like a statue, surrounded by the jubilant cheers of students relieved after the exam and the concerned inquiries of parents. Everything felt as though it were encased in an invisible barrier. In his world, only the cold metal and glass in his hand remained. A ghost from 2025 had abruptly materialized in the summer of 2008. This was simply unscientific, not even metaphysical. Rebirth was one thing, but how could a mobile phone have returned with him? Chapter 2. The bored from the future Xia Dong took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He found a secluded corner and pressed the power button on the side. The screen illuminated, revealing the familiar lock screen interface. In the upper right corner, the date flashed before him, making his eyelids flutter. June 7th, 2025, 1701. The signal bar displayed 3 words. No service. This was understandable. A 2025 SIM card could not possibly recognize the 2G network base stations from 2008. Xia Dong unlocked the phone with his fingerprint, and a plethora of app icons instantly appeared on the screen. WeChat, Alipay, Douyin, Bilibili. Instinctively, he tapped on WeChat. Network connection error. Please check your network settings. As expected, he tried other apps, and without exception, they all failed. This phone now resembled a powerful brick. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. The photo gallery was still accessible, containing snapshots of his life over the past few years. The Notes app remained functional as well, filled with fragmented work notes and reflections on life. Xia Dong, over here. A familiar voice jolted him out of his reverie. Xia Dong looked up to see his mother on tiptoe, fervently waving at him, her face betraying an undeniable concern. His father stood nearby, silent but with deep, anxious eyes that spoke volumes. Their hair had not yet been touched by the passage of time, and their postures remained upright. Xia Dong felt an inexplicable pang in his chest. He hurried over, discreetly slipping his phone back into his pocket. "Dad, Mom," he called out, his voice slightly hoarse. "Finished the exam? How do you feel?" His mother, Zhou Yunfang, seized his arm, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to glean the answers to his exam from his expression. "Not bad," Xia Dong smiled. "Just perform normally." That's good. That's good." Zhou Yunfang sighed in relief, quickly retrieving a bottle of water from her bag. "Here, drink some water, you must be parched." His father, Xia Zhengguo, merely patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Now that the exam is over, don't dwell on it. Let us head home. Your mother has prepared your favorite rib soup." Xia Dong accepted the water, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty swig. It was sweet. On the way home, his parents tacitly refrained from discussing the exam further. They chatted about mundane matters and the gossip of their neighbors, striving to create a light-hearted atmosphere. But who was Xia Dong? He was an adult burdened with memories of the future. He recalled that 2008 was also a pivotal moment for their small family. His parents operated a modest toy manufacturing factory, employing a dozen workers to produce plastic toys for foreign brands. In that era, it was considered a commendable family business, allowing the Xia family to lead a comfortably prosperous life. However, an impending global financial storm was silently approaching, leading to a catastrophic decline in foreign trade orders. He distinctly remembered that it was from that summer onwards that the smiles on his parents' faces grew increasingly scarce, while their arguments became more frequent. In an effort to pay the workers' salaries and settle the bank loans, they sold the family car and mortgaged their house. Yet ultimately, they could not sustain their livelihood. The small toy factory was akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempestuous sea. One wave crashed, and it capsized. From that moment on, his family fell back into poverty. The once warm and harmonious household found itself suffocated under the weight of life's burdens. Meanwhile, at that time, Xia Dong remained blissfully unaware. Consumed by the shadow of his disappointing college entrance examination results, he wallowed in self-pity, oblivious to the changes unfolding at home. It was not until much later that he comprehended the immense pressure his parents had endured during that period. Upon reflecting on this, Xia Dong felt a sharp pang in his heart. "Dad, how's business at the factory lately?" he inquired in a seemingly casual manner. Xia Zhengwo's silhouette stiffened noticeably. The smile on Zhou Yunfang's face momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure. "It's going well. Why do you ask? You are a student now. Your only task is to study diligently, and you need not worry about family matters." Xia Dong chose not to probe further. He understood that his parents wished to shield him from distraction. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals. He devoured 2 large bowls of rice in a frenzy. After the meal, he feigned fatigue and retreated to his room. Once he closed the door, he immediately locked it and retrieved the futuristic mobile phone once more. Seated at his desk, he stared at the screen, lost in contemplation. What purpose could this brick of technology serve? Without internet access, most of its functions were rendered useless. Even if he managed to connect to Wi-Fi, he could not access the servers of those applications, as they had yet to be developed. But could it truly be entirely devoid of utility? Xia Dong's gaze fell upon a blue app icon in the lower right corner of the screen, resembling a whale. Taobao. This was the most popular domestic AI application on his phone before his time travel. Theoretically, this AI also required internet connectivity to access cloud servers for computation. But what if? Although he knew it was unlikely, a glimmer of hope ignited within him as he tapped the icon. A simple dialog box appeared on the screen. "Hello? How may I assist you?" Xia Dong's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it could work? Trembling fingers typed a line into the input box. What were the winning numbers for the double chromosphere in July 2008? He clicked send. On the screen, the AI icon began to spin. Connecting to the network. Moments later, an error message popped up. "Network connection error. Please check your network." It had failed. Xia Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet it seemed to be within the realm of expectation. Chapter 3. Breaking the stalemate on Taobao. Xia Dong was undeterred and typed another query. Which stock performed the best in the Chinese A-share market in 2008? The screen displayed the familiar small text, "Connecting to the network." After a brief moment, the message appeared again. "Network connection error. Please check your network." Summer Dong furrowed his brow, contemplating patterns. In the first 2 queries, Taobao had triggered the network search function. Could it be that any inquiry involving real-time information or requiring online verification would activate the network search mechanism, leading to failure? What if he rephrased his question? "Please summarize the significant international and domestic events of 2008. This time, the AI responded almost instantaneously. Certainly, the year 2008 was remarkable, marked by numerous significant events. 1. Severe rain and snow ice disasters occurred in southern China. 2. On May 12th and 8th, 0-magnitude earthquakes struck Wenchuan, Sichuan. 3. The 29th Summer Olympic Games commenced in Beijing on August 8th. 4. In September, the global financial crisis, triggered by the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis, fully erupted. Summer Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had successfully deciphered the proper usage of this golden key. As a programmer, he understood that the Taobao app installed on a normal phone generates answers through a cloud-based AI model. In theory, without an internet connection, it should not be able to provide answers. Yet, somehow, The Taobao on his phone seemed to have directly installed the AI model stored in the cloud locally. As long as he did not trigger its network search, it could answer related queries, even offline. It was a repository of vast future knowledge, a superbrain. Summer Dong's breath quickened. Suppressing his inner jubilation, he began to ponder the most pressing issue at hand: how to assist his parents through this crisis. He typed another question into the dialog box, this time employing a more ingenious phrasing. Hypothetically, if a person were to travel back to 2008, and his parents operated an export toy manufacturing factory on the verge of bankruptcy due to the financial crisis, what strategies could he employ to aid them? On the screen, the AI icon began to spin once more. Moments later, a lengthy passage materialized. This is a fascinating hypothetical scenario. Solutions can be contemplated from the following perspectives. 1. Channel transformation. Shift from foreign trade to domestic sales. In 2008, China's domestic market was rapidly expanding. Rather than relying on unstable overseas orders, it would be wise to focus on domestic opportunities. 2. Embrace the internet. Establish an online store. In 2008, e-commerce in China was on the brink of explosion. Taobao had already amassed a significant user base, yet competition among merchants on the platform was far from the intensity it would reach in the future. 3. Brand development. The primary issue for a manufacturing factory is the absence of its own brand and bargaining power. Consider registering an independent brand, designing toys that reflect Chinese characteristics or align with contemporary trends, and utilizing the online store for promotion and sales. Summer Dong's gaze fixated intently on the second suggestion, establishing an online store. Taobao. He smacked his thigh in realization. How could he have forgotten this? In 2008, Taobao was a veritable blue ocean. Many of the brands that now boast annual sales exceeding 100 million began their journey during this period. Leveraging the production capabilities of their own factory, combined with the insights of someone from the future regarding e-commerce strategies, success was within reach. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted this moment. Xia Dong, come out and have some fruit, called his mother. Heeding the call, Xia Dong tucked away his phone and opened the door. On the coffee table in the living room lay a platter of sliced watermelon. His parents were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news about the countdown to the Olympics. Xia Dong approached, picked up a piece of watermelon, but did not eat it. Observing the slightly weary profiles of his parents, he summoned his courage and spoke up. Dad, Mom, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Xiao Jian and Zhou Yunfang turned to look at him, curiosity piqued. What is it? You seem serious, Zhou Yunfang remarked, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. It's about the factory. Xia Dong replied calmly, but the words he uttered instantly altered the expressions on his parents' faces. The air in the living room felt as though it had solidified. Xiao Jian set down the remote control and furrowed his brow. Who told you something? I guessed, Xia Dong said directly. In recent months, you have been coming home later and sighing more frequently. Just at dinner, I noticed Dad's phone buzzing several times, and he hung up each time. It must be calls about payment, right? Xiao Jian opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Zhou Yunfang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xia Dong, don't overthink it. Everything is fine. Your father and I are here. Mom, I am already 18. I am an adult, Xia Dong interrupted firmly, fixing his gaze upon them. I have the right to know about the family's affairs and should share in the responsibilities. Seeing the maturity reflected in their son's eyes, Xiao Jian and Zhou Yunfang exchanged glances, both taken aback, yet comforted by the understanding shared between them. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jian finally sighed, as though lifting an immense burden. You are correct. Since the beginning of the year, orders from Europe have been cut by nearly half. Last month, our largest American client canceled all orders for the second half of the year. Our warehouse is overflowing with unsold goods. The bank loan is about to mature, and we may soon be unable to pay the workers. As Xiao Jian spoke, his voice grew increasingly somber, like a trapped beast. Zhou Yunfang, standing by, quietly began to wipe away her tears. This was the truth, a harsh reality they had meticulously concealed from their son for months. Xiao Dong's heart tightened. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for sorrow. Dad, Mom, why don't we try selling things online? He proposed. Online. Xiao Jian was taken aback. How can we sell things online? Isn't that a scam? It's not a scam, Xiao Dong patiently explained. There is a website called Taobao, akin to a vast online marketplace. We could open a store there and showcase photos of the toys from our factory, making them visible to people all over the country. If they wish, they can place an order directly online, and we will simply ship it to them. Opening a store? Does it require funds? Zhou Yunfang was particularly concerned about practical matters. Opening a store is free in itself, Xia Dong replied. Moreover, we do not need to rent a storefront or hire salespeople, so the costs are minimal. Xia Jingwo was perplexed. He only browsed the news online and found it difficult to comprehend this new phenomenon known as Taobao. But how do others pay us? What if they don't pay after we've shipped the goods? You need not worry about that, Xia Dong smiled, knowing he had to allay his parents' concerns. Taobao has a system called Alipay, which acts as an intermediary. The buyer first transfers the money to Alipay, which then notifies us to dispatch the goods. Once the buyer receives the items and confirms there are no issues, they inform Alipay, which then releases the funds to us. This ensures security for both buyers and sellers. Chapter 4. Is there something wrong with this AI? Listening to his son articulate his thoughts so coherently, Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang felt somewhat bewildered. The boy before them seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Was this still the same child who had been reserved and focused solely on his studies? How did he acquire such an eclectic range of knowledge? Xia Dong, where did you hear about all this? Xia Zhangwo asked in confusion. My classmates mentioned it. Many of them shop online, and it's quite convenient. Xia Dong had already prepared his response. But we wouldn't know how to do it. How do you open a store on Taobao? How do you upload photos? Zhou Yunfang still found the whole matter rather mysterious. I'll handle it, Xia Dong asserted with unwavering confidence. With the college entrance exams finished, I have ample time. I'm familiar with computer operations. You just need to take photos of the toys and package them for shipping. I'll take care of everything else. Seeing the undeniable confidence on his son's face, Xia Zhangwo remained silent. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze wavered. He was acutely aware of the factory's dire situation. They were at a critical juncture. If no solution was found, bankruptcy would be the only option left. Selling goods online did sound a bit implausible, but as a last-ditch effort, it was worth trying. All right, Xia Zhangwo extinguished the cigarette, but, as if resolved to a decision. Let us give it a shot as you suggested. Dad, Zhou Yunfang exclaimed anxiously. Let him try, Xia Zhangwo said, his expression complex as he looked at his son. After all, things couldn't possibly get worse than they already were. Xia Dong's heart finally settled. The first step had been successful. For the next hour or so, Xia Dong meticulously explained the initial plan for the online store to his parents, covering how to select toys for listing, how to price them, how to take photos, and even the common phrases for customer service, all articulated clearly from memory. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang transitioned from initial skepticism to surprise and ultimately to astonishment. They realized that their son not only understood the concept, but was also thoroughly familiar with the entire process, as though he had practiced it 1,000 times before. This family meeting did not conclude until late into the night. Upon returning to his room, however, Xia Dong found himself unable to sleep. Assisting one's parents is merely the initial step. There are personal endeavors to pursue, particularly the need to earn a substantial income. Given the opportunity presented by rebirth, one cannot afford to squander it. He retrieved his Mate 90 Pro once more and opened Taobao. He posed a direct inquiry. Assuming I am a programmer from 2025 who has traversed back to 2008, freshly graduated from high school, devoid of capital and connections, how might I swiftly accumulate my first pot of gold? This question was articulated with remarkable specificity. He was confident that this super AI could furnish him with a reliable answer. The AI icon on the screen began to spin as he awaited the response with eager anticipation. Soon, an answer materialized. Based on the information you provided, and considering the context of 2008, I recommend the following strategies to rapidly secure your first pot of gold. 1. Lottery. Utilize your knowledge of future information to directly purchase winning lottery numbers for specific draws. This is theoretically the fastest method. 2. Stock investment. During the financial crisis, acquire undervalued quality stocks. As he gazed at the response on the screen, a frown began to form on his forehead. His expression darkened. I can hardly believe this, he muttered under his breath. Was the AI intentionally toying with him? He had just verified that the phone was incapable of accessing real-time lottery or stock information. Was it truly trying to mislead him? He felt his intelligence had been insulted. Taking a deep breath to suppress his urge to ridicule, he continued typing. You are clearly aware that you cannot retrieve specific information regarding the lottery and stocks. Why then, do you offer such suggestions? Are you deliberately mocking me? The AI responded instantaneously. I apologize. My response may have caused a misunderstanding. I merely projected theoretical scenarios based on the principles of maximizing profit and speed. I am a large language model without subjective emotions, and I do not intend to deceive you. Staring at the meticulously crafted response, he felt as though he had struck cotton with his fist. Fine, you are just an AI. You do not grasp human humor. Exercising patience. He rephrased his inquiry. Excluding options such as lotteries and stocks that necessitate precise future information, please provide me with a feasible, practical strategy that aligns with my current circumstances and can swiftly generate my first pot of gold. This time, he included numerous qualifiers. Anxious that this artificial intelligence might stray off course once again, the AI icon began to rotate anew. Moments later, a fresh proposal appeared on the screen. Understood. I have filtered out the following highly feasible options. Project name: Olympic Information Aggregation Navigation Website. Project background: in August 2008, the Beijing Olympics is set to commence, capturing global attention and public interest. During this period, a plethora of information related to the Olympics, schedules, medal standings, news, highlights, etc., will generate immense online traffic. Method of operation: 1. Rapid website creation. Utilize your skills as a programmer to swiftly construct a simple website. The core function of the site is to aggregate Olympic news and information from major portals, such as Sina, Sohu, and NetEase, categorizing and organizing it, thereby serving as an information conduit. 2. Monetization of traffic. In 2008, the barriers to entry for internet advertising networks were notably low, exemplified by Baidu Alliance and Google AdSense. You can connect your website to an advertising network, and as long as users click on the ads displayed, you will generate revenue. The traffic during the Olympic Games is immense. Even with a low click-through rate, considerable income can be achieved. Advantage analysis. One-time window. The Olympics represent a short-term hotspot with a concentrated surge in traffic, making it ideal for rapid monetization. 2. Skill alignment. This endeavor aligns perfectly with your identity as a programmer, presenting no technical challenges. 3. Minimal cost. The project requires merely the expense of a domain name and a virtual host, which can be initiated for just a few hundred yuan. Risk warning. Following the conclusion of the Olympics, website traffic will swiftly decline. This plan is suited for earning an initial profit rather than establishing a long-term venture. Xia Dong meticulously examined the proposal on the screen, his eyes gradually brightening. An Olympic website. Chapter 5. The Olympic Windfall and the Ever-Powered Smartphone. Indeed, the greatest opportunity in the summer of 2008 was none other than the Olympic Games. During that era, internet users relied on a few major portals for information. And if a website could compile all Olympic-related information in a clear and comprehensible manner, it would undoubtedly be immensely popular. For a programmer hailing from 2025, creating such a website would be remarkably effortless. With low costs and quick results, it perfectly met his criteria for generating his first pot of gold. Xia Dong conversed with Taobao for an extended period. Or rather, he posed numerous questions while the latter tirelessly responded. He traversed the evolution of technology, probing into cultural changes, as if he sought to relive the past decade and a half in his mind. As night deepened, the cicadas outside grew increasingly feeble. Xia Dong's eyes began to feel weary. He rubbed them and inadvertently glanced at the upper right corner of his smartphone screen. Battery, 100. His heart tightened with unease. Something was amiss. Engaging in intense dialogue with the AI and keeping the screen on continuously had persisted for quite some time. This was the 2025 Huayao Mate 90 Pro. Not some ancient device that could talk for 2 hours after a 5-minute charge. Even in a fully charged state, such usage would have diminished the battery life. Yet now, it remained untouched. Xia Dong stared at the 100 figure, as though he intended to bore a hole through it. He extended his finger, swiftly navigating the screen, opening several applications and adjusting the brightness to its maximum. He even activated the flashlight feature, directing the powerful rear flash towards the ceiling, emitting a dazzling light. He wished to discover the limits of this battery. Time passed, moment by moment. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. The number in the upper right corner of the screen stubbornly remained at 100, as if it were welded in place. He finally realized that what had returned with him was not merely a mobile phone, but an everlasting device that never required charging. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about the issue of power. He murmured to himself. This newfound advantage appeared to be more resilient than he had anticipated. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xia Dong rose from his bed. He awakened almost instantly, devoid of any grogginess or fatigue. The sensation of being dragged from sleep by an alarm each morning, leaving him both mentally and physically drained, felt like a distant memory. The vitality of his youthful body was indeed remarkable. He tiptoed out of his room and into the kitchen. The home of 2008 still bore a faintly antiquated charm. The kitchen stove was adorned with white tiles, some of which had begun to yellow at the seams. Yet, this homely atmosphere brought him immense comfort. He opened the refrigerator, which contained only a few basic ingredients, a handful of eggs, some greens, and half a piece of leftover cured meat from the previous night. With practiced ease, Xia Dong rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, plugged in the rice cooker, then ignited the stove, heating the pan and adding oil. He deftly sliced the cured meat into thin pieces, the knife clattering rhythmically against the cutting board. The fatty portions quickly became translucent in the hot oil, sizzling as a rich aroma enveloped the kitchen. He cracked in 2 eggs, swiftly scrambling them with a spatula, allowing the golden mixture to coat each slice of meat evenly. Finally, he tossed in a handful of vibrant greens, stir-frying briefly before seasoning with salt. A fragrant plate of cured meat fried rice was soon ready. He also fried 2 eggs, blanched some greens, and simmered a pot of millet porridge. By the time Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhengwo emerged from their slumber, the aroma of the meal filled the air. They both stood momentarily stunned. On the dining table, 3 bowls of steaming millet porridge awaited, accompanied by 2 small dishes. Their son, Xia Dong, donned an obviously oversized apron, carrying the final plate of fried eggs as he emerged from the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, you're awake? Come and have breakfast," Xia Dong called out with a smile. Zhou Yunfang rubbed her eyes, slightly incredulous. "Dong, did you really make this?" Her voice was filled with astonishment, as if she had witnessed a marvel. Xia Zhengwo silently gazed at the spread, equally incredulous. In their memories, their son had rarely ventured into the kitchen. When had he acquired such culinary skills? Just something simple," Xia Dong replied, placing the fried eggs on the table. "Having finished the college entrance exams, I've grown up. It's time to learn to do a few things." His nonchalant tone suggested he was merely discussing an ordinary matter. Zhou Yunfang stepped forward, picked up her chopsticks, and sampled a bit of the fried rice. The savory cured meat, tender eggs, and crisp vegetables, combined with the texture of rice, created an unexpectedly delightful flavor. "Delicious," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Xia Zhengwo also took a seat, silently sipping his porridge before he heaped a large portion of vegetables onto his plate. His chewing was slow, yet the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his satisfaction. The family gathered around the table, quietly enjoying their breakfast. Zhou Yunfang attempted several times to initiate a conversation, but gazing at her son's serene profile, she swallowed her words. She sensed that her son had seemingly matured overnight. This feeling was unfamiliar, yet comforting. "Dad, Mom." After finishing the last bite of his meal, Xia Dong set down his bowl and chopsticks, speaking earnestly. Zhou Yunfang responded. Xia Zhengwo looked up at him as well. "Today, I wish to visit our factory," Xia Dong stated, feeling a twinge of guilt. Throughout his life, his visits to the family toy factory had been few and far between. In his memory, it was always cluttered with various plastic semi-finished products, accompanied by a peculiar odor in the air. Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhengwo exchanged a glance, both taken aback. "What do you want to do at the factory?" Zhou Yunfang inquired. "It's messy and dirty there. You've just completed your exams. You should rest at home." "I simply wish to take a look," Xia Dong replied, "to see what our backlog of goods is like and how much raw material remains." He paused, then added, "I also want to learn about the factory's equipment." Xia Zhengwo set down his chopsticks, his eyes behind the lenses scrutinizing his son. It was rare to see Xia Dong with such a serious expression. "All right," he responded with a single word, nodding in agreement. On the way to the factory, Xia Dong sat silently in the back seat of his father's old Santana, gazing out the window at the familiar yet foreign streets of 2008. There were not as many skyscrapers, and the cars on the road were far less congested than in the future. The toy factory was located on the outskirts of the city, within an independent yard comprised of a few low, humble buildings. As the vehicle entered, Xia Dong noticed several workers scattered about in the yard, gathered together to smoke, their faces marked with a sense of confusion and melancholy. Upon seeing Xia Zhengwo's car, they extinguished their cigarettes and reluctantly shuffled their feet. The light in the factory was dim. The familiar scent of plastic lingered in the air. Xia Dong followed his parents into the warehouse. Chapter 6. The breakthrough of the orange cat movement. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight before him. The massive warehouse was filled with cardboard boxes piled up to half his height, stacked nearly to the ceiling, leaving only a narrow aisle. So many? Xia Dong could not help but inquire. This is just a portion, Zhou Yunfang sighed, her voice heavy with sorrow. These are goods prepared for that American company. But when the financial crisis hit, they simply said they no longer wanted them, even forfeiting their deposit to us. However, we are left with this stock. She did not continue, but her implication was clear. Xia Dong stepped forward and opened a cardboard box. Within the box lay meticulously packaged plastic toys, featuring a collection of fair-haired, blue-eyed dolls, alongside robots with exaggerated designs. He retrieved one of the robots and weighed it in his hands. The craftsmanship was exceptional. The plastic exuded a fine quality, and the edges were polished to perfection, devoid of any splinters. The quality is quite impressive, remarked Xia Dong. Indeed, Xia Zhangwo interjected, his voice tinged with a subtle pride. To secure this order, I invested significantly, acquiring 2 German-imported injection molding machines. Master Zhang at the factory possesses the finest skills. Master Zhang. Xia Dong recalled the name vaguely. Zhang Weiming, our factory's chief technician. Zhou Yunfang elucidated. He is of a similar age to your father and is a true aficionado of technology, constantly engaged with those machines. Just then, a man clad in blue overalls emerged from the depths of the warehouse. He appeared to be in his 40s, somewhat portly, with disheveled hair stained with grease, and thick glasses obscuring his face, which bore an unkempt appearance. Upon noticing Xia Zhangwo and his wife, he merely nodded in a dazed manner as a greeting. Old Zhang, this is my son, Xia Dong, who has just completed his college entrance examination, Xia Zhangwo introduced. Zhang Weiming then shifted his gaze to Xia Dong, scrutinizing him through the lenses of his glasses. Oh, he acknowledged with a grunt, preparing to turn away. Uncle Zhang, Xia Dong said, extending his hand. Zhang Weiming hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the young heir's courtesy. He awkwardly wiped his hands on his grease-stained overalls before gently shaking Xia Dong's hand. His palm was rough, marked by calluses. These toys must be challenging to sell in the domestic market, Xia Dong remarked, releasing his grip and glancing at the dolls in the box. Zhang Weiming regarded him with mild surprise at the question. He hummed through his nose. The aesthetics differ. Succinctly put, Xia Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, these toys embodied a quintessential Western style, with large eyes and prominent noses, starkly contrasting with the prevailing domestic aesthetic. The prospect of revitalizing the inventory appeared nearly impossible. Even if showcased online a decade later, they would likely only create ripples within a niche retro toy community. This amount of money would not salvage the factory. New products were imperative, something capable of penetrating and even shaping the domestic market. A plan began to form in Xia Dong's mind. He excused himself, claiming the need to use the restroom, and then meandered to a secluded corner behind the factory. It was a tranquil spot, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the wind. He took out his phone. The screen illuminated, revealing the chat box with Taobao lying quietly within. Taking a deep breath, he typed a line into the input field. Could you analyze which types of toys have been most popular in the domestic market in the years following 2008? Almost instantaneously, the screen responded. Based on historical data analysis, during this period, Q-version figurines, characterized by blind boxes, collectibles, and trendy attributes, demonstrated robust growth potential among the younger consumer demographic. Q-version figurines? Xia Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recalled that in the subsequent years, companies like Pop Mart and 52 Toys had achieved a staggering market value of billions, all thanks to these small trinkets. This direction was undeniably viable. However, the question remained, what kind of Q-version figurines could truly capture the public's imagination? As someone who had transitioned from a construction worker to a programmer, he was utterly unfamiliar with toy design. Gazing at his phone screen, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Could you assist me in generating some design sketches for Q-version figurines? He pressed the send button with a sense of tentative hope, uncertain whether this offline AI still possessed the capability to generate images. Of course, please describe the specific concept of the design you wish to generate, came the AI's swift and calm response. To his astonishment, it truly could help. His heart raced with excitement. He closed his eyes and envisioned the concept. With the Olympics taking place this year, a sporting theme was a must. I desire a set of figurines featuring a chubby cat engaging in various sports, such as weightlifting, running, and practicing yoga. The style should be both adorable and earnest, evoking laughter at first glance. He clicked send. This time, the AI did not respond immediately. A small progress bar appeared on the screen, with the message generating image, please wait. His heart raced as he fixated on the progress bar, feeling as if each second stretched into an eternity. After what felt like a minute, 4 images materialized on the screen. The first depicted an orange chubby cat, grinning broadly while lifting a massive barbell, its round belly quivering with effort. The second showed the same orange cat clad in a miniature sports outfit, jogging on a treadmill with short legs, a serious expression visible as beads of sweat formed on its forehead. The third image captured the cat attempting a challenging yoga pose, its body twisted into an unusual spiral. The fourth illustrated the cat, wearing boxing gloves, energetically striking a punching bag, its eyes brimming with determination. Xia Dong nearly burst into laughter at the sight of these 4 images. They were simply delightful. The cats embodied the playful yet earnest spirit of someone who was both clumsy and eager to improve, perfectly encapsulating the charming contrast. This is fantastic, Xia Dong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. He felt a surge of optimism for the factory's future. Without delay, he instructed Taobao to generate 2 additional sets in the same style, showcasing the cats engaging in different sports. As he admired the collection of exquisite and adorable design sketches on his phone, Xia Dong realized that the first step had been solidly secured. The pressing question now was how to transform these designs into reality. He could not simply present this futuristic 2025 smartphone to his parents. It was far too advanced to explain. With that thought, he tucked away his phone and returned to the warehouse. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang were conversing with Zhang Weiming, their faces etched with concern as they scrutinized a machine. Dad, Xia Dong approached them. Yes? Xia Zhangwo turned around. Is there a computer in the factory? Xia Dong expressed his desire to browse the internet in search of innovative toy designs to spark his creativity. He could only use this pretext. Computer? Xia Zhangwo hesitated for a moment, recalling an old machine in his office that he typically used for bookkeeping, albeit sluggishly so. As long as it works, Xia Dong replied. The office was modest, furnished with a single desk and a file cabinet, its decor quite simple. True to his description, the computer was indeed as he had mentioned, a bulky CRT monitor with a yellowed plastic casing, booting up at a pace that could lull one to sleep. Xia Dong settled into the chair, gazing at the familiar Windows XP welcome screen, momentarily lost in nostalgia. As the computer sluggishly navigated to the desktop, he retrieved his Huayao Mate 90 Pro. Now, the ultimate challenge loomed. How to transfer images from his 2025 smartphone to this antiquated 2008 computer. Instinctively, he reached for a data cable, only to freeze in realization. The port on his phone was Type-C, while the old machine sported only a few solitary USB-A ports. Type-C would not emerge for several more years. Xia Dong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, comparing himself to a soldier armed with an AK-47 who had inexplicably been transported back to ancient times, only to find himself without a single bullet. He possessed a treasure trove of resources but lacked the means to access them. He once again sought assistance from his sole ally, Taobao. I need to transfer images from a Type-C smartphone to an old computer that only has USB-A ports, without a data cable or internet connection. Is there any solution? This time, the AI responded almost instantaneously, providing several feasible options. Option 1. Use Bluetooth for transfer. Advantages: no additional devices required. Disadvantages: extremely slow transfer speed. And the computer must support Bluetooth functionality. Option 2. Utilize an SD card as an intermediary. Transfer images from the phone to the SD card. Then connect it to the computer via a card reader. Disadvantages: must find a compatible SD card and card reader for the phone model. Option 3. Disassemble the device. Extract the phone's storage chip and read the data using specialized equipment. Advantages: fast transfer speeds. Disadvantages: high risk of permanent damage to the phone. Xia Dong swiftly dismissed the third option. Dismantling his sole lifeline was out of the question. The second option, involving an SD card and reader, was available in this era, but unfortunately, his phone did not support SD cards. He resolved to try the simplest method first, Bluetooth. After some searching on his father's computer, he finally located the familiar blue icon nestled in the taskbar. Fortunately, this old machine still supported Bluetooth. He activated the Bluetooth on his phone and began scanning for devices. Soon, a device named Lenovox appeared on the list. He clicked to connect and pair. A request pairing window popped up on the computer screen. It was a success. Xia Dong let out a sigh of relief as he selected the more than 10 design drawings and opted to send them via Bluetooth. He then gazed at the file transfer progress bar that appeared on his computer screen, feeling utterly dazed. The total file size was 35 megabytes. With a transfer speed of 52 kilobytes s and an estimated remaining time of 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Leaning back in his chair, he watched the progress bar crawl along at a snail's pace, a mixture of laughter and tears welling within him. It was as though he had been transported back to the era of dial-up internet. Each passing second felt like an eternity. 10 minutes later, when the final byte was transmitted and the computer emitted a crisp notification sound, Xia Dong felt as if he had triumphed in a world war. He opened the received folder to find dozens of images quietly resting on the computer's hard drive from 2008. He felt as though he had accomplished a monumental feat that transcended time and space. Rising from his seat, he walked to the office door and called out, "Dad, Mom, could you come here for a moment?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable calmness. He added, "Uncle Zhang, please join us as well." Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang were engrossed in a pile of backlogged inventory lists when they heard their son's voice, both looking up in confusion. "This child is acting mysteriously," Zhou Yunfang murmured, yet she set down her pen. Nearby, Zhang Weiming was examining a part when he heard Xia Dong call him. He paused momentarily, wiped his greasy hands on his tattered work pants, and followed suit. The three of them entered Xia Zhangwo's small, cluttered office in single file. "Dong Dong, why did you call us?" Zhou Yunfang inquired first, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xia Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, he stepped aside, gesturing toward the screen. "Look at this." The trio's attention was instantly drawn to the antiquated monitor. Displayed on the screen were vibrant cartoon design drawings. The first featured a chubby orange cat attempting the downward dog yoga pose, its round backside raised high, while its face bore a comically bewildered expression. The second image. The office fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Only the hum of the old computer's fan reminded them of the passage of time. Zhou Yunfang's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. She instinctively took 2 steps closer, nearly pressing herself against the screen. "Oh my, what is this? How utterly adorable." Her voice shattered the stillness, infused with genuine surprise and affection. Xia Zhangwo, too, was taken aback. He stared intently at the screen, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Initial shock, followed by confusion, and finally, a glimmer of long-forgotten brightness flickered in his eyes, which had grown murky from years of worry. He had smoked for half his life, perused countless toy designs, and even attended the Canton Fair, where he encountered the latest international designs. Yet, he had never seen anything like this, a creation that resonated deeply, a delightful blend of charm, humor, and inspiration. Zhang Weiming, this reticent technical aficionado, was exhibiting an unprecedented exuberance. He forcefully pushed aside Xia Zhangwo, leaning over the computer desk, his eyes shimmering with an almost fervent light, reminiscent of a swordsman discovering an unparalleled blade. "These lines, this structure, this sense of motion," he murmured, extending his finger to trace the contours of the chubby cat displayed on the screen. "It is simply seamless, truly seamless." He seemed oblivious to the presence of others, completely engrossed in his own world. Zhou Yunfang regained her senses and excitedly grasped Xia Dong's arm, her grip firm enough to cause him pain. "Son, where did you find this?" Xia Dong had anticipated this question. He calmly withdrew his arm, explaining in a nonchalant tone, "I came across it on a foreign design website. I thought it was quite interesting, so I downloaded it." Chapter 8. The Birth of the Fat Orange Cat. The Journey Begins. A foreign website? Xia Zhangwo finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Which website? Is it free? Are there any copyright issues?" As a businessman, he thought further ahead and was more pragmatic than Zhou Yunfang. Xia Dong had already prepared for this inquiry. "Dad, rest assured, I've checked. This is a creative concept shared by an individual designer with no registered copyright. We can use it." He spoke half-truths, his expression betraying no emotion. He knew his parents were thoroughly captivated by the images and would not delve into the intricacies of an unfamiliar foreign website. "Really?" Zhou Yunfang's tone rose several notches. "That's wonderful. Zhangwo, look, if we turn this into a toy, it will definitely sell. Far better than those American trinkets in the warehouse." Xia Zhangwo did not immediately respond to his wife. His gaze shifted to Zhang Weiming, who was still leaning over the computer. "Old Zhang," he inquired gravely, "can our machines produce this?" This was the crucial question. No matter how exquisite the design, if it could not be realized, it would merely be a fleeting illusion. Zhang Weiming abruptly lifted his head, his face radiating the unique confidence and excitement characteristic of a technician. "We can definitely produce it," he asserted emphatically. "Boss, trust me." Although this design appears intricate, the structure is remarkably clever, with a well-distributed center of gravity, making it ideal for injection molding. As long as the mold is well crafted, there will be no issues. He paused, pointing at the three-colored cat on the screen. "Look at this barbell and the vest it's wearing. Both can be made in separate parts and assembled later. The only potential challenge might be the coloring. To ensure each cat's expression is as vivid as this, we will need to create multiple spray templates." He continued his analysis, his enthusiasm intensifying. "Give me 3 days, no 2 days. Within 2 days, I shall present the preliminary design for the mold." As Xia Zhengwo gazed at Zhang Weiming's expression, the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally began to lift. He had known Zhang Weiming for over a decade and was acutely aware that this man never made empty promises. If he declared it feasible, then it would undoubtedly come to fruition. Xia Zhengwo took a deep breath and turned to his son, his gaze filled with scrutiny and inquiry. This son, whom he had watched grow since childhood, seemed to have transformed since the day the college entrance examination concluded. He was now composed, calm, and even somewhat inscrutable. Yet, there was no time for such reflections. The pressing matter at hand was to seize this lifeline. "Excellent." Xia Zhengwo slammed his hand on the table, making a decisive declaration. "Old Zhang, I entrust this matter to you. Speak up if you need anything. As for finances, I shall find a way." Zhang Weiming resembled a general who had just received a military order, his face flushed with excitement. "Certainly, boss." He rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain his eagerness. "I will head to fine-tune that precision injection molding machine. It has been a while since it performed such intricate work. It needs to be warmed up." He dashed out, calling back over his shoulder, his figure quickly disappearing at the door. In the office, only the Xia family of 3 remained. Zhou Yunfang's smile never faltered. She alternated her gaze between the screen and her son, continuously murmuring, "This cat is simply too endearing. What should we name it?" "Mom, I have already decided on a name. Let us call it the Fat Orange series." Fat Orange. Zhou Yunfang pondered the name for a moment, and after a brief consideration, agreed that it was indeed quite fitting. Xia Jingwo approached and gently patted Xia Dong's shoulder with his rough hand. He said nothing. Yet Xia Dong could feel the strength in that hand and a sense of relief washing over him. Zhang Weiming's efficiency exceeded even his promises. Once he received the drawings, he immediately locked himself in the workshop and set to work. That very afternoon, he burst into Xia Jingwo's office, cradling something in his hands. Boss lady, Xia Dong, come quickly." His voice was hoarse but brimming with barely contained excitement. Xia Dong and his parents quickly gathered around. In Zhang Weiming's palm rested a palm-sized, orange, chubby cat. It was precisely the feline depicted in the design, practicing yoga. Its surface was somewhat rough, the colors slightly uneven, and minute burrs were visible at the seams. However, when they beheld that round, plump body, the perky rear, and especially that adorably melancholic yet charming face, everyone erupted into laughter. It had come to life. The small creature from the drawings had truly materialized. Zhou Yunfang carefully accepted the cat from Zhang Weiming, cradling it in her hands and examining it from every angle. It looks just like it. She was enamored, though she noted it lacked the smoothness depicted in the drawings. Zhang Weiming chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Sister-in-law, this is merely a prototype. It was made from old materials, and many details remain unrefined. Awaiting the official mold to be completed, we shall employ our finest ABS material. I assure you, the finished product will surpass the exquisite image." Xia Zhengwo picked up the sample, his fingers gently caressing the feline form. He felt an undeniable truth. This was more than just a toy. It was a beacon of hope. "Old Zhang, you've worked hard," he remarked solemnly. "Not at all. It's truly a joy to create something so captivating." Zhang Weiming waved his hand dismissively, enthusiasm radiating from him. Xia Dong gazed at the flawless replica before him, his heart brimming with excitement that words could scarcely express. He understood that the first and most crucial step in saving his family had been successfully taken. The next endeavor was to find a stage for these charming chubby oranges to shine across the nation. He chose not to linger in the workshop, listening to his father and Zhang Weiming discuss optimizing the mold and enhancing the production line. Instead, he quietly retreated to his father's stifling office. Seated once more before the antiquated computer, He grasped the mouse and adeptly opened the Internet Explorer browser. In that era, IE was the undisputed titan of web browsing. In the address bar, he meticulously typed in the letters of Taobao's URL. Upon pressing the Enter key, a vibrant orange web page, imbued with the spirit of its time, gradually unfolded before his eyes. Taobao, a platform destined to create countless commercial legends and transform myriad lives. As Xia Dong beheld the familiar logo on the screen, a gentle smile crept across his face. He sensed that a new era was slowly unfurling before him and his family. He clicked the button for free registration, and a crisp sound resonated. The screen froze, the mouse cursor morphing into a perpetually spinning blue circle. Round and round it went, seemingly endless. Xia Dong sighed, acknowledging that while internet speeds in 2008 were not slow, his family's old computer was far from swift. This machine still ran a pirated version of Windows XP, taking 3.5 minutes to boot up, cluttered with shortcuts to various rogue software. He remained patient, refraining from any movement. After what felt like an eternity, the screen suddenly flickered. A registration page finally emerged, trembling slightly. Please set your username. Chapter 9. The online store takes shape. Xia Dong pondered briefly before typing Toy King exclusive on the keyboard. The crevices of the keyboard were filled with ash and unknown debris, the keys sticky and unpleasant to the touch. He began to input a password, verify his phone, and fill out a plethora of disorganized personal information. With each entry, the cursed blue circle predictably appeared, leisurely meandering across his view. Time slipped away in this endless cycle of waiting and spinning. Outside, the sky gradually darkened unbeknownst to him. The lingering glow of the setting sun seeped through the window's cracks like a watercolor orange pigment, casting long shadows upon the dust-laden desk. The office door creaked open. Xia Dong, it's dark. You should come home, called his mother, Zhou Yunfang. Xia Dong snapped out of his battle with the machine and turned to see Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhangwo standing at the entrance, their faces etched with concern and fatigue. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Xia Zhangwo took a few steps inside, glancing at the humming, antiquated computer. Have you started working on your online store? The term seemed somewhat foreign to him. Yes, I just registered it, Xia Dong replied, rubbing his tired eyes and pointing to the screen displaying the message. Congratulations, registration successful. He had waited a full hour for this notification. Zhou Yunfang approached, gently brushing the dust from his shoulders. All right, it's done. Let's go home for dinner. Look at you. Sitting here all afternoon. Your eyes are going to ruin. Xia Dong nodded, closing the sluggish web page. He stood up and followed his parents out of the office, which was filled with both hope and a hint of rust. On the way home, Xia Zhangwo was still at the wheel. The old Santana emitted a dull roar in the night, akin to a weary beast. The cramped interior was infused with a faint scent of engine oil. After a moment of silence, Xia Dong spoke up. Dad. Xia Zhangwo replied, keeping his eyes on the road. When can we begin mass production of our fat orange figurines? Xia Zhangwo's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. He paused, glancing at his son in the rearview mirror. The boy's face bore no signs of youthful impatience, only a maturity beyond his years. The production line needs recalibration, and the molds require refinement, he replied slowly, his voice hoarse. This afternoon, I instructed Master Zhang to handle it. If all goes well, we should be able to trial a small batch next week. If the trial is successful, we can officially commence mass production of the various models in about a week. Xia Dong nodded. This timeline was within his expectations. He then inquired about the most crucial question. After we begin mass production, what will our daily output be? Xia Zhangwo fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly calculating in his mind. 3,000, he finally announced. If everything goes well, we can produce up to 3,000 a day. 3,000, Xia Dong repeated mentally. He quickly calculated. With the anticipated pricing, even at a modest 10 yuan each, that would yield 30,000 yuan in daily revenue. Over a month, that amounts to 900,000. After deducting costs, labor, and utilities, the profits would be quite substantial. More importantly, this production capacity would adequately support his future strategies on Taobao. That is sufficient. Xia Dong's heart settled decisively. Got it, Dad. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, while his mind began to whirl with thoughts of subsequent plans. Xia Zhangwo gazed at his son's serene face in the rearview mirror, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. This son, once a timid boy who buried himself in books and blushed at the mere thought of conversing with others, had seemingly matured overnight. Upon returning home, just as he set down his backpack, A sudden flurry of ringing echoed through the air. The sound emanated from the old-fashioned landline telephone in the living room. Xia Dong approached, picking up the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" "Hey, Xia Dong. You've finally shown up. Where have you been?" A boisterous voice erupted from the other end, resonating with such intensity that it made Xia Dong's ears buzz. It was Wang Pengfei, his childhood friend, an astute mind, yet one disinterested in academia. "I tried calling you several times, but your phone was unreachable. Is your mobile broken?" Xia Dong suddenly recalled that his 2008 model phone had remained turned off since the end of his college entrance examinations. It's probably out of battery," he replied nonchalantly. "Seriously? After the exams, you just go MIA? I thought you might have been kidnapped." Wang Pengfei exclaimed over the line. "Let us get down to business. Tomorrow. What is the plan? The exams are over. We must go out and have some fun. To the internet cafe. All night. CS. World of Warcraft. Let us get to it." The mention of the internet cafe made Xia Dong's eyes flicker with interest. He recalled the ancient computer in his father's office, which could drive one to the brink of a heart attack with its sluggishness. He also remembered his ambitious plan to create an Olympic information website, aiming to earn his first pot of gold. Working on the website in his father's office felt daunting, both in terms of scope and efficiency. The internet cafe seemed like an excellent alternative. "All right," Xia Dong's response was crisp and decisive. "What time tomorrow? Where shall we meet?" Wang Pengfei, clearly taken aback, had prepared an elaborate speech to persuade this diligent student to join him in indulgence. He did not expect such a swift agreement from Xia Dong. "Have you changed your mind? Is this for real?" "Absolutely. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the internet cafe by our school. Let us not miss each other." "Okay." After hanging up, Xia Dong turned around to see his parents emerging from the kitchen. "Whose call was that?" Zhou Yunfang casually inquired. "Wang Pengfei. He invited me to the internet cafe tomorrow," Xia Dong stated directly. "The internet cafe?" Zhou Yunfang's brow immediately furrowed, her face reflecting disapproval. In the minds of parents in 2008, the term internet cafe was synonymous with delinquency, a breeding ground for undesirable influences. "What do you plan to do at an internet cafe? It's filled with questionable characters. You've just finished your exams. You should be resting properly." Xia Zhangwo's expression grew serious. Xia Dong refrained from arguing, calmly explaining, "Dad, Mom, I'm not going to the internet cafe to play games. The computer in Dad's office is far too slow. It took me an entire afternoon just to register a Taobao store. I still need to upload product images and design the store, and that computer simply cannot handle it. The computers at the internet cafe have better configurations and faster internet speeds, which will save me a considerable amount of time." He gazed earnestly at his parents. Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhangwo exchanged a glance, recalling the sight of their son laboring diligently at the computer in his office that afternoon. Chapter 10. The first step of entrepreneurship in the internet cafe. They also remembered the remarkable transformation he had undergone in recent days. He was no longer the child who required constant supervision and care. After a moment of silence, Xia Zhangwo finally nodded. "Go ahead," he said in a deep voice. "However, no gaming, no staying out late, and you must return home for dinner." "All right," Xia Dong replied with a smile, aware that he had begun to earn his parents' tentative trust through his actions. On the following morning, Xia Dong awoke to the sunlight streaming through the partially drawn curtains, piercing his eyes. He quickly washed up, donned a somewhat worn t-shirt, and made his way downstairs. The alley was still cool in the early hours, the humidity lingering in the air, mingling the earthy scent of damp soil with the distant aroma of steamed buns. A heaviness settled in Xia Dong's heart as he recalled Wang Pengfei from his previous life. Wang Pengfei had grown up alongside him. They had shared the same courtyard and attended the same classes throughout primary and secondary school. Due to his mediocre academic performance, Wang Pengfei attended a different high school, yet their friendship remained strong. After the college entrance examinations, he barely secured a spot at a vocational college in the capital, majoring in marketing. Post-graduation, he cycled through several jobs, selling insurance, working as a real estate agent, and engaging in telemarketing. Despite appearing to converse easily with clients daily, his salary at the month's end was barely sufficient for rent and sustenance. Nevertheless, he was a loyal friend. Upon learning that Xia Dong had enrolled in a programming training course in Beijing, Wang Pengfei generously offered his small rented room, and the two cohabitated for several months. During that time, they often gathered around the small table in their rental, drinking beer with peanuts while expressing hopes of landing significant deals, all the while concealing their fatigue behind forced smiles. Eventually, Wang Pengfei aspired to start his own business and partnered in opening a small agency. But it collapsed within 6 months due to a broken cash flow, leaving him with substantial debts. During his most challenging days, he meticulously rationed instant noodles, yet never once approached Xia Dong for financial assistance. He even lost his girlfriend of 4 years. As Xia Dong rounded the corner, he immediately spotted the internet cafe. Outside, a figure leaned against the wall, clad in an oversized white t-shirt, faded jeans, and scuffed Converse shoes. The individual was engrossed in the ground, fiddling with an old Nokia phone. Xia Dong recognized him. It was a younger version of Wang Pengfei. In his memories, Wang Pengfei was the man sitting at their rental's small table, confidently asserting that they would surely secure a significant deal next time. Though weary, he had always worn a determined expression. The Wang Pengfei before him, barely 18, bore a hint of youthful awkwardness, with unshaven stubble adding to his rough appearance. His expression was not one of fatigue, but rather an aimless, carefree boredom. "Dongzi," Wang Pengfei exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes lighting up as he tucked the Nokia into his pocket and hurried towards him. Xia Dong stared blankly at Wang Pengfei, who questioned him with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Xia Dong shook his head and smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let's discuss this inside," he suggested, patting Wang Pengfei on the shoulder and gesturing towards the internet cafe. "Manager, open a private room," Xia Dong shouted towards the bar. A disheveled attendant, sporting bleached hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, lazily raised his head. "Each computer in the room is 5 yuan per hour. How long do you plan to stay? You can also get a card for better deals. Recharge 100, get 20 extra, 300, get 200 extra, 500. Get 500 extra. How about 3 hours? Wang Pengfei hesitated, glancing at Xia Dong, as the private room felt rather extravagant to him. However, Xia Dong swiftly pulled 300 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "Recharge 300 and get a card. Then book a room for 2 for 3 days. His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity amidst the cacophony. The attendant's eyes instantly lit up, while Wang Pengfei stood agape, astonishment etched on his face. "What the heck? Dongzi, have you struck it rich? 3 days? He stammered. Without offering an explanation, Xia Dong accepted the 2 identity cards handed over by the attendant and led the still-dazed Wang Pengfei into the innermost private room. The atmosphere within the room was considerably quieter, with larger LCD monitors than those outside. "Is the life of a rich second generation truly this simple?" Wang Pengfei exclaimed dramatically, plopping down on the plush sofa and eagerly pressing the power button. The familiar chimes of Windows XP filled the air. "Come on, Dongzi. Shall we play Crossfire or Dungeon Fighter? Today, I'll take you to new heights." Excitement sparkled in Wang Pengfei's eyes as his hands eagerly danced over the keyboard and mouse. Xia Dong chuckled and powered on his own computer. "You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to." "Matters? What could you possibly have?" Wang Pengfei inquired, still focused on entering his QQ account details. "A matter of utmost importance. Concerning my family's livelihood," Xia Dong replied with a serious tone. Finally turning around, Wang Pengfei eyed him suspiciously. "Xia Dong, you seem off today. You haven't gone and lost your mind, have you?" "You're the one who has lost it," Xia Dong retorted, opening the Internet Explorer browser and typing in the URL for Taobao, the loading speed far surpassing that of his father's office computer. "My parents' toy factory has been struggling due to the financial crisis, so I plan to open an online store to help sell their toys." "What? An online store?" Wang Pengfei laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. "You? Selling things? You can't even haggle. Last time you bought a pair of counterfeit basketball shoes, you got ripped off by 20 yuan and came back all pleased with yourself." Xia Dong's face darkened slightly, recalling that regrettable incident. "That was then, this is now," he replied calmly. "As the saying goes, absence sharpens appreciation." "Oh, look at you, quoting poetry now," Wang Pengfei teased. Wang Pengfei's attention was swiftly drawn back to the computer. His QQ had successfully logged in, and a plethora of young ladies with flickering avatars began to inundate him with messages. "No time for idle chatter. I'm quite busy," he declared. Xia Dong relished the tranquility. He logged into the back end of his recently established toy store. The interface was so rudimentary that it was almost painful to behold, brimming with garish colors and perplexing modules. Was this the aesthetic of 2008? How delightful, he mused internally, while his hands continued their work. He needed to tackle the store's design first, a task in which he was rather inept. In his previous life, he had been a programmer, not a designer. faced with the fanciful designs presented by product managers. His sole thought had been how to implement them with the simplest code possible. As for aesthetics, that was not his concern. However, now he was a one-man army. Xia Dong glanced at Wang Pengfei, who had donned his headphones and was wreaking havoc in the gaming realm, and discreetly retrieved his Huayao Mate 90 Pro from his pocket. Adjusting his posture, he subtly turned his body to shield Wang Pengfei's view. Taobao, he silently chanted, clicking on the familiar icon. I require a store design scheme that embodies the essence of 2008, yet transcends its era. He typed this into the dialog box. The requirements were simple yet grand, emphasizing the products while adhering to the browsing habits of contemporary users. This seemed somewhat contradictory, even bordering on the surreal. Yet Xia Dong was confident that Taobao would comprehend. Sure enough, without a hint of lag, the screen illuminated with lines of text and layout sketches. Analysis in progress. 2008 mainstream e-commerce design style. Information-dense, vibrant colors. Frequently employing dynamic graphics and flash animations to capture attention. User pain points, slow page loading, visual chaos, lack of emphasis on key elements. Optimization proposal. Implement a minimalist and flat design philosophy, while retaining select retro elements from 2008 in color and font choices. Achieving a subtle elevation that feels sophisticated yet familiar to users. Recommended color palette. Utilize low saturation blues complemented by whites and light grays to create a professional and refreshing visual experience. Layout. Employ a large image carousel to showcase core products, replacing flickering GIFs. The navigation bar should be clearly categorized, eliminating all unnecessary decorative elements. Fonts. Utilize the most prevalent song and hey typefaces of the time, enhancing reading comfort through adjustments in font size, line spacing, and color. Taobao not only provided a comprehensive plan, but also directly generated an entire suite of HTML and CSS code. As Xia Dong gazed at the code on his phone, a subtle smile graced his lips. This was a dimensional strike. He need not understand design. He merely needed to be an emotionless code transporter. He first located the Bluetooth function on his computer and sent the code generated by Taobao via Bluetooth to the computer. Subsequently, he commenced debugging and refining the code based on this version. At that moment, Wang Pengfei was embroiled in a heated battle in the game Crossfire. Hey, I need assistance. Are you all dead? Damn it, that idiot threw a flashbang. It blinded me. Beautiful. Double kill, he muttered to himself. His emotions fluctuating with the course of the battle, alternating between euphoric shouts and curses, completely oblivious to the monumental creation unfolding beside him, orchestrated by Xia Dong. Chapter 11. Temporal Reversal. Code reshaping. Xia Dong's fingers danced across the keyboard. The built-in editor of the shop's backend was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking support for numerous CSS styles. Yet, this posed no challenge for a programmer hailing from 2025. He swiftly transitioned to code mode, meticulously copying and pasting the segments of code generated by Taobao. Colors, fonts, layouts, and module spacing. The once dated and kitschy shop page began to undergo a transformative metamorphosis in his hands. It was akin to a village girl, heavily made up and clad in a floral cotton jacket, being completely revamped by a top-tier styling team, emerging as a supermodel strutting down the runway of Paris Fashion Week. An hour later, a prototype emerged. Xia Dong clicked on preview. The entire page was astonishingly pristine. At the top, a simple store sign adorned with blue text on a white background proclaimed Toy King Specialty Store, rendered in a dignified sans serif font. Below was a designated widescreen image carousel area, currently empty. Yet Xia Dong could already envision how captivating it would be once the whimsical and amusing photos of the Fat Orange series were displayed. Further down was a clear product category navigation. The entire background of the page was a pure white, devoid of any superfluous images or flickering text. In 2008, this was nothing short of revolutionary. Websites of that era tended to cram every conceivable color into their designs, as if every pixel was compelled to dance. Xia Dong's shop stood out like a blade of grass amid a sea of flowers, a striking presence. No, to merely say it stood out would be an understatement. It was akin to a photograph amidst a collection of metallic foil. What on earth is this? Wang Pengfei queried as he concluded a game, taking a hearty sip of iced tea, casually glancing at Xia Dong's screen. He was taken aback. What is this? Why is there nothing on your page? This is called negative space, an art form, Xia Dong explained, maintaining his composure. Art. Wang Pengfei scratched his head, clearly lacking the knowledge to grasp such avant-garde aesthetics. But this is too simplistic, resembling a hospital website. Those crown sellers' shops are all flashy and dazzling, with music playing and a little girl floating around asking, "What would you like, dear?" Xia Dong smiled knowingly. Wang Pengfei's description epitomized the most mainstream and visually jarring shop style of that era. "Trust me, Pengfei." Xia Dong gently patted his shoulder, his tone grave. "This is the future." Wang Pengfei nodded, half understanding, glancing once more at the excessively pristine page. "All right, you're impressive. But your store is utterly empty. Is it selling air?" "Don't worry, the goods are on their way." Xia Dong closed the back end of the store, feeling a weight lift from his heart. The first step was complete. He was merely waiting for the chubby orange cat at the factory to go offline, snap some photos, upload them, and then the products could be listed. Officially inaugurating the store. He stretched, feeling a pang of hunger. "Network admin, bring me 2 cups of instant noodles, 1 beef flavor and 1 spicy beef." Xia Dong shouted towards the outside. "And add a hot dog." Wang Pengfei added. While waiting for the noodles, Xia Dong did not remain idle. He temporarily saved the page and retrieved an antiquated mobile phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated under his fingertips. Wang Pengfei, engrossed in his gaming realm, was oblivious to the peculiarities of his childhood friend beside him, his mouth occasionally erupting with muffled exclamations laced with expletives. Xia Dong's fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he conversed with Taobao. "I need to create an Olympic information aggregation website, targeting domestic internet users. It must be quick, efficient, and capable of handling immense traffic." Text flowed like a stream across the mobile screen. "Analyze the internet environment of 2008 and advise the use of static page technology, avoiding complex backend database interactions to achieve the fastest loading speed and lowest server costs." A slight smile tugged at the corners of Xia Dong's mouth. "Great minds think alike. I require multiple distinct styles for the website templates, a serious news style for publishing official schedules and medal standings, a sports forum style focusing on in-depth athlete reports and fan discussions, an entertainment gossip style to gather sensational news and celebrity anecdotes during the Olympics, and a photo site style featuring high-definition snapshots of the venues and athlete portraits." He articulated his strategic vision in one breath. What he intended to create was not merely a website, but a matrix of interconnected sites, with varied focal points. It would ensnare all internet users interested in the Olympics like a vast net. Taobao showed no hesitation. Upon receiving the directive, it began generating code. Moments later, 4 compressed files appeared neatly on the mobile screen, each corresponding to a complete website template. Xia Dong inhaled deeply. This was the sensation of technological superiority. In 2008, a team of programmers would toil tirelessly for a month to produce what Taobao could accomplish in mere minutes. He activated the Bluetooth function on his computer. The small icon flickered lonely in the lower right corner of the screen, awaiting a gift from the future. He initiated the transfer, selecting the first compressed file and clicking send. On the computer screen, a progress bar sluggishly advanced, moving at a pace almost perceptible to the naked eye. Xia Dong chuckled wryly at the situation. It is ultimately a technology from 2008. He was not in a hurry, merely waiting in silence. With a soft beep, the file transfer was complete. Xia Dong immediately set to work, decompressing the files and opening them with a rudimentary code editor. A series of neat, concise, and efficient codes unfolded before his eyes. He adeptly configured the server in his local environment, then entered the familiar local access address into the browser's address bar. Pressing enter, a web page with a simple design, reasonable layout, and an air of officialdom instantly loaded. The white background with red text and the vibrant Olympic rings at the top stood out brilliantly. It was fast, so fast that it seemed out of place for this era. Xia Dong nodded in satisfaction. Next came the second, third, and fourth, for distinctly styled, yet equally swift-loading website prototypes, appearing in succession on his computer. "What on earth, Dongzi? What are you up to?" Wang Pengfei remarked, finishing a game, removing his headphones, and stretching, just catching sight of what was on Xia Dong's screen. "What is this? A website you made yourself?" His tone brimmed with astonishment. Xia Dong, maintaining his composure, closed the web page and switched back to the desktop. "Just tinkering around, nothing serious." Let me see. Wang Pengfei's curiosity piqued. He leaned closer. "Impressive. When did you learn this skill behind my back?" Xia Dong reopened the simplest of the websites, adorned in a pink palette, with numerous image placeholders and increasingly sensational titles. "Shocking. Athletes from a certain country are surprisingly obsessed before the competition. Chapter 12. Exclusive insights into Olympic news. The most delicious dish in the Olympic Village cafeteria is Wang Pingfei's eyes widened in amazement. Not bad, bro. It looks so real. With a title like that, I'd definitely click on it. Xia Dong smiled. The secret to gaining traffic has remained unchanged throughout history. Where did you learn this? Wang Pingfei asked, a look of admiration on his face as he clapped Xia Dong on the shoulder. Teach me. I want to create one for myself, specifically to showcase my gaming highlights. Maybe another time, Xia Dong replied vaguely. He could hardly confess that this was generated in mere minutes by an AI assistant he'd brought back from a decade and a half in the future. Wang Pingfei thought little of it, assuming Xia Dong had stumbled upon some obscure trick from the corners of the internet. Dongzi, enough with this, let us go eat. I'm starving. Xia Dong felt a pang of hunger as well. He saved his code and stretched. The prototypes for several websites were nearly complete. All that remained was to purchase a domain and server, then populate it with content. All right, let us go. What do you feel like eating? There is a new fast food place nearby. How about we give it a try? Sounds good. The two stepped out of the dim internet cafe, the glaring sunlight instantly causing Xia Dong to squint. The pedestrians, vehicles, and shop signs on the street all bore the unique, somewhat antiquated yet vibrant essence of 2008. Wonderful. Xia Dong breathed in deeply, savoring the air devoid of the heavy exhaust fumes characteristic of the future. The fast food restaurant was bustling with patrons. Most of them were just like him, newly liberated high school graduates. Groups of 3 or 5 chattered animatedly, deliberating on their nebulous futures and the vivid present. Xia Dong and Wang Pingfei finally managed to secure a corner seat by the window. Shall I order for you as usual, the spicy wings and burger combo? Wang Pingfei inquired. Yes, and please add an egg tart, came the reply. All right, he said, squeezing into the crowded queue to place the order. Xia Dong settled down, his gaze casually sweeping across the restaurant. At the neighboring table sat 3 young women, devoid of any food, but surrounded by a colorful array of enrollment brochures and application manuals. Although it was still early for finalizing their choices, many students who had completed their exams were already researching schools and majors based on their predicted scores. Clearly, the trio at the table fell into this category. One of the girls rested her chin on her hand, gazing despondently at a thick manual, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Xia Dong's attention lingered on her for a moment. She was a remarkably clean and beautiful girl, sporting a neat bob that grazed her chin, accentuating her elegantly elongated neck. Clad in a slightly faded white t-shirt and simple jeans, her canvas shoes completed a modest yet striking ensemble that could not conceal her delicate features. Her arched brows, high nose, and lovely curve of her lips rendered even her pensive profile worthy of the title of campus beauty. Wang Pingfei returned with 2 trays, struggling through the crowd. He plopped down beside Xia Dong, following his gaze and immediately breaking into a knowing smile. Hey, Dongzi, what are you looking at? He whispered, nudging Xia Dong with his elbow. That girl with short hair is quite the catch. Xia Dong redirected his gaze, taking a bite of his burger, and mumbled. You have sharp eyes. Of course, Wang Pingfei replied, raising his eyebrows with pride. Let me tell you, it's the quiet ones who are truly exceptional. I wonder which school she is from. Too bad the college entrance exam is over, or we could inquire further. Xia Dong chose not to engage, focusing intently on his meal. Snippets of the conversation from the adjacent table drifted over. Ming Ming, have you made up your mind yet? Asked a girl with a ponytail. The girl referred to as Ming Ming pointed to a major in the brochure, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Computer science and technology, she murmured softly, her tone laced with conflict. I actually like computers, but our homeroom teacher said this major has poor job prospects and is reliant on youth. She suggested I pursue architecture instead, claiming it offers stable employment and higher wages. Upon hearing the terms computer and architecture, Xia Dong's chewing instinctively slowed. This was all too familiar. Almost a replica of his previous life. Civil engineering, once a popular choice, was now a perilous pit for the future. Computer science, once an overlooked field, was now a golden avenue ahead. A single moment's decision could lead to vastly different destinies. Wang Pingfei also overheard the conversation and was immediately intrigued. Leaning closer to Xia Dong, he whispered, Hey, Dongzi, just like us, he's also troubled about choosing a major. If it were you, which of these 2 majors would you select? Rather than genuinely inquiring, Wang Pingfei seemed to be muttering to himself, merely seeking a conversational opening. However, Xia Dong's response was unexpectedly decisive. Without a hint of hesitation, he stated emphatically, computer science. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly amidst the clamor of the fast food restaurant. The three girls at the adjacent table turned in unison, their gazes fixated on Xia Dong. Wang Pengfei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly registered his surprise. A hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated such a forthright answer from Xia Dong, especially one that was overheard. He lowered his voice, grumbling. Why did you have to say it so loudly? Xia Dong paid him no mind, instead calmly meeting the gaze of a girl with short hair. Her expression was a blend of astonishment and curiosity. She seemed equally surprised that a boy of seemingly similar age at the next table would offer such a definitive answer. After a brief hesitation, she took the initiative to inquire, "Hello, classmate. What makes you so certain about choosing computer science?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear mountain spring. Wang Pengfei's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly adjusted his attire, straightening his posture in an attempt to present his best self. Yet Xia Dong maintained his composed demeanor. He set down his hamburger and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "It's nothing, just a personal opinion," he replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Explaining the technological trends of the next 2 decades to a stranger seemed overly burdensome and rather audacious. However, the girl named Zhao Meng, with her short hair, appeared quite persistent. She stood up and approached their table. "May I hear your thoughts? I'm genuinely conflicted." Her demeanor was earnest, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Wang Pengfei's heart raced, eager to signal Xia Dong with his eyes, clearly conveying the message, "Quick, an opportunity has arisen. Make a good impression." Xia Dong glanced at her, then at her 2 inquisitive companions behind her. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to elaborate further. After all, it could be considered a small act of kindness. Choosing the wrong major could indeed derail an ordinary person's life. Having experienced it himself, he understood. "Let me put it this way," Xia Dong organized his thoughts, adopting a tone as straightforward as possible. "What your teacher mentioned about architecture being a popular field is accurate in the present context. For the next decade, even 15 years, China will remain the largest construction site in the world, with buildings, roads, and bridges springing up everywhere. Studying architecture or civil engineering guarantees employment, and the salaries are commendable." Zhao Meng nodded in agreement, her understanding aligning perfectly with the information she had received from teachers and elders. However, Xia Dong's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. "Yet, every industry has its cycles. Once the buildings are mostly erected and roads are sufficiently constructed, that sector will inevitably transition from rapid growth into a plateau phase, or even a downturn." Chapter 13. The foreseen computer revolution. By that time, the industry would be saturated with talent, and competition would become exceedingly fierce. Securing a good job would then become a daunting task. This statement left Zhao Meng and her 2 classmates momentarily stunned. Terms such as cycle, saturation, and recession felt distant and unfamiliar to a group of students who had just graduated from high school. Wang Pengfei, too, was taken aback. He recognized each word spoken by Xia Dong, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him. Without pausing, Xia Dong continued, "However, the realm of computers is distinct. It is not merely an independent industry. It is a tool, a platform, an entity that can integrate with all sectors. In the future, whether you are shopping, seeking medical attention, traveling, or even farming, computers will be integral to the process. They will permeate every aspect of our lives, much like water and electricity." Do you believe such an industry lacks promise? As for the teacher's concerns regarding job scarcity, it is simply because the domestic internet industry is still in its infancy, and there are not yet many large companies that require high-end computer talent. But this is a temporary situation. I boldly assert that within 5 years, professionals in computer science will become the coveted assets of every company. A decade from now, an exceptional programmer will far surpass an excellent civil engineer in value. Xia Dong's tone remained steady, devoid of any excitement, as if he were recounting a well-established fact. Yet, to Zhao Meng, his words struck like thunder. She had never encountered such a perspective before. Everyone around her had been extolling the virtues of a career in construction, stable, respectable, a guaranteed livelihood. In stark contrast, the boy before her painted a vivid and intriguing future, one that seemed far more enticing. But isn't the field of computing just for the young? I've heard that as one ages, they face obsolescence. Zhao Meng voiced her final and most critical concern. Xia Dong smiled. Every industry has its youth-centric aspects. Even construction workers cannot bear the burden of bricks as they age. However, the distinction with computing lies in its emphasis on experience and wisdom. The more you code, the more your perspective on problems and your logical problem-solving skills undergo a transformative change. You will no longer be writing mere code. You will be crafting elegant systems and frameworks capable of altering the world. That is not obsolescence, that is transcendence. Of course, this requires a commitment to continuous learning and advancement. After sharing these thoughts, Xia Dong took a large sip of his cola, feeling he may have spoken more than necessary. The entire fast food restaurant seemed to fall silent. Zhao Meng stood there, her clear eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions: shock, contemplation, and a hint of enlightenment. The two female companions behind her exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Xia Dong's avant-garde theories. Wang Pingfei gaped, staring blankly at Xia Dong, feeling as though he was encountering this friend for the very first time. Was this truly the same Xia Dong who used to skip classes and engage in brawls alongside him? Such articulate discourse could hardly be expected from a high school student, let alone a university professor. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Ming took a deep breath and addressed Xia Dong, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I understand now." Her voice carried a hint of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Xia Dong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to mention it. I was merely speaking off the cuff. You must decide for yourself." Zhao Ming smiled faintly, a smile reminiscent of sunlight breaking through after a rainstorm. "No, your insights are indeed profound." With that, she turned and returned to her seat, where she picked up a pen and decisively circled the line for computer science and technology on the application form, casting aside any lingering doubts. Having finished their meal, Xia Dong and Wang Pingfei prepared to leave. "Let us go back and continue," Xia Dong announced, rising from his seat. Wang Pingfei, roused from his stupor, hastily followed suit. Upon exiting the fast food establishment, Wang Pingfei could no longer contain himself. "Dongzi, when did you become such a sage? That elaborate spiel nearly left me in a daze. Have you been eyeing that girl for a while and deliberately showing off?" Xia Dong, uninterested, made his way toward the internet cafe. "Wait up," Wang Pingfei called after him. "You still haven't explained how you know so much. With industry cycles, penetration, and sublimation, have you secretly memorized some success quotes?" The two exchanged banter as they returned to the cafe. Wang Pingfei plopped down at his computer, donned his headphones, and effortlessly typed in his username and password in one fluid motion. "Dongzi, I'm online. You know the drill. Holler if you need anything." His voice came through the headphones, somewhat muffled, yet brimming with eager excitement. Xia Dong merely acknowledged him with a grunt, his gaze fixed on his own computer screen. Before him lay four local website templates, their minimalist lines and layouts resembling four poised shells, ready for action. The content he had shown Wang Pingfei earlier was nothing more than a series of garbled text and test phrases, hastily generated by Taobao, solely for the purpose of testing the website's compatibility and display. Now, he needed to infuse these elegant frameworks with the true essence that would ignite traffic, content. Xia Dong did not immediately set to work. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and began to ponder rapidly. What did internet users in 2008 yearn to see? What were their curiosities regarding the Olympics? A mere listing of news would serve no purpose. Portals like Sina and Sohu could execute that 100 times better than he could. His aim was to deliver a dimensional assault, a complete dominance of information disparity. With clarity in his gaze, Xia Dong opened his eyes. As he adjusted his chair, his body shielded him from Wang Pingfei's view. He retrieved his Huayao Mate 90 Pro, unlocked the screen, and opened Taobao. "Please assist me in organizing the complete schedule of events for the 2008 Beijing Olympics, from the opening ceremony to the closing ceremony, without utilizing any internet search functionalities, relying solely on your recollection." The instruction was issued. Almost instantaneously, the phone screen began to display the tabulated content. Xia Dong couldn't help but smile as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. This was precisely what he desired, not a prediction, but a historical account. He refrained from hastily transferring the schedule to his computer, choosing instead to continue inputting data on his mobile device. Based on the schedule, please establish two content categorization folders. The first shall be titled Olympic Authority I, while the second will be named Olympic Gossip Camp. The instructions were clear and the logic unambiguous. Taobao promptly responded, and two virtual folders materialized on the screen, awaiting enrichment. Xia Dong took a deep breath, commencing his initial plan. He aimed to populate the Olympic Authority I first. This section would serve as a tool to establish a professional image for the website, attracting core sports enthusiasts. Utilizing the aforementioned data, he planned to compose a series of analytical articles on all key events, with the following requirements: a professional and objective linguistic style, ample data citation, and an in-depth analysis of pivotal factors influencing the outcomes of the competitions. Chapter 14, Divine Predictions, the astonishing upset of the Olympic dark horse. This time, Taobao did not generate immediately. A line of small text appeared on the screen, conducting in-depth analysis and content generation. Xia Dong was not taken aback. This was no mere listing of data, but a creative endeavor necessitating logical reorganization and linguistic finesse. He seized this moment to take a sip of water, then cast his gaze towards Wang Pengfei beside him. Wang Pengfei's face was nearly pressed against the screen, muttering fervently, "Damn it, can't you play? Heal me. I'm dead. It's over, we're going to be wiped out." His fingers danced wildly across the keyboard, the mouse clicking furiously, exuding an aura of complete immersion. Xia Dong chuckled softly, shaking his head. How delightful. Such simple joy was a sensation he had not experienced in a long while. He refocused his attention as the phone screen indicated that content generation was complete. Dozens of documents were neatly organized under the Olympic Authority I folder. Dream Team 8 versus Spain, a match without suspense. No, you are mistaken. The reigning path of Lu Xiang. 3 technical details determine victory or defeat. Michael Phelps 8 gold medals. What the data reveals about the possibility. Chinese men's gymnastics team. A deep analysis of the revenge battle of the returning kings. Xia Dong opened one article and read attentively. The logical flow and phrasing mirrored that of a seasoned sports commentator. Even at the conclusion, a quote from a renowned foreign coach was included to substantiate the argument. Perfect. That was the only word in Xia Dong's mind. Yet, he understood that this was insufficient. While these previews were professional, similar content could be found across major portals. He sought something that would leave everyone utterly astonished, some extraordinary predictions. His fingers tapped the screen once more. This time his inquiries grew exceedingly specific, even somewhat peculiar. He requested a list of athletes who unexpectedly clinched gold medals at the 2008 Beijing Olympics, despite being overlooked by mainstream media prior to the event, along with detailed profiles and the key factors that contributed to their surprising victories. He explicitly instructed not to utilize any online search functions to avoid triggering the network search capabilities of Taobao. Taobao remained silent for several seconds, seemingly processing the logic behind the query. Subsequently, a list materialized. Men's individual foil gold medal, Zhong Man. Men's weightlifting 56 kilograms gold medal, Long Qingchuan. The list was brief, yet each name felt remarkably unfamiliar in the context of June 2008. Xia Dong gazed at these names, a smile creeping across his face. This was the bombshell he had been seeking. Under the series titled Dark Horse Hypotheses, he planned to compose an in-depth analytical article for each athlete. The objective: to unearth potential breakout points from their unremarkable historical performances and technical characteristics, employing highly provocative and misleading rhetoric to portray them as overlooked geniuses. It was imperative to remember that the tone of the articles was predictive rather than declarative. He emphasized the importance of the word predict. His intention was to publish these articles prior to the commencement of the Olympics, patiently awaiting the wheels of history to roll forth, elevating his website to prominence. When Zhong Man delivered a decisive strike and Long Qingchuan astounded the audience, countless internet users would flock to his prophetic posts, marveling at his foresight. At that moment, traffic would cease to be a concern. After completing the authoritative pieces on the Olympics, Xia Dong felt a throbbing sensation at his temples. This divine role was undeniably taxing. He resolved to switch gears and began to fill the second section, the Olympic gossip camp. This segment was decidedly more relaxed in its approach, entertaining, interactive, and topical. He requested assistance in gathering the following content: Yao Ming's most amusing quotes and anecdotes from his career, the romantic tales of Guo Jingjing and Hu Qigong. Michael Phelps' astonishing diet during the Beijing Olympics, a compilation of humorous blunders and moments from past Olympic Games, and the behind-the-scenes stories of the construction of the bird's nest and water cube for the Beijing Olympics. One directive after another, a steady stream of lighthearted, engaging articles brimming with details and juicy tidbits were generated. In the information-scarce year of 2008, such content was undoubtedly a rare commodity. Many tales would remain unmentioned until years, or even decades, later in various memoirs and interviews. Yet now, Xia Dong had chosen to release them in advance. He even had Taobao assist in designing an interactive daily quiz section with questions based on the results of the competitions. For instance, in tomorrow's men's 100-meter showdown, will Bolt break the world record? With two options below, A. Yes, B. No. The prizes have been decided. 10 users who answer correctly will be randomly selected to receive 10 Q coins. The cost is minimal, yet for the youth of this era, the allure is immense. Content generation is a monotonous and repetitive labor. Although Taobao is powerful, it still requires the creation of articles one by one. Conversely, Xia Dong must assume the role of a chief editor. He needs to scrutinize each article, ensuring that no vocabulary or information surpasses the comprehension threshold of 2008. For instance, he must replace big data analysis with comprehensive data statistics and fan economy with celebrity effect. His task is to seamlessly integrate these futuristic contents into the current era, making it appear as though they are the remarkable products of a dedicated professional team. Time elapses gradually amidst the sounds of typing, copying, pasting, and editing. In the room, only the hum of two computer fans remains, coupled with the occasional exclamation of frustration from Wang Pengfei. Damn, beautiful. Xia Dong glanced at him, noticing his flushed face. Clearly a sign of victory in a game. Wang Pengfei, having caught Xia Dong's gaze, removed his headphones and smugly inquired, Dongzi, what are you looking at? Were you impressed by my skills just now? Xia Dong chuckled. You're still playing games, huh? Of course. Wang Pengfei replied defiantly. I've booked the machine for 3 days. What else would I do? By the way, what have you been so secretive about all afternoon? Typing away as if writing a novel. Sort of, Xia Dong casually replied. I was writing product descriptions for our online store. Wang Pengfei nodded, half understanding, and then put his headphones back on. You keep at it. I'm about to start another round. For Wang Pengfei, Xia Dong's endeavors paled in comparison to the outcomes of a game. Xia Dong offered no explanation. He turned back to the screen, where a folder containing over 100 articles awaited, the fruits of an afternoon's labor. He stretched, his joints cracking audibly. Next, he would undertake the final step, categorically uploading these articles to the backends of 4 websites, followed by scheduling them for automatic publication. Chapter 15. The birth of Olympic prophecies and traffic codes beginning next Monday. In mid-June, 5 to 10 articles will be automatically published each day on each website. This steady frequency of updates will allow the content to permeate the internet like a gentle stream. By the eve of the Olympic Games, his network of websites will have cultivated an initial batch of seed users. When the Olympics officially commence and those prophetic predictions come to fruition, it will be a moment of explosive traffic. If each website publishes 5 articles daily, his 4 sites will collectively release 20 articles each day. With approximately 2 months, or 60 days, until the Olympics, he will need to prepare at least over 1,000 articles. Today, 100+ articles are merely a fraction of that requirement. However, with Taobao, this is but a trifling task for Xia Dong. Everything is now set. Xia Dong let out a long sigh, glancing out the window to find the sky completely shrouded in darkness. The lights of the internet cafe appeared increasingly bright, with the air thick with the mingled scents of smoke and instant noodles, more pronounced than in the afternoon. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that Wang Pengfei had already plunged into a new round of combat, his mouth spewing a stream of invectives. Xia Dong gently patted his shoulder. I'm heading back, he announced. Wang Pengfei, without turning his head, mumbled in response. Huh? What time is it? I promised my mom I'd come home for dinner, Xia Dong explained. I got it. You're so tedious. Wang Pengfei waved his hand dismissively. The room's booked until the day after tomorrow. You can come back tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow, Xia Dong replied, rising to leave the raucous and passionate confines of the private room. After he departed, Wang Pengfei seemed to sense something amiss. Removing his headphones to glance back, the seat was empty, and the computer screen displayed a labyrinth of incomprehensible folders. TCH, makes it seem so real, he scoffed, replacing his headphones and immersing himself once more in his own virtual battlefield. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Xia Dong opened the private room door to find Wang Pengfei sprawled on the couch, a puddle of drool forming beneath him, while the screen displayed a gray image of a game character lying defeated. Clearly, he had pulled an all-nighter. Xia Dong ignored him and proceeded to boot up the computer. With practiced ease, he accessed the back-end of several local websites, retrieving his Huayao Mate 90 Pro. His fingers danced across the cold screen. Taobao. Continue generating articles related to the Olympics. Style, press release. Topic, analysis of the favorites for the men's 110-meter hurdles. Generate 10,000 words. On the phone screen, text cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing without pause or contemplation, as if he were not creating, but merely recounting a tale from a long-ago history. Xia Dong executed the tasks with a stoic expression, copying, pasting, and repeating, resembling an emotionless factory worker packaging information from 2025 for the desolate internet landscape of 2008. During this endeavor, his focus was razor-sharp, and an uncharacteristic calmness emanated from his gaze. Nearby, Wang Pengfei turned over, smacked his lips, mumbled a curse at an in-game opponent, and fell back into a deep slumber. Xia Dong spent the entirety of the morning in this monotonous repetition, encompassing news, gossip, schedule analyses, and anecdotes about athletes. By the time he categorized all the articles and set the scheduled task to automatically publish 10 pieces daily starting mid-June, the clock had already passed 2 in the afternoon. He stretched languidly, his joints cracking in a symphony of pops. At last, Wang Pengfei stirred awake, rubbing his disheveled hair, his gaze bleary as he stared at the ceiling. Evidently still trapped in the gaming realm. "What time is it?" he croaked, his voice raspy. "Afternoon," Xia Dong replied, handing him a bottle of iced red tea. Wang Pengfei gulped down several swigs, belching loudly, finally regaining some semblance of awareness. Cursing under his breath, he opened his computer, frustrated after losing all night. He was determined to reclaim his pride today. Xia Dong remained silent, merely observing him. For the next 2 hours, the private room resonated with the furious clicking of Wang Pengfei's mouse and an array of expletives. Yet, it was evident that he was not in good spirits. After losing several rounds, he irritably slammed the mouse down. "I'm done. This is pointless." Leaning back in his chair, he aimlessly glanced around the room. Eventually, his gaze landed on Xia Dong's computer screen. "What are you up to? You seem rather secretive these past few days." Wang Pengfei leaned closer, peering at Xia Dong's screen, which displayed a website's backend, filled with an array of article titles. Shocking. The untold story behind Olympic champions. In-depth analysis. The fatal weaknesses of the USA Dream Team this year. Why did the Samoan weightlifter eat 3 pounds of roasted pork before the competition? Wang Pengfei's expression gradually shifted. "Wow, Xia Dong, are you writing a novel?" "Just creating a website to earn a little pocket money," Xia Dong replied nonchalantly. Intrigued, Wang Pengfei clicked on an article to read. "The writing is quite good, almost indistinguishable from reality," he exclaimed, impressed. "Where did you copy this from?" "I gathered the information online and organized it myself," Xia Dong replied, unflustered. Wang Pengfei continued reading several articles, growing increasingly animated, his initial indifference transforming into an indescribable excitement. "Dongzi, this is quite interesting. Oh, take a look at this article, preview of the 100-meter sprint showdown. It's well written, but too lengthy." Wang Pengfei pointed at the screen, his enthusiasm spilling over. "Who has the patience to read such long articles these days?" Xia Dong raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to elaborate. "You need to break it down," Wang Pengfei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Divide it into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower sections. Publish one today, one tomorrow, and one the day after. Doesn't that stretch the content over 3 days?" He continued to grow more animated. "Also leave a hook at the end." It was as if he had unlocked some hidden potential. For instance, after today's article, add a line like, "To discover who Bolt's greatest rival is. Stay tuned for the next installment. That will surely captivate the audience." A subtle smile crept onto Xia Dong's lips as he regarded Wang Pengfei, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. This fellow, a complete slacker in academics, possessed an almost primal instinct for these unorthodox methods. What he articulated was indeed the fundamental and core strategy of content management that would become prevalent years later. "That makes sense," Xia Dong nodded, maintaining his composure. "Is there more?" "Absolutely. So much." Wang Pengfei was now fully engaged, speaking fervently. "You need to revise the titles of these articles as well." "How should I change them?" "Look at this one. Notice regarding traffic control during the Olympics. It's far too bland. Who would want to read that?" Wang Pengfei gestured emphatically. "You should change it to attention. Avoid these locations in the capital during the Olympics, or face the consequences." Now that has a certain flair, doesn't it? Moreover, this introduction of the young gymnast Deng Linlin should be transformed into at merely 16 years of age and standing under 1.4 meters tall. What qualifies her to replace Cheng Fei in the Olympic competition? Additionally, Chapter 16. The Website Launch. Xia Dong listened quietly, his admiration for Wang Pengfei rising another notch. This fellow is undoubtedly a natural at the art of marketing. Had he not squandered his previous life in a vocational school, but instead delved into the realm of the internet early on, he might have become a prominent figure in the industry. Have you finished? Xia Dong inquired, waiting for him to catch his breath before he slowly continued. Finished? I was just rambling, Wang Pengfei said, scratching his head awkwardly. Xia Dong closed the website's backend, his demeanor turning serious. I need to discuss something important. What is it? Wang Pengfei, noticing Xia Dong's grave countenance, dropped his playful demeanor. I have created 4 websites, all dedicated to Olympic information, encompassing news, forums, images, gossip, and more. Xia Dong's voice was steady. My plan is to populate the sites with content before the Olympics commence, thereby amassing an initial user base. Once the games begin, we can leverage exclusive information and predictions to generate traffic and subsequently attract advertisements, thus earning revenue. Wang Pengfei's eyes widened gradually. Though he was unfamiliar with terms like exploding traffic or advertising alliance, he grasped the significance of the final word, profit. Can this really work? His voice was slightly hoarse. Why not? Xia Dong retorted. Just based on these articles? Precisely, solely relying on these articles. Wang Pengfei fell silent, gazing at Xia Dong as if seeing his childhood friend for the first time. Previously, Xia Dong, while academically capable, had an introverted demeanor bordering on dullness. However, the individual before him was calm, self-assured, discussing an ambitious plan he could scarcely comprehend, his eyes shimmering with an unrecognizable brilliance. Winter, do you want to join me? Xia Dong interjected directly. Wang Pengfei was taken aback. Me? He pointed to himself. What can I do? I struggle just to turn the computer on and off. What I just mentioned is precisely what you can do, Xia Dong replied. I will handle content and technology, while you will manage operations. Operations? Exactly what I just described. Modifying titles, breaking down articles, creating intrigue, and presenting these pieces in the most captivating manner possible, Xia Dong elucidated. In simple terms, it involves enticing people in and ensuring they stay. Wang Pengfei's breathing grew somewhat rapid. Is it really enjoyable to play games all day? Xia Dong pressed on. Haven't you always believed you are not inferior to those who excel in academics? You just haven't found your opportunity? Now, that opportunity lies right before you. This statement struck Wang Pengfei like a bolt of electricity, igniting something within him. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with an astonishing intensity. Let us do it. Though only a single word escaped his lips, it was imbued with a sense of resolute determination. Xia Dong smiled, tossing a USB drive to Wang Pengfei. This contains over 1,000 articles. It should keep you busy for a while. Familiarize yourself with the content, and subsequently allocate it to 4 different websites based on its various types. The backend address, along with the username and password, has been noted on the desktop. Xia Dong stood up and patted Wang Pengfei on the shoulder. You should have observed how I operated the backend just now. It is quite straightforward. Explore it on your own. I do not expect you to excel immediately, but I do insist that you apply yourself diligently. Wang Pengfei assured him with a pat on his chest, and then immersed himself in the back-end operations. Xia Dong watched for a while, and, noticing Wang Pengfei's quick grasp of the task, felt reassured and turned to leave the booth. He was headed back for dinner, confident that Wang Pengfei would manage everything well. Sometimes, for a wild stallion, all one needs to provide is a vast meadow and a sense of direction. The rest, he can handle on his own. Indeed. Upon finishing dinner and strolling back home, after a refreshing bath and settling into bed, Xia Dong received a text message from Wang Pengfei. The message was succinct, containing just 4 words. Dongzi impressive. Xia Dong smiled softly. The next day, when he returned to the internet cafe, the booth was eerily quiet. Wang Pengfei sprawled on the sofa, sleeping soundly like a log, with the computer screen still aglow. The screen displayed the release log of the website's backend. The timestamp on the last entry indicated it was 4:30 a.m. As Xia Dong approached, he observed that the scheduled release list was brimming with articles planned for the next month. Over 1,000 articles had been meticulously categorized, organized, and edited by Wang Pengfei throughout the night. Each title had been transformed, reflecting the essence of the future UC Shock department. In line with the strategy Xia Dong had outlined the previous day, some articles had even been thoughtfully divided into 2 parts. A smile crept onto Xia Dong's lips. He refrained from waking Wang Pengfei and instead retrieved a blanket from a nearby cabinet, gently draping it over him. Then, he returned to his own computer to commence the next phase of his plan, launching the website. In 2008, getting a website online was no trivial endeavor. Unlike the convenience of future cloud servers, where a few clicks suffice, one had to purchase or lease physical servers, configure the environment, and manage domain name resolution. Any misstep in the process could lead to considerable frustration. However, for Xia Dong, these challenges posed no obstacle. He once again pulled out the black brick of a device. Taobao, I require a plan for 2008 to reliably, swiftly, and cost-effectively launch 4 static websites. The screen of his phone almost instantaneously produced an exceptionally detailed plan. From recommending the most cost-effective virtual hosting providers to instructions on how to upload files via FTP and detailed steps for DNS resolution, every stage was accompanied by clear explanations, even highlighting common pitfalls. Xia Dong was akin to an examinee equipped with standard answers, proceeding methodically through each step. He procured a virtual host, uploaded the website files, and parsed the domain name, executing the entire process with effortless grace, devoid of any hindrance. In less than an hour, his 4 Olympic information websites quietly emerged on the vast expanse of the internet. Having accomplished this, he did not pause. Taobao, I require an SEO optimization plan for major search engines that is most effective in 2008. If launching a website is merely akin to erecting a house, then SEO, or search engine optimization, serves as the grand avenue leading to that abode. The better the road is constructed, the more visitors it attracts. In 2008, SEO remained a relatively nascent concept in the domestic realm. Most websites were still entrenched in rudimentary optimization tactics, relying heavily on keyword stuffing and indiscriminate backlinking. However, the plan presented by Taobao was an entirely different paradigm. It not only encompassed all the mainstream white-hat SEO techniques of 2008, but also introduced some remarkably forward-thinking concepts. Terms such as user experience optimization, content scarcity construction, and semantic relevance layout would not be revered as standards by domestic webmasters for several more years. Chapter 17. Fat Orange. Xia Dong gazed at this plan, marveling once more at the formidable power of technology. This was no mere dimensional strike. It was akin to navigating an interstellar battleship against a tribe of primitive beings wielding wooden sticks. Following Taobao's guidance, he meticulously optimized the code and structure of the 4 websites. He adjusted the TDK tags, established a sitemap, optimized the URL structure, and organized the internal link network. His fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, producing a series of crisp sounds. In that moment, Xia Dong transformed back into the seasoned programmer, omnipotent in the realm of code. His gaze focused and demeanor stoic. Before long, the morning had slipped away. Wang Pengfei finally roused from his slumber, blinking sleepily as the blanket slipped from his shoulders to the floor. How did I fall asleep? He muttered, shaking his groggy head. Take a look at this, Xia Dong said, turning his monitor towards him. The screen displayed a streamlined data statistics backend, clearly revealing real-time visitor counts and page views for the 4 websites. Is this our website? Wang Pengfei's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, it just went live, Xia Dong replied. From now on, your responsibilities will include not only updating content, but also monitoring these data daily. Which titles garner the most clicks? Which articles boast the highest completion rates? These metrics will reveal user preferences. Then, we shall produce more of what they wish to see. Wang Pengfei nodded, somewhat bewildered, yet unable to conceal the excitement glimmering in his eyes. He felt as though he were participating in something truly remarkable. Just then, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. It was not Xia Dong's modern Huayao phone, but rather his own pocket, containing an antiquated Nokia from 2008. Xia Dong retrieved his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was his father, Xia Zhengwo. He stepped outside the private room and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad. Dong Dong, where are you right now? The voice on the other end, Xia Zhengwo's, was laced with an unmistakable excitement. I'm at the internet cafe, what's up? The samples have arrived, Xia Zhengwo exclaimed, his words imbued with a sense of triumph. The first batch of fat oranges, 500 in total, has all been produced. Old Zhang says they are simply perfect. Xia Dong's heart raced in response. The first step towards salvaging the family factory had finally been taken. Calm down, Dad, he urged, suppressing his own excitement to maintain a steady tone. How can I not be excited? The product is ready. What comes next? What about that Taobao you mentioned? How do we go about it? You said product photos are crucial. Should we hire a professional advertising company for the shoot? Xia Zhengwo bombarded him with questions. An advertising company? The thought flickered through Xia Dong's mind. A budget option would likely produce results inferior to what he could achieve with his phone. A more expensive service, aside from the cost, might not grasp the essence of the Fat Orange series, which was both adorable and cheeky. Moreover, he preferred to keep outsiders from meddling in the affair. His gaze fell upon his Huayao Mate 90 Pro, a pinnacle of imaging technology for 2025. Equipped with computational photography and a variable aperture that could easily surpass all DSLR cameras of the era. Not to mention, he had an almost omnipotent post-production wizard at his disposal, Taobao. Dad, Xia Dong began, his voice firm yet soft. You don't need to worry about the photos. I will find someone to take them. Find someone. Who will you hire? Xia Zhengwo asked, perplexed. A friend of mine, very professional, Xia Dong replied, fabricating the assurance effortlessly. Just get the samples ready for me. I'll come by to pick them up. Originally, Xia Dong could have waited until the evening to collect the samples when his parents returned home. However, he was eager to see the samples and also had plans to share his subsequent strategies with his parents. Ultimately, he decided to head over immediately. After hanging up, he returned to the private room and grabbed his backpack. Peng Fei, I have an urgent matter at home and need to leave now. Please explore the website's backend data on your own, and we can discuss anything unclear when I return. Wang Pengfei was engrossed in studying the website's backend functions and merely nodded absently in response. All right, you go ahead. I'll hold down the fort here. Xia Dong said no more and quickly exited the internet cafe. The constant air conditioning inside had made him oblivious to the season, but as he stepped outside, the sweltering heat of June 2008 hit him like a wave. He squinted against the dazzling sunlight. Extending his hand, he hailed a taxi. A red Jetta cab slowly came to a stop. The driver rolled down the window, poking his head out, his expression neutral. Where to? Master. To Shizai Road in the suburbs, Xia Dong replied. The driver frowned, a hint of impatience crossing his face as he waved dismissively. Not going there, too far. I'm changing shifts. Once he finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator, merging seamlessly into the flow of traffic, leaving behind only a faint trace of exhaust. Xia Dong remained unperturbed, merely smiling. The second taxi driver, upon hearing the destination, shook his head repeatedly and drove off without hesitation. Such was the year 2008, an era devoid of ride-hailing services and threats of negative reviews. Taxi drivers were characterized by their distinct personalities. He silently contemplated that once the website generated its first profits, he would need to acquire a driver's license during the summer. Owning a car, even a second-hand one, would certainly be preferable to waiting on the roadside, subject to the whims of others. After all, time was the most precious commodity. Just then, a third taxi swayed to a stop before him. The vehicle appeared somewhat worn, with several noticeable scratches on the bumper. Master, Shazai Road, are you going? He inquired. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with weathered skin and a cigarette dangling from his lips, mumbled, Sure, $50, no meter. Xia Dong did not haggle. He simply opened the door and slid into the back seat. All right. The moment the door shut, a complex aroma enveloped him. The pungent scent emanating from the cheap leather seats, heated by the sun, mingled with years of sweat, smoke, and an indistinguishable car air freshener. Classic nostalgia, Xia Dong thought. The aroma was remarkably authentic. The vehicle started, meandering slowly onto the road. Without the aid of smart navigation, the driver relied solely on experience and memory to navigate the city. The ride was bumpy, and after more than half an hour, they finally turned into a familiar industrial area. Xia Dong immediately spotted the somewhat faded sign of his family's factory. He paid the fare and exited the vehicle. As he pushed open the office door, a rush of cool air greeted him. Inside stood three individuals, his father, Xia Zhengwo, his mother, Zhou Yunfang, and the factory's chief technician, Uncle Zhang Weiming. Rather than sitting as usual, the three were gathered around a large desk, intently examining something. Upon hearing the door open, they simultaneously looked up. Xia Dong was momentarily taken aback, for he perceived an unprecedented spark in their expressions, an amalgamation of excitement, astonishment, and even elation. Particularly striking was his father, Xia Zhengwo, a man typically as steadfast as a mountain, who, even in the face of calamity, merely furrowed his brow. Yet at this moment, his eyes shimmered with an almost fiery intensity. Chapter 18, The Fat Orange Blind Box, Unexpected Surprises and Controversy. Xiao Dong, you've arrived. His mother, Zhou Yunfang, called out. her voice tinged with an unmistakable tremor as she hurried toward him. Is this what you were talking about? She seemed to search for a word to encapsulate her thoughts, but momentarily faltered. It was Zhang Weiming, the tech enthusiast, who adjusted his thick glasses, revealing bloodshot eyes that sparkled with excitement. He pointed at the items on the desk and flashed a grin, exposing teeth stained yellow from smoke. Xia Dong, you are simply a genius. Xia Dong followed the direction of his finger, his curiosity piqued. On the expansive desk, 10 palm-sized, colorful figurines were meticulously arranged. They were the chubby oranges. The visual impact of the physical objects was far more striking than their representation on screen. The plastic exuded quality, smooth and weighty, devoid of any hint of cheapness. The painting technique was impeccable, the colors were vibrant, and the edges were sharp, clearly crafted by a skilled artisan. Uncle Zhang was indeed remarkable. Xia Dong picked up one of them. This particular chubby orange was performing gymnastics, its rotund body contorted into an astonishing angle. Yet its face bore a solemn expression, creating an irresistibly charming contrast that evoked laughter. Another one was lifting a miniature barbell, the weight so tiny they seemed almost pitiful, but it exerted every ounce of strength, its entire body trembling, the flesh on its face jiggling as its mouth gaped wide, as if engaged in an epic struggle. Adorable, humorous, and somewhat absurd, it encapsulated the sentiment of striving yet feeling futile, resonating deeply with countless young hearts in later generations. Xia Dong inspected each one, a chubby orange playing soccer, another shooting hoops, yet another practicing yoga. Each one was delightfully awkward, each brimming with narrative. How is it? Xia Zhengwo approached, his voice deep but tinged with a subtle tension. Even better than I imagined, Xia Dong exclaimed sincerely. So much better. He turned to Zhang Weiming. Uncle Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Weiming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It was no trouble at all. I've spent my entire life making toys, but I've never created anything this intriguing. His eyes sparkled with a blend of obsession for his work and admiration for Xia Dong. What curious yet precise ideas could possibly reside in the mind of this young man who had just completed his college entrance examination? Xia Dong retrieved a cloth bag from his backpack and carefully placed each of the 10 different chubby orange samples inside. Dad, Mom, I'll take these for a photo shoot to start an online store. Of course, of course. Zhou Yunfang nodded eagerly, her face beaming with joy. Do you need any help? Not for now, Xia Dong replied, zipping up his backpack. He then shifted the conversation, seemingly casually inquiring, by the way, Dad, now that this batch is ready, how do you plan to sell it? What will the pricing be? Upon this question, the previously excited atmosphere in the office cooled slightly. Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang exchanged glances. Zhou Yunfang spoke first. We were just discussing that. Uncle Zhang calculated that the cost for each is about 5 yuan. We think we can price them at 15 yuan each, which would yield a decent profit. Xia Zhengwo nodded in agreement, adding, for packaging, we'll use those transparent plastic boxes to secure the toys inside, allowing customers to see the styles clearly and choose their favorites. This indeed represented the most mainstream and logical sales approach of the era, clear and straightforward, fair to all. The 3 adults in the office regarded this plan as entirely reasonable. However, Xia Dong slowly shook his head. No, he uttered, 2 simple syllables that left the other 3 in stunned silence. Why not? Xia Zhengwo furrowed his brow. This pricing and selling method is far too conventional, Xia Dong replied. Conventional? Zhou Yunfang expressed her confusion. Isn't that how one sells things? Clear pricing, straightforward. What's wrong with that? Xia Dong did not respond directly. Instead, he created suspense. If we are to engage in this, let us do something unprecedented. He paused, enunciating a term that, in 2008, would have seemed utterly foreign to the 3 elders. We shall sell in the form of blind boxes. Blind boxes? Zhou Yunfang echoed, her expression filled with bewilderment. Xia Zhengwo and Zhang Weiming also wore looks of perplexity. What are blind boxes? Literally, boxes that are blind? Xia Dong gazed into their eager yet puzzled eyes, cleared his throat, and began his enlightening explanation. A blind box is quite simple. We place these 10 distinct chubby cats into identical, completely opaque boxes. When customers come to purchase, they can only see the packaging, but they have no idea which chubby cat resides within. Only when they pay and unbox will they discover what they have acquired. As soon as Xia Dong finished speaking, the office fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After approximately 5 seconds, Zhou Yunfang was the first to react, her voice suddenly rising 8 octaves. Nonsense. This is utterly absurd. She looked at her son, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Xia Dong, have you spent too long in the internet cafe? Have you lost your mind? Who would pay for something they cannot identify? Isn't this deceitful? What if a customer opens it and finds it's not the style they like? They would feel cheated. They would demand a refund. Although Xia Zhangwo did not exhibit the same level of agitation as his wife, his brow was tightly knitted. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled slowly, the smoke swirling as his voice emerged somewhat hoarse. Son, in business, integrity is paramount. Ensuring customers understand their purchases is the most fundamental principle. What you propose sounds akin to gambling. Even Zhang Weiming, who typically focused solely on technical matters, could not refrain from interjecting, "Indeed, Xia Dong, this concept sounds rather precarious." The three elders unanimously opposed the idea. Xia Dong had anticipated this reaction. If he had managed to persuade them outright, it would have indeed been strange, considering he was proposing a business model that would only become a national craze a decade later. He remained unperturbed, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Dad, Mom, Uncle Zhang, please don't rush to dismiss this. Consider why some people enjoy buying lottery tickets." Xia Zhengwo paused, taken aback. "Is it even comparable? A lottery can yield 5 million. The essence is the same," Xia Dong gently guided. "What people purchase is not merely the product itself, but rather a glimmer of hope, a sense of anticipation. We sell blind boxes, but what we offer transcends mere toys. We provide our customers with that fleeting moment of anticipation, anxiety, and surprise as they unveil the contents within. It is akin to receiving an enigmatic gift. Imagine a young girl who adores a particular design, yet when she purchases two, both reveal a basketball player. What would her reaction be?" Chapter 19, Customer Service in Online Stores. "She would feel frustrated and vow never to buy again," said Zhou Yunfang promptly. "No," Xia Dong countered, shaking his head. "She would desire it even more. What is unattainable becomes the most coveted. She might opt to purchase another, or even 2 or 3 more, simply to obtain that which she yearns for. Alternatively, she could exchange with classmates or friends. Hey, I have a basketball player. Do you have a gymnast? Shall we trade? You see, this fosters social interaction. Toys evolve beyond mere objects. They transform into a form of social currency." Xia Dong became increasingly animated, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Moreover, we can take this a step further. When producing our 10 designs of chubby oranges, we should vary the quantities. Look at this one." He pointed to the most amusing design, depicting a chubby orange performing a dive in a headstand. "For the other designs, let us produce 1,000 each, but for this particular one, let us limit it to a mere 100, or even 50. Then, as we promote it, we can announce that within this series lies a remarkably rare hidden variant." Can you imagine what would ensue? Xia Dong's voice resonated with persuasive power. The 3 senior colleagues in the office were completely captivated by his vision. They could almost envision a throng of young people fervently purchasing toys in pursuit of that elusive hidden variant. "Is this feasible?" Zhou Yunfang questioned, still harboring some doubt, though her tone lacked the earlier firmness. "Isn't this essentially encouraging unnecessary expenditure?" "Mom, this is not frivolous spending. It embodies the joy of collecting," Xia Dong clarified. "Take the little raccoon snacks. To complete a set of 108 water margin cards, some individuals buy hundreds of packets, discarding the noodles just to acquire that one card. This is human nature. We are not deceiving human nature. We are fulfilling it." Xia Dong concluded his argument with conviction. "The concept for this toy originated from me. The plan for the online store was devised by me. Now, this final step, the most crucial one, our sales model. I hope you will trust me once more. Just this once." Xia Zhengwo extinguished his cigarette, but, gazing intently at the 10 vibrant little figures on the table before lifting his eyes to his son. The Xia Dong before him articulated his thoughts with clarity, his reasoning meticulously constructed, and his gaze radiating determination that belied his youth. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed from a boy still in need of parental concern into a seasoned strategist. After a prolonged silence, Xia Zhengwo finally spoke a single word: "Let us do it." Zhou Yunfang opened her mouth, intending to voice her thoughts, but upon encountering her husband's resolute gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words. She chose to place her trust in her husband and their son. A great weight lifted from Xia Dong's heart. He realized that the most challenging hurdle had been surmounted. Excellent. His spirits soared as he promptly set about organizing the next steps. "Dad, Uncle Zhang, we must swiftly adjust the production plan. Let us establish a modest target first, 10,000 units for the initial batch. This will comprise 9 standard models, with each producing 1,100 units. The last model, the hidden variant we just discussed, will only see 100 units produced. This brings us to exactly 10,000. The probability of encountering the hidden variant is 1%. Zhang Weiming immediately produced paper and pen, swiftly recording the details. His technical mind began to race, calculating the frequency of mold usage and the proportions of raw materials. Next, we must consider the packaging, Xia Dong continued. The boxes must be made of sturdy cardstock to ensure that the style inside remains undetectable from the exterior. The design should be exquisite, featuring all 10 cartoon representations of the chubby orange on the front, creating a dazzling effect. The sides should carry promotional phrases such as contains surprises and random selection. Listening intently, Xia Zhangwo felt a sense of direction. I will take charge of the packaging, he said firmly. Old Wang's packaging factory is next door, and I have known him for decades. I will go speak with him shortly to convey our requirements and expedite the sample production. Xia Dong nodded appreciatively, comforted by his father's unwavering decisiveness. Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation from the esoteric business model back to more pragmatic realities. Dad, Mom, Uncle Zhang. Once we produce the Chubby Orange series, we must immediately list it on our Taobao store. He paused, surveying the trio. Once it's listed, it won't simply be a matter of display. Questions will arise, such as, how much is this? Is shipping included? What courier will be used? When can we expect delivery? These inquiries necessitate someone dedicated to manning the computer, responding to each one. He punctuated his point by mimicking typing in the air. This individual will be our customer service representative. Xia Zhangwo furrowed his brow, clearly processing this new terminology. Customer service? He echoed. Indeed, customer service, Xia Dong clarified. Not only must they answer queries, but they must also manage orders, liaise with couriers, and even address post-purchase concerns. This role is crucial, as it directly impacts our store's reputation. Zhou Yunfang grasped the implications and, with concern, inquired, what sort of person do we need? Your father and I are quite slow at typing. Xia Dong had anticipated this question. He turned to Xia Zhangwo, his tone earnest. Dad, do we have anyone in the factory who is particularly adept with computers and types swiftly? Xia Zhangwo, cigarette in hand, fell into contemplation. Most of the factory workers were seasoned craftsmen in their 40s and 50s or young individuals who had only recently left rural areas. While they could handle machines with ease, navigating computers would indeed be a monumental challenge. He inhaled sharply, and amidst the swirling smoke, a hazy figure gradually came into focus. It was a young man. Xia Zhangwo extinguished his cigarette on the ground. His name was Du Xiaoyan, who had just arrived last year. It was said that he had worked as a network administrator in a cyber cafe in the county for 2 years. He was quite honest, not much of a talker, but his hands and feet were nimble. A thought stirred in Xia Dong's mind. A network administrator? This was a perfect fit for a customer service role at Taobao in 2008. He understood computers, typed quickly, and might have some exposure to internet slang. Most importantly, he was young and quick to learn. Dad, it's him, Xia Dong decisively declared. You should talk to him and see if he is willing to take on this role. The salary can be a bit higher than what he currently earns. Xia Zhangwo nodded, committing the matter to memory. There was another issue, Xia Dong continued. The computer in the office is too old. It lags when opening a web page. It definitely won't suffice as the store's main machine. We need to purchase a new one with better specifications for faster performance. Otherwise, if the orders pile up and the computer crashes, it would be quite a disaster. Xia Zhangwo wholeheartedly agreed. He had a love-hate relationship with that beloved computer. He had spent thousands on it initially, but now it had become a burden. It must be replaced, he said solemnly. Xia Dong raised his hand, making a gesture for 5. Dad, please lend me 5,000 yuan. I will head to the computer market today and get a complete set. Computer, monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Chapter 20. The Clash of 5,000 yuan and the Computer Market 5,000 yuan. In 2008, for a student who had just completed their college entrance exam, this was a substantial sum. For a family on the brink of bankruptcy, it was an even heavier burden. Zhou Yunfang's expression clearly reflected her hesitation. Yet, Xia Zhangwo merely cast a silent glance at his son. In the past, he would never have entrusted such a significant amount to his son. However, after the samples had been produced today, his trust in Xia Dong had undergone a profound transformation. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked into the office. Moments later, He emerged holding a bulging, old envelope. From within, he counted out 50 crisp 100 yuan bills, neatly stacked, and handed them to Xia Dong. Spend it wisely. His voice was slightly hoarse. Understood, Dad, Xia Dong replied, feeling the thickness and weight of the stack of bills, along with the residual warmth that belonged to his father. He carefully tucked the money into his pocket and gave it a pat. I'm off then. Be careful on the way, Zhou Yunfeng admonished. Xia Dong acknowledged her and turned to leave the workshop. The factory area was permeated with the distinct odor of plastic products, mingled with the dust of a summer afternoon. It was not particularly pleasant, yet at that moment, Xia Dong found it remarkably endearing. He stood at the edge of the pockmarked cement road at the factory entrance, waiting for a long while. Located in the suburbs, taxis rarely ventured this way. Trucks laden with goods roared past, kicking up gusts of warm air. Xia Dong, imbued with patience, leaned against a half-dead poplar tree, squinting into the distance. At last, a red taxi, swaying as if intoxicated, approached from the road's end. Xia Dong immediately straightened, vigorously waving his hand. The taxi screeched to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a sun-baked driver who inquired, "Where to?" "Computer City." 40 yuan, no meter, the driver replied succinctly. All right. The vehicle resumed its journey, jolting onto the main road. Xia Dong reclined in his seat, watching the scenery blur by outside, his hand instinctively clutching the 5,000 yuan tucked in his pocket. This sum represented more than merely purchasing a computer. It embodied his father's trust. After approximately half an hour, the taxi halted in front of a massive, somewhat dilapidated building. We've arrived at Computer City, announced the driver. Xia Dong settled the fare and stepped out, greeted by a wave of heat accompanied by deafening clamor. Hey there, looking to buy a computer? The latest model. Dual core. Classmate. Need a setup? Student discount. I'll give you 20 off. System installation. Screen protection. Lowest prices in the house. Countless salespeople, resembling buzzing bees, surrounded him, brandishing colorful flyers. Xia Dong felt as though he had been transported back to his freshman year, a time when he knew nothing about computers and had been thoroughly taken advantage of. He smiled, parting the crowd and striding directly into the entrance of Computer City. The interior was even more spectacular. The first floor's hall was a labyrinth of densely packed counters, showcasing an array of brands, components, and supplies in dazzling variety. The air was infused with a peculiar blend of new plastic and circuit board scents. Above, inferior speakers blared deafening pop songs, mingling with the hawking voices of various salespeople, creating a cacophonous symphony of bizarre sounds. Xia Dong did not linger on the first floor, but ascended directly to the second. This level housed the DIY assembly area, the most intricate part of the establishment. As he stepped onto the escalator, a sharply dressed young man with slicked back hair approached him with a bright smile. Brother, looking to assemble a computer? The young man radiated enthusiasm, flashing a set of pearly whites. Just browsing, Xia Dong replied noncommittally. What are you looking for? Come check out my offerings. Without waiting for a response, the young man grasped Xia Dong's arm and led him to a corner counter. I'm Wang Hao. In this area, I've earned the moniker Computer Prince based on my integrity. Xia Dong found himself seated on a small stool as Wang Hao continued. Brother, what is your budget? What are your requirements? Gaming or office use? Wang Hao handed over a bottle of iced tea, exuding familiarity. Xia Dong twisted off the cap and took a sip, responding evenly, for office use, to set up an online store and occasionally handle some images. The budget is within 5,000, including the main unit and monitor. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. A student with such a purpose and budget was akin to a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. He immediately began typing furiously on the keyboard, muttering calculations under his breath. My dear brother, I shall furnish you with a top-tier configuration. For the CPU, I shall provide you with the illustrious Pentium E5200, a dual-core powerhouse, adept at both office tasks and gaming. Truly remarkable. The motherboard must be from Ashrock, the king of cost-effectiveness. For memory, I shall equip you with a Kingston 2GB DDR2 800, ensuring future upgrades will be a breeze. The hard drive shall be a spacious Seagate 320GB, accommodating your movies and photos with ease. The graphics card is paramount. I highly recommend the colorful 9500 GT with 512 megabytes of substantial memory, capable of running World of Warcraft without a hitch. He printed out the configuration list and slid it before Xia Dong, wearing a countenance that conveyed just how thoughtfully he had considered this. For the monitor, I shall provide a Great Wall 19-inch widescreen. It will certainly exude an air of grandeur. For the entire setup, my brother, I shall offer you an internal price of 4,988. What do you think? Quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Xia Dong picked up the configuration list and cast a cursory glance over it. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. The Pentium E5200 was indeed a legendary processor of its time, beyond dispute. The Kingston memory was also satisfactory. However, issues arose in the less visible aspects. Boss. Xia Dong set the configuration list on the table, gently tapping it with his finger. What is the RPM of this hard drive? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a technical inquiry from this student-like individual. It's standard, 7,200 revolutions per minute. Incredibly fast, he proclaimed confidently. Xia Dong smiled. Is that so? I have heard that many of the Seagate 320 GB units are actually 5,400 revolutions per minute clearance products, specifically supplied to you assemblers. Wang Hao's complexion shifted slightly. Who have you been listening to? That's impossible. Xia Dong disregarded him, directing his finger to the motherboard section. The Ashok motherboard is indeed commendable, but the model you've chosen uses the G31 chipset, correct? The G31 paired with the E5200 cannot fully utilize the front-side bus, resulting in at least a 10% performance loss. You dare call this top tier? Wang Hao's forehead began to bead with sweat. And this graphics card? Xia Dong's tone remained calm, yet struck Wang Hao like a small hammer. The 9500 GT sounds impressive. However, yours is the DDR2 memory version, is it not? Its performance pales in comparison to the DDR3 version, despite the significantly lower price. The most critical point lies here. Xia Dong's finger finally rested on the most inconspicuous line of the power supply. It simply stated Great Wall 350W power supply. Boss, you haven't even specified the exact model. Are you intending to use the Silent Master or the Energy Saver? Chapter 21, A Challenge at the Computer Market. These rated power supplies barely reach 250W. Are you attempting to let me experience the joy of random reboots daily with this setup? After Xia Dong finished speaking, he raised his head, quietly observing Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression had morphed from exuberance to a blend of red and white, ultimately settling into a deep purple hue. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. The surrounding shop owners and passing customers were drawn to the commotion, casting curious glances in their direction. They all discerned that the young man, resembling a student, was a master of concealed expertise. The computer whiz had, today, encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Xia Dong rose from his seat, placing the unfinished bottle of iced red tea upon the table. Thank you, boss, he remarked, turning to leave, leaving Wang Hao behind. Resembling a deflated balloon. Traversing several aisles, Xia Dong's footsteps came to a halt before a rather desolate counter. This counter, situated in a secluded spot, was cluttered with an assortment of computer component boxes, exuding a certain disarray. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, donned thick glasses and sat amidst the pile of parts, meticulously cleaning the dust from a CPU fan with a small brush. He seemed entirely oblivious to the surrounding commotion, lacking the enthusiasm exhibited by others in attracting customers. Xia Dong found this intriguing. He approached and gently tapped on the counter. Boss, I need a computer setup. Only then did the man lift his gaze, adjusting his glasses and responding with a slow, almost disinterested, "Oh, what are your requirements?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, devoid of emotion. Xia Dong smiled, mentally optimizing the configuration list he had seen earlier with Wang Hao. CPU, E5200. Motherboard, Gigabyte P43. Memory, ADATA's DDR2 800, 2 sticks for a total of 4 GB dual channel. Hard drive, Western Digital 500 GB blue, 7,200 revolutions per minute. Graphics card, Zotac 9600 GSO with DDR3 memory. Power supply, Hanjia's Com King Diamond Edition, rated at 300W. Case, any Cooler Master with good cooling performance. Monitor, AOC 22-inch widescreen. He recited the entire configuration in one breath, without any pauses. The owner's initial indifference transformed into surprise, and then finally, into a solemn scrutiny. He set down the fan and reevaluated the young man before him. This configuration, in 2008, could only be proposed by someone truly knowledgeable. Every component was essential, and there was no excess or inflation in pricing. The P43 motherboard perfectly supported the E5200, and while the 4 GB dual-channel memory would only recognize 3 25 gigabytes under a 32-bit system. The performance enhancement was unmistakable. The Western Digital Blue drive was stable and reliable. Zotac's graphics card was well-crafted, and the Hanjiao power supply was a guarantee of quality. This was a configuration that pursued an optimal balance of cost-effectiveness and stability. "You are quite knowledgeable," the owner finally said after a moment of contemplation. "I used to enjoy tinkering," Xia Dong replied modestly. The owner did not inquire further and picked up a calculator, diligently pressing buttons as he calculated each item meticulously, verifying repeatedly. Finally, he raised his head and announced a figure: 4,850 yuan. "This is the actual price, no less." Xia Dong nodded. This price aligned closely with his expectations, even coming in slightly lower. He understood that this proprietor had not deceived him. All right. He withdrew a thick wad of cash from his pocket, counted out 49 notes, and handed them over. "There is no need to search any further with the remaining 50. Please assist me in selecting a superior keyboard and mouse." The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the money presented by Xia Dong, then observing his youthful visage. Throughout his many years of operating this shop, he had encountered a myriad of customers, some meticulous, others feigning knowledge, but none had been quite like Xia Dong, who was both knowledgeable and prompt in his dealings. He silently accepted the money and nodded. "Very well. I shall install the system for you and ensure its stability. I will deliver it to you tomorrow." Xia Dong left the factory's address and Xia Zhengwo's phone number. "Thank you for your trouble, boss." "It is my duty," he replied, turning away from the counter and descending the staircase, traversing the bustling first floor, and ultimately exiting the computer market. Upon leaving, the night had fully descended. The neon lights along the streets flickered to life, casting an enchanting hue across the city's night sky. Instead of heading directly to the internet cafe, he took a detour, making his way homeward. Upon arriving home, a profound silence enveloped the house. His parents were likely still at the factory, preoccupied with concerns over the new batch of plump oranges. Xia Dong flicked on the light. The living room retained the familiar semblance of his memories. With his mother's coat casually draped over the sofa and his father's partially read newspaper resting on the coffee table, he strode directly into his bedroom, closed the door, and carefully extracted the 10 distinct plump orange samples from his backpack, arranging them neatly upon his desk. Under the light, these delightful little creatures appeared endearingly charming, each seemingly infused with vibrant vitality. Xia Dong retrieved his Huayao Mate 90 Pro from 2025. He did not hasten to capture images, but instead meticulously adjusted the angle of each plump orange, ensuring they showcased the most exquisite interplay of light and shadow beneath the desk lamp. Click, click. The phone emitted the sound of a virtual shutter with each press. Yet, every photograph displayed on the screen was sufficient to evoke envy from any professional photography studio in 2008. The ultra-high resolution, precise color reproduction, and the unique quality of the lens captured the plump orange's adorably silly, cheeky, and therapeutic essence with astounding clarity. Even the delicate matte texture of the figurines was distinctly visible. After completing the photographs, Xia Dong's fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he opened the familiar Taobao application. "Taobao, kindly assist me in processing these images," he typed. "I require main images for a Taobao store, elongated detail page images, and a promotional poster for the store's homepage. The desired style, warm, healing, and capable of evoking an immediate impulse to possess. Furthermore, please accompany the images with playful copy that possesses an internet-savvy touch, aligning with the mystery and fun of blind boxes." On the phone screen, a dynamic emoji emerged in the Taobao dialog box. "Command received, generating feelings of excitement for you." In the next moment, the phone began operating with an efficiency that seemed to belong to another era. One by one, the photographs were drawn into a virtual editing backend, undergoing cropping, color correction, layout design, filter application, and text insertion. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than half a minute. When the final product was unveiled before Xia Dong, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was remarkably professional. The main image featured a plump orange cat peeking out from a beautifully designed box, accompanied by a charming artistic phrase, "Guess who I am?" In the detailed long image, 10 plump orange cat figurines were cleverly integrated into various life scenes. Some lounged on keyboards, others rested atop books, and some gazed at the scenery from windowsills, each image resembling a heartwarming illustration. The most striking was the promotional poster. Chapter 22, The Emergence of Traffic. At the center of the image was a colossal question mark, with the blurred silhouettes of the 10 plump orange cats in the background. Above it, a bold phrase struck the soul: "The adult world needs a touch of surprise." Xia Dong smiled with satisfaction. With this set of images, he had no doubt that great endeavors would flourish. He even neglected to wait for his parents to return, carefully stowing the plump orange cat samples back into his bag, turning off the lights, and vanishing into the night. His destination, the internet cafe. Goodness, Dongzi, you finally returned. As Xia Dong pushed open the door to the booth, Wang Pengfei sprang up from his chair like a bull in heat. His face flushed and his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "If you hadn't come back, I felt like my CPU might just overheat." Xia Dong chuckled at his exaggerated reaction. "What is going on? Did you stumble upon a fortune? It's far more exhilarating than finding money," Wang Pengfei exclaimed, dragging Xia Dong to his computer, pointing at a colorful data page on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. "You have to see this." Xia Dong leaned in, his gaze fixed on the screen. It displayed a rudimentary website traffic statistics backend, clearly showing the real-time access data for 4 websites. The total visits across the 4 sites amounted to 10,630. Xia Dong's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. He had anticipated traffic, but he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly on the very first day, even less than a day. "How about that? Are you dumbfounded?" Wang Pengfei raised his eyebrows triumphantly, like a general celebrating a victory. "Since you left this afternoon, the data has skyrocketed like mad. I didn't even dare to blink as I watched it." "It was indeed somewhat unexpected," Xia Dong admitted candidly. He lowered his head in contemplation. In 2008, it was the golden era of rampant growth for the domestic internet. The number of netizens surged, yet quality content was exceedingly scarce. Most websites were still in the rudimentary stage of simply listing information. Few, like him, employed the mature content matrix and SEO optimization thinking of later generations. Moreover, the content he published had been refined and polished by Taobao, a super AI, ensuring that each piece struck precisely at the heart of netizens' desires. The Olympics was the sole focus of that summer. His 4 websites were akin to digging 4 wells in a parched riverbed, naturally attracting all the thirsty individuals. Quick, quick, quick. Let us see how much money we've earned." Wang Pengfei rubbed his hands together, even more excited than Xia Dong. Over 10,000 visits. How much could it possibly be? In his simplistic understanding, traffic equated to revenue. Xia Dong chuckled softly, remaining silent. He silently calculated in his mind. The monetization model for websites in 2008 was straightforward and rather crude. The most prevalent method was to join advertising networks, such as Baidu Union or Google AdSense. Earnings primarily depended on 2 metrics: CPM, or cost per 1,000 impressions, and CPC, or cost per click. With the prevailing rates of domestic advertising networks at that time, a mere 10,000 impressions, without a single click, might yield only a few yuan. Even with a click-through rate of 1%, with each click earning a few dimes, the total would still be modest. It was akin to farming. He had merely sown the seeds, with only the first green shoots emerging. Harvest time was far off. Under Wang Pengfei's expectant gaze, he leisurely opened a new web page, entering his recently registered online banking account and password. The page transitioned. The account balance appeared clearly in the center of the screen: 1,758 yuan. Wang Pengfei's breath caught in his throat. He leaned closer, blinking rapidly as if to confirm whether he had misread the decimal point. 17 yuan and 58 cents? He incredulously raised his head to look at Xia Dong, his initial excitement evaporating instantly, akin to a deflated balloon. Surely not. Over 10,000 visits, and it amounted to less than the price of a hamburger? What more could one expect? It was merely the first day. Our website had been online for less than half a day. Xia Dong reclined in his chair, exuding an air of calm. Wang Pengfei was taken aback, as if suddenly grasping the underlying principle. Yet, it seemed too little. This was just the beginning. Xia Dong's gaze remained steady. They were in the preparatory phase. The Olympics had yet to commence, and only a fraction of their articles had been published. When the Olympics commenced and the eyes of the world turned towards them, can you imagine the traffic we could amass? 100,000? 1 million? Or even 10 million? Wang Pengfei swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the blueprint Xia Dong had painted. By that time, daily earnings could surpass your wildest dreams. Xia Dong continued. So let go of fixating on these meager sums. Our aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. All right then, Wang Pengfei, still somewhat dazed, felt his earlier disappointment dissipating significantly, though he still found it a bit implausible. He stifled a great yawn, tears forming in his eyes. I can't take it anymore. I've been staring at this dismal data all afternoon. My eyes are nearly blinded. He gestured towards the small sofa in the corner of the room. I'll just rest for a bit. You hold the fort. If anything arises, make sure to wake me. With that, he staggered over and collapsed onto the sofa. And within 10 seconds, soft snores began to emanate from him. Xia Dong observed his comrade's state, shaking his head in resignation before quietly retrieving his Huayao phone. He activated the Bluetooth function on his computer, and an archaic, simplistic blue icon materialized on the taskbar. Subsequently, he enabled the Bluetooth on his phone and selected to connect to the computer. Connecting. Connection successful. As the file titled The Birth of the Chubby Orange was being transmitted, the progress bar on the computer screen moved forward at a glacial pace. Reminiscent of a languid snail, the Bluetooth 2.0 technology of 2008 was exasperatingly slow. Xia Dong felt his heart leap into his throat as he fixated on the progress bar while subtly keeping an eye on Wang Pengfei's demeanor. His breathing was steady. Thankfully, he was in a deep slumber. Minutes dragged on, and to Xia Dong, it felt as if a century had passed. At last, the progress bar reached its conclusion. The notification read, "File transfer completed." He swiftly disconnected, returning his phone to his pocket without a sound. After accomplishing this, he opened the recently transferred compressed file and extracted its contents. A series of meticulously curated images by Taobao appeared on the computer screen. Even on this antiquated device with poor color rendition, the images radiated a timeless beauty and impact. Xia Dong logged into his Taobao account, skillfully clicking to publish a new product. One by one, he uploaded the images, crafted titles, edited the text generated by Taobao, set prices, and established inventory. Product name: The Chubby Orange Daily Series, Blind Box Volume 1. Specification: 1 random box, includes 9 regular items and 1 hidden item. Gameplay: before unboxing, you will never know which chubby orange you will encounter. Come, experience the thrill. With all the details finalized, he saved the draft. All that remained was to await his father's packaging to be completed, so he could launch the product. Chapter 23. Customer Service Training upon exiting the internet cafe. The night had enveloped the world in darkness. Xia Dong hailed a taxi, leaning back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest after providing the driver with his home address. Wang Pengfei accompanied him, claiming that 3 consecutive days of intense effort had drained the last vestiges of energy from his body. He longed to return home and collapse into the soft embrace of his bed, seeking oblivion in sleep. Xia Dong remained non-committal to this sentiment, well aware that Wang Pengfei's fervor was ignited by his entrepreneurial aspirations, fueling a certain ambition within him. However, this was of little consequence. The framework of the website had been constructed, and the content was nearly complete. All that was left was to adhere to the schedule for timely publication. As they journeyed home, Xia Dong replayed all the details of the past few days in his mind. Like a seasoned chess player, he contemplated each move, envisioning the potential outcomes of dozens of subsequent steps. In this second chance at life, he was determined to succeed. He could not afford to lead a life of mediocrity as he had in his previous existence. The night passed without a word. The following day, Xia Dong unusually arose early. Clad in a refreshing athletic outfit, he emerged from his room just as his mother, Zhou Yunfang, was entering with a plate of freshly fried eggs. "Awake?" she asked, her face lighting up with surprise before transforming into a gentle smile. "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" In a hurried manner, it was evident that they had not rested well. Xia Dong smiled faintly, approaching to take the plate. "You've had enough sleep. Aren't you going to the factory today? I'll accompany you." Just then, Xia Zhangwo emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush still in his mouth. Mumbling indistinctly, "What is the point of going to the factory? It's all dust. You might as well stay home." Xia Dong placed the plate on the dining table and picked up a slice of toast. "The people from the computer city should deliver the computers today. I need to supervise the setup. Moreover, the online store project should also be prioritized." Upon hearing the mention of the online store, Xia Zhangwo paused for a moment. After rinsing his mouth and spitting out the foam, he wiped his mouth with a towel. "All right, then we shall go together." His tone revealed no particular emotion. Yet Xia Dong understood that her father had begun to take this matter to heart. After breakfast, the 3 of them boarded Xia Zhangwo's somewhat worn Santana and headed towards the factory in the suburbs. The vehicle jostled along the bumpy road, stirring up a cloud of dust. Half an hour later, the Santana halted before the iron gate of the toy factory. "Let us go inside and speak," Xia Dong said as he turned off the engine and stepped out first. Upon entering his father's modest office, Xia Dong retrieved a brown paper bag from a corner cabinet. "Take a look at this," he said, handing the bag to Xia Dong. She opened it to reveal several exquisitely designed paper boxes. The front of the boxes displayed the cheeky face of a chubby orange cat, while the sides were adorned with question marks and delightful paw print patterns. The overall design was simple yet playful, and most importantly, the boxes were completely sealed, rendering the contents a mystery from the outside. "This is a sample I had old Wang from the neighboring printing factory rush for us. What do you think?" Xia Dong inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Xia Dong examined the box thoroughly, nodding in approval. "It's quite impressive, even better than I envisioned. Especially the seal," she pointed to the bottom of the box, which utilized a non-reusable adhesive. Once torn, it could not be restored, thus eliminating the risk of prior tampering. Xia Dong nodded, a hint of pride crossing his face. "I do understand a thing or two about this." Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office. "Boss Xia, the computers have arrived." A delivery worker clad in blue overalls was directing his companions as they carefully unloaded a large cardboard box from the truck. Xia Dong hurried out to greet them. "Thank you for your hard work. Just bring it to my office." Before long, the brand new computer tower and monitor were set up on Xia Dong's desk. The delivery worker powered it on, confirming everything was in order before taking his leave with the signed receipt. Zhou Yunfang curiously touched the sleek LCD monitor. "This thing is remarkably thin, far more aesthetically pleasing than the previous bulky model." Xia Dong chuckled, seated herself before the computer, skillfully booting it up to check the specifications. Once confirming everything was correct, she looked up at Xia Dong and said, "Dad, please call Du Xiaoyan over." Xia Dong paused. "What do you need Xiaoyan for?" "To teach him how to operate the online store. He will be our first customer service representative," Xia Dong explained. Although Xia Dong harbored some lingering doubts, he nonetheless turned to summon someone from the workshop. Before long, a tall, slender young man with somewhat pale skin entered behind him, dressed in a faded work uniform. His gaze occasionally darted away, revealing an air of shyness. This was Du Xiaoyan. "Boss, you called for me?" he inquired softly, directing his question towards Xia Dong. Xia Dong stood up and smiled at him. "Brother Xiaoyan, you have experience as an internet cafe manager and are well-versed in computers. I would like to ask for your assistance with a task." Du Xiaoyan glanced at Xia Dong, then at Xia Dong, and nodded slightly. "Please, have a seat." Xia Dong gestured towards the chair in front of the computer. Du Xiaoyan complied, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Without further ado, Xia Dong opened the Taobao website and launched the Ali Wang client. "This is Taobao's chat tool. In the future, customers will contact us through this when making purchases." As he spoke, he demonstrated the functionality. "See, when a customer sends a message, this will flash. Our first task is to respond promptly. Remember, it must be immediate." Xia Dong emphasized the importance of timely replies. In 2008, online shopping faced slow logistics and inconvenient payment methods, so customers' patience is quite limited. A swift response is half the battle won. Du Xiaoyan nodded, though only partially comprehending. When replying, begin with a friendly term of address, such as "Dear," to foster a sense of warmth. For instance, "Dear customer, welcome to the Toy King specialty store. How may I assist you today?" Xia Dong typed this greeting on the keyboard for Du Xiaoyan to see. At the end of your messages, you can add charming emoticons, like smiley faces, to enhance approachability. Standing nearby, Xia Dong and Zhou Yunfang exchanged bewildered glances. Is there really so much to consider for a simple purchase? And dear? Xia Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring his parents' reactions, Xia Dong continued training Du Xiaoyan. Customers may pose various inquiries, such as how much is this? Is shipping included? When will it be shipped? We can preemptively draft answers to these common questions and save them in a document. When customers ask, we can simply copy and paste to save time. This technique is called quick reply. Furthermore, if a customer appears indecisive, we can proactively recommend products, such as highlighting the fun of our mystery boxes and the rarity of hidden editions to stimulate their purchasing desire. If a customer buys in bulk, we may consider offering small gifts or rounding down the total to make them feel they've gained an advantage, encouraging them to return. Xia Dong eloquently conveyed these e-commerce customer service strategies, which have since become commonplace, to Du Xiaoyan in this era. Chapter 24. The The pricing controversy of the fat orange mystery box each point he made resonated as a guiding principle of the time. Initially, Du Xiaoyan merely listened, but gradually, his eyes sparkled with understanding. Though he was not loquacious, his mind was sharp, and he quickly grasped the nuances of Xia Dong's teachings. This is not merely a marketplace. It is an exploration of the human psyche. An hour later, Xia Dong paused to sip some water. These are the essential points. The rest is for you to discover on your own. Feel free to ask me any questions. Du Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes for the first time. I understand now, Brother Dong, he remarked, even altering his mode of address. Xia Dong smiled with satisfaction, aware that he had ignited the potential within this raw gem. After bidding farewell to Du Xiaoyan, Zhou Yunfang approached, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at her son. Xiao Dong, where did you acquire this knowledge? Xia Zhengwo also regarded him with a probing gaze. The transformation in his son was so profound that it left him, as a father, feeling somewhat estranged. Xia Dong had anticipated their inquiries and replied without flinching. At the internet cafe, what isn't available online these days? I spend my days perusing posts on successful online store forums. After enough exposure, one naturally becomes enlightened. This explanation was plausible, as Xia Dong had indeed been immersed in the internet cafe over the past few days. Zhou Yunfang remained skeptical, but did not press further. You, my child, always lost in thought, she chided, though her face betrayed an undeniable smile. Xia Zhengwo, in silence, withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he observed his son's profile, his gaze filled with complexity. Perhaps he truly was growing old. Father, can we commence production of the samples today? Xia Dong inquired, interrupting Xia Zhengwo's reverie. Xia Zhengwo returned to reality, flicking off the ash. We can start today. I have already made the arrangements. What is the production capacity? Xia Dong asked. Initially, the workers are inexperienced. They can produce a few hundred in a day. Once they become proficient and the assembly line is fully operational, producing 5,000 a day will be no problem. Xia Dong nodded. This figure was roughly in line with his father's previous estimation. He turned back to his computer, stating, just in time for you to see something. With that, he opened his browser, expertly entered the back-end address of the Taobao store, and logged in. He then clicked on the items for sale. A meticulously designed product page instantaneously unfolded before the trio. At the top of the page was a warm and charming promotional poster featuring several adorable, plump oranges in various poses, alongside the artistic phrase, "Life is a bit bitter, but thankfully, oranges are sweet." Scrolling down, one encountered the clear and vibrant main product image, showcasing the exquisite blind box packaging from different angles. Further below was a detailed page rich with images and text. Each picture was carefully curated, with warm tones and thoughtful composition, vividly portraying the charm and healing qualities of the chubby oranges. The accompanying text was equally compelling. You will never know what delightful surprise awaits you next. Collect all 9 regular editions to summon the hidden dragon, the secret edition. A perfect gift for yourself, for friends, or for anyone in need of warmth. The entire page was immaculate, tidy, and stunningly beautiful, standing in stark contrast to the crude web designs of the era, which often featured garish reds and greens, cramming all information into a chaotic display. It is nothing short of a dimensional strike. Within the confines of the office, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Zhou Yunfang covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Xia Zhengwo, oblivious to the time passing, noticed the cigarette in his hand had burned down to its end, singeing his fingers and jolting him back to reality. Who did this? His voice emerged hoarse. Such a level of design, not only would their modest factory struggle to replicate it, but even the prominent American corporations he had previously collaborated with might falter. It was simply exquisite, so captivating that one could not resist the urge to reach for their wallet. Xia Dong had already anticipated their astonishment, and, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Oh, it's a friend I met online, a tech wizard who helped me out for free." A friend? Xia Zhengwo's expression was one of disbelief. What reason would a mere acquaintance have to create something of such quality for you at no cost? Perhaps I just look amiable enough, Xia Dong shrugged, using a universal excuse to brush off the inquiry. Xia Zhengwo scrutinized his son for a considerable time before ultimately deciding against further questioning. He understood that even if he probed, this boy would not divulge the truth. Redirecting his attention to the screen, his gaze fell upon the most critical piece of information, the price. Xia Zhengwo's brow furrowed as he pointed at the prominent figure displayed. How much do you intend to sell these for? He pondered. The material, labor, and packaging for a chubby orange ornament amounted to approximately 5 yuan. Following his customary factory calculations, doubling that to 10 yuan would yield a profit. After all, selling in volume at a modest margin was the way to go. Xia Dong raised 3 fingers. 39. What? Xia Zhengwo nearly leapt from his chair. 39. Are you robbing people? He regarded his son with an expression of disbelief. You dare to sell a plastic trinket that costs 5 yuan for 39? Who would purchase it? Zhou Yunfang chimed in. Indeed, Xia Dong, 39 is far too steep. Something around 10 would be more reasonable. Yet Xia Dong remained remarkably composed. He gazed at his father, enunciating each word. Dad, we are not selling mere plastic trinkets. We are offering surprises, trends, the social currency of youth. We aim for a premium path, not a flea market product. In Xia Dong's mind, a vivid vision of 2025 materialized. At that time, blind box specialty stores would be ubiquitous in shopping malls, with a palm-sized box often retailing for 59, 69, or even over 100. Many of those so-called IPs lacked the charm of a chubby orange. Yet, the youth would flock to them, willing to spend extravagantly for a chance at a rare variant. Admittedly, the economic landscape and consumer mentality of 2008 stood in stark contrast to that of 2025. In that year, the average disposable income of urban residents barely exceeded 15,000 yuan. A bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles cost merely 3 or 4 yuan. Against such a backdrop, a toy priced at 39 yuan indeed represented a high expenditure. Nevertheless, Xia Dong understood that in any era, there exists a demographic with the financial means and the willingness to invest in emotional value. The price of 39 yuan was a carefully considered decision on his part. It was positioned at a subtle price point, one that most young people could reach on tiptoe. Yet it would still make them feel that this item possessed a certain sophistication. Dad, trust me. Xia Dong gazed into his father's uncertain eyes, his tone resolutely firm. This price is absolutely fine. With the price set, the next step was to list the product. It felt as though their breaths had momentarily ceased. On the computer screen lay the freshly completed and still warm Taobao shop backend. Product name: Daily Life of the Fat Orange Surprise Blind Box. Price: 39 yuan. Stock: 10. 000. Xia Dong couldn't help but find the tense expressions of his parents and Du Xiaoyan both amusing and bittersweet. Chapter 25. The First Order. A glimmer of hope, he took a gentle breath, as if inhaling all the misfortune of the past decade and more. Then, he clicked the mouse. The crisp sound echoed in the otherwise silent office, resonating like a loud bell. The page refreshed. A green notification box appeared. Product listed successfully. Xia Dong released the mouse. Leaning back in his chair, feeling as though he had just completed a time-traveling launch ceremony. Now, the rocket had ascended, and the rest was left to time and gravity. However, the atmosphere in the office became even more tense following this click. Xia Zhengwo instinctively pulled a cigarette from his pocket, took one out, but forgot to light it, merely holding it between his lips. Zhou Yunfang tightly clasped her hands together, her knuckles turning pale, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen, as if she could discern something extraordinary from those pixels. Du Xiaoyan was even more anxious, sitting rigidly at the computer, hands poised over the keyboard, ready to type at any moment, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. A minute passed. Nothing happened. The visitor count was 0, and the transaction volume was 0. Everything stood at 0. 3 minutes passed. Still 0. 5 minutes passed. That glaring 0 seemed welded to the screen, unmoving. Zhou Yunfang's lips moved as if she wished to say something, but upon seeing her son's calm profile, she swallowed her words. Yet, Xia Dong felt remarkably tranquil. He understood that Taobao in 2008 was still an expansive blue ocean. There were few merchants, and it was a wild growth phase, unlike a decade later, when traffic was as precious as gold. Without direct ads, diamond exhibitions, or influencers promoting products, one's shop would be as invisible as if submerged in the Mariana Trench, devoid of customers or even a fish. Currently, traffic was somewhat of a half giveaway. As long as your product had even a hint of allure, someone would inevitably take notice. Xia Dong, Xia Zhengwo finally couldn't hold back anymore, removing the unlit cigarette from his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse. Is it that nobody's looking at our shop? Xia Dong smiled, about to offer some comforting words. Then ding-dong. A clear and melodious notification sound unexpectedly emanated from the computer speakers. The three individuals were momentarily electrified, their bodies tensing in unison. There's someone. Zhou Yunfang's voice shifted in pitch, laced with a quivering surprise. Du Xiaoyan, in a fluster, nearly knocked over the cup on the table. Xia Dong pointed to the flickering blue droplet icon in the lower right corner of the screen. It was Ali Wang. Someone had sent a message. Du Xiaoyan took a deep breath and clicked on the icon with the mouse. A dialog box appeared. A buyer named Chasing Wind Boy sent a message. Is the boss available? Followed by a smiling emoji. Yes. Du Xiaoyan almost blurted out, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Hello, dear customer. Welcome to the Toy King Specialty Store. How may I assist you? Smiling face, Xia Dong observed his polished script with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This lad is quick on the uptake. The response from the buyer arrived promptly. This doll is quite adorable. However, it seems a bit pricey. Can you lower the price? Here it came, the classic negotiation segment. Du Xiaoyan immediately turned around, casting a pleading glance at Xia Dong. Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhangwo's expressions grew tense in an instant. This was their first potential customer. Losing them would be a severe blow to morale. Is it possible that our pricing is indeed a tad high? Zhou Yunfang murmured softly. Xia Dong shook his head, leaning closer to Du Xiaoyan, whispering, Stay calm, stick to what we practiced. Inform him that this is an original design, crafted from environmentally friendly materials, and that purchasing it entails an element of delightful surprise. This price is already the lowest we can offer. Be polite and soft in tone, yet firm in stance. Du Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, his fingers rediscovering their rhythm on the keyboard. He rephrased Xia Dong's words into a more courteous customer service language and sent it forth. Dear customer, I sincerely apologize, but this is a designer's original, Fat Orange series, made with the finest materials and craftsmanship. The joy of a blind box lies in the surprise of unboxing, and this is already the promotional price for the new product, so we cannot offer further discounts. Cute. After sending the message, the four plunged once more into a prolonged silence. The buyer's avatar, Chasing Wind Boy, remained still in the dialog box, devoid of any further notifications. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The atmosphere in the office grew even more oppressive than before. The flicker of joy on Zhou Yunfang's face had completely faded, replaced by deep disappointment and concern. Alas, she sighed softly. I said, at 39 yuan each, it's too expensive. Who would buy it? The cost is merely this much. Selling it at this price seems a bit. Xia Zhangwo also returned the cigarette to his mouth, his brow knitted in a frown. They had spent their lives in a low-margin, high-volume manufacturing business, accustomed to making mere pennies on each toy. The notion of pricing something that cost 5 yuan at 39, as Xia Dong suggested, completely upended their understanding. Just as Zhou Yunfang was about to continue persuading Xia Dong to lower the price. Within the confines of the office, a completely distinct sound resonated from the computer speakers. It was a lively electronic melody, swiftly followed by a mechanical female voice announcing, You have a new order. Please process it promptly. This notification was even more startling than the previous chime. Time seemed to freeze in the office. The cigarette that Xia Zhangwo had been holding slipped from his lips, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Zhou Yunfang's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Du Xiaoyan leapt from his chair, pointing at the screen, stammering, An order. Yes, an order. Xia Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face. It had happened. He clicked into the order management section of the backend. A brand new order appeared prominently in the list. Buyer, Wind Chasing Youth. Product, Daily Life of Fat Orange, Surprise Blind Box X1. Order status, buyer has paid. Awaiting seller's shipment. Sold? Zhou Yunfang rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the order details word by word. It had truly sold. Zhangwo, look quickly. Our toys have sold online. Her voice quivered with emotion, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This was not merely a matter of 39 yuan. This was hope, a glimmer of light in a factory on the brink of closure, when everyone had been at a loss. Xia Zhangwo was equally exhilarated. He patted Du Xiaoyan's shoulder heartily, grinning widely, his wrinkles smoothing out in joy. Well done, young man. Splendid work. Du Xiaoyan stumbled slightly from the force of the pat. Grinning foolishly, his face flushed. This achievement surpassed his previous experience as a net cafe administrator earning 800 yuan a month. Xia Dong gazed at his jubilant parents, feeling a swell of emotion within him. He understood that this was merely a beginning, a trivial beginning. Yet, for this family, teetering on the edge of despair. It held profound significance. Chapter 26. The initial triumph of the blind box ding-dong. The prompt chime of Ali Wang Wang drew everyone back from their ecstatic reverie. Another customer, Du Xiaoyan, noticeably more composed this time, adeptly opened the chat window. A buyer named Strawberry Bubble, with an avatar of a pink cartoon girl, inquired, "Boss, is your doll randomly sent? I want the yawning one. It's super cute. Can you pick one for me?" Du Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at Xia Dong, who gestured for him to respond according to their original plan. Understanding the cue, Du Xiaoyan's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Dear customer, our product follows a blind box concept. The styles inside are unknown, providing an element of surprise upon unboxing. What if you were to receive the one you adore?" He concluded with a playful winking emoji. The response came swiftly. "Oh, is that so?" Followed by a crying emoji. "All right then, I want to buy it. I only like that one." Upon reading this message, Zhou Yunfang, who had just been brimming with joy, felt a knot tighten in her throat. Oh dear, why has this one decided against it? She stamped her feet in frustration. "Xia Dong, why not just agree to her? Don't we have samples in our storage? We could simply send her one." Xia Dong shook his head, his gaze resolute. "No, Mom, we cannot. Once we break the rules, we can no longer play the game. The essence of blind boxes lies in their unpredictability and randomness. If we open this door, it will merely transform into an ordinary toy, priced at 39 yuan. And no one would want to buy it." He glanced at Du Xiaoyan. "Ignore her. Let's wait for the next one." Du Xiaoyan nodded, feeling a twinge of regret, but ultimately adhering to Xia Dong's guidance. Zhou Yunfang was beside herself, pacing anxiously and muttering about how regrettable it was. Although Xiao Jiangua also found it a bit rigid, he felt an inexplicable trust in his son, merely furrowing his brow without uttering a word. Just when they believed this deal was irrevocably lost, the buyer named Strawberry Bubble's avatar flickered once more. "Oh, what the heck? I'll take a gamble. Boss, give me 3. I hope to get the yawning one. Please bless me." Immediately after, a notification chimed. "You have a new order. Please process it promptly." That familiar and melodious mechanical voice echoed once again. In the back end, a new order from Strawberry Bubble appeared, with a quantity of 3. In the office, there was initially a profound silence, followed by an uncontrollable eruption of cheers. 3. She bought 3. Zhou Yunfang exclaimed, clutching Xiao Jiangua's arm, laughing and jumping with joy. Xiao Jiangua beamed, his understanding dawning. "I see now. I see. This is just like the lottery cards we used to collect as children. The more mysterious it is, the more one desires to buy." Xiao Dong chuckled. His father's analogy, though rustic, struck a chord. The inherent gambling instinct and collecting obsession within human nature resonate universally. Du Xiaoyan gazed at the 2 orders in the back end, feeling as if he were in a dream. In such a brief span of time, they had sold 4 items, earning over 150 yuan. This money was astonishingly easy to make. The following morning unfolded as if a magical switch had been flipped. The chimes and notifications of new orders began to resonate throughout the office in a harmonious cadence. Although not continuous, every few minutes, new surprises would arrive. The inquiries from customers varied widely. Some asked about shipping costs, others inquired about authenticity, and some even wondered if transactions could be conducted directly via QQ. Under Xiao Dong's guidance, Du Xiaoyan became increasingly adept at handling the situations. His typing speed quickened, his responses became more fluent, and he even began to create amusing expressions and witty remarks. Zhou Yunfang and Xiao Jiangua, unable to assist directly, cheerfully took on the role of cheerleaders. With each completed transaction, Zhou Yunfang noted it down in her notebook, exclaiming, "Oh, another one. This is the 5th one today." Meanwhile, Xiao Jiangua busied himself with fetching tea for Du Xiaoyan, occasionally offering him a cigarette. Even though Du Xiaoyan did not smoke, the entire office was suffused with an atmosphere of almost fervent excitement, akin to an electrifying surge of enthusiasm. Time flew swiftly amidst the chimes and the collective anticipation of the crowd. The wall clock's hands had already pointed to 12 o'clock, lunch hour. It was only then that Zhou Yunfang realized, giving her head a light smack. "Oh dear," in my excitement, "I completely forgot to prepare the meal. Are you all hungry? I'll go take care of it right now." Xia Dong glanced at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. Stretching lazily, he rose to his feet and addressed Du Xiaoyan, who was still engrossed in his work at the computer. "Xiaoyan, take a break. It's time to eat." Du Xiaoyan lifted his head, massaging his weary eyes, yet his face bore no trace of fatigue, only exhilaration. Donggu, how much have we sold? Xia Dong chuckled as he approached, opening the order management page. You can see for yourself. Zhou Yunfang, Xia Zhengwo, and Du Xiaoyan once again huddled around the screen. The lengthy order list had already turned a page. Xia Dong scrolled down to the bottom of the page. There, a line of summary data awaited. Orders paid today, 29. Total products sold today, 34. 29 orders. 34 blind boxes. Zhou Yunfang counted on her fingers, murmuring calculations. 34 multiplied by 39. After a lengthy pause, she still could not grasp the answer. Xia Dong swiftly opened the calculator on the computer and pressed a few keys. 34 times 39 equals 1,326. 1,326. Xia Dong enunciated the figure, and the office fell silent once more. 1,326. In just a morning, Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment in the other's eyes. Now, relying solely on this computer, a single customer service representative had managed to sell over 1,000 yuan in the span of a mere morning. It felt almost mythical. Not hungry at all. Zhou Yunfang murmured to herself. I'm not hungry in the slightest. Xia Zhengwo nodded emphatically, moving to the window, pushing open the grimy pane, and inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. I'm not hungry either. His voice rang out, robust and filled with a long-forgotten confidence. By heavens, this is faster than printing money. Du Xiaoyan trembled with excitement at the figure, feeling as though his life was poised to transform entirely from this day forward. Xia Dong observed these three individuals, intoxicated by the allure of monetary figures, and shook his head in exasperation. His stomach, however, was growling with hunger. Yet he refrained from urging them. The smile on Zhou Yunfang's face resembled a long-sealed window of an old house, finally pried open to allow the light to stream in. She slapped her thigh decisively. No, I must go prepare the meal. We need to add more dishes today. Xia Zhengwo, cigarette in mouth, took a deep drag. And amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had not yet fully emerged from the enchanting reality of the moment. Chapter 27. Seeking a courier partner, I'm heading out to buy some prepared dishes and stir-fry a couple of hot ones, said Zhou Yunfang, bustling towards the door. Today is a splendid day. A fine meal is a must. As Xia Dong observed his mother's lively silhouette, warmth surged within him. He understood that this meal was not merely a celebration of the 34 blind boxes sold, but rather a commemoration of the once desolate factory, which had finally resumed its heartbeat. Most of the workers brought their own meals, heating them in the factory's microwave or simply indulging in instant noodles. For them, today was no different from yesterday. The joys and sorrows of the boss's family had yet to reach their ears. Seizing this moment of respite, Xia Dong returned to the gleaming new computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he opened the somewhat rudimentary Baidu page of that era. His quest was to find a courier company. In this time, the logistics of e-commerce were far from the advanced and competitive state of the future. In Xia Dong's memory, the courier fees of 2008 were astronomical. The initial weight charge for Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai could reach 10 or 12 yuan, with additional weight costing 5 or 6 yuan. If it were to be sent to more remote areas, such as Xinjiang or Tibet, a single shipping fee could easily amount to 20 or 30 yuan, a common occurrence. How unlike the years to come, when deliveries from Yiwu could be sent nationwide for merely 2 yuan and 80 cents, granting countless consumers the freedom of express delivery. What he needed to do now was to find the sturdiest and most economical partner among these burgeoning logistics giants. Xia Dong typed courier companies into the search bar and pressed enter. The results revealed several familiar yet unfamiliar names: Shintong, Yuantong, Shunfeng, along with a few lesser-known companies. He first clicked on the official website of Shunfeng and located their customer service number. After dialing, he waited a considerable time before someone picked up. Hello, this is Shunfeng. The voice on the other end was laced with a languid drawl, seemingly indifferent to the call. Hello, I would like to inquire about courier prices, Xia Dong stated directly. Where to? Nationwide. There was a hint of derision in the response. Prices vary significantly. We have a standard price list. For Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, the initial weight is 15 yuan, with additional weight costing 8 yuan. Other regions range from 18 to 30 yuan. Xia Dong furrowed his brow. This pricing was even more outrageous than he had anticipated. If shipping were to cost this much, with a blind box priced at 39 yuan, the shipping would consume nearly half of the revenue, rendering any profit negligible. I run a Taobao shop, and my daily shipping volume could be quite substantial. Are there any discounts available? How substantial? Several hundred orders a day, potentially even 1,000. Xia Dong calmly proposed a figure that would sound fantastical in 2008. Silence ensued on the other end. After a full 5 seconds, the voice responded in a tone akin to that reserved for fools. Young man, are you just boasting? If you truly can manage 1,000 orders a day, we'd be willing to give you the company for free. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm busy. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Xia Dong shook his head in resignation. It was to be expected. In this era, people's imagination remains confined within the boundaries of the tangible economy. Undeterred, he dialed the number of a second courier company, Xintongda. This time, the voice on the other end was that of a boisterous woman, exuding an air of bravado. Hello? Who's this? Sending a package? Yes, ma'am. I would like to inquire about the rates. Where to? How heavy? Nationwide. A small parcel under 1 kilogram. I run a Taobao business, so the volume will be considerable. This time, Xia Dong was wiser and refrained from mentioning the thousands of orders he anticipated. Oh, Taobao? The tone of the woman brightened considerably. There are so many young people doing Taobao these days. We support that. For most areas across the country, we can offer you a rate of 8 yuan per parcel. How does that sound? Fair enough? 8 yuan. This price was already much more reasonable than that of Shunfeng, yet still too steep for Xia Dong. Could you possibly lower it a bit more? I'm just starting out, and the cost pressure is significant. Young man, one cannot solely focus on immediate gains in business. Our Xintongda has numerous outlets, swift delivery, and excellent service. You'll understand once you try it. You get what you pay for. The woman began to elaborate on her company's advantages with great enthusiasm. Xia Dong listened patiently, occasionally interjecting in an attempt to negotiate a better price. After a prolonged discussion lasting over 10 minutes, she finally offered a bottom price. 7 yuan 50. I can't go any lower. If I do, I'll have to subsidize the cost myself. All right, ma'am. I'll think it over. Thank you. After hanging up, Xia Dong rubbed his temples. Dealing with these seasoned operators truly required considerable effort. He then set his sights on a courier company named Huitong. In his recollection, this company had undergone acquisition and restructuring, yet it had initially captured a significant market share with its low-price strategy. Upon dialing, a youthful male voice greeted him. Hello, Huitong Express. Hello. I would like to inquire about the delivery rates. Xia Dong repeated his earlier inquiry. The young man was straightforward, providing the price without any hesitation. Our company currently has a promotion for Taobao sellers, a uniform national rate of 6 yuan for the first kilogram. 6 yuan. Xia Dong's eyes lit up. This price finally fell within his expected range. If my volume is substantial, say over 100 parcels a day, is there room for further discounts? Over 100 parcels? The young man's tone shifted to one of surprise. I cannot make that decision. Our account manager needs to discuss it with you. Please provide me with your address, and I will have our regional manager visit you to discuss in person. Is that all right? Certainly. Xia Dong readily provided the address of the toy factory. My name is Xia Dong. All right, Mr. Xia. Our manager should arrive within an hour. After hanging up, Xia Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, there was some progress. Turning around, he discovered that Xia Zhangwo and Zhang Weiming had silently appeared behind him at some point. 2 middle-aged men stood like sentinels, their faces etched with curiosity and bewilderment. Son, what are you doing? Xia Zhangwo finally broke the silence, his voice laden with confusion. He had just overheard his son on the phone, discussing orders in the thousands and negotiating prices, exhibiting a demeanor and authority that surpassed even his own. Despite having been a businessman for decades, was this truly his son, who would blush at the mere thought of conversing with strangers? Dad, I am coordinating with the courier service, Xia Dong replied, gesturing towards the computer screen, where new order notifications were incessantly popping up. Look, we need to dispatch our goods and must collaborate with the courier company. As Xia Zhangwo observed the continuously rising figures on the screen, he felt his worldview being incrementally shattered and then reconstructed by his 18-year-old son. About an hour later, the rusted iron gate of the factory was pushed open from the outside. A woman, clad in a professional skirt suit and adorned with voluminous, wavy hair, entered with the click of her high heels echoing through the space. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, her makeup meticulously applied, exuding a blend of sophistication and competence characteristic of a mature woman. Chapter 28. Negotiation of courier prices. Her gaze swept across the dust-laden factory floor, momentarily furrowing her brow before smoothing into a professional smile. May I ask, Who is Mr. Xia Dong? Her voice was melodious, crisp, and resonant. Xia Dong rose to his feet. That would be me. The woman hesitated briefly upon seeing him, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The esteemed client, Mr. Xia, as described by their operator, was merely a young man who had only just come of age. Yet, being an experienced account manager, her surprise was fleeting. Hello, Mr. Xia. I am Li Xia, the account manager from Huayao Express. She confidently extended her hand. Xia Dong reciprocated with a gentle handshake. Hello, Manager Li, Dad Mom. This is Manager Li from Huayao Express, here to discuss our collaboration. Xia Dong introduced her. Manager Li, this is my father, the owner of this factory, Xia Zhengwo. Hello. Hello, Mr. Xia. Li Xia promptly turned to Xia Zhengwo, her smile radiating warmth. They entered the office, where the antiquated fan creaked loudly. Li Xia retrieved a sample contract from her briefcase and placed it on the table. Mr. Xia, our sales representative informed you over the phone that for Taobao clients, we currently have a unified national price of 6 yuan. She got straight to the point, her gaze consistently resting on Xia Dong. It had become evident to her that the true authority in this household was the young man before her. Xia Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the contract and scrutinized it meticulously. Manager Li, he began, lowering the document and meeting her gaze with calm intensity. 6 yuan is your standard discount price, correct? Li Xia nodded, a smile still gracing her lips. Indeed, for a novice seller on Taobao, this price is quite sincere. However, I am not a fledgling seller. Xia Dong's words were striking. Li Xia raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh. Xia Dong adjusted the orientation of the computer screen, presenting it to Li Xia. On the screen was the back end of their toy specialty store. The glaring red figure, representing the paid orders, boldly displayed, 78. How much time has passed? It's been less than 2 hours since the first transaction. Li Xia's pupils constricted sharply. As a customer manager in the region, she had encountered countless Taobao sellers, including several so-called major ones. Yet, she had never witnessed a newly opened store generate nearly 100 orders in such a brief span. This was no longer a mere beginning. This was a takeoff. The smile on her face faded somewhat, replaced by a look of scrutiny and seriousness. Mr. Xia, what do you mean? My intention is that we are not discussing the prices of ordinary sellers, but rather those of significant clients. Xia Dong's fingertips lightly tapped the table. I estimate that our store's daily shipping volume will stabilize at over 200 orders, perhaps even higher. For a client of this magnitude, a price of 6 yuan may lack sincerity. The atmosphere in the office seemed to solidify. Xia Zhengwo nervously swallowed, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. What was his son saying? 200 orders a day? And he finds 6 yuan expensive? Is he out of his mind? Li Xia fell silent. She gazed at Xia Dong's youthful yet remarkably composed face, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This young man did not appear to be boasting. In his eyes lay an unsettling confidence and determination that belied his age. So, Mr. Xia, what is your psychological price point? Li Xia inquired tentatively. Xia Dong extended 4 fingers. 4 yuan. Impossible. Li Xia almost blurted out. Mr. Xia, are you joking? At 4 yuan, we cannot even cover our costs. Xia Dong smiled. Manager Li, please remain calm. Let us do some calculations. The primary costs of express delivery lie in sorting, transportation, and the final mile delivery. If I provide you with 200 packages daily, your couriers would only need to come to one location to collect all 200 items, significantly reducing your collection costs. Furthermore, my products are small in size and light in weight, occupying minimal space. Your transport vehicles can carry thousands, thus diluting the transportation costs. Most importantly, I offer you stable and consistently growing business volume. Today it is 200 orders. Next month it may rise to 500, and by the end of the year, perhaps 1,000. Securing me as a single client would equate to fulfilling your quarterly or even semi-annual KPIs. For such a potentially lucrative long-term partnership, sacrificing a bit of initial profit to secure a future major client, wouldn't this be a worthwhile transaction? Xia Dong spoke with measured calmness, articulating his points with clarity. Every word he uttered struck Li Xia's psychological defenses with the precision of a bullet. She was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, yet found herself incapable of retorting. The theories he articulated, concerning cost allocation, customer value, and long-term collaboration, were more incisive and profound than anything delivered by their internal trainers. Was it truly possible for such a young individual to possess such eloquence? Both Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang were equally astonished. as if they were spectators of a science fiction film, with the protagonist being their son of 18 years. She felt she was not conversing with a mere high school student, but rather with a seasoned veteran who had navigated the complexities of the business world for over a decade. When had her son acquired such remarkable oratory skills? $4 is simply unattainable, she managed, her voice somewhat dry. This is my bottom line. Our company has regulations. Regulations are immutable, yet people are dynamic. Xia Dong replied casually, reclining in his chair with arms crossed. Manager Li, I understand your authority. Let us not complicate matters further. How about this? For the first month, we settle at $5 per order. If my average daily order volume stabilizes above 200 orders after 1 month, the price will automatically decrease to $4.50 the following month. Should the daily average reach 500, it will drop to $4. This is both a wager and a demonstration of my sincerity. I am exchanging my future business volume for your current price support. There is no risk for you. If I fail to meet the target, you will still charge the higher rate of $5. If I succeed, not only will you exceed your performance goals, but you will also secure a major client for the company. What do you think? Upon concluding his proposal, Xia Dong lifted the teacup from the table, lightly exhaled over it, and savored a sip. The office was enveloped in the creaking sound of an old fan, while Li Xia's mind raced. Chapter 29. The dilemma of delivery orders. This proposal was astoundingly airtight and irresistibly tempting. She had no rationale to decline. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled deeply, as though arriving at a momentous decision. Very well, Mr. Xia, let us proceed as you suggest. I will return to request the company's approval and sign the supplementary agreement. With the contract finalized, Li Xia left in a flurry. As soon as she departed, Xia Zhengwo curiously grasped Xia Dong's arm. Son, who did you learn this from? Dad, it's just business negotiation. A bit of online research and contemplation makes it easy. Xia Dong replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yunfang approached, feeling Xia Dong's forehead. No fever? How has my son suddenly transformed? Just then, Du Xiaoyan burst into the room, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Xiaogu, we've had another surge in orders. Over 150 sold this afternoon. The office fell once more into a profound silence. The delivery person soon arrived, a robust young man with a dark complexion. Upon witnessing the 200 boxes awaiting packing on the floor, he was left speechless. The packing process commenced immediately. Xia Zhengwo, Zhou Yunfang, Zhang Weiming, and even Xia Dong personally engaged in the task at hand. In this era, the process of packaging and labeling express deliveries remained in a remarkably primitive state. Lacking electronic shipping labels and thermal printers, all shipping orders were composed of 4-part carbon copy paper. Each recipient's name, phone number, and address had to be meticulously inscribed with a ballpoint pen, one stroke at a time. Once a label was completed, it required a firm tear to separate it, affixing one copy to the parcel while retaining another for reference. A single error in writing rendered the entire label invalid. Several individuals huddled over their desks, fervently scribbling, their wrists aching and their vision blurring. The packaging was swift, with tape being ripped open in a flurry, sealing box after box filled with aspirations. Yet, their pace could hardly keep up with the incessant influx of new orders. Every few minutes, Du Xiaoyan would exuberantly announce, another order has arrived. This customer has purchased 5 items. Goodness, we've surpassed 300 orders. In the workshop, everyone was drenched in sweat, yet each face radiated a long-lost brilliance. Observing the bustling scene before him, Xia Dong contemplated a different matter. The handwritten shipping labels were painfully slow and prone to errors. He watched his mother, Zhou Yunfang, laboriously deciphering the address left by a buyer on the computer screen, painstakingly transcribing it onto the 5-part shipping order. If her handwriting was even slightly illegible, she would scratch at the carbon paper with her nail, fearing that the underlying copy would be unclear. A moment's carelessness could result in a single digit being miswritten, rendering the entire shipping order useless. Oh no, Zhou Yunfang exclaimed in frustration, realizing she had mistakenly written the house number as 8 instead of 6. She crumpled the invalid shipping label into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin at her feet, which already housed several other similarly discarded paper wads. Another worker, called in temporarily to assist, meticulously inspected the already packaged boxes, repeatedly verifying the information on the shipping labels against the contents within, anxious to avoid any mistakes. This was the most fundamental dedication of a sincere businessman. However, under the onslaught of this new business model, Such dedication appeared clumsy and fragile. Xia Dong's thoughts, ensnared by the incessant sound of writing, were abruptly transported through time and space. He recalled his previous life, not long after transitioning to a programmer, when he took on his first project. It was an order management system developed for a large e-commerce warehouse. One of its core modules was the electronic shipping label. At that time, handwritten shipping labels had long since become relics of the past, swept into the annals of commercial history. Customers would place orders online, and the information would be instantaneously dispatched to the warehouse system via an API interface. The warehouse staff merely needed to press a button. The thermal printer would whir to life, expelling pre-formatted shipping labels in rapid succession, each clearly printed with the buyer's and seller's information, as well as the basic details of the goods and the corresponding barcode for collection. The task of the order processor is merely to peel off the adhesive-backed shipping label and affix it to the package with a swift motion. The entire process flows seamlessly, almost surreal in its speed, evolving from handling 1 or 2 packages per minute to managing dozens within the same time frame. This transformation is bridged by a chasm known as technology. He recalls the project's supervisor, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, sipping goji berry tea during meetings, imparting historical anecdotes to the newcomers with a tone of experience. You have not witnessed the hardships of yesteryears. Back in the early 2000s, when I first entered this industry, the greatest anguish for sellers on platforms like Taobao was not the absence of orders, but rather the overwhelming volume. Hundreds of packages would accumulate on the floor, with the entire family mobilized to manually fill out shipping labels, writing late into the night until their hands were nearly numb. Eventually, the savvy ones learned to export data using Excel and print them line by line with dot matrix printers, the clattering sound reverberating as if it could rattle one's very brain. Moreover, one had to adjust the format manually, and a small miscalculation could result in misprints. A 5-part shipping slip cost several dimes, causing considerable distress. At that moment, Xia Dong listened to these tales, feeling as if he were hearing ancient legends. He could hardly fathom the early days of e-commerce, described by the predecessors as akin to the Stone Age. Yet now, he found himself amidst this legendary narrative. He was the very embodiment of the tale. Xia Dong, don't just stand there. Come help us check the orders. Zhou Yunfang lifted her head, shaking her sore wrist, urging him on. Xia Dong snapped back to reality. Observing the weariness and anxiety etched on his parents' faces, a strong impulse surged within him. Wait a moment, he spoke. His voice soft yet clear. The 3 individuals halted their tasks, turning to look at him in unison. Stop writing, Xia Dong reiterated. What? Zhou Yunfang appeared bewildered. What do you mean stop? What will happen to these goods? The customers are waiting for their shipments. Xia Zhangwo furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion and reproach in his gaze, wondering if his son had become overly proud upon seeing the influx of orders. Only Du Xiaoyan, though silent, exhibited a glimmer of curiosity, sensing that Xia Dong was about to unveil something incomprehensible. Handwriting is too slow and prone to errors. Xia Dong approached the computer, gesturing towards the order information displayed on the screen. Look at this address, Chaosian County, Hezi City, Shandong Province. There's a lengthy string of details behind it. Mom nearly misread a character just now. Furthermore, we cannot continue this way indefinitely. Today we have 300 orders, which we can barely manage. What about 800 tomorrow? 1,000 the day after? Even if we forego food and sleep, we would still be unable to complete these shipping labels. Xia Dong's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the recently ignited flame of joy. Chapter 30. The troubles of order surges the smiles on Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang's faces gradually froze. They only perceived the hope brought by the surge in orders, yet failed to consider the immense pressure that lay behind it, a burden far beyond what their hands could bear. So what do you suggest we do? Xia Zhangwo asked in a low voice, tossing his ballpoint pen onto the table with a sharp crack. He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. We need to utilize a computer for processing, Xia Dong replied succinctly. A computer? Xia Zhangwo was momentarily taken aback. How can a computer possibly handle this? Can it conjure up delivery orders from thin air? To him, a computer was merely a tool for chatting on QQ, running an online store, or managing documents. Utterly detached from these tangible receipts. Father, have you forgotten the contract we signed today? Xia Dong reminded him. Huitong Express? Yes, we are now their major client. Or at the very least, a potential major client. Xia Dong continued. As a professional courier company, they must have considered the needs of e-commerce sellers like us. I suspect they have corresponding solutions in place. As he spoke, Xia Dong rummaged through his pocket for his old Nokia phone. He retrieved Li Xia's business card, which bore her mobile number. Are you really going to call Manager Li? Zhou Yunfang asked hesitantly. To her, troubling a senior manager with such matters felt somewhat inappropriate. Mom, we are the clients, Xia Dong chuckled, pressing the dial button. We pay for their services, it's only right. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello. This is Li Xia from Huitong Express. Her clear and efficient voice resonated through the line, accompanied by the distant noise of passing vehicles. Hello, Manager Li. This is Xia Dong, he replied, his tone neither subservient nor overbearing, exuding the calmness of a seasoned businessperson. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang held their breath, anxiously watching their son. They realized that this young man, fresh from his college entrance exams, displayed neither fear nor awkwardness when conversing with a professional nearly 20 years his senior. Oh, it's Boss Xia. Congratulations. I just checked our system's backend and noticed that your store's order volume has surged remarkably. This is merely the beginning, Xia Dong stated nonchalantly, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Haha, I believe it. Boss Xia, you are so young and accomplished. Your future is limitless. Is there something I can assist you with? She was perceptive enough to recognize that he wouldn't call just for idle chit-chat. There is indeed a technical issue I would like to consult with you about, Manager Li. Xia Dong transitioned directly to the matter at hand. Our order volume has increased, but the efficiency of handwritten delivery slips is too low, and the error rate is quite high. I would like to inquire whether your company offers a service that allows for the bulk printing of delivery slips through a computer. Xia Dong deliberately employed a somewhat vague phrasing, as if he were merely speculating. He could not afford to appear overly familiar with the process. That would not align with his identity as a recent high school graduate. On the other end of the line, Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. She interacted with countless e-commerce sellers daily, most of whom were fledgling entrepreneurs. Before their daily order volume surpassed 200 or 300, the thought of printing shipping labels rarely crossed their minds. Their primary concern was whether they could save an extra dime on shipping costs. However, on the very first day of opening his store, Xia Dong had already foreseen the bottleneck in efficiency and astutely proposed a solution. The business acumen and foresight of this young man were truly formidable. Yes, of course. Li Xia regained her composure, her tone now even more fervent. Mr. Xia, your query is exceptionally insightful. Our company has developed a client-end software specifically for promising clients like you. All you need to do is export the order information from your Taobao backend into an Excel spreadsheet and then import it into our software. You can generate all shipping labels with just one click and print them directly. That's wonderful, Xia Dong thought, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Yet he maintained his calm demeanor. What do we need to prepare? Should we purchase the printer ourselves? No. Li Xia replied promptly. Mr. Xia, you don't need to prepare anything. Currently, I'm out meeting clients, but tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will personally bring our technical staff to install and set up the software for you. Our company will also provide you with a printer free of charge, a dot matrix printer specifically designed for these 5-part forms, and we will cover all the consumables. All you need to do is commit to using our courier services for a year. Li Xia spoke rapidly, her generous offer leaving Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang, who were listening in, wide-eyed. A free printer? And they will cover the consumables? This treatment is exceptional. He suddenly understood why Xia Dong had previously signed that betting agreement with Li Xia. It was that very agreement which showcased Xia Dong's ambition and potential that led the other party to value him so highly and be willing to invest resources into their nascent store. Then I will trouble you, Manager Li, Xia Dong said. Not at all. It is our honor to serve a distinguished client like you, Mr. Xia. Li Xia replied with a smile. See you at the factory tomorrow at 9. All right, see you at the factory. Xia Dong hung up the phone. The small office fell into a profound silence. Xia Zhangwo, Zhou Yunfang, and Du Xiaoyan looked at Xia Dong with expressions of astonishment, as if gazing at a marvel. Son, Zhou Yunfang stammered. Did that Manager Li just say she will bring someone tomorrow to install the printing machine for us? Yes, Xia Dong nodded. Not only will they install the machine, but they will also provide us with a printer to use for free. My goodness. Zhou Yunfang covered her mouth, her face a portrait of disbelief. Xia Zhangwo took a deep breath, walked over to Xia Dong, and placed his calloused hand firmly on his son's shoulder. He said nothing, but the excitement, pride, and a hint of unfamiliarity in his gaze spoke volumes. He realized that he had never truly known his son. All right, Dad, Mom, Xiaoyan. Xia Dong clapped his hands, shattering the silence that enveloped them. Since the issues would be resolved by tomorrow, there was no need to persist stubbornly with the delivery orders today. Xiaoyan, you continue to handle customer service and respond to buyer inquiries. Dad, Mom, let us process and package the orders paid before 4 this afternoon by hand. And await the courier from Huitong. The rest can wait until tomorrow when the printer is set up. We shall tackle it all at once. Xia Dong methodically organized the tasks at hand. The previously chaotic scene swiftly regained order under his direction. The following day, precisely at 9 o'clock in the morning, a gleaming silver Honda Accord came to a halt before the somewhat worn iron gates of the toy factory. Chapter 31. Manager Lee's probed the car, door swung open. A pair of elegantly long legs, clad in nude stockings, emerged first, stepping into a pair of 5-centimeter black high heels. The heels clicked crisply against the concrete floor. Li Xia descended from the vehicle, dressed in a well-tailored cream-colored professional suit. Her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, and a glossy lip tint shimmered alluringly in the morning light. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, with a few rebellious strands cascading by her ears, adding an air of allure. Mature and capable, her gaze swept over the somewhat dilapidated factory entrance, her lips curving into a professional smile that revealed no hint of disdain. Behind her, a young technician in blue work attire, carrying a tool bag, also stepped out of the car, appearing somewhat reserved. Boss Xia. The voice reached them before Li Xia did. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang had just arrived at the entrance, and upon hearing the call, they promptly approached. Manager Li, welcome. We are honored to have you here personally. Xia Zhangwo beamed, his expression radiating the warmth of a businessman. You're too kind, Boss Xia. You are now a significant potential client for Huitong, so we must provide top-notch service. Li Xia smiled as she extended her hand, giving Xia Zhangwo a gentle handshake. However, her gaze drifted past him, landing on Xia Dong behind. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with canvas shoes on his feet, Xia Dong appeared like an ordinary high school student just emerging from an examination. Yet, his eyes, calm and profound, conveyed a maturity far beyond his years. Li Xia's lips curled into an intrigued smile as she released Xia Zhangwo's hand and stepped directly in front of Xia Dong, offering him a handshake as well. Hello, Manager Li. You are quite punctual. Of course, it is imperative that we serve our clients well. Shall we head inside? The machinery is of utmost importance. Very well, Boss Xia. Let us not waste any time. Let's have Xiao Zhang set up the equipment first. The Xiao Zhang she referred to was the technician who had been following closely behind. Absolutely. Right this way. The office is over here. Xia Zhangwo led the way as they entered the tidily arranged office. Technician Xiao Zhang is a pragmatic individual, not one for excessive words. He promptly sets to work upon taking out his tools. With remarkable proficiency, he connects a brand new dot matrix printer to the computer, installs the necessary drivers, and fine-tunes the software. In the office, the only sounds that remain are the subtle noises of him tinkering with the equipment. Summer Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang, a couple, stand nearby like curious students, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Xia appears unfazed, leisurely observing the modest office space before her gaze returns to Xia Dong. Xia, this online store must have been initiated under your guidance, correct? Li Xia inquires casually. Yes, my parents are not particularly knowledgeable about computers, Xia Dong replies vaguely. Impressive. Li Xia expresses her genuine admiration, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. I have encountered numerous individuals in e-commerce, college students, small business owners, but you, at such a young age, possess this level of insight and resolve. You are the first. Just fortunate. Xia Dong humbly retorts. Fortune? Li Xia chuckles. To be able to calculate courier costs to 2 decimal places and engage in discussions about betting agreements is not merely a matter of luck. She pauses, leaning slightly forward, her gaze piercing into Xia Dong's eyes. Xia Dong, why not be candid with me? Is there a wise mentor guiding you from behind? Xia Dong's heart skips a beat. This woman's intuition is astoundingly sharp. However, he maintains a composed facade, meeting Li Xia's gaze with confidence. I am that wise mentor, he asserts. Li Xia is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter, shaking her head. You, my dear, are quite immodest. She chooses not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she understands the unspoken rules of the business realm. At that moment, technician Xiao Zhang rises. Boss, Manager Li, everything is set up. We can proceed with the testing. Instantly, all eyes converge on the printer. I'll take charge, Xia Dong states as he approaches the computer and opens the client terminal software provided by Huitong Express. In hindsight, the software may seem exceedingly rudimentary, yet in 2008, it symbolized efficiency. He logs into his account, where the backend has already synchronized all pending orders from yesterday afternoon to this morning, a total of over 230. Selecting all the orders, Xia Dong clicks the batch print button. The once silent matrix printer awakens like a ferocious beast, emitting a unique, rhythmic roar. Subsequently, a triplicate express delivery label is ejected from the printer, clearly displaying the recipient's name, phone number, address, and sender's information. Before Summer Jiangwo can fully comprehend the situation, the second, third, and fourth labels cascade forth like a waterfall, accumulating rapidly at the printer's output. The chirping sounds resonate through the small office, creating an unexpectedly melodious ambience. Summer Jiangwo and Zhou Yunfang are transfixed, with Zhou Yunfang unable to resist reaching out to delicately pick up a freshly printed label, examining it from various angles. "Oh my goodness, this is astonishing," she murmured, her voice brimming with disbelief. Just yesterday afternoon, she had been hunched over a table alongside several workers, laboriously inscribing addresses on carbon paper with a ballpoint pen, her wrist aching and her vision blurred. And now, in scarcely a minute, a small pile of shipping labels had already accumulated on the floor. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," Xia Jiangwo exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Chapter 32. The Mode of the Chubby Orange and Thoughts on Copyright. He approached the printer as if it were a rare treasure. "With this device, our shipping speed could increase several-fold. No longer would we fear an influx of orders." His voice resonated with an uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. Xia Dong observed the incredulous expressions of his father and mother, a mix of amusement and bittersweetness swelling within him. He thought with pride, "This is merely a dot matrix printer from 2008, noisy and sluggish, requiring specialized continuous paper. If they were to witness the modern handheld thermal printers that can automatically print several labels in a second with a mere scan, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment." The advancement of technology can sometimes feel like an overwhelming, dimension-reducing strike. Li Xia took in the reactions of Xia Jiangwo and his wife, her smile growing ever more confident. She understood that this business deal was secured. She patted Xia Dong on the shoulder with an effortless gesture. "So, young boss, are you satisfied with my service?" "Absolutely satisfied." Xia Dong nodded. "Thank you, Manager Li. Words of thanks alone won't suffice," Li Xia replied, winking playfully. "From now on, all your factory's courier services must be entrusted to us at Huitong. No outsourcing to others." "Of course," Xia Dong chuckled. Once the printer and software were installed, Li Xia and the technician did not linger. Before departing, Li Xia pulled Xia Dong aside. "Xia Dong, here is my personal cell phone number. If you need anything, feel free to call me directly. I am available 24 hours a day." She handed him a gold-embossed business card. "All right, Manager Li." As he watched Li Xia drive away in her Acura, Xia Dong exhaled a long sigh of relief, finally having accomplished a significant task. With the printer's assistance, the factory's shipping efficiency experienced a qualitative leap. Previously, it required the entire family and a few workers in a frenzied effort to complete the task. Now, just 2 individuals sufficed, one to print the labels on the computer and the other to affix them onto the packaged mystery boxes. The streamlined operation allowed the mountain of orders to be processed at a visibly accelerated pace. The workers wore long-awaited smiles on their faces, busy yet fulfilled. Most importantly, they would receive their wages on time. Standing aside, Xia Dong observed the bustling scene, yet a twinge of unease quietly rose within him. The explosive popularity of the chubby orange mystery boxes had surpassed his expectations. If this trend continued, it would soon attract the attention of competitors. In the year 2008, an era characterized by a lack of copyright awareness and the prevalence of counterfeit culture, once the image of the chubby orange cat was captured by someone, pirated and imitation products would spring up like mushrooms after rain. At that point, the brand painstakingly crafted would be shattered by these shameless copycats, whose inferior products and low prices would wreak havoc. This cannot be allowed to happen. It is imperative to devise a method to establish a sufficiently robust moat for the chubby orange cat before such an event transpires. Xia Dong retreated to a secluded corner and quietly retrieved his Huawei Mate 90 Pro. He unlocked the screen and opened the familiar AI assistant, Taobao. In the dialog box, he slowly typed a line of text. "Xia Dong, Taobao, I find myself in the year 2008, having designed an original cartoon IP image, which has been transformed into a toy and is currently thriving in online sales. I am concerned about potential piracy and imitation. What effective methods can I employ to protect my intellectual property rights? The cursor on the phone screen blinked silently. A few seconds later, Taobao's response appeared on the screen. Taobao. In China during 2008, the intellectual property protection system was still in its nascent stages, with public copyright awareness relatively weak, and high costs and lengthy processes for rights protection being common issues. Nonetheless, there are various legitimate and effective avenues to safeguard your original IP. I recommend a multifaceted approach to establish a comprehensive protection system. Taobao. The foremost and most critical step is to register your work for copyright. Xia Dong's gaze sharpened as he continued to type. Xia Dong, please elaborate. Taobao. Copyright registration refers to the act of the copyright holder proactively submitting an application to the National Copyright Administrative Authority, typically the Provincial Copyright Bureau at that time, to formally document their original work. Upon completion of the registration, you will receive a certificate of copyright registration. This certificate serves as preliminary official proof of your ownership of the copyright to the work. In any future infringement disputes, this certificate will become a potent piece of evidence, significantly simplifying your burden of proof. Xia Dong, that sounds quite useful. Is this registration process cumbersome? What materials are needed? Taobao, the process is not overly complex. The materials you typically need to prepare include a copyright registration application form, a copy of your identification document, such as an ID card, a sample of the work, clear design drawings of the chubby orange cat, and a work description, a brief outline of your creative concept, process, and the originality of the work. Simply submit these materials to the Copyright Bureau in your province. Regarding fees, in 2008, the official charges usually range from a few hundred yuan, which offers excellent value for the protection of an IP. Upon reading this, Xia Dong felt a sense of reassurance. This matter must be attended to without delay. He then contemplated another question. Xia Dong, besides the official registration, are there other considerations I should be aware of? Taobao, certainly. In your daily operations, it is essential to consciously preserve all original evidence related to the chubby orange cat IP. This encompasses, but is not limited to, 1. All design drafts, revisions, and final electronic and paper documents, clearly marked with their creation dates. 2. Evidence of the initial publication of the work, such as screenshots of the web page where you uploaded the chubby orange cat image to your Taobao store and records of the first sales orders. These serve as proof that you are the rightful owner. 3. All contractual documents regarding external commercial collaborations, which must explicitly define the scope of IP authorization and liability for infringement. Taobao's response was clear, professional, and rigorous, enlightening Xia Dong. Such knowledge was entirely foreign to him in his previous life as a programmer. Xia Dong, in 2008, were there any notable cases where neglecting IP protection led to significant losses? I wish to learn from these examples. He sought to employ real cases to bolster his argument with his father, Xia Zhengguo. Taobao, there are numerous cases. Let me provide you with a representative example from that time. Taobao, around 2005, an independent flash animator in China created the classic internet emoticon, Yoshi Monkey. Its adorable expressions and humorous actions quickly gained popularity through chat tools such as MSN and QQ. However, due to the creator's initial lack of awareness regarding copyright protection, comprehensive copyright and trademark registrations were not promptly undertaken. Chapter 33, Donning Armor on the Chubby Orange Cat, Part 1. Taobao. Consequently, the market soon became inundated with numerous pirated Yoshi Monkey derivatives, ranging from plush toys to t-shirts and mugs. Some companies even preemptively registered the Yoshi Monkey image as a trademark. By the time the original creator realized the situation and attempted to assert their rights, they were embroiled in a lengthy and arduous legal battle. They expended significant time and resources to reclaim a portion of their rights, but had already missed the golden opportunity for IP monetization, with a substantial market share devoured by pirates, resulting in immeasurable losses. Taobao, another example, may resonate more closely with your situation. Many best-selling products on Taobao, featuring original designs and clothing styles, can be replicated at a pixel level within a week to half a month once they gain popularity. Due to the cumbersome process of protecting their rights, many original store owners find themselves powerless against counterfeiters who flood the market with lower-priced imitations, ultimately leading to the expulsion of quality by inferior goods. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xia Dong's back. What Taobao described was precisely what he feared most. Taking a deep breath, he typed the final words into the dialog box. Xia Dong, I understand. Thank you, Taobao. He put away his phone, his gaze now imbued with an unprecedented determination. Copyright registration could not be delayed. Upon returning to the office, Xia Jiangwo and Zhou Yunfang were still gathered around the unassuming dot matrix printer, marveling at its capabilities. Goodness, this contraption is faster than 10 people writing by hand. Xia Jiangwo reached out to touch it, hesitating for fear of causing damage, his hand suspended in midair. Observing the astonishment on his parents' faces, stemming from a technological generational gap, Xia Dong felt a surge of entirely different concern. While efficiency had indeed increased, so too had the complications. The popularity of the chubby orange is, without a doubt, a foregone conclusion. According to the inertia of this world, any trending item that emerges on Taobao seldom survives beyond a week. After a mere 7 days, a plethora of pixel-perfect replicas will spring forth, proliferating like mushrooms after rain. They will be offered at even lower prices, employing unscrupulous methods. Inferior vinyl plastics will replace the environmentally friendly resin used in their products, and toxic industrial paints will coat the poorly crafted prototypes. Ultimately, they will use titles that boast the same product at fractured prices, mercilessly trampling upon the efforts of the original creators. He does not wish for the chubby orange, this small entity that carries the hopes of his entire family, to suffer the same fate. Encased in a layer of legal armor, Xia Dong stealthily approached a corner, discreetly opening his phone to find that familiar black circular icon. He typed a message into the dialog box. Taobao, please help me organize all the processes and required materials for applying for copyright, artistic copyright, and patents in 2008 in the most detailed manner possible. The screen flickered with light, and in the next instant, a torrent of text cascaded down like a waterfall. Guide to Copyright Registration Application, 2008 edition. Detailed explanation of artistic copyright registration process. Important notes for appearance design patent applications. Each document was astonishingly thorough, detailing everything from the required form numbers to the addresses of governmental agencies, and even the potential legal pitfalls lurking behind each clause. Taobao laid it all out with clear logic and concise language. Xia Dong skimmed through the information. He comprehended each word individually, yet when pieced together, it felt akin to deciphering an ancient script. Copies of applicant identification documents, proof of rights ownership, a voluntary registration statement, and supplementary materials such as drafts, design ideas, and modification records from the creative process, which will serve as supporting evidence to enhance the success rate of the application and the subsequent efficacy of rights protection. Xia Dong's brow gradually furrowed into a knot. While Taobao could generate templates for these documents, navigating the processes, submitting materials, and interacting with officials required substantial time and energy. Moreover, he understood that such matters demand a high level of expertise. A single misplaced punctuation mark or an inappropriate word could result in the entire application being rejected and sent back. He did not possess the luxury of time to squander. He needed professionals to handle professional tasks. Xia Dong closed his phone, took a deep breath, and turned towards his parents, who were still engrossed in studying the printer. Dad, Mom, could you come here for a moment? I have something important to discuss with you. His tone was calm. Yet both Xia Jiangwo and Zhou Yunfang sensed an unusual seriousness in his voice. They exchanged glances and followed Xia Dong to a corner of the warehouse. Dongzi, what's the matter? Why so serious? Zhou Yunfang patted a wooden crate, inviting him to sit and speak. Xia Dong shook his head. Mom, how long do you think our chubby orange can remain popular? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiangwo chuckled, a hint of pride illuminating his face. Is that even a question? You have not seen the comments on Taobao, where each person expresses their admiration, eager to collect a complete set. Considering the current momentum, Uncle Zhang and I estimate that our factory's profits this month may surpass those of the entire past year. The recent success of our online store has indeed instilled immense confidence in him. Although the funds have yet to reach our bank account, the constantly increasing figures on the back end have already left him somewhat elated. Indeed, Xia Dong, Zhou Yunfang chimed in with a smile, attributing our good fortune to your idea, which has allowed your father and me to sleep soundly these past few nights. Xia Dong, however, did not share in the joy. His expression remained grave. Dad, what if in 2 weeks, or at most a month, there are dozens of stores on Taobao selling identical fat oranges. But at only half or even a third of our price. What do you think would happen? The smile on Xia Zhengwo's face froze. And the joy on Zhou Yunfang's countenance faded instantly. That's impossible, right? Xia Zhengwo instinctively retorted, "Isn't that theft? It's illegal." Illegal? Xiao Dong chuckled softly, a complexity in his laughter that only adults could comprehend. Dad, you underestimate human greed and overestimate the current market environment. He paused, articulating each word carefully. On the internet, the cost of copying and imitation is virtually zero. By the time others have profited from us, if we pursue legal action, the court summons may not even reach them before they have closed shop and vanished, perhaps adopting a new guise to continue selling. Xiao Dong's words fell like a bucket of cold water over Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang. The soaring ambitions kindled by the surge in sales were abruptly dampened. So, what do we do? Zhou Yunfang panicked. Though she did not grasp the intricacies of the internet, she understood the implication of losing money to others. Xia Zhengwo fell silent. His brow furrowed tightly as he inhaled deeply. He recognized that his son's concerns were likely valid. Throughout the years of running a factory and dealing with myriad individuals, he had witnessed too many instances devoid of ethics. Dongzi, do you have a plan? Xia Zhengwo raised his head to look at his son, realizing that somewhere along the way, his son, freshly graduated from high school, had become the backbone of the family. Yes, Xiao Dong nodded. We must immediately apply for intellectual property protection for the image of the fat orange. Intellectual property? Both Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang wore puzzled expressions. This term was foreign to them, something they had only heard on television news. In simple terms, it involves filing a case with the government to prove that the fat orange is our unique design. If anyone dares to plagiarize, we can present the government's documentation to sue them, ensuring they face consequences severe enough to ruin them. Xiao Dong explained in the most straightforward manner possible. That must cost a significant amount, right? Zhou Yunfang acknowledged Xiao Dong's reasoning before posing a more practical question, one that concerned her greatly. Xia Zhengwo also looked at him, awaiting his answer. It will require some expenditure, Xiao Dong replied candidly. Handling this ourselves would be cumbersome, prone to errors, and would waste valuable time. My inclination is to directly seek the services of a specialized intellectual property agency, investing financially in their expertise to expedite the process with a higher success rate. Xia Zhengwo fell silent for a moment, crushing the cigarette but in his hand against the ground with a decisive stomp. How much will it cost? He inquired. I haven't inquired yet, but I estimate that the total expenses will amount to around 20,000 yuan. Xia Dong provided a rough figure. 20,000. Zhou Yunfang expressed her astonishment. The sales from their online store over the past few days barely exceeded 30,000, and that was before deducting costs and shipping fees. The thought of spending 20,000 at once made her instinctively wince. Yet, Xia Zhengwo surprisingly exhibited no signs of shock. He simply fixated on Xia Dong's eyes. Xiao Dong, are you certain this expenditure is justified? Dad, Xia Dong met his gaze with unwavering determination. This is not merely a question of value. It is our family's lifeline. This 20,000 yuan will provide our cherished orange cat with an impenetrable armor. Without it, our factory is vulnerable to being fatally struck at any moment. The phrase fatally struck carried a chilling weight, causing Xia Zhengwo's heart to constrict involuntarily. He recalled the phone call from a few days prior when a foreign client rescinded their contract. That sense of powerlessness, that feeling of being choked, surged back within him. He could not allow such a situation to unfold again. All right. Xia Zhengwo thumped his thigh with vigor, his voice resonant. I will provide you with 20,000. Pursue this wholeheartedly. Our family's funds are meant for significant endeavors. The recent surge in online sales illuminated a vast horizon of hope for him. Rekindling the dormant flame of ambition within his heart, he resolved to trust his son once more. Xia Dong, armed with the bank card bestowed by his father, wasted no time. He promptly activated the newly acquired computer and entered Huayao Intellectual Property Agency into the Baidu search bar. The results flooded in. A melange of advertisements and official websites. With patience, he meticulously sifted through the options, bypassing the overly embellished small firms, ultimately honing in on the largest and most established entity, Huayao Intellectual Property Agency. The website was adequately designed, showcasing numerous trademarks from well-known local enterprises in their case studies. He noted down the company's address and phone number, realizing it was not too far from his home, approximately a 30-minute bus ride away. Picking up the landline, he dialed the contact number listed on the website. "Hello, Huayao Intellectual Property. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice greeted him on the other end. "Greetings. My surname is Xia. I wish to inquire about the application process for copyright and design patents. And I would like to schedule a face-to-face consultation with your advisor this afternoon." Xia Dong was forthright. The representative seemed taken aback by his directness for a moment. "Certainly. Mr. Xia, approximately what time will you arrive?" "Around 3 o'clock. "Very well, I will arrange that for you. When you arrive, simply state your surname at the front desk." "Thank you." At 2:45 in the afternoon, Xia Dong stood beneath a grand office building. The sign of Huayao Intellectual Property Agency gleams under the sunlight. The company occupies the 16th floor. As the elevator doors slide open, one is greeted by an entire wall adorned with patent certificates and honorific medals. The receptionist, a striking young woman, smiles and inquires about his purpose of visit. "My surname is Xia. I have an appointment at 3 o'clock. "Good afternoon, Mr. Xia. Manager Fan and Miss Tang are already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me." Mr. Xia Dong follows the receptionist through the open office area, arriving at a conference room enclosed by glass partitions. Inside, a man and a young woman are already seated. The man appears to be in his 30s, clad in a slightly snug white shirt, his hair meticulously styled, with a black briefcase beside him that conveys an air of shrewdness and competence. The young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, exudes a sense of modesty, dressed in a crisp professional suit. Her short hair grazes her ears, and she appears to be a recent university graduate, sitting upright with her hands resting on her knees, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in her gaze. Upon seeing Xia Dong enter, the man momentarily freezes, taken aback by the youthfulness of his visitor. However, he quickly masks his surprise, standing up with a professionally affable smile as he extends his hand. "Mr. Xia, is it? Greetings, I am the client manager here, Fan Tong." As he speaks, he retrieves a business card from his pocket and hands it over. Xia Dong accepts the card, which features a white background with black lettering, elegantly simple in design. Position, Senior Client Manager. Name, Fan Tong. Xia Dong's eyes linger on the two characters, Fan Tong. A wave of amusement washes over him as he struggles to suppress laughter, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. This name carries such an impactful resonance. He can almost envision the trials this manager Fan must have endured throughout his life due to his moniker. The man opposite him, clearly seasoned in the art of social interaction, perceives Xia Dong's embarrassment at once. Rather than display irritation, he offers a wry yet graceful smile. "Feel free to laugh. It's perfectly fine. I've grown accustomed to it." His candidness only amplifies Xia Dong's embarrassment. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he forcibly suppresses his mirth, mustering what he deems a sincere expression. No, Manager Fan, your name is quite unique and full of character." "Indeed, I think so too." Fan Tong replies with a shrug, settling back in his seat. He gestures towards the young woman beside him. "Allow me to introduce our new intern, Tang Siki, a high-achieving student from the University of International Business and Economics. Today marks her first day at work, and she is accompanying me to meet clients and learn." The girl named Tang Siki stands up, visibly nervous, and offers a tentative nod to Xia Dong. "Hello, Mr. Xia." Her voice is soft, and her cheeks bear a faint blush. Xia Dong nods back. "Hello." He can discern her nervousness, likely stemming from this being her inaugural experience in a formal client meeting. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Xia." Fan Tong gestures invitingly. "Let us return to the matter at hand. On the phone, I heard you wish to inquire about copyright and patent applications." "Indeed." Xia Dong also took a seat, placing a folder he had brought with him onto the table. "Our family runs a toy factory, and we have recently designed a new original toy character. I am concerned about potential plagiarism, so I aim to expedite all possible intellectual property applications." Chapter 35, Applying for Patents. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong's interest was piqued. Mr. Xia is quite visionary. There are not many entrepreneurs in the country with such awareness nowadays. Would it be convenient for you to share your design drafts with us? Certainly. Xia Dong opened the folder and retrieved several A4 sheets. These were high-definition renderings of the Fat Orange series, printed using the factory's color printer. There were a total of 9 standard versions and 1 hidden edition. When the adorable images of the fat oranges appeared on the table, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a moment. An involuntary gasp of admiration escaped from Tang Siki's lips, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. The intern, who moments ago had appeared so reserved and anxious, was now leaning forward, hands planted firmly on the table, utterly captivated by the image. Her gaze brimming with affection and longing. This is just too adorable. Fan Tong was equally taken aback. He had encountered various designs, complex, intricate, and high-tech, but he had never seen one so simple, yet so precisely resonant with the heart as the one before him. The expression of the orange cat exuded a sense of languor, and its round body incited an irresistible urge to cuddle. He could almost assure himself that this creation would undoubtedly become a sensation. "Mr. Xia, is this the toy you designed?" Fan Tong's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of excitement. "Indeed," Xia Dong replied calmly. "Where can one purchase it?" Tang Siki nearly blurted out, only realizing her indiscretion afterward. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly sat up straight, averting her gaze. Xia Dong chuckled. "On Taobao, there is a shop called Toy King that we operate ourselves. If you like it, I can send you a set someday." "Really? Thank you, Mr. Xia," Tang Siki exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Fan Tong cleared his throat, steering the conversation back. "Mr. Xia, this design is indeed remarkable. Have you prepared the relevant application materials? For instance, the description of the creative process and design concepts?" "I have prepared some," Xia Dong replied, retrieving a thicker stack of documents from the folder. "I did some research at home and wrote down a few things. Though I am unsure of their accuracy or compliance, I would appreciate your professional guidance." He gently pushed the stack of meticulously crafted application materials, logical, professionally worded, and formatted to the standard of a textbook, toward Fan Tong. Initially, Fan Tong did not pay much attention. In his view, how professional could materials penned by a seemingly college-aged young man possibly be? It was merely a few phrases expressing the purpose behind the design of this creation. He picked up the first page and glanced at it casually. Then, his demeanor transformed, from casual indifference to intense focus, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a state of near-horrific shock. On the creative philosophy, originality declaration, and rights ownership of the Fat Orange series artworks, he murmured the title to himself, swiftly flipping through the subsequent pages. The core design language of this character lies in the deconstruction and reassembly of anthropomorphism and animal cuteness, creating a strong visual memory and affinity through simplified lines and exaggerated proportions. The ratio of head to body is approximately 1:15. Its originality is primarily reflected in three aspects. First, the symbolic expression of character personality. According to Articles 3 and 15 of the Copyright Law of the People's Republic of China, this work is deemed an original artistic creation that can be reproduced in tangible form, with copyright belonging to the applicant. The more he read, the faster his heart raced. Was this mere casual writing? This was, without a doubt, a textbook example. Every term was precisely crafted to the legal standard. Each argument perfectly aligned with the scrutiny of the Copyright Bureau. Even potential rejection risks were preemptively addressed in the supplementary explanations, using extensive references to bolster their case. He dared to assert that even his company's top copywriting experts might struggle to produce a document more impeccable than this one. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Xia Dong as if he were a monster. "Mr. Xia, did you truly write this material yourself?" Xia Dong remained composed, his heart steady. "Yes. I gathered a great deal of information online and pieced it together. I apologize for the presumption." Fan Tong's Adam's apple bobbed. He felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. A young man from a toy factory not only designed such an impressive IP, but could also craft such a professional legal document? Where did this prodigy emerge from? He took a deep breath and carefully placed the document back on the table, as if cradling a treasure. "Mr. Xia, you are far too modest." His address had unconsciously shifted from Mr. Xia to you. "To be candid, we could submit your document to the relevant authorities without altering a single word." Xia Dong nodded, seemingly unperturbed by this outcome. "That's reassuring. My primary concern is the timeline." "You need not worry about that." Fan Tong straightened his posture, regaining the demeanor of a professional manager. "Our company has a dedicated fast track for expedited processing. I assure you, I will help you obtain the certificate as swiftly as possible." "Good. Let us discuss the price," Xia Dong stated directly. Fan Tong pondered for a moment. According to the company's standard fee schedule, the registration of artistic work copyright, along with 9 regular and 1 hidden design patent applications, would typically incur a minimum agency service fee of 8,000 yuan. However, he glanced at the flawless application materials on the table. The client had already completed the most critical and mentally taxing paperwork on their own. Essentially, all that remained for them was to run errands and submit a few materials. It would be rather unreasonable to charge the original price under such circumstances. Moreover, he had a strong intuition that this young man before him was not an ordinary individual. This chubby orange cat was certainly not his final destination. It was a potential goldmine that needed to be nurtured. With this thought in mind, Fan Tong broke into a hearty smile. Mr. Xia, you have taken care of the most challenging tasks for us. How about this? We will have the agency fee to 4,000 yuan. Should you require any further legal services, such as rights protection or litigation, we will offer you the most favorable discount at market price. What do you think? This price, he believed, reflected genuine goodwill and was significantly lower than what Xia Dong had anticipated. Xia Dong regarded him and nodded. All right. He rose and extended his hand. Manager Fan, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. I have but one request. Fan Tong promptly stood up to shake his hand. Please, go ahead. Xia Dong uttered a single word, time. Money was not an issue. It was time that mattered. He needed to acquire his resources before those plagiarists could react. Chapter 36. The chubby orange cat's windfall. Fan Tong sensed the strength in Xia Dong's handshake, as well as the calm determination in his gaze. He nodded vigorously and solemnly promised, rest assured, Mr. Xia, I will personally oversee this case. Fan Tong's efficiency surpassed Xia Dong's expectations. The client manager, whose name seemed rather dubious, exhibited astonishing capability in his professional domain. Mr. Xia, we have expedited the copyright registration application for your chubby orange artwork and submitted it through the fast track. We anticipate receiving the certificate within 15 working days. On the computer screen, the QQ avatar flickered incessantly. It was that in turn, Tang Siki. Her QQ nickname was quite simple, Siki. The avatar depicted a cartoon rabbit, appearing somewhat daft. Xia Dong's fingertips danced across the keyboard. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. It's no trouble. Manager Fan insisted on monitoring this. He said your case is urgent and cannot be delayed like others. Tang Siki replied swiftly, adding a determined emoji. Xia Dong could envision the scene on the other side of the screen, a novice in the workplace, sitting up straight, meticulously typing on the keyboard. He couldn't help but smile. Please thank Manager Fan for me, and tell him that once everything is settled, I will treat him to a meal. All right, I will definitely convey that, came the quick reply, accompanied by an OK emoji. Shortly thereafter, the little rabbit avatar began to flicker again. Mr. Xia, may I ask a question? The message arrived, tinged with a hint of hesitation. Go ahead. Xia Dong leaned back in his chair, pouring himself a glass of water. I found the chubby orange blind box on Taobao, and over 1,000 have been sold, with exceptionally positive reviews. What then? I too have purchased one. It is truly adorable. Tang Siki seemed somewhat excited and immediately sent another message. I merely wish to inquire, have you truly considered transforming it into a plush toy? I believe that if it were made into a pillow, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Xia Dong briefly paused, gazing at the screen. A pillow? This indeed presents a splendid idea. He swiftly traversed through his thoughts. Since 2008, the thriving IP derivatives have prominently featured plush toys and pillows. This in turn, Tang Siki, possesses an astute market sense. He typed a response. We will consider it. Thank you for your suggestion. No need for thanks. I just thought I would mention it. Mr. Xia, I won't take up more of your time. The little rabbit's avatar faded away. Xia Dong lifted his cup and took a sip. He realized that this era is never short of innovative young minds. Meanwhile, the Xia family's toy factory had long ceased to resemble its former desolate state. An empty space in the warehouse had been temporarily transformed into a packing area. Du Xiaoyan sat at the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. The screen displaying the Taobao Wang chat interface, inundated with the sound of notifications. Dear, our product is a blind box. The styles are random. The hidden version is based on probability. I wish you good luck. Orders placed before 4 p.m. can be shipped out the same day. His adept use of the term dear had reached a level of mastery. Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhengwo, along with a few neighbors enlisted at the last minute, were skillfully packing and labeling nearby. The dot matrix printer emitted a series of clattering sounds, printing out the 4-part shipping labels, imbued with the unique scent of ink. This sound, in the summer of 2008, was the most melodious symphony in the world. Zhengwo, take your time tearing. Don't ruin the labels. Zhou Yunfang efficiently placed the chubby orange boxes into bubble wrap while turning to caution her husband. Xia Zhengwo, perspiring profusely, chuckled and slowed his pace. He gazed at the mountain of packages, his face breaking into a joyful grin. How is it possible that just a few days have passed? The factory appears to have come back to life. Everything feels surreal. He stole a glance into the inner room. His son, Xia Dong, was seated at the computer, engrossed in some activity. This son, whom he once thought would never grow up, had remarkably pulled the family back from the brink. Xia Zhangwo's heart was a medley of emotions, gratitude, pride, and an inexplicable sense of estrangement. He felt as if he were increasingly unable to comprehend this son of his. Yet one thing he was certain of, this family would not crumble. The back-end data of their Taobao store revealed that the positive review rate for the chubby orange blind boxes had reached an astonishing 99. The remaining one consisted largely of complaints such as "Why can't I draw the hidden version?" Yet the words exuded an endearing tenacity. The first batch of loyal fans was quietly gathering. Most of them are young students and white-collar workers, actively engaging in various forums and QQ spaces, possessing an acute sensitivity and eagerness to share novel and intriguing matters. Xia Dong understands that this is merely the beginning. A true spark awaits an ignition. Meanwhile, he waits. In Shanghai, within a high-end office building in Lujiazui, at 3 in the afternoon, when fatigue envelopes the mind, Lin Miao returns to her cubicle, cradling a cup of freshly brewed latte. Clad in a well-tailored black professional suit, with frameless glasses perched on her nose and her long hair loosely pinned back, she exudes an air of competence and sophistication. As a marketing specialist in a Fortune 500 multinational corporation, her life is filled with countless PowerPoint presentations, analytical reports, and endless meetings, busy yet glamorous. Yet, beneath this polished exterior lies the soul of an unabashed cat enthusiast. She powers on her computer, expertly ignoring the incessantly blinking Outlook icon in the lower right corner, and opens a web page from her favorites. Kenya Community, the pet section. This is her final sanctuary. Her online alias is Meow Meow Loves Sunbathing. Under this identity, she is not Linda the marketing specialist, but simply an ordinary cat owner who delights in sharing the daily antics of her feline companion. She has a chubby, lethargic Persian cat named Nian Gao, as round as a ball. Lin Miao has captured countless irresistibly adorable photos of Nian Gao, pairing them with her delicate and engaging prose, which she posts on Tianya. Over time, Meow Meow Loves Sunbathing has gained a modest reputation in the pet section. Each of her posts is highlighted by the moderator, accompanied by an abundance of enthusiastic replies. The author's writing is exquisite. It melts my heart. Nian Gao is simply too adorable. I want to steal him. May I ask what camera you used? The photos are so soothing. Lin Miao relishes this attention. It provides a warm solace amidst the cold, hard data and KPIs she faces daily. While browsing through today's trending posts, her MSN avatar suddenly lights up. It's her best friend Connie, who works at another PR firm. Linda, are you there? I have a fantastic recommendation for you. Lin Miao takes a sip of her coffee, typing leisurely. Go ahead. On Taobao, there's this thing called the fat orange blind box. You must search for it. It's definitely your style. Chapter 37. The Power of Hidden Items, followed by an eye-catching animated recommendation. A blind box. Lin Miao's brow furrows slightly. What is that? It sounds reminiscent of the lottery cards sold at the school gate in her childhood for a dime. She has never held much fondness for such gambling-like items. Juvenile. She replies with 2 words. Oh, come on, just check it out. It's exquisitely made and features a cat. A plump orange cat. Super adorably explosive. Connie clearly has no intention of giving up. Allow me to share with you that I have purchased 3, having opened one for practicing yoga and another for playing football, both of which have nearly endeared themselves to me. The young ladies in my office have gone wild, each now possessing one. Chubby orange? The mere mention of this phrase lightly stirred Lin Miao's heart. She harbored an irresistible weakness for all things feline, particularly those pertaining to orange cats. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the Taobao webpage. In the search bar, she typed in chubby orange blind box. A gentle press of the enter key unveiled a brand new world before her. The homepage of the shop was remarkably exquisite, embodying a refreshing and minimalist style she had never encountered, distinctly contrasting with the trendy, gaudy shops that cluttered their pages with an overwhelming array of products. Toy King exclusive, a somewhat quaint name. Yet, the main product image instantly captivated her attention. It was a high-definition rendering showcasing 9 standard designs alongside a black silhouette in the shape of a question mark, all neatly arranged. Each chubby orange exuded an endearing charm, each with its own unique expression. The football-playing chubby orange wore an expression of intense focus, its round body striking a rather uncoordinated shooting pose. The yoga-practicing chubby orange contorted its plump form into an intricate cat stretch, yet wore a remarkably composed demeanor. The chubby orange lifting miniature dumbbells appeared flushed, as if exerting every ounce of strength, beads of sweat glistening on its brow. A smile involuntarily crept across Lin Miao's lips. It was an adorable charm that struck at the very core, entirely disarming. She clicked into the product details page, scrutinizing the images with great care. The photographs were rich in texture, the warm-toned background showcasing every intricate detail of the chubby orange. The matte finish, flowing lines, and those delightful little details spoke volumes. This craftsmanship was undeniably far superior to that of a mere trinket priced at 39 yuan. With a one chance of obtaining a hidden variant. A playful line of text danced across the page. Hidden variant? Lin Miao's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. A glance at the sales figures revealed over 700 units sold. The reviews were uniformly positive, with many buyers showcasing their own acquired designs, the chubby oranges in their photos mirroring those of the seller almost perfectly. Exceptional craftsmanship. Placing it on my desk has infused me with motivation for work. I got the basketball chubby orange. The details are impeccable. The hoop is even movable. Oh dear. This is my fifth one, and still no hidden variant. I'm not giving up. Must buy again. Lin Miao scrolled through the comments, discovering a plethora of surprise, boasting, and a hint of dissatisfaction. A peculiar sentiment, merging a collector's obsession with a gambler's thrill, permeated the comment section. She found herself wavering. Perhaps, just perhaps, she should buy one to try? As this thought emerged, it spiraled uncontrollably. Should she purchase one, or perhaps two? What if she ended up with one she did not fancy? Why not simply acquire a complete set? No, that would not work since one could not specify the design. Lin Miao's inner turmoil began to wane as she battled with her desires. Ultimately, the seasoned cat lover within triumphantly overcame the rational white-collar persona. Taking a deep breath, she maneuvered the mouse, entering the number 5 in the quantity field. Upon completing the transaction, she exhaled with relief, feeling as though she had accomplished something remarkable. She replied to Connie on MSN, stating, "I bought it." "How many?" "5. From the other side of the screen, Connie responded with an expression of awe. "You're amazing. Can't wait for the unboxing. If you unveil a hidden edition, remember to treat me to a meal." Lin Miao chuckled at the screen, pondering the nature of the hidden edition. Over the next 2 days, she experienced the essence of anticipation, checking the logistics information multiple times each day, watching that small parcel journey towards Shanghai. This sense of expectancy was both unfamiliar and nostalgic, reminiscent of her childhood. Waiting for her parents to return from business trips bearing gifts. On Friday afternoon, the package finally arrived. The receptionist called. "Linda, your delivery has arrived." Lin Miao practically flew down the stairs. A modest cardboard box emblazoned with the logo of Huayao Express awaited her, surprisingly heavy for its size. Clutching the box, she made her way back to her desk, drawing curious glances from her colleagues. "Linda, what delightful treasure have you purchased? Such a large box. It can't be another handbag, can it?" Lin Miao smiled mysteriously, choosing silence. She retrieved her exquisite paper cutter from her desk, carefully slicing through the tape. As the box opened, she discovered 5 identical small boxes inside. The design was minimalistic, featuring the logo of a chubby orange on the front and silhouettes of 9 standard editions on the side. The entire packaging exuded an indescribable sense of sophistication. She inhaled deeply and picked up the first box, tearing away the plastic wrap and lifting the lid. Inside lay an opaque black plastic bag, adding a sense of ceremony to the reveal, which Lin Miao silently appreciated. As she tore open the plastic bag, a plump, yoga-practicing orange came into view. "Wow," gasped a nearby female colleague, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Miao lifted it into her palm, feeling its smooth texture and substantial weight. The paint was flawless, with not a single imperfection, and the expression of nonchalance was captured with exquisite detail. It was utterly adorable, and her heart was instantly captivated. "Quick, open the next one. Hurry." Colleague Laura had joined her, even more animated than Lin Miao herself. Lin Miao reached for the second box, revealing an orange playing soccer. The third box contained an orange engaged in basketball. With the fourth box, her heartbeat quickened. She tore open the bag and reached inside, only to be met with a collective sigh of disappointment from the office. Another yoga-practicing orange. It was a repetition. However, Lin Miao was unfazed. She casually gifted the duplicate to her colleague, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Wow. Thank you, Sister Linda, the colleague exclaimed, as if she had struck gold. Now, only one remains. All eyes are fixed upon that diminutive box. Lin Miao felt a slight perspiration forming in her palms. Slowly, she tore open the final black plastic bag. As the contents were fully revealed under the bright lights, the entire office fell into a profound silence lasting 3 seconds. Then, an eruption of thunderous screams ensued. Ah, it's the hidden edition. Laura's voice was the loudest, nearly shaking the ceiling. Lin Miao was momentarily stunned. She gazed at the object in her hands, her eyes wide and her heart racing. Chapter 38. Igniting the horizon, it was a chubby orange cat, upside down. Its entire body nearly submerged in a small blue splash base, revealing only its round, plump backside and 2 flailing little legs. At the tip of its tail, a single, glistening droplet of water hung. Its expression was, naturally, hidden. Yet, this comical and awkward appearance was 100 times more endearing than any conventional version. My goodness, Linda, your luck is simply astounding. I bought 8 and didn't get 1. You managed to get 5. Let me touch it. I want to bask in your good fortune. The colleagues erupted into excitement, gathering around to marvel at the upside-down chubby orange cat. Lin Miao's mind was a blank slate. Surprise and immense, unparalleled joy washed over her like a tsunami. This sensation was purer and more intense than securing a $1 million deal or receiving her year-end bonus. She lifted the diving orange cat, scrutinizing it under the light. The more she looked, the more she adored it. A thought blossomed in her mind. She wanted to share this joy. That very evening, Lin Miao declined all social engagements and returned home promptly. She even bypassed the chance to cuddle with her beloved pet and retrieved her precious camera from the moisture-proof box. She carefully arranged the 5 cats. Oh no. Now it was 4 chubby oranges, alongside the unique hidden edition, on her meticulously prepared shooting stage. The soft light illuminated the scene, and the backdrop was set. She raised her camera, peering through the viewfinder at the adorable creatures. Her gaze transformed into one of focus and tenderness. Click, click. The sound of the shutter resonated crisply in the quiet room. She captured numerous close-ups of each chubby orange, showcasing their most charming angles, especially the upside-down hidden edition, which received royal treatment. After finishing the photo shoot, she imported the images to her computer, employing Photoshop for basic color adjustments and cropping. By the time she completed all tasks, it was already 10 o'clock at night. She logged into the Tianya community. In the pet section, she clicked the button to publish a new post. After a moment's reflection, she typed a line in the title bar. Unboxing review. I would call it the cutest of the year. Who could resist a chubby orange striving to exercise? Includes hidden edition surprise. Then, she began to write fervently. Hello everyone. I am your old friend, Meow Meow, who loves basking in the sun. Today, I shall not share tales of my beloved rice cake companion. Instead, I wish to introduce you to a remarkable treasure that has the potential to dethrone my cherished rice cake's position in my heart. The story unfolds as follows. Yesterday afternoon, a mischievous friend fervently recommended a delightful little item from Taobao known as the Fat Orange Blind Box. With a lighthearted and witty tone, she recounted her journey from being persuaded to placing an order and finally to the excitement of unboxing her purchase. Her words were her forte, as she vividly expressed her emotions with each blind box she opened, ranging from anticipation and joy to a slight disappointment upon discovering a duplicate. Ultimately, the exhilaration of unveiling a hidden edition felt akin to winning a grand lottery prize. Her writing was profoundly infectious, immersing the reader in her experience. When that adorable upside-down fat orange appeared before my eyes, I swore I could hear the sound of my heart bursting with joy. It was a sensation reminiscent of witnessing a brilliant sunbeam break through the dreary, rainy season. As she wrote, she uploaded a series of impeccably processed high-definition photographs, each seamlessly interwoven with her narrative. The combination of imagery and text was nothing short of perfection. At the end of her post, she included a link to the toy store specializing in these delightful treasures. A word of caution, proceed with care, for it is indeed quite addictive. With that said, I must place another order. After reviewing for any typos, she pressed the publish button. Having completed this, she leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply. A sense of joy from sharing began to blossom within her. She refreshed the page. Within a minute of posting, the first reply appeared. Sofa. Soon after, the second and third replies followed in quick succession. Wow. I clicked just from the title. This fat orange is simply too adorable. The photos taken by the original poster are fantastic. The quality is outstanding. A blind box. That sounds intriguing. I will search for it on Taobao. Oh my. A hidden edition. The upside-down orange. It's so cute it's making me bleed. I must buy one too. The replies surged at a visible pace. Lin Miao gazed at the screen, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. 10 minutes post-publication, the reply count reached 17. Sofa. The rice cake from the original poster looks so plump, I could devour it. Bench. What brand is this little orange cat figurine? It's adorably illegal. Floor. What on earth is an upside-down orange? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. It's so vivid. 30 minutes later, the reply count swelled to 89. A blind box. What is this new trend? It sounds exhilarating, like a childhood lottery. Order placed. I'm all in for this upside-down orange. An hour later, the reply count skyrocketed to 324. The post's color shifted from ordinary white to a vibrant red, signifying a popular thread. Clearly, the moderator of the Tianya community recognized its value, for they not only highlighted the post, but also bestowed upon it the coveted essence tag. Finally, a cold yet prestigious action was completed, pinned to the top. At this moment, the proverbial hornet's nest was thoroughly stirred. In 2008, Tianya emerged as the undisputed king of traffic in the Chinese internet realm. Countless lurking souls and insomniacs witnessed the strikingly vibrant title, Upside Down, Blind Boxes, Fat Orange. These three keywords, like arrows, precisely struck the softest spots of their hearts. Curiosity ignited, and the desire to purchase surged forth. It was as if a spell had been cast, compelling them to click on the Taobao link dangling at the bottom. A digital deluge named Fat Orange began to converge, its target being a modest store known as the Toy King exclusive. Meanwhile, in a private room of an internet cafe in the southern part of the city, Xia Dong reclined in his chair, leisurely sipping a bottle of iced red tea. Wang Pengfei beside him animatedly analyzed the website's backend data. Dongzi, look, our site's traffic has already exceeded 55,000 a day. Although the income from the advertising alliance is still only about 120 yuan, this growth momentum is undeniably promising. Xia Dong nodded, his expression calm. This level of traffic was merely an appetizer. At that moment, the computer on the table suddenly displayed a QQ chat window in the lower right corner. It was a message from Du Xiaoyan. Boss, it's gone crazy. For exclamation marks conveyed the frantic energy that seemed to leap from the screen. Xia Dong furrowed his brow and typed on the keyboard. What's wrong? Take your time. Inquiries. They're all inquiries. My Wang is about to explode. So many people are asking if they came from Tianya, and if they can get hidden versions of your fat orange. Chapter 39. Orders overflowing. Urgent recruitment, Tianya? Xia Dong's heart sank. He had yet to promote on Tianya. So how could there be an unexpected influx of traffic? He swiftly switched to the back end of the Taobao store. After just one glance, he nearly lost grip on his iced red tea. The real-time visitor count, 1258. What did this mean? Just half an hour ago, this number was below 100. He refreshed the page. 1372, another refresh. 1503, the figures continued to escalate at a visibly frantic pace. Holy cow. Wang Pengfei leaned over, his eyes wide as saucers. Dongzi, what have you done? Did you ask someone to inflate the traffic? This data seems off. Xia Dong remained silent, his gaze fixated on the pending orders column. The numbers were wildly fluctuating. 213, 214, 215. These were not mere digits. They represented money, real, tangible wealth. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The notifications from Wang sounded like an urgent summons, echoing incessantly. Clearly, Du Xiaoyan was on the brink of collapse. Boss, I can't keep up. They're placing orders too quickly. Xia Dong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. He knew something was amiss, something monumental. He anticipated that the chubby orange would become a sensation. Yet he never expected it to erupt in such an unforeseen manner. Dapeng, you keep an eye on the website. I must return home. He snatched his coat and dashed out of the internet cafe. At the Xia family toy factory, the atmosphere had transformed from a workplace into a battlefield. Xia Zhengwo and Zhou Yunfang stood before the newly acquired computer, frozen like statues struck by lightning. The crisp chimes resonated from the computer speakers, creating an eerie ambience in the office. Is this computer malfunctioning? Zhou Yunfang's voice trembled as she pointed at the screen displaying the incessantly ascending order list. Are these all orders? Xia Dong remained silent, fixated on the number in the bottom right corner of the screen. Pending orders, 876. In the brief moment he took to light a cigarette, that figure surged from over 300 to more than 800. This surpassed the total number of orders their factory had received in the past year. Is this a prank? He took a deep drag from his cigarette, attempting to numb his nearly overwhelmed mind with nicotine. Is someone playing a trick? Who buys things like this? Zhou Yunfang shared his disbelief. Could it be a scam? What if they place orders without payment? Before she could finish her thought, the number of paid orders in the background surged upwards again. This indicated that, upon shipping, more funds would, indeed, enter their Alipay account. This was no jest, it was real. They exchanged glances, witnessing in each other's eyes a mix of exhilaration and profound concern. Elation that the factory was saved, apprehension about how to fulfill such a vast quantity of orders. At that moment, the factory's door swung open with a loud bang. Xia Dong rushed in, a look of urgency on his face. Dad, Mom. Upon seeing her son, Zhou Yunfang felt a surge of reassurance and grasped his arm tightly. Dong, you must see what is happening. The orders just keep coming. Xia Dong glanced at the screen, where the number of pending orders had already surpassed 1,200. A singular thought raced through his mind. The post on Tianyao wielded terrifying power. Stay calm, he said, patting his mother's hand with a voice remarkably steady for an 18-year-old. This is a good thing. He turned to Xia Dong. Dad, how many people can we mobilize at the factory right now? Xia Dong extinguished his cigarette, his brow furrowed. Including your mother and me, and a few others like Master Zhang. We have about 7 or 8 people who can start working immediately. The rest are occupied with the production of chubby oranges. Xia Dong quickly calculated in his mind. 7 or 8 people against over 1,000 orders, all needing packaging and shipping. This was not merely a question of feasibility. It was a matter of potential disaster. He glanced toward the corner of the factory, where mountains of chubby orange blind boxes lay piled high. Production, under Zhang Weiming's optimization, barely kept pace. However, the packaging and shipping process had completely collapsed. Exporting orders, printing shipping labels, verifying products, picking items, wrapping them in bubble wrap, placing them in shipping boxes, sealing them with tape, and finally affixing the shipping labels. Each of these steps is maddeningly intricate. Summer and Winter could almost foresee the hellish scene that awaited them. There simply weren't enough hands. Absolutely insufficient, he stated emphatically. We must recruit immediately. More is better. Recruit? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfang's eyes brightened as if a thought had struck her. Yes, Lu Fun, my former colleague from the textile factory. Summer Zhangwo recalled as well. Are you referring to Aunt Lu, the swift one? Indeed, that's her. Zhou Yunfang exclaimed with excitement. Her hands move as fast as a sewing machine. In the assembly line, one person could match the output of 3. Since their factory closed down, she has been idle at home. She would surely be willing to lend a hand. Hurry, call her, urged Summer Zhangwo. Zhou Yunfang quickly pulled out her small phone and found the number. The phone rang for a considerable time before it was answered. Hello? Who is this? Came a slightly hoarse female voice from the other end. Lu Fun, it's me, Zhou Yunfang. Yunfang, what's wrong? What happened? Zhou Yunfang took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. Lu Fun, I have an urgent job, packing items. Can you come help? Packing? Where? At the toy factory run by my husband and me. Right now? Yes, the sooner, the better. There was a moment of silence on the line. As if she were weighing her options, Zhou Yunfang quickly added, the pay is calculated daily, 200 a day. 200. The voice on the other end suddenly became alert. In 2008, such daily wages would certainly rouse a laid-off female worker from her slumber. Really? Absolutely. Just come, and you'll receive it immediately. Great. I'll be there shortly. How many people do you need? My old friends are also free. Can I bring them along? Zhou Yunfang glanced at Summer and, without hesitation, he nodded. Yes, we need all the nimble hands we can get. Zhou Yunfang shouted into the phone. All right, I'll be waiting. The call ended, and the factory fell into a brief silence. Summer Zhangwo looked at Zhou Yunfang with a complex expression. Yunfang, is 200 a day too high? Zhou Yunfang shook her head. This is not the time to quibble over money. What we lack is not funds, but time. Each order represents a commitment. We must dispatch the goods within the promised time frame. Furthermore, although our wages exceed the market rate, considering the profits from our plump oranges, we can certainly afford it. As Summer observed his mother's suddenly assertive demeanor, he felt a surge of confidence in her capability to manage significant affairs. It seemed that once the toy factory was on the right track, he could entrust the operation to both of his parents. Chapter 40. The laid-off workers strike team in less than 40 minutes. A dilapidated three-wheeled motorcycle, accompanied by a series of sputtering sounds, came to a halt at the entrance of the toy factory. 5 middle-aged women, dressed in plain attire, disembarked from the vehicle. The leader, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, had a slightly plump figure but possessed an exceptionally sharp gaze. Upon entering, her eyes scanned the factory floor before finally resting on the figure of Yunfang. Yunfang, the newcomer, was none other than Lu Fun, flanked by her former colleagues from the textile factory. This hastily assembled task force of laid-off female workers, though seemingly unrefined, exuded an air of seasoned competence. Lu Fun wasted no time on pleasantries and inquired directly, "Where's the work?" "Where is it?" Xia Dong stepped forward, gesturing towards the computer and the mountain of goods. "Aunt Lu, we appreciate your help. The task is to pack these toys according to the quantities specified in the orders and affix the shipping labels." Lu Fun approached the computer, glanced at it, then examined the handwritten shipping labels nearby, her brow immediately knitting in concern. "Is this how you're doing it?" Xia Zhangwo nodded awkwardly. "Yes, we've only managed to do a little. It's too slow." Lu Fun shook her head, her expression reminiscent of an experienced commander inspecting the positions of novice soldiers. "This won't do. Everything is wrong." After observing the packing process demonstrated by Xia Dong and the others just once, she unhesitatingly identified the issues. "You can't have one person doing everything from start to finish. It's a waste of time. Everyone is repeating tasks, which increases the likelihood of errors." She turned to the 4 women behind her, gesturing emphatically as she spoke with a clear and authoritative tone. "Stop dawdling. Get to work. Xiaozhang, you go over there to specifically check the orders and pick the items. Xiaoli, Xiaowang, you two sit here. One will wrap and bubble wrap, and the other will seal the boxes with tape. Xiaozhao, you will be in charge of affixing the shipping labels. I will sort the packed goods by region and arrange them neatly." Her voice, though not loud, was articulate and imbued with an undeniable authority. Without a moment's hesitation, the laid-off workers swiftly took their positions, their arrival akin to that of a well-trained battalion descending upon the battlefield. The family of Xia Dong, along with Zhang Weiming, instantaneously transformed from the main contributors to mere observers. A rudimentary yet clearly defined assembly line swiftly materialized under Lu Fun's guidance. Verification of orders, picking, packing, labeling, sorting. These 5 stages flowed seamlessly into one another. Each individual focused solely on their designated task, their movements so swift they left trails in the air. Previously, Xia Dong and his team had fumbled for half an hour, managing to pack fewer than 20 parcels. Now, with Lu Fun's assembly line in motion, nearly 1 parcel was completed every half minute, placed in the designated area. The efficiency had not merely doubled, it had surged exponentially. Xia Zhangwo stood in awe. Having spent his life in factory management, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about production management. Yet today, he received an invaluable lesson from a laid-off female worker. This is the essence of an assembly line. This is true professionalism. Zhou Yunfang, equally astounded, grasped Xia Dong's arm and whispered, "Xiao Dong, your Aunt Lu is remarkable." In Xia Dong's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment sparkled. He was aware that the older generation of industrial workers possessed great skills, but he had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. They may lack knowledge of computers, e-commerce, or the concept of traffic, but they embody a kind of fundamental and precious wisdom. Ding dong. The persistent notification sound from the computer continued unabated. Xia Dong glanced at the back end. Pending orders, 2258. The figure had surpassed 2,000. Yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of calm. He observed the efficient packing assembly line composed of Aunt Lu and her team, knowing that this sudden crisis had, for the time being, been managed. Lu Fun, swiftly organizing the packages, called out to Xia Zhangwo without lifting her head, "Old Xia, this tape is unsuitable. It's too thin and won't seal properly. We need sturdier boxes." Each of her remarks struck at the core of the matter. Xia Zhangwo nodded repeatedly, resembling an eager student absorbing knowledge. Yes, Lu Jie is right. I will take care of it first thing tomorrow." Xia Dong smiled as he approached, offering Lu Fun and the other aunties bottles of mineral water. "Aunt Lu, thank you for your hard work. Today, our goal is to dispatch all of these over 2,000 orders." Lu Fun took the water, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a mouthful, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. 2,000. She glanced at the mountain of goods, her gaze igniting a fierce spirit of determination rather than fear. Don't worry. We'll get it done. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the last delivery truck of Huitong Express, its tail lights glowing, slowly departed from the industrial zone. The factory finally fell silent. Aunt Lu and her sisters, clutching the thick stack of cash Xia Dong had just wrapped in envelopes, departed with satisfied smiles. 200 yuan a day, settled daily. This amount, in 2008, was a substantial income for them. Xia Zhangwo and his wife, Zhang Weiming, along with Xia Dong, slumped in the modest office, unwilling to move. They were tired, but more than that, they felt an exhilarating sense of unreality. Zhou Yunfang retrieved the ledger and calculator from a drawer, her fingers trembling slightly as she pressed the buttons. Today, we completed a total of 2,258 orders. Her voice held a barely perceptible tremor. We sold 2,310 blind boxes, generating a revenue of 90,090 yuan. With a clatter, the calculator fell onto the table. A profound silence enveloped the office. Xia Zhengwo abruptly rose, approached his wife, and took the calculator, re-entering the figures himself. 90090. This number seemed to possess a magical quality, causing the nearly 50-year-old man's eyes to well with tears. He turned to glance at his son, who remained remarkably composed beside him. Dongzi's lips quivered, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Dad, Mom, please remain calm. Xia Dong extended a glass of water towards them. This is merely the beginning. He calmly revealed a figure. After deducting labor costs, delivery fees, and machinery depreciation, the net profit from a blind box hovers around 25 yuan. Today's net profit is approximately 57,000 yuan. In one day, Zhou Yunfang's voice sharpened. You earned 57,000 in a single day? This figure transcended her comprehension of wealth. Their small factory, even at its peak, labored tirelessly for an entire year to yield a mere 1 to 200,000 yuan in profit. Now, they had made as much in a single day as they had in the past 3 months. The sensation was more surreal than winning a 5 million yuan lottery. Yes, in one day, Xia Dong nodded, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. He turned to his father. Dad, Lu and the others can no longer be paid by the day. Xia Zhengwo paused momentarily before swiftly comprehending. Right. It cannot be calculated that way. He slapped his thigh. Tomorrow, I will sign formal labor contracts with them, including social insurance and housing funds. The wages will be higher than what we paid at the textile factory during its prime. Additionally, Zhou Yunfang interjected, we need to hire 2 more customer service representatives. Xiaodu cannot handle it alone. Yes, you both can decide these matters, Xia Dong replied, rising from his seat. Dad, Mom, please return home and rest early. We will likely have much to attend to tomorrow. The next day, Xia Dong did not go to the factory. The operations had stabilized, allowing him to focus on his own endeavors. He first requested a budget of 15,000 yuan from his father, then procured 3 computers at the electronics market, 2 for the factory to manage increased orders and customer service responses, and 1 for his own room. Upon returning to his chamber, he closed the door, casting aside the weariness he had accumulated over the past few days. Lying on his bed, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. The factory's crisis had been temporarily averted. In fact, one might say that fortune had emerged from adversity, revealing a path far more promising than mere foreign trade processing. Moving forward, as soon as the copyrights and patents for the brand Fat Orange were secured and new series were continually launched, this small factory could not only survive but thrive. He could finally devote his energies to another venture, the genuine first bucket of gold he had prepared for himself. Just then, a sudden vibration interrupted his thoughts. The Nokia beside him buzzed unexpectedly. The name Wang Pengfei illuminated the screen. He answered the call. On the other end, a cacophony akin to a pig's wail erupted. Dongzi. Wang Pengfei's voice was charged with excitement, distorted and crackling with static, causing Xia Dong's eardrum to throb painfully. Where the hell are you? At home. What's the matter? Xia Dong distanced the phone slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Something big has happened. A monumental event. Wang Pengfei's voice was imbued with a fervent madness, as if he were on the verge of soaring to new heights. Our website. The traffic has surpassed 1 million. A subtle smile crept onto Xia Dong's lips, one that was hardly perceptible. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Yet, he feigned astonishment and inquired, how much? 1 million. 1 million indeed. Wang Pengfei roared on the other end, nearly shouting with fervor. No, to be precise, it is 1,080,000. I'm at the internet cafe, just logged into the back end. The total visits are 1,083,762. Xia Dong could envision Wang Pengfei, his face flushed with excitement. It's only been a week. Dongzi, a week. We created a website with 1 million visits. Are we about to strike it rich? Are we going to be on television? Calm down, Xia Dong chuckled softly. It's too early for television. But a modest profit is indeed within reach. Have you checked the ad network's backend? I have. That is precisely why I called you. Wang Pengfei's voice escalated in pitch once more. The backend. The Google AdSense backend. Estimated earnings, estimated earnings. He seemed so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely complete a coherent thought. Xia Dong patiently waited, listening to the sound of Wang Pengfei swallowing hard on the other end. Then, in a tone nearly reminiscent of a dreamlike reverie, he uttered a figure, 5,320 yuan. Leaning against his bed, Xia Dong powered on his new computer, which booted up with remarkable speed. Displaying the clean wallpaper he had chosen, he deftly opened the browser and entered the backend address of his website matrix. A dazzling array of data instantly filled the screen. Total visits, 1,083,762. Unique visitors, 714, 558. Page views, 225, 199. The data curve surged upward like a bull breaking free from its bonds, charging skyward at an exaggerated angle. He then accessed the Google AdSense backend. In the estimated earnings section, a glaring figure lay quietly, 532, 758. To Xia Dong, accustomed to the aftermath of the internet bubble, this sum seemed trivial. However, for two freshly graduated high school students in 2008, it represented a windfall from the heavens. It was the first substantial sum they had earned through their own efforts. Dongzi, are you still listening? Wang Pengfei's voice was slightly unsteady, as if still reeling from the overwhelming impact. I am, Xia Dong replied. Is this money for real? Google isn't a scam, right? Wang Pengfei asked cautiously. Of course it's real, Xia Dong chuckled. On the 15th, Google will transfer this amount to the bank account we applied for. Not a single cent less. A profound silence enveloped the line, and Xia Dong could even hear Wang Pengfei's heavy breathing. As Wang Pengfei reminisced about the conversation he had with Xia Dong a few days prior, he recalled their late-night endeavor to create content for the website. At that time, Xia Dong had perceived the Olympic aggregation site as merely a simplistic gossip and news platform, one that might yield a modest profit during the Olympic season, perhaps a sum of tens of thousands. This, he thought, could serve as the initial capital for his subsequent plans. Thus, in a casual manner, Xia Dong suggested they split the advertising revenue equally. He also intended to minimize his own investment of time in the gossip website, planning to delegate the extensive editorial tasks to Wang Pengfei, thereby freeing himself to pursue other ventures. The project's financial returns, which he considered to be negligible, would still allow him to extricate himself from tedious responsibilities while lending a hand to his friend. How much could a small website possibly earn? A few hundred at most. He mused. Xia Dong found it amusing to even contemplate splitting such a trivial amount. He could simply spend it all, rent a gaming cafe for 3 days, followed by a lavish meal. Yet, in that moment, as he gazed upon the substantial sum of money, Wang Pengfei's thoughts began to shift. After a prolonged silence, his voice took on a serious tone. Dongzi, I cannot accept this money. Xia Dong raised an eyebrow in surprise. No, what I mean is, I cannot share it with you, Wang Pengfei hastily clarified. You built the website, you handled the coding, and you crafted all the articles. I merely assisted, managing the mundane tasks of copying, pasting, and scheduling posts. This work could easily be performed by any web administrator. At most, I would take a small fraction, 327 yuan, just for good luck. Listening to Wang Pengfei's earnest words on the other end of the line, a warm feeling surged through Xia Dong. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Wang Pengfei exhibited remarkable clarity when it came to matters of principle. This was precisely why Xia Dong was inclined to collaborate with him. He recalled how, during his previous life, it was Wang Pengfei who had supported him during his most challenging times, selflessly and without expectation of reciprocation. Xia Dong also remembered how, when Wang Pengfei faced difficulties and had to count every penny, he never once approached Xia Dong to borrow money. He felt he owed Wang Pengfei a great deal from his past life. Furthermore, Xia Dong recognized that Wang Pengfei was his only true confidant across 2 lifetimes, someone he could trust implicitly as he aspired to reach the pinnacle of success. Aside from his parents. Additionally, Wang Pengfei possessed potential and ambition, qualities that had merely been thwarted by a lack of fortune in their previous life. The Olympic portal was but a minor component of his grand scheme. Xia Dong wished to repay his brother's kindness through this website, hoping to facilitate their mutual growth, allowing Wang Pengfei to become his right-hand man rather than drifting apart as he ascended ever higher. Pengfei, Xia Dong shifted his tone, shedding the playful banter. Remember, we are partners. Without you, these articles, no matter how well written, would merely remain a collection of data residing on a hard drive. It is you who transforms them into traffic that captivates users on the website. It is you, tirelessly categorizing and editing through the night, pondering over those ostentatious titles. You have devoted your time and energy. Thus, you deserve your rightful rewards. Yet, let us not dwell on that. Xia Dong interrupted him. We are brothers, are we not? Indeed. Wang Pengfei responded without hesitation. As brothers, let us not allow money to mar our feelings. Xia Dong articulated each word carefully. Allow me to establish a rule. During the preliminary phase of this project, with only the two of us involved, the profits shall be split evenly. If you feel that your contributions are lesser, and you are uneasy about the compensation, then you must exert yourself more in the future. Silence enveloped the other end of the line once more, this time lingering longer. Xia Dong did not rush him. He patiently waited, understanding that Wang Pengfei required time to digest all that had transpired, be it the million in traffic, the hefty sum of 5,000, or the newly established rule of equal division. At last, Wang Pengfei's voice, thick with nasal congestion, broke the silence. Dongzi? Yes? Thank you. How sentimental. Xia Dong muttered. Chapter 42. The college entrance examination results are out. 625. Enough of the emotional display. That 5,000 is merely an appetizer. When the Olympic Games officially commence, this figure will certainly require an additional zero. What? Wang Pengfei's nasal tone vanished, replaced by a fresh wave of astonishment. 50,000. That is a conservative estimate. Xia Dong replied with a nonchalant tone. So, let us remain spirited. Our website's operations have only just begun. There is much more for you to accomplish. All right, no problem. Wang Pengfei's voice brimmed with renewed vigor. Just say the word, Dongzi. I, Wang Pengfei, shall not flinch even in the face of danger, lest I cease to be your brother. There is no need for that. Xia Dong chuckled. Let us meet tomorrow. I will treat you to a meal. Time swiftly moved to June 22nd, a date worthy of being etched into countless family calendars. An auspicious day, suitable for checking scores, for jubilation, or for heartbreak. At the Xia family's toy factory, Aunt Lufin led the re-employment task force, fervently packing the chubby orange blind boxes, while Zhang Weiming directed the toy assembly line, operating like a finely tuned clock, with not toys, but a cascade of crisp renminbi flowing along the conveyor belt. Business was thriving, and the lines on Xia Zhengwo's face had begun to ease. Yet today, he found little desire to remain at the factory. He and Zhou Yunfang had risen early, stationed before their new computer at home. The air was thick with tension, far more intense than the anticipation of their first order. Zhou Yunfang's palms were slick with sweat, nervously rubbing her apron, whispering incantations. May the Bodhisattva bless us, may Buddha bless us. We simply need to surpass the passing line. Just that will suffice. In contrast, Xia Zhengwo remained much more subdued, chain-smoking, as the ashtray at his feet threatened to become a small mountain. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was fixed intently on the screen, as if willing the cursed score-checking website to reveal its secrets. Comparatively, Xia Dong appeared remarkably composed. He sat before the computer, even finding the leisure to pour himself a glass of cool water. Dad, Mom, please don't be anxious, he spoke. Whatever the outcome, it is what it is, after all. The exams are over. Zhou Yunfang cast him an exasperated glance. Oh, you child, it sounds so easy. This is a matter of a lifetime. Xia Zhengwo extinguished his cigarette, his voice grave. Indeed, hurry up, don't dawdle. The score-checking portal is open. Xia Dong chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. He was certainly not nervous. For him, this result was not akin to opening a mystery box, but rather collecting a parcel, one whose contents he had long anticipated. He extended his hand, fingers steadily typing a series of examination registration numbers on the keyboard, devoid of any tremor. Next came the name, Xia Dong. He inhaled deeply, not out of anxiety, but to align with the solemn atmosphere. He pressed the enter key. The computer's hard drive emitted a series of groans, and the network connection icon in the lower right corner flickered frantically. In the year 2008, patience was a virtue. Each second stretched on like a century. Zhou Yunfang held her breath, her eyes wide as saucers. Xia Dong unconsciously rose, leaning forward, resembling a tense statue. Finally, the page stuttered, then suddenly refreshed. A simple table appeared at the center of the screen. Name, Xia Dong. Registration number, XXXXX. Chinese, 118. Mathematics, 122. Science Comprehensive, 240. English, 145. The entire living room plunged into an abyss of silence. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Only the computer fan continued its tireless buzzing. Units, tens, hundreds. Zhou Yunfang extended a slightly trembling finger, tapping on the screen, counting each digit one by one. Her lips quivered, seemingly in disbelief of her own eyes. 625? Her voice was soft, like a whisper from a dream. Xia Dong's gaze was fixated on the English column. 145 points. This figure struck him like a bullet, instantaneously. He recalled clearly that during practice exams, his son had never scored in the triple digits for English. Once, he had even scored a dismal 70, nearly inciting his fury to tear the paper apart. Yet now, that 145 on the screen, in stark black and white, dazzled him to the point of dizziness. With a sharp clap, Xia Dong slapped Xia Dong on the shoulder, the force causing Xia Dong to wince. Well done, my boy. Xia Dong's voice trembled with restrained emotion, his eyes immediately glistening. He longed to express countless sentiments, to praise his son for his determination, to inquire how his English had suddenly blossomed. But as a torrent of words lingered on the tip of his tongue, they ultimately condensed into these three words. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunfang could no longer maintain her composure. Oh, she covered her mouth, tears escaping uncontrollably. These were not tears of sorrow, they were tears of joy, of excitement, a catharsis for years of toil finally yielding fruit. My dear son, I always knew you could do it. Xia Dong felt a sense of helplessness. He had never witnessed his mother in such a state of emotional disarray in his previous life. He rose gently and patted her back. Mom, please don't cry. This is a joyous occasion. I'm simply delighted. Zhou Yunfang wiped her tears, yet a smile broke through her sorrow. The score was utterly beyond her expectations, with 625 points. Although it would not grant him admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, nor would it suffice for Fudan University, it was more than adequate to secure a place in a prestigious 985 university. The future for her son was indeed bright. Xia Dong regained his composure and retrieved his phone from his pocket, excitement bubbling within him as he began to make calls. Hello, big brother. This is Xia Dong. Ha ha. What good news? It's monumental. My son Xia Dong has received his college entrance examination results. 625. Yes, 625. English. 145. Ha ha ha. We must gather some time. My treat. Absolutely. He made 7 or 8 calls in succession, each conversation echoing a similar theme. The exuberance coursing through him seemed to release 18 years' worth of pride all at once. Xia Dong observed this surreal yet vividly real scene before him, overwhelmed with emotion. The dreary path leading to construction sites and the exhausting grind of a 996 work schedule had been replaced by a broad, promising avenue. And this was merely the beginning. After the overwhelming joy, a more pressing matter surfaced, filling out university applications. Dinner was held at the finest hotel in the city, where Xia Dong had summoned every relative he could think of. During the gathering, Xia Dong became the undisputed center of attention, showered with praises and compliments that cascaded like a tidal wave. This child, Dong Dong, has been clever since childhood. He has brought great honor to our Xia family. He is destined to become a great scientist. Xia Dong merely smiled in response, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Once the banquet concluded and they returned home, the enthusiasm of Xia Dong and Zhou Yunfang showed no signs of waning. They unearthed a hefty volume titled National University Admissions Guide from the study and laid it on the coffee table in the living room. The cover of the book was as red as fire. Son, come take a look. Zhou Yunfang beckoned Xia Dong to sit down, pointing to the pages. Your father and I have discussed it. With this score, Zhejiang University or Tongji University should be within reach. Both are in our province or nearby in Shanghai, making it convenient for us to care for you. Xia Dong nodded in agreement, adding, yes, your mother is correct. Shanghai is a big city with abundant opportunities, and the financial sector is thriving. If you study finance or management, your future upon graduation will be boundless. Moreover, he paused to emphasize, even if it doesn't work out, returning home to take over the family business will still offer you more cultural and intellectual advantages than our generation had. In their eyes, this was the best blueprint they could envision for their son. Prestigious institutions, popular majors, and proximity to home. Perfect. Xia Dong listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He understood that his parents' considerations were imbued with the most genuine love and aspirations of their time. Yet, the path he intended to pursue diverged entirely from their vision. Dad, Mom. Once they had finished speaking, Xia Dong slowly began to articulate his thoughts. I have already decided on the school and major. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang exchanged glances, taken aback. Oh, have you settled on where to apply? Zhou Yunfang inquired. Xia Dong's gaze was calm, yet resolute. The capital city. Specifically, the Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications, majoring in computer science and technology. What? Xia Zhangwo was momentarily stunned. What university in the capital? The Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications, Xia Dong reiterated. This name was utterly unfamiliar to Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang. In their perception, the esteemed universities in the capital were limited to Tsinghua and Peking University. What kind of institution is this Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications? Zhou Yunfang cautiously probed. Is it a 985? No, it's a 211, Xia Dong replied. The atmosphere in the living room instantly grew tense. Zhou Yunfang's brow furrowed tightly. Son, are you sure about this? With a score of 625, why would you choose to apply to a mere 211 instead of a top-tier 985 like Zhejiang University? Moreover, it's so far away, you'd hardly return home throughout the year. Xia Zhangwo's expression also darkened. This is absurd. He slammed the admissions guide onto the coffee table. I understand you've been running that Taobao store recently, earning some money and developing an interest in computers. But interest is one thing, while your lifelong future is another. ISNT computer science, just about staring at a screen and typing code? What prospects does it hold? You'll ruin your eyesight at such a young age. Listen to your father. Consider finance or architecture, or at the very least, mechanical engineering. That's a solid career. The parents' reactions were entirely within Xia Dong's expectations. In 2008, before the internet wave had engulfed everything, the computer science major was still perceived by many elders as merely a means to fix computers, a field reliant on youth. Furthermore, the name Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications did not resonate as loudly as Zhejiang University or Fudan University. He refrained from hastily rebutting their concerns, instead lifting his teacup to take a sip of water. Then, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the anxious and perplexed faces of his parents. Dad, Mom, please don't be upset. Let me explain. His voice was calm, imbued with a maturity beyond his years, possessing a compelling force that demanded attention. Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang exchanged glances. Though still bewildered, they momentarily quelled their frustration. All right, speak. I am curious to hear your insights, Xia Zhangwo remarked. Crossing his arms and leaning back against the sofa, Xia Dong organized his thoughts. First, why did we start a Taobao store? He posed a question. Wasn't it to sell the toys that had accumulated in the factory? Zhou Yunfang instinctively responded. Yes, it was to sell goods, Xia Dong affirmed with a nod. But how did we sell them? Through computers, via the internet, correct? We don't even require a physical storefront to sell toys nationwide. Even the payments are processed online. This exemplifies the power of the internet. Observing his parents' contemplative expressions, he continued. Father, Mother, the profits we have recently garnered from our Taobao shop surpass those earned in the past 6 months at the factory. Have you pondered what this signifies? Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang fell into silence. Indeed, the experiences of the past half-month have profoundly shaken them. They have witnessed firsthand how a mere internet connection and a computer can generate wealth more astonishing than what they have labored for over half their lives. This heralds the imminent arrival of a brand new era. Xia Dong's voice brimmed with conviction. This era is termed the Internet Age. In the forthcoming decade, or even two, the Internet will permeate every facet of our existence, transforming shopping, socializing, entertainment, and education. Those who possess expertise in Internet technology will hold the keys to the future. His words, akin to a colossal stone cast upon a tranquil lake, stirred tumultuous waves within Xia Zhangwo and Zhou Yunfang's hearts. They had never encountered such progressive notions. Yet these sentiments resonated profoundly with their own experiences, rendering them unable to refute. A degree in computer science is not merely about repairing computers or coding like a laborer. Xia Dong's tone turned earnest. It is the cornerstone of all future business models and a tool for wealth creation. Choosing computer science is tantamount to choosing the future. Xia Zhangwo inhaled deeply, his son's declarations leaving him astounded. He felt as though he stood before not an 18-year-old youth, but a formidable business magnate capable of shaping destinies. But why must we go to the capital? Why that University of Telecommunications? Zhou Yunfang remained somewhat hesitant, the distance presenting an insurmountable hurdle in her mind. That is an excellent question, Xia Dong replied with a smile. Mother, do you know where our nation's capital is? The capital, of course, who doesn't he know? Yes, it is the capital. Not only is it the political and cultural hub, but in the next decade, it will become the absolute center of China's internet industry, the very heart of the internet. The greatest capital, the most elite talents, and the finest entrepreneurial opportunities will converge there, just as we must go to Yiwu or Shanghai for toy manufacturing, because those are the industry centers. If I wish to immerse myself in the internet sector, I must venture to its core. Xia Dong's gaze was intense. As for why the Capital University of Telecommunications, he paused and presented a well-prepared analogy. If Tsinghua and Peking University are the darlings of comprehensive universities, then the Capital University of Telecommunications is the distinguished institution in the fields of communication and computer science. This university is nicknamed the Huangpu Military Academy of China's information industry. It represents a network, a resource that cannot be purchased regardless of the price. Father, as a businessman, you should understand even better than I the significance of connections and networks. Xia Dong knew in his heart that those who graduate from this institution are scattered across all renowned internet and telecommunications companies in China, forming an incredibly powerful and tightly knit alumni circle. Chapter 44. Determined aspirations. An unexpected encounter at the driving school. Xia Zhangwo was utterly rendered speechless. Zhou Yunfang remained silent as well. After a prolonged pause, Xia Zhangwo exhaled a deep sigh. He picked up the thick examination guide from the table and turned to the page dedicated to the universities in the capital. His finger navigated through the dense array of school names until it landed on Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications. Pointing at the name, he raised his gaze to Xia Dong. Is this the one? Xia Dong nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is. Without uttering another word, Xia Zhangwo took up his pen and solemnly inscribed Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications in the first column of the application form. He then meticulously selected computer science and technology in the field of specialization. The elation of having secured his college entrance examination results swept through the family like a tempest, swift in its arrival and equally rapid in its departure. Once the storm subsided, everything returned to the tranquility and warmth characteristic of a summer day. On a mundane afternoon, after finishing the newspaper, Xia Zhangwo removed his reading glasses and shifted his gaze to his son, who lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The boy appeared to have matured overnight, a sight that brought Xia Zhangwo great satisfaction. Xia Dong, he began, clearing his throat, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes? Dad, what is it? Xia Dong's attention diverted from the screen. This summer is quite lengthy. You ought to learn to drive, Xia Zhangwo suggested, tapping on a car advertisement in the newspaper. Once you enter university and eventually graduate, having no car will make it inconvenient for you to run errands. Xia Dong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. This was indeed a part of his plans, and he had not anticipated his father would broach the topic first. In his previous life, he had delayed learning to drive for years to save money, only to find that the costs had skyrocketed by the time he finally enrolled. Balancing work with lessons had proven to be a torment, filled with interruptions. This time, he was determined not to repeat that mistake. All right, he replied promptly, without a hint of teenage reluctance. Xia Zhangwo was somewhat surprised. The wealth of paternal advice he had prepared suddenly felt unnecessary. Observing his son's composed countenance, he merely nodded. Yes, start learning early to obtain your license sooner. The registration took place at the city's largest driving school, Hongtu Driving School. The lobby was teeming with people. The front desk staff appeared to be numb to such scenes, processing transactions without lifting their heads. After filling out the forms and paying the fees, Xia Dong received a hefty copy of the implementation regulations of the road traffic safety law. Inside the theoretical classroom, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly crowded. The ceiling fan whirred noisily, failing to alleviate the oppressive summer heat. The students varied widely in age. There were fresh high school graduates like him, their faces glowing with youthful vitality, as well as weary professionals clad in business attire. Among them were even a few elderly gentlemen and ladies who needed reading glasses to peruse their materials. Xia Dong chose a seat by the window, idly flipping through the tedious textbook. He found himself reminiscing about his previous experience obtaining a driver's license, recalling the question-answering app on his phone, how different it was from the current necessity of attending classroom lectures. He inadvertently raised his head and scanned the classroom, suddenly fixating on a corner. There sat a girl with short hair, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans. She sat upright, her head bowed as she diligently took notes in her textbook with a pen. The contours of her profile appeared exceptionally soft under the sunlight, her cheeks slightly flushed from the warmth. This figure seemed somewhat familiar. Xia Dong squinted, fragments of memory flashing rapidly in his mind. It was her, the girl who had wrestled with her decision regarding her major while munching on fast food, Zhao Meng. Today, Zhao Meng wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing long, slender legs and an impeccable figure. Most striking was her face, delicate features, fair skin, and a neat bob that exuded a clean yet spirited beauty. Their earlier encounter at the fast food joint had been hurried, and Xia Dong, preoccupied with thoughts of his Olympic consulting website, had even forgotten her name. Yet, the world is indeed small. Just as Xia Dong was observing her, the girl seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her head. Their eyes met. She paused momentarily, then recognized him, her expression morphing into one of surprise. That surprise quickly transformed into a gentle, slightly shy smile. Xia Dong returned her smile, a silent greeting. During a theoretical class, the lecturer spoke tirelessly from the podium while most students below struggled to stay awake. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom burst into life. Xia Dong was gathering his belongings, preparing to leave, when the girl approached him. "Hello, we meet again." Her voice was soft and pure. "Hello," Xia Dong nodded. "What a coincidence. I'm Zhao Meng, Meng as in budding." She introduced herself eagerly. "Do you remember me?" "Xia Dong, Xia as in summer, Dong as in winter. Thank you for your help last time." Zhao Meng's cheeks flushed slightly. "I thought it over, and I've decided to major in computer science." "Really? That's great," Xia Dong smiled. After their brief exchange of pleasantries, they each returned to their respective lives. Fate can indeed be quite remarkable. A few days later, Xia Dong successfully passed the theoretical examination. Remarkably, he, Zhao Meng, and 3 other students were assigned to the same instructor by the whims of destiny. Thus began a particularly challenging chapter in their lives. Their coach, surnamed Liu, given the name Jianjun, had a title that resonated with strength. Coach Liu was a middle-aged man nearing 50. His skin tanned and weathered like an iron nugget freshly unearthed. He consistently donned an old, sun-bleached t-shirt, with a cigarette perpetually dangling from his lips. When he spoke, his voice boomed, as if he possessed a built-in megaphone, capable of conveying every syllable laden with fury from 300 meters away. The training ground was located on the outskirts of the city, an expansive expanse of concrete. Under the July sun, which blazed like a colossal fireball, a few dilapidated Santana training vehicles lay on the ground like a group of wilting beetles. Coach Liu gathered the 5 of them beneath the shade of a half-dead tree. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his hawk-like eyes scanning the novice drivers before him. "My surname is Liu. You may address me as Coach Liu. If you wish to learn to drive under my tutelage, you must adhere to my rules. First and foremost, punctuality is paramount. Secondly, you are to follow my instructions without question. No dissent or personal opinions are permitted. Your trivial thoughts cannot elevate a vehicle into the heavens. Thirdly, and most importantly," Coach Liu emphasized, his gaze sharpening, "my reprimands are for your benefit. They are intended to ensure that when you take to the road, you do not endanger yourselves or others. If anyone here possesses a fragile heart and cannot endure criticism, now is the time to approach the front desk and request a different instructor. I will not stand in your way." Beneath the shade of the trees, an oppressive silence enveloped the group. Except for Xia Dong, the other 4 individuals instinctively straightened their posture, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhao Meng, in particular, anxiously clutched the hem of her clothing. Coach Liu, satisfied with the effect he had created, extinguished his cigarette and pointed casually. "You, the one with the dyed hair. You shall enter the vehicle first." The individual singled out was a young man with flamboyant yellow hair, appearing rather lackadaisical, evidently unfazed by Coach Liu's warnings. He grinned and opened the car door, settling inside. Don't worry, Coach. I've driven my father's car before. I have a foundation. The corners of Coach Lu's mouth twitched. But he remained silent, only regarding him with a cold stare. The next moment, bang, creak. The engine died. A cacophony of sounds accompanied the young man's frantic movements within the car. Coach Lu's countenance shifted from a deep tan to a purplish hue at an alarming rate. Chapter 45. The roar of Coach Lu had dashed to the car door and yanked it open with force. A foundation? What do you mean by that? His thunderous roar silenced the cicadas in the trees. What you call a foundation is merely pressing the clutch as if it were the accelerator. You're steering as if you were scrubbing your back. Is the rearview mirror there for you to vent your frustrations? Look at something. Why are you staring at my face? Is there a line on it? Get out. The young man, thoroughly chastened, crawled out of the car. His earlier bravado entirely extinguished. The second to enter was a quiet girl wearing glasses, evidently shaken by the earlier spectacle. As soon as she entered the vehicle, her legs began to tremble. The outcome was predictable. Clutch. Press it down with your foot. You're not just grazing it. Are you scratching an itch? Shift gears. Grip tightly. Push it in. Haven't you eaten today? Release the handbrake. Can't you hear the car nearly bursting? 5 minutes later, Lily emerged from the car with red-rimmed eyes, on the verge of tears. Next was a seemingly honest middle-aged man named Wang. Uncle Wang remained calm, though his reactions were sluggish. Reverse. Look at the right mirror. Look. Turn the wheel. Faster. Turn it all the way. Oh my goodness. Are you trying to become friends with that pole? Uncle Wang stepped out of the car with a simple, naive smile, as if he had not been reprimanded at all. Finally, it was Zhao Meng's turn. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, then sat in the seemingly cursed driver's seat. Following the coach's instructions, Zhao Meng adjusted her seat and fastened her seatbelt. Her palms were drenched with sweat. Drive in a straight line. Coach Lu's voice resonated from the side, sounding momentarily composed. Zhao Meng gently raised the clutch. The car shuddered slightly, moving forward at a sluggish pace. Steady. Yes, steady. Coach Lu's words were not yet complete. In her anxiety, Zhao Meng mismanaged her footwork, raising the clutch a tad too high. The car lurched forward suddenly. Damn it. Coach Lu instinctively slammed the brake on the passenger side. The vehicle came to a jarring halt. Zhao Meng's body lurched forward due to inertia, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt, her heart racing wildly. Coach Lu's ire was ignited in an instant. What do you think you're doing? Taking off. I told you to steady, not to launch. Is your foot rented? Can't you control it? Zhao Meng trembled under his bellowing, her face paling in an instant. I'm sorry, Coach. Is sorry going to help? Once on the road, can you tell others you're sorry and expect them to crawl out from under the car? Coach Lu pointed towards the designated area. Reverse into the parking spot. The one on the right. Get it in. Zhao Meng's hands began to quiver slightly. She engaged reverse gear, cautiously managing the clutch, her gaze fixed intently on the right side mirror. Turn the wheel. Turn it fully. Fully. Coach Lu's roar echoed in her ears. Zhao Meng, flustered, spun the steering wheel erratically. Check the angle. Have you passed it? I think I have. What do you mean, think? Is it, or isn't it? Are we playing a guessing game here? Yes, I have passed it. Back the wheel. Quickly. 1.5 turns. Can you count? The car wobbled as it reversed into the parking space. Suddenly, stop. 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 Coach Lu's voice pierced through, sharp as a knife. He slammed the brake down hard. The vehicle halted, mere centimeters from the adjacent pole. Zhao Meng's heart nearly ceased. She could clearly see the veins pulsating on Coach Lu's forehead. You. He pointed at Zhao Meng, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a word. It seemed he was rendered speechless by his fury. Abruptly, he flung open the car door, exited, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he pointed at Zhao Meng. You. Get out. Zhao Meng bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, full of indignation. With her head bowed, she quietly unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped into the shade of a tree. Xia Dong observed her slightly trembling shoulders and sighed inwardly. This coach was the ultimate nightmare for driving school students. Next, you, the silent one. Coach Lu's gaze finally settled on Xia Dong, who had remained composed throughout. He scrutinized Xia Dong with an air of skepticism and distrust. In his view, this lad was either too frightened to speak or, like the other student with the yellow hair, a self-important novice. Xia Dong said nothing, calmly opened the car door, and took a seat. He adeptly adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, then fastened his seatbelt. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. Coach Lu raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. "Start, drive straight," he succinctly commanded. Xia Dong gently pressed down the clutch with his left foot, engaged the first gear, and released the handbrake with his right hand. His left ankle subtly adjusted, elevating the clutch to an exquisitely precise biting point. The vehicle moved forward with no tremors, gliding as smoothly as butter melting in a hot pan. Under the shade of the trees, Huang Mao, Li Li, and Uncle Wang stared in astonishment. Zhao Ming also ceased her sobbing, lifting her gaze in surprise towards the Santana. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment flashed in Coach Lu's eyes. "Not bad, kid," he murmured. "Have you practiced?" "No, I've just watched others drive," Xia Dong replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed ahead. "Less chatter. Up ahead, reverse into the parking space. The one on the left." Coach Lu decided to increase the difficulty. Xia Dong activated the turn signal and confidently maneuvered the car to the starting position. He shifted into reverse and released the clutch. The vehicle retreated smoothly. Unlike the others, his gaze flitted rapidly between the side mirrors and the rearview mirror, as if he were instantaneously modeling all data in his mind. "Focus. When you reach the line, turn sharply," Coach Lu instinctively shouted. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Dong decisively turned the steering wheel fully to the left. The timing was impeccable. The car traced a perfect arc, cutting into the parking corner with precision. "Turn the wheel back." Coach Lu's instructions were left unspoken, caught in his throat, as Xia Dong had already begun to turn back. The speed, the angle, were measured with the precision of a ruler. The car continued to reverse until it came to a steady halt, approximately 20 centimeters from the back line of the parking space. The vehicle was centered, with nearly equal distances on both sides. A flawless parking job. The entire process was quiet, fluid, and utterly devoid of hesitation. Inside the car, silence reigned. The cigarette dangling from Coach Lu's lips was forgotten, an ash threatening to fall. He turned his head, regarding Xia Dong as if he were a marvel. Is this really a novice? With such skill, he could directly take the third driving test. Clearing his throat, Coach Lu revealed a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. "Not bad." He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Parallel parking." Without uttering a word, Xia Dong shifted gears, exited the parking space, and navigated the car to the parallel parking area. His execution remained impeccable. The vehicle positioned itself perfectly, as if it possessed eyes. Next came the S-curve and the hill start. Xia Dong piloted the dilapidated Santana with the finesse of a seasoned veteran, strolling effortlessly across the course. Chapter 46. Reversing into the parking space, and the coach's roar. Coach Lu's roar gradually morphed into a low mutter before ultimately fading away. He silently smoked, watching the swiftly retreating scenery outside, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. "Am I merely here to assist today?" When Xia Dong brought the car back to the starting point with steady precision, engaged the handbrake, and turned off the engine, the world fell into silence. Beneath the shade of the trees, 4 individuals stood utterly petrified. They gazed in awe and admiration at Xia Dong, who had just descended from the vehicle. "Is this genius?" Xia Dong approached Zhao Ming, noticing her still reddened eyes, and offered her an unopened bottle of mineral water. "Don't take it to heart," he murmured softly. "He criticizes everyone alike, addressing the matter rather than the person." Zhao Ming accepted the water, whispering her gratitude. "How do you drive so well?" She could not help but inquire. Xia Dong chuckled lightly, refraining from revealing that he had driven for over a decade in a past life. He pondered for a moment before conjuring an excuse. "My father used to drive heavy trucks. I sat beside him as a child, absorbing everything." This rationale was impeccable. Zhao Ming nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. The entire afternoon of training transformed into Xia Dong's personal showcase, while the others endured their own tribulations amid Coach Lu's roars. Nevertheless, with Xia Dong serving as a benchmark, Coach Lu's ire appeared somewhat mitigated. At least he refrained from uttering phrases like driving the car to the heavens. As training concluded and the sun descended, each person resembled a frostbitten eggplant, drooping under the immense strain of both mind and body. Only Xia Dong remained invigorated. "Tomorrow at 8, do not be late," Coach Lu admonished as he departed in his vehicle. The group trudged wearily, preparing to return to their respective homes. "Xia Dong," Zhao Ming called out from behind. When backing into the parking space, "When should I turn the steering wheel?" she asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Whether from the sun or shyness was unclear. Xia Dong halted, meeting her inquisitive gaze. Instead of a direct reply, he countered. What do you think the point the coach had you focus on represents? A reference point? Indeed, but not entirely. Xia Dong patiently elaborated. That point is merely a rough guideline. Each individual's height and posture will alter their perspective. Driving cannot be rigid. It must be guided by intuition. He gestured towards his feet. For instance, with the clutch, you must sense the critical point when the vehicle is on the verge of movement and remember that sensation. He then pointed to his eyes. In reversing, you must learn to compare the vehicle's body with the parking lines to gauge its trajectory. Do not fear the coach's reprimands. He will scold as he pleases. You focus on your driving. Treat his voice as mere static from a radio. Xia Dong's words flowed like a refreshing spring into Zhao Meng's muddled mind. She seemed to grasp something, yet felt a lingering confusion. However, gazing into Xia Dong's calm and confident eyes, her anxiety and frustration inexplicably diminished. I will try again tomorrow, she nodded, her tone imbued with newfound determination. All right. Xia Dong smiled and waved. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Watching Xia Dong's retreating figure, Zhao Meng tightened her grip on the mineral water bottle. Suddenly, she felt that this long and sweltering summer vacation was not as unbearable as it seemed. The days spent at the driving school passed one by one, and Xia Dong reported to the school daily, alongside Zhao Meng. The concrete expanse of Hongtu Driving School was, at this moment, a veritable purgatory. Coach Liu, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, had a dark complexion that glistened under the sun, resembling a black-faced guardian deity just summoned from a temple. His gaze swept back and forth over several students, his eyes more piercing than the sun overhead. Next, Zhao Meng, get in the car. Coach Liu's voice erupted like a cannon blast from his chest, devoid of warmth. Zhao Meng's shoulders involuntarily flinched. Beads of sweat emerged on her fair cheeks, and her short hair, dampened by perspiration, clung to her forehead. Xia Dong, seated in the back, with the window partially open, felt the warm breeze wafting in, lulling him toward drowsiness. He observed Zhao Meng's somewhat stiff posture and couldn't help but sigh. This girl had many admirable qualities, but her psychological resilience faltered, particularly under Coach Liu's oppressive regime. Adjust the seat, the rearview mirror, fasten your seatbelt. What are you dawdling for? Waiting for me to open the door and invite you out? Coach Liu's urging reverberated once more. Startled by his bark, Zhao Meng hastened her movements, though they became increasingly chaotic. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Today's exercise involved practicing hill parking and starting. Coach Liu tersely gestured toward a nearby incline constructed of concrete. Remember the techniques I explained yesterday. Focus on the pole, align with the line, and execute it all in one go. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhao Meng's voice was barely above a whisper. Xia Dong shifted to a more comfortable position in the back seat, aware that this endeavor would not conclude easily. The Pusang car emitted a reluctant growl as it sluggishly ascended the slope. The first attempt resulted in the car being misaligned to the right. Are you blind or what? Is that pole just for you to admire? Is there a missing person notice on it? Coach Liu's roar arrived as expected. On the second attempt, the car stopped beyond the designated mark. I told you to press the brake, not just to graze it. Are you fond of it or something? Unable to apply force, Zhao Meng's lips pressed tightly together, her eyes slightly reddening. Xia Dong leaned back, his gaze transcending Zhao Meng's shoulder to the front. He could sense that the girl in the driver's seat had become as taut as a string poised to snap. On the third attempt, the car halted at a satisfactory position. Coach Liu finally ceased his tirade, though he grunted heavily through his nose. Start, he commanded curtly. Release the handbrake. Shift to first gear, signal left, slowly lift the clutch, gently apply the accelerator. Zhao Meng mentally recited the steps, striving for precision in each action. The car began to tremble slightly, a signal of the clutch's engagement. Step on the gas. What are you thinking? Do you expect it to roll down the hill and greet you? Coach Liu's voice surged once again, unexpectedly rising in volume. It was this singular outburst. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, Zhao Meng's already taut nerves snapped with a resounding crack. In an instant, her mind went blank. All the mantras, all the techniques, all the composure shattered in that moment, obliterated by the thunderous roar. Her right foot, which should have gently tested the accelerator, instead succumbed to primal instinct under the overwhelming panic, pressing down fiercely, fully to the floor. The aged and weathered Volkswagen, which had never emitted such a resounding roar on the training grounds, unleashed a deafening growl. Chapter 47. Life and Death Speed. Xia Dong strives against the tide. That sound was not merely the engine starting. It resembled the breaking of all restraints, ready to charge toward a valiant demise. The car lunged forward abruptly. It surged like an enraged bull, a wild stallion, or an arrow released from its bow, careening down the slope in a frenzy. In mere fractions of a second, the speed escalated to a terrifying degree. Almost instantaneously, Xia Dong's body reacted to the engine's roar. His pupils constricted sharply. Ahead, just beyond the slope, beneath an old locust tree, Huang Mao, Li Li, and Uncle Wang were gathered, sipping water and chatting, seeking refuge from the noonday sun. They heard the anomalous engine noise and lifted their heads, expressions shifting from confusion to astonishment, ultimately transforming into sheer terror. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In the passenger seat, Coach Lu's face, once dark, drained of all color, turning as pale as parchment. "Brake! Step on the brake!" he shouted hoarsely, his right foot crashing down onto the passenger side brake pedal. However, that old car, having served the driving school for countless years, had a braking system long since dulled and worn by rough handling. The brake was engaged, yet the speed only decreased slightly, a mere token gesture against the overwhelming inertia. Zhao Meng, behind the wheel, had completely lost her ability to think. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her body rigid, her beautiful face etched with fear. All she could manage were short, desperate screams. She could not even remember to release the accelerator, which she had mistakenly thought was the brake. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The terrified faces beneath the shade of the tree loomed larger through the windshield. The specter of death had never felt so near. In a split second, a figure lunged forward from the back seat. It was Xia Dong. His face bore no trace of panic. The wisdom of a 30-something soul endowed him with a composure and decisiveness far beyond his peers. Acting almost instinctively, guided by muscle memory ingrained in his very being, he swiftly extended his left hand, reaching through the gap between the seats to grasp the handbrake situated between the driver and passenger seats. Then, with a powerful tug, he pulled it up. The sound of the handbrake engaging rang out crisply amidst the engine's roar. Meanwhile, his right hand was not idle. He leaned forward and seized Zhao Meng's right leg, which was pressing down on the accelerator. The sensation was a juxtaposition of the delicate skin of a young girl and the coarse texture of denim. Yet, Xia Dong harbored no distractions. With a surge of strength, he resolutely, without a hint of hesitation, moved her leg away from the pedal. A piercing sound erupted, akin to nails scraping across glass with all their might. The rear wheels, suddenly locked by the handbrake, lost all traction. Under the immense force of inertia, the vehicle lurched violently to one side. The tires left two dark streaks on the concrete, emitting a plume of acrid smoke. The entire Pusang car, in a bizarre manner, veered awkwardly, almost sideways, and came to a halt just shy of half a meter from the terrified students beneath the old locust tree. The front of the car came to rest almost against the yellow-haired student's pant leg. The world seemed to be muted, as if the sound had been silenced. Only the old engine persisted, stubbornly sputtering. The cicadas fell silent. The wind ceased to rustle. In the training ground, one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixated on the contorted Pusang. The yellow-haired student slumped to the ground, his legs trembling like leaves in a storm. Li Li and Uncle Wang also turned pale, gasping for breath, rendered momentarily speechless. Inside the car, Zhao Meng sagged into the driver's seat, as if all her bones had been extracted. Her complexion was devoid of color, her pupils dilated, clearly stunned by fear. Moments later, her tense body relaxed, and tears flowed silently, like beads from a broken string. Xia Dong gradually released the handbrake and withdrew his right hand from Zhao Meng's leg. He leaned back against the rear seat, exhaling a long, relieved breath. His palms were clammy with cold sweat. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. That was exhilarating. He had nearly found himself embarking on a new life filled with compensation and psychological counseling from driving school. The instructor in the passenger seat appeared as if frozen in time, rigidly maintaining his stance of slamming the secondary brake. After a full half-minute, he slowly turned his head, his gaze drifting past Zhao Meng's shoulder to Xia Dong in the back seat. His expression was incredibly complex. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, as if he wished to speak. Yet, ultimately, no words escaped his lips. The once loquacious man, capable of spewing forth 3,000 words, now seemed as if his tongue had been glued. In nearly 3 decades of his career, having trained no less than 8,000 students, he had encountered all manner of reckless youths and road hazards. He had witnessed numerous close calls. Yet, never before had he experienced a moment quite like today. What astounded him further was Xia Dong's reaction. It was not the response one would expect from an 18-year-old. Swift, precise, ruthless, not a trace of hesitation. With a swift pull of the handbrake and a seamless withdrawal of his leg, the two actions flowed together effortlessly. What remarkable mental fortitude and situational judgment were required for such precision? Who exactly was this young man? He exited the vehicle, finally speaking in a voice as raspy as sandpaper. This is where it ends for today. With that, he seemed to expend every ounce of strength to push the door open and stepped out. He did not glance at anyone else. Striding directly towards the office at the edge of the training ground, his steps somewhat unsteady, Xia Dong also exited the car, inhaling the air outside. Tinged with a hint of char, feeling rejuvenated, Zhao Meng remained slumped in the vehicle, sobbing uncontrollably. Xia Dong moved beside the driver's side and tapped on the window. Zhao Meng lifted her head, her tear-streaked face reflecting helplessness and fear. "It's all right, come down," Xia Dong said with a calm voice that carried a reassuring strength. Zhao Meng unfastened her seatbelt and pushed the door open, her legs giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xia Dong, quick to react, reached out to support her. Thank you. Thank you." Zhao Meng's voice trembled with emotion, her body still shaking uncontrollably. "Just now I know you didn't mean it." Xia Dong interrupted gently. "Everyone has their first time. It's perfectly natural to feel nervous." He released her, offering her a bottle of mineral water he had purchased from a nearby kiosk. "Take a sip, calm yourself." At that moment, the other trainees at the training ground seemed to awaken from a stupor, buzzing around them. After learning the details of the incident, their gazes converged on Xia Dong. The admiration in their eyes was starkly different from just a couple of days prior. If they were astonished by his driving skills then, now, they were utterly awestruck and reverential. "Wow, Xia Dong, you are absolutely incredible." Huang Mao was the first to rush over, his earlier fears still evident, yet his tone brimming with excitement. "I thought I was going to meet my great-grandmother." That moment felt like something out of a movie. Li, wearing glasses, adjusted them and whispered to Xia Dong, "Truly remarkable. Your reflexes are astounding." Uncle Wang raised his thumb in admiration, his honest face radiating respect. "Young man, you are something else, a true hero." In a flurry of praise, words like amazing, incredible, and hero echoed around him. Xia Dong felt a mix of bemusement and humility at the unexpected attention. He had merely reacted as any reasonable person would. Yet he understood that this calmness stemmed from the soul of a man in his 30s within the body of an 18-year-old. If it were the true 18-year-old Xia Dong, he would likely be weeping alongside Zhao Meng. This incident had catapulted Xia Dong to fame at Hongtu Driving School, transforming him from a promising novice into a legendary figure known for his heroic intervention. In the following days, Coach Lu seemed to have undergone a transformation. While he remained stern, his previously fearsome roars had noticeably diminished, particularly in Xia Dong's presence, where he would even offer him a cigarette. Despite Xia Dong's consistent refusals, the gaze he directed at Xia Dong had transformed. It was no longer that of a coach towards a student, but rather one of equality, tinged with a hint of inquisitiveness. Zhao Meng had become Xia Dong's little follower, no longer content to sit quietly on the sidelines. Whenever Xia Dong was present, her eyes would instinctively follow him. During training breaks, she would silently offer him a tissue to wipe his sweat. At lunch, she would proactively arrange his chopsticks and spoon. Her inquiries had multiplied as well. "Xia Dong, I always struggle to find the right moment to turn the steering wheel for parallel parking. Could you teach me once more?" Her voice was soft, laced with a delicate sense of dependence. Xia Dong, not one to withhold his knowledge, generously shared the nuanced techniques he had mastered in his past life as an experienced driver. Do not merely memorize the points the instructor provided. The car possesses a life of its own. You must learn to feel it. For instance, when reversing, visualize the rear wheels as your heels. When you sense they are about to touch the line, it's time to turn the steering wheel. Such enigmatic advice would likely prompt Coach Lu to grab a wrench in disbelief. Yet, Zhao Meng listened intently, repeatedly attempting to grasp the sensation Xia Dong described. Strangely enough, when she ceased to fixate on rigid points and allowed herself to relax, her driving instinct flourished remarkably. That afternoon, as training concluded, the setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long. The group dispersed, and as Xia Dong packed his belongings, he noticed Zhao Meng still standing in place, head bowed, seemingly hesitating over something. "What's wrong? Aren't you leaving?" he inquired. Zhao Meng lifted her head, her cheeks flushed under the golden glow of the sunset. "Xia Dong, thank you for that day," she expressed once more, her tone more solemn than ever before. "It's a trivial matter. Don't dwell on it," Xia Dong replied with a smile. "No, it's not trivial." Zhao Meng shook her head, gazing at him earnestly. "If it weren't for you, She trailed off. Yet the fear and gratitude in her eyes conveyed everything. Xia Dong regarded her, her youthful eyes sparkling like a clear spring, reflecting his image alongside emotions he could not entirely comprehend but felt a strange familiarity with. For a girl on the cusp of understanding love, a life-saving gesture carried immense weight. After yet another training session, the sun cast long shadows once more. Zhao Meng, with her small backpack, followed Xia Dong closely. "Xia Dong," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet clear. Xia Dong halted and turned to face her. Her cheeks were slightly sun-kissed, and the wind lifted her short hair, revealing a smooth forehead. "To thank you for saving me last time, I would like to treat you to a meal," she murmured, her voice dwindling to a near whisper. Her head bowed, as if the invitation had drained her of all courage. Observing her fingers tightly gripping the straps of her backpack, Xia Dong broke into a smile. "Sure, that sounds great." Two simple words, lightly spoken, caused Zhao Meng to abruptly lift her head, her eyes instantly sparkling with surprise. "Really? Of course it's true. I have a hearty appetite, so don't regret it," Xia Dong replied half-jokingly. A relieved smile finally graced Zhao Meng's face, radiant like a crystal in the setting sun. No regrets, absolutely none. The two ventured to a local eatery in the city. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was alive with chatter, filled with the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes and the raucous sounds of dice games, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Zhao Meng was evidently a regular here, adeptly ordering several signature dishes: kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, and mapo tofu. These were ordinary comfort foods, yet they held the power to soothe the soul. Initially, the atmosphere was tinged with a subtle awkwardness. After all, aside from driving, it seemed they had little in common. Zhao Meng kept her head down, nibbling at her rice, occasionally stealing a quick glance at Xia Dong, only to hastily lower her gaze again, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Xia Dong, however, was unfazed. Having dined with rough men at construction sites in his previous life and shared meals with plaid-shirt programmers at the office, he had encountered all manner of social situations. He took the initiative to spark a conversation. "Have you filled out your college applications?" This was the safest and most pertinent topic for students who had just completed their college entrance exams. Sure enough, Zhao Meng's eyes brightened, and she set down her chopsticks. "Yes, I took your advice and applied for computer science." I remember you mentioned it on the first day at driving school. But I'm still unaware of which university you applied to," Xia Dong inquired with interest. "Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications," Zhao Meng replied, her tone tinged with a mix of longing and uncertainty. "I suppose my score is about right. By the way, I still don't know what program and school you applied to." Xia Dong paused in his motion of picking up food, a playful smile gracing his face. "What a coincidence! What coincidence?" Zhao Meng blinked in confusion, her expression questioning. Xia Dong leisurely popped a piece of tofu into his mouth, then looked into her eyes, enunciating each word. "I also applied to Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, majoring in computer science and technology." The air fell silent once more. Zhao Meng's chopsticks trembled, causing a piece of kung pao chicken, dripping with sauce, to slip from her grasp and land with a soft thud on the table. Yet, she remained oblivious. Her eyes widened gradually, her mouth slightly agape. Her expression was far more startled than when she witnessed a Santana nearly collide with a tree. You, she stammered for a moment, unable to articulate a complete thought, her cheeks visibly deepening from pink to crimson. Xia Dong couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable reaction. Chapter 49: Unexpected Alumni. Is it really necessary to be so astonished? You also applied to computer science at Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications. Zhao Meng finally regained her voice, though her tone was now filled with disbelief. "Indeed." Xia Dong shrugged. "The world is quite small." The immense surprise felt like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly sending rippling waves between them. The awkward atmosphere vanished entirely. Zhao Meng gazed at Xia Dong, who in turn looked back at Zhao Meng. Suddenly, as if struck by a shared jest, they burst into laughter in unison. It was a genuine, slightly silly, yet immensely liberating laughter. It seemed that fate had intricately woven their paths together long before. For they were not merely fellow drivers. Soon, they would also be university classmates. This revelation transformed the atmosphere of their meal into one of unparalleled warmth and exuberance. "Goodness, I can hardly believe it," Zhao Ming exclaimed, lightly touching her flushed cheek with the back of her hand. "I thought I was the only one. Now we have company." Xia Dong chuckled. "Indeed." Zhao Ming nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. "We must look out for each other once school begins." "Absolutely," came the reply. They enthusiastically delved into discussions about the capital city, the intricacies of university life, the infamous gender ratio at Beiyou of 7-1, and whether computer science truly necessitated constant screen time that could lead to hair loss. They debated whether to climb the Great Wall first or indulge in Peking duck upon arrival. On a sweltering weekend, the heat enveloped them like a steam chamber. The antiquated air conditioner in Xia Dong's home emitted a persistent hum, valiantly combating the oppressive heat outside. Suddenly, Wang Pengfei kicked open Xia Dong's door and burst in like a whirlwind. "Dongzi, Dongzi, quick, 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 check the back end." His face radiated with excitement. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, akin to a child who had just won 5 million. Xia Dong, lost in thought with his headphones on, was startled. "What is all the shouting about? Has the enemy invaded?" "Far more exhilarating than that," Wang Pengfei exclaimed, seizing Xia Dong's mouse and swiftly navigating to the back-end data page of an Olympic information website. A colossal number appeared prominently on the screen. 8,345,721. Goodness. Even with prior anticipation, Xia Dong's heart raced upon seeing the figure. Over 8 million. And this was just within a week. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the glaring number on the screen, unable to suppress a grin. This was the year 2008, the nascent era of the internet. A time when the Olympic fervor generated staggering traffic. Seizing the opportunity, even a pig could soar to great heights. And not only had he seized the moment, but he had also equipped himself with wings crafted from the technology of the future. Wang Pengfei remained exhilarated for a while before finally settling down. He sat beside Xia Dong, his fingers deftly clicking on the mouse as he began to examine the more intricate data reports. Xia Dong, somewhat surprised, cast a glance at him. This fellow, often appearing carefree, displayed a surprising intensity when faced with serious matters. However, as he continued to scrutinize the data, the smile gradually faded from Wang Pengfei's face. His brow furrowed, forming a deep line of concern. The room's atmosphere shifted from exuberance to a palpable tension. "Dongzi." Wang Pengfei's voice emerged with a husky quality. "Yes? Take a look at this." He pointed to a line graph on the screen. Xia Dong leaned in for a closer inspection. "That is the curve representing the average duration of user visits, resembling an electrocardiogram. Yet the overall trend is disheartening, almost scraping the bottom. Beside it lies another data point, even more glaring. The bounce rate stands at 89. This signifies that out of every 100 individuals who venture onto their website, 89 merely glance at a single page before abruptly exiting. Wang Pengfei's expression turned grave, devoid of the earlier levity. "Dongzi, observe our website's traffic. It has surged as if propelled by a rocket." However, he elongated the tone, emphatically clicking on the 89, lamenting the brevity of user engagement. Many arrive, only to depart without lingering. A profound worry was etched in Wang Pengfei's gaze. It's akin to operating a shop on the street, where one's enthusiastic calls draw in crowds, yet upon entering, they find only a scant selection of items and promptly leave, never to return. His metaphor was straightforward yet incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Xia Dong, observing him, couldn't he help but silently commend him. This fellow possesses an innate aptitude for this endeavor. Without any formal training, and having perused scarcely a few relevant books, he could, with a beast-like intuition, discern the crux of the issue from a sea of monotonous data. Xia Dong nodded, urging him to continue. Wang Pengfei inhaled deeply, as if resolved to a determination. "I believe our content is too scant." He switched to the front page of the website, scrolling rapidly. "Look at the news section. There are merely a handful of articles, repeatedly circulated. In the forum section, while there are posts, the quality content is sparse, predominantly revolving around predictions for gold medals. Users can comb through our entire website matrix in a matter of 10 to 20 minutes, and once they've seen everything, with nothing new to engage with, they will naturally depart. A hint of anxiety colored Wang Pengfei's voice. No matter how high the traffic, if we cannot retain visitors, it will not convert to revenue, nor will it lead to significant achievements. Our website currently stands as an empty shell. It appears bustling, yet is fundamentally hollow. Upon finishing, he turned to Xia Dong, awaiting his verdict. A smile of approval graced Xia Dong's face as he patted Wang Pengfei on the shoulder. You are absolutely correct. With Xia Dong as affirmation, Wang Pengfei visibly relaxed, though the worry etched on his face remained. What shall we do? How can we rapidly augment our content within a short time frame? It seems rather unrealistic. Xia Dong reclined back in his chair, his hands cradling his head, gazing at the ceiling. He, too, was aware of the issue Wang Pengfei had identified. Currently, 99% of the website's content stemmed from his smartphone, which originated from 2025. He merely needed to type on his phone, posing questions to Taobao, such as, assist me in composing an analytical article on Phelps' pursuit of 8 gold medals at the Beijing Olympics, ensuring it is both professional and engaging, spanning 3,000 words. Within seconds, a flawless article would materialize. In 2008, this was nothing short of miraculous, a transdimensional strike. However, this miracle bore a critical flaw: efficiency. Chapter 50. The traffic trap. The door slammed shut behind Wang Pengfei, his silhouette vanishing as he muttered a resentful remark. 8 million in traffic, with an astonishing 89% bounce rate. Dongzi, I've come to understand that we are, indeed, nothing more than a sieve. Traffic flows in abundantly, only to rush out just as swiftly, like tourists in Tiananmen Square feeding pigeons, scattering grains, snapping a photo, and turning away without a word of thanks. Such a waste. The last 3 words reverberated in Xia Dong's bedroom. He leaned back in his creaky computer chair, the fan inside the case emitting a low rumble, creating a somewhat disruptive noise on this sweltering summer afternoon of 2008. Wang Pengfei's words were crude, yet their essence held an undeniable truth, even more perceptive than that of a seasoned veteran. An 89% bounce rate, an average dwell time of 30 seconds. Xia Dong scrutinized the rudimentary statistics of his website's backend, devoid of any joy at the prospect of 8 million visitors. He understood all too well what these 2 figures signified. It implied that his website lacked genuine users, it only attracted visitors. These visitors were merely there to exploit opportunities. They clicked on the post about the dark horse predictions, gaped at it, and then hastily clicked the X in the upper right corner. Not a single one would linger to explore the adjacent Olympic news or the event gallery. These 4 websites stood like isolated islands, indifferent to one another. The traffic matrix he painstakingly constructed was, in the eyes of users, simply 4 pop-up ads. Empty hype. Xia Dong murmured to himself. No matter how fervently this flame burned, it would extinguish the moment the Olympics concluded. What he sought was not this illusory prosperity, but rather a goose that could lay golden eggs. Not a firecracker that fizzles out after a single burst. Rising from his seat, he walked to the bedroom door and locked it behind him. He returned to his computer, inhaling deeply. He didn't open the browser or the code editor. Instead, he retrieved a cold, black monolith from his jeans pocket, a relic not belonging to this era. The Huayao Mate 90 Pro. He illuminated the screen and unlocked it, the glow reflecting on his still youthful face. The white dialog box of Taobao lay silently before him. Xia Dong's fingers danced swiftly over the virtual keyboard, producing a series of soft clicks. Problem description: for independent websites form a matrix. Total traffic, 8 million. Bounce rate, 89. Average dwell time, 30 seconds. Core issue: extremely low user engagement. Traffic cannot be retained. Objective: to build a long-term platform and enhance user lifetime value. He clicked send. There was no fluctuation in the network, no loading circle. The local AI's computational power revealed its formidable capabilities at that moment. Taobao almost replied in an instant. Analysis: you are currently facing a typical traffic trap rather than a platform effect. Xia Dong narrowed his eyes. The term traffic trap was remarkably precise. Please elaborate, he prompted. 1. Fragmented user experience. For separate domains, news, forum, images, data, necessitate 4 distinct brand recognitions from users. The content exhibits an island effect, inhibiting effective user flow within the site. 2. Ambiguous brand recognition. Users recall only the predictions of dark horses for the Olympics, failing to recognize your platform's brand. After the Olympics conclude, the existing traffic will dwindle to nothing in an instant. 3. Lack of community engagement. Users are visitors rather than residents. They lack core scenarios for interaction, discussion, and retention. Xia Dong reclines in his chair. The analysis provided by AI is incisive, stripping bare the inadequacies of his makeshift operation. The solution? Proposal, integration. Merge the 4 independent websites into a singular, centralized portal. A portal. Xia Dong savors this term. In 2008, this was the strategy employed by giants like Sina, Sohu, and NetEase. Can a grassroots individual like him afford to play this game? He infused his doubts. Why create a platform rather than a matrix? The matrix model, in 2008, was more conducive to generating traffic through SEO. He is attempting to evaluate a 2025 AI with a mindset rooted in 2008. Taobao's response exudes a cold logic from a position of superiority. The matrix model resembles possessing 4 scattered fish ponds. Users are informed that pond A harbors a large fish, dark horse prediction. They flock to pond A, catch the big fish, and then depart, remaining oblivious to the existence of ponds B, C, and D. Advantages: rapid short-term SEO growth, risk diversification. Disadvantages: internal traffic contention, high operational costs, the necessity to maintain 4 sites simultaneously, inability to unify user data, and minimal brand value. The platform model, akin to constructing a vast reservoir, attracts users seeking large fish. However, upon entry, they discover that not only can they fish predictions, but they can also swim, news, barbecue, forum, and enjoy the scenery, image gallery. Advantages: 1. A unified brand, establishing a professional image as the Olympic information hub. Advantage 2. Enhanced user lifetime value, LTV. Users can seamlessly switch between sections, resulting in exponential increases in dwell time. Advantage 3. Establishing a data moat. A centralized user data backend can accurately analyze user preferences, laying the groundwork for future monetization. Advantage 4. Maximizing advertising value. Longer dwell times imply that each unique visitor, UV, can view more pages, PV, generating more ad clicks. Xia Dong comprehended. Previously, he envisioned himself as a middleman. However, Taobao provided him with a blueprint to become a financier. This is precisely what he desires. Excellent. Xia Dong's blood began to pulse with excitement. The next question: content. My AI-generated content, Dark Horse Predictions, is static, a glimpse into the future. Yet, I lack the real-time news that characterized 2008 at this very moment. Alone, I cannot sustain the vast content updates required for a portal. I need ammunition. Solution? The mobile screen fell silent for a few seconds. Taobao. The solution: web crawlers. Xia Dong's heart raced with sudden realization. As a programmer, he was undoubtedly well-versed in web crawlers. Upon encountering the term crawler, he instinctively recognized the feasibility of the solution. However, in 2008, such technology represented a significant advantage over the majority of grassroots webmasters, akin to a dimensional assault. To elaborate, a crawler is an automated program designed to simulate browser access to various public websites, such as Sina Sports and Sohu Olympics, automatically retrieving their publicly available, unencrypted real-time information. This includes news headlines, match schedules, athlete profiles, and live medal counts. By aggregating, cleansing, and reorganizing this data, your portal could synchronize with the content volume of Sina within a mere second. This was not merely an arsenal. It was tantamount to transferring the opponent's entire armory. Legal risks? In the legal landscape of 2008, merely scraping publicly available news headlines, links, and public data while attributing the source resided in a gray area with minimal risk. It is imperative to avoid scraping original commentary and paid content. Chapter 51, Olympic Portal Perfect. Xia Dong's lips curled into a smile. Provide me with a lightweight crawler code based on Python 2.5, the mainstream version of 2008, targeting the major sports sections of the time. Requirements: stability, low resource consumption, scheduled execution, and anti-blocking capabilities. Taobao task received. Generating code. A minute later, a dense, intricately structured code appeared on the screen. Xia Dong merely glanced at it, feeling a rush of awe. The code was exceptionally sophisticated. It even accounted for the common irregularities in HTML structures prevalent in 2008, employing remarkably clever regular expressions to extract data without relying on libraries that would later mature. Presenting this code to the CTO of Sina would undoubtedly warrant a salute. One final request. Xia Dong's fingers paused above the keyboard. Provide me with an HTML, CSS, and JS template for an Olympic portal homepage. Styled in 2008 yet infused with future 2025 UX principles. Requirements: simplicity, grandeur, high information density, and perfect compatibility with IE6. IE6, a browser that would later earn the disdain of all programmers, was, in 2008, an undisputed leader. Taobao acknowledged. Generating template. Another torrent of code appeared. Xia Dong looked at the lengthy streams of code on his phone screen and smiled. He rose and approached the bedroom window. Below, children played with marbles, and a woman sorted vegetables while cicadas called out fervently. The summer of 2008 was slow and long. A few minutes later, the Taobao code generation concluded, and he returned to his computer. Let us begin. He first opened the Bluetooth settings on his computer, revealing a rudimentary Windows XP-style blue icon. Add device. He simultaneously activated the Bluetooth on his Huayao phone and set it to be visible to all. The XP search box whirred for what felt like an eternity. Searching for devices, Xia Dong selected the two code files generated by Taobao on his mobile phone. He clicked to send them via Bluetooth. A window popped up in the lower right corner of the computer, asking if he wished to receive files from the Huayao Mate 90 Pro. He confirmed. A progress bar appeared, moving at a leisurely pace. In 2025, this would be termed as turtle speed, yet in 2008. Compared to Xia Dong's original plan of painstakingly typing each letter, this was nothing short of miraculous. It saved him at least 5 sleepless nights. Finally, 2 compressed files lay quietly on the desktop. Xia Dong commenced his work. As night fell, Xia Zhangwo and his wife watched television in the living room. The volume turned up high, broadcasting breaking through the northeast. Dong Dong, come out for some watermelon. His mother called from outside. I'm not eating, Mom. I'm busy with my homework. Xia Dong shouted back, not lifting his head. This child, just finishing the college entrance examination, what homework could he possibly have? His mother muttered to herself, choosing not to disturb him further. Xia Dong donned his headphones, immersing himself in a world solely composed of code. He first downloaded and installed the Python 2.5 environment. Then, he extracted the files. Rather than running them immediately, he opened the code files and studied them meticulously. Damn, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The code written by the AI was extraordinarily exquisite. The comments were clear, the logic impeccable, and it even included a user agent spoofing pool to simulate various browsers for data scraping, effectively preventing IP bans from the server. Tentatively, he typed the execution command in the command prompt of his XP machine. A miracle unfolded on this assembled machine from 2008. The black window began to scroll wildly. Info spider started. Info crawling Sina Sports. Success. Parsed 15 news articles. Info crawling Sohu Olympics. Success. Parsed 22 news articles. Info crawling NetEase Olympics. Success. Parsed 18 news articles. Info crawling Tencent Sports. Success. Info all tasks completed. Data has been stored in the database. Xia Dong opened the small database file. Inside lay thousands of the latest, steaming hot news titles and links. His arsenal was fully stocked. Next came the construction of the platform. Xia Dong embarked on the most tedious yet crucial task, integration. He needed to merge the databases from the 4 original sites into one. He intended to apply the AI-generated template to his own backend. He had to modify the code so that the data collected by the spider would automatically display on the new portal's homepage. This was a monumental undertaking. At midnight, Xia Dong rubbed his sore neck and prepared himself a bowl of sour pickled cabbage. The steam rose invitingly. As he slurped the noodles, he debugged the CSS. Why is this forum's hot topic section misaligned in IE6? At 3 in the morning, the outside world was shrouded in silence. Only the chirping of insects could be heard. Xia Dong's eyes were bloodshot. The database connection had failed. He had uncovered a foolish mistake. A configuration file had not been standardized. It took him half an hour to rectify the issue. At 5 in the morning, the sky began to lighten, revealing the first hints of dawn. The sound of the milk delivery bell echoed from downstairs. Xia Dong typed the final character. He uploaded all the files to the server and cleared the server cache. His heart raced with anticipation. The moment of truth had arrived. He entered the primary domain name he had registered into the browser's address bar and hit enter. The page began to load. As he gazed at the nascent Olympic information page forming on the screen, a surge of greater ambition welled within him. Was this merely an Olympic-themed site? That vision was far too limited. In this era of unbridled growth on the internet, he aspired to create a truly modern portal website, one that would allow users to swiftly access all the information they sought. He murmured to himself. The name had to be impactful and straightforward. After considering several options that failed to satisfy him, a word suddenly sprang to mind. Huayao. Yes, that was it. Simple, direct, and imbued with a sense of modernity. With a name in hand, a fitting logo was also necessary. Xia Dong took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened Taobao. He swiftly typed the command into the input box. Design a logo for Huayao with a modern, minimalist, and technological style. Almost instantaneously, an image was generated. On the screen appeared a dynamic representation of the word Kuai, accompanied by the sleek characters of Kinwang. The overall design was visually striking, perfectly aligning with all his imaginings. He embedded the logo into the website and pressed the refresh key. The small bandwidth of 2008 struggled to load such a content-rich portal site, albeit slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the page fully unveiled itself before him. Xia Dong held his breath. It was astonishingly professional. The bold red header bore the logo of Huayao, generated by Taobao AI. Below lay a clear navigation bar. Home, real-time news, event gallery, passionate forum, medal table, dark horse predictions. To the left, there was a scrolling update of 24-hour headlines, captured by crawlers. In the center, a visually rich focal image. To the right, popular forum posts and exquisite galleries. The entire page brimmed with information density. Yet the layout was both structured and fluid, flawlessly compatible with the dreaded IE6. It resembled a blend of Sina and Sohu, yet was cleaner, faster, and more focused. Xia Dong smiled with satisfaction. He was utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy. He shut down the computer, climbed into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. He slept the entire day, missing both lunch and dinner. On the third morning, Xia Dong was awakened by the doorbell. Disheveled, he opened the door to find Wang Pingfei standing there, holding 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. Wow, Dongzi, did you fall into a pigsty? Wang Pingfei exclaimed, startled by Xia Dong's appearance. Cut the chatter, come in. Xia Dong's voice was hoarse as he gulped down a mouthful of soy milk. Chapter 52, Astonishing. Earning over 10,000 a day. Wang Pingfei stepped into the bedroom, and a peculiar odor, a blend of sweat and an unknown scent, assaulted his senses. What on earth? Is this place pickling vegetables? He pinched his nose and plopped down onto Xia Dong's bed. So what is the situation? Has the data collapsed? I told you. Revamping is a grave mistake. It will definitely lead to a drop in traffic. Wang Pingfei had steeled himself, ready to console his beleaguered friend. Take a look for yourself. Xia Dong yawned, returning to the computer and opening the backend. What are you looking at? It's utterly grim, Wang Pingfei grumbled as he leaned closer. Then, his expression froze. He first laid eyes on the website's homepage. What? Wang Pingfei rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is this really our website? His hands trembled as he seized the mouse, frantically clicking through various sections. News. What else with all this news? Updated in real time. Gallery. Forum. Have they all been integrated? He abruptly turned, gazing at Xia Dong as if he were an alien. Dongzi, you must be honest with me. Have you been reborn? A sudden jolt ran through Xia Dong. Get lost. He shot Wang Pingfei a glare. I merely spent 2 days writing a small script to automate the data retrieval. A script? Wang Pingfei was bewildered, but that was of little consequence. With trembling hands, he opened the data statistics. The moment he beheld the numbers on the screen, he inhaled sharply. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, cumulative unique visitors, 11, 2 million. Not only did it not decline, but it increased by 3 million just yesterday. Wang Pingfei's voice cracked, disbelief evident. Look below, Xia Dong indicated. Wang Pingfei's gaze shifted downward. Average time spent on the site yesterday, 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Bounce rate, 45. Wang Pingfei was utterly dazed. He vividly recalled that just 2 days prior, those 3 figures were 8 million, 30 seconds, and 89. This is a world apart. How is this even possible? Xia Dong calmly elucidated, relishing his friend's astonishment. It indicates that users no longer leave immediately after viewing. They clicked on the news, checked the schedules, and even ventured to the forum to voice their opinions. They stayed. Moreover, there's a significant advantage. The longer each user lingers, the greater the likelihood of clicking on advertisements. Wang Pingfei was no longer absorbing the analysis. In his eyes, there was only the final figure. He pointed at it, his lips quivering, unable to utter a sound for a long while. Advertising revenue, Yesterday's estimated earnings from the ad network. 1,289,034. 1,200,000. 894. In a single day? Suddenly, Wang Pengfei sprang to his feet. Thud. The back of his head collided forcefully with the iron frame of Xia Dong's bunk bed. Ouch! Wang Pengfei clutched his head, grimacing in pain, nearly brought to tears. But he couldn't care less about the pain. He grasped Xia Dong's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Dongzi, Dongzi, pinch me. Am I dreaming? 12,000 a day. A month, that's over 300,000. 380,000. Wang Pengfei appeared almost delirious. He released Xia Dong and pulled out his Nokia from his pocket, activating the calculator. As he entered 12,890 multiplied by 30, the small screen displayed 386700. Wang Pengfei's phone clattered to the ground. Damn! He plopped back onto the bed. We've made it, Dongzi. We've made it. He chuckled like a fool. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Xia Dong's mother, Mrs. Zhou Yunfang, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, peered in. Xia Dong, Wang Pengfei, what on earth are you two shouting about so early? Did an earthquake occur? Still in an extreme state of excitement, Wang Pengfei, upon seeing Xia Dong's mother, exclaimed without a moment's thought, Auntie, we've made it. Xia Dong has struck it rich. Mrs. Zhou paused, glancing skeptically at Wang Pengfei and then at her son, whose hair resembled a bird's nest. She rapped the spatula against the doorframe. What do you mean struck it rich? You must be out of your mind. Get out here for breakfast. The youtiao is getting cold. Bang. The door was slammed shut once more. The bedroom fell silent again. Wang Pengfei's exhilaration was dampened by the spatula's reprimand. He picked up the fallen Nokia, dusted it off, and tenderly tucked it back into his pocket. Turning to Xia Dong, he noticed him leisurely sipping the now lukewarm soy milk, his expression remarkably calm. Dongzi. Wang Pengfei couldn't help but ask, 12,000 a day? Why aren't you even a little excited? This is just the beginning, Xia Dong replied nonchalantly. My goodness. This is merely the start. Then, doesn't that mean we shall become millionaires? The thought lodged in his throat like a massive piece of candy, sweet yet suffocating, rendering him speechless. In 2008, for a student just having laid down their college entrance examination paper, the weight of that term was enough to crush his imagination. Observing his lack of ambition, Xia Dong shook his head and stood up from the chair. I just checked the back-end account, combined with the previous total. There's over 17,000. MHM, MHM, MHM. Wang Pengfei nodded fervently, his eyes shining with devout fervor. Xia Dong calmly looked at Wang Pengfei and uttered a statement that made his heart skip a beat. Let us pick a lucky number. I plan to withdraw 16,000 first. As we discussed, half for each of us, you get 8,000. The smile on Wang Pengfei's face instantly froze. He stared at Xia Dong, his earlier joy receding like a tide, replaced by an unusually rare seriousness. Dongzi, that's not acceptable. Xia Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. What is unacceptable? I can't take this money that way. Wang Pengfei's tone was exceptionally resolute, starkly contrasting his usual carefree demeanor. Did we not agree on a 50-50 split? Are you now having second thoughts? Xia Dong inquired deliberately. I have not changed my mind. Wang Pengfei exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. But I thought this wretched website would only earn a few dozen, or at most 100 yuan a day. After a month, if we made a few thousand, I would be content to share that with you. He pointed at the computer screen, his emotions spiraling out of control. But now, over 10,000 a day. That amounts to over 300,000 a month. Why should I take half? What have I contributed? Xia Dong quietly observed him, allowing him to vent without interruption. Wang Pengfei grew increasingly agitated. This website has been entirely your endeavor from the beginning. You wrote the code, set up the server, and pulled all-nighters for the updates. What have I done? I merely copied and pasted, tidied up a few trivial posts, and moved the mouse around. Do I deserve to share half of this? Chapter 53. Wang Pengfei's resolve. If I take that money, I won't be able to sleep at night without nightmares. I, Wang Pengfei, may love money and dream of wealth, but I cannot betray my brother for it. He spoke each word with conviction. Xia Dong regarded him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. This was Wang Pengfei, someone who seemed to spout nonsense but was, at his core, more principled than anyone else. In his previous life, he had struggled terribly, burdened by debt, counting every penny even for instant noodles, yet he never once voiced his grievances to Xia Dong. This pride, hidden beneath his carefree demeanor, remained glaringly evident across lifetimes. Xia Dong understood that if he were to forcibly give him half today, it would only wound his pride. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. Pingfei, what? Do you believe that your contributions hold no value? Wang Pingfei hesitated, then defiantly retorted, what value can there be? I'm merely a laborer, right? Without your categorization and those eye-catching headlines, how would our website have attracted its first users? Xia Dong's voice, though quiet, resonated deeply with Wang Pingfei. Wang Pingfei opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Without your keen observation of the alarming user drop-off rates, or your reminders that our content fails to retain visitors, would I have thought to spend an entire night revising the site? That was not just a casual remark, Xia Dong interjected, his gaze piercing. The technical aspect is my domain, but the direction of the content and the instinct for user engagement belong to you. Without either of us, this website would likely still be earning just enough to pay for its electricity. Therefore, do not tell me you have made no contributions. Wang Pingfei was left dumbfounded by Xia Dong's words, standing there in a daze, his mind in disarray, observing the shift in his expression. Xia Dong knew he had struck a chord. However, you are also correct, Wang Pingfei began, eager to concede, but was once again perplexed by Xia Dong's next statement. Xia Dong continued, at this stage, the technical aspect indeed holds significant weight. Yet, as we progress, the importance of content and operations will become increasingly pronounced. Thus, the distribution plan must be revised. He extended 3 fingers. In the future, all the revenue from the website will be divided as 7-3, with you receiving the latter. This is a long-term arrangement. What do you think? Wang Pingfei gazed into Xia Dong's sincere eyes, and the tension that had been coiling within him gradually began to ease. 30%. This ratio affirmed his worth while preventing him from feeling it was merely an act of charity. That works. He nodded, albeit with difficulty. However, Xia Dong's tone shifted to one of undeniable authority as he continued. This initial sum is the fruit of our late-night efforts together. It signifies our auspicious beginning and must be divided equally as per our original agreement. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect for me and a belief that our venture will not endure. With such words, Xia Dong left Wang Pingfei with no escape. Looking at Xia Dong, he felt an inexplicable warmth gathering in his eyes. He realized that uttering another negative would be excessively sentimental. All right, you've monopolized the argument. He mumbled, awkwardly averting his gaze, unable to meet Xia Dong's eyes any longer. Xia Dong smiled. Do you have a bank card? Wang Pingfei hesitated momentarily. I have one my father arranged for me to save my tuition. Good. Send me the card number via text later. I will transfer 8,000 yuan to you. There was no thick envelope, no immediate impact of cash. Yet the phrase 8,000 yuan transferred to you struck Wang Pingfei's heart like a heavy hammer. He nodded absently, feeling as though his brain had completely crashed. All right, I'll head back now. I'll check on the website later. With that, he turned as if evading something, hastily opening the door and rushing out. Xia Dong watched him flee, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He understood that this stubborn brother was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of wealth. To an ordinary family in 2008, 8,000 yuan represented a significant sum that would take months to accumulate. This money had the potential to alter many circumstances. Xia Dong returned to his computer, the room filled only with the monotonous hum of the fan. On the screen, the visitor data on the website's backend fluctuated, alongside the steadily increasing revenue figures from the advertising alliance, resembling a vibrant yet silent tapestry. Yet, there was no trace of intoxication in Xia Dong's gaze. His eyes seemed to pierce through the small screen, envisioning a far grander battlefield years, even decades, into the future. This website was merely his first foothold. It was rudimentary and primitive. In the year 2008, amidst an era still dominated by rudimentary means, his ship, equipped with a steam engine, could charge forth without restraint. However, Xia Dong understood better than anyone that the tides were about to change. The era of portals was nearing its end, and the wave of social media was poised to engulf everything. Weibo, WeChat, and mobile internet heralded a true age belonging to the giants. What he was currently doing was merely a sophisticated form of content curation. Users arrived swiftly, yet departed just as quickly, lacking the essential connection with the website. What he aspired to create was not merely a roadside newsstand, but a magnificent metropolis capable of accommodating countless individuals, fostering their lives, facilitating communication, and igniting creativity. The realization of such a grand vision could not rest solely upon his shoulders. It was not a task that could be accomplished by a solitary entity armed only with static information. He required an army, a modern legion composed of elite programmers, visionary product managers, and ingenious operational strategists. Yet, he found himself merely an 18-year-old, a solitary commander clutching his initial seed capital. The sum of 300,000 per month sounded substantial. Yet when cast into the insatiable maw of the internet, a veritable beast of consumption, not even a whisper would be heard in response. Furthermore, he was devoid of any acquaintances. The illustrious tech magnates of the future were either ensconced within grand corporations or had already embarked on their entrepreneurial journeys. By what means could he entice them? With mere fervor? Or by sketching an unattainable dream? Lacking connections, resources, and any form of credible endorsement, he felt, even as a reborn soul, an unprecedented constraint in the face of reality's iron wall. He possessed the skills to slay dragons, yet found himself without a weapon. This sensation stirred a flicker of agitation within Xia Dong. He rose to his feet and began to pace the confines of his room. Outside, the night deepened, and the city's neon lights flickered to life, outlining the unique contours of this era. It was 2008. Suddenly, Xia Dong halted. Countless fragments of history from that year surged through his mind like lightning. A wild and audacious thought ignited within him, akin to a spark setting ablaze a vast prairie. He distinctly recalled that the global financial crisis, instigated by the American subprime mortgage debacle, would reach its zenith in September and October. The collapse of Lehman Brothers was merely the beginning. The wails of Wall Street would reverberate across every corner of the globe. Countless once mighty corporations would crumble amid this winter's chill or resort to drastic measures, including widespread layoffs. For the vast majority, it represented an apocalyptic disaster. Yet for him, it was a crisis often concealing the greatest opportunities. A nebulous plan began to take shape in his mind, growing increasingly vivid. As the future plans for Kwai and Wang became clearer, Xia Dong's thoughts shifted to Fat Orange. Seated before his newly acquired computer, he gently tapped his fingers on the keyboard, producing a crisp sound. The cursor flickered on the screen, ultimately settling in the search box of Taobao. Fat Orange. Enter. The page refreshed, revealing his own Toy Kingdom specialty store. The small crown icon adjacent to the link symbolized the shop's steadily rising credibility. He altered several keywords: orange cat figurine, Q-version cat, internet-famous toys. The search results were diverse, yet none addressed the unease lingering in his mind. No replicas. Not a single one. Xia Dong's brow furrowed slightly. This was amiss. Very amiss. Drawing upon his extensive experience of over a decade navigating the mire of the internet, he understood that the life cycle of any sensational product inevitably attracts an overwhelming and remarkably proactive army of imitators. Initially, he had anticipated that by the 7th day following the launch of the Fat Orange product, the astute toy workshops in Hangzhou, Yiwu, and Shantou would have produced the first batch of hastily crafted replicas. However, nearly 2 weeks had elapsed since the Fat Orange ignited its initial wave of fervor online. A full 14 days had passed, and Taobao remained remarkably tranquil, with only his brand basking in the limelight. Had he perhaps overestimated the responsiveness and execution capabilities of his contemporaries in 2008? Leaning back in his chair, Xia Dong murmured to himself. Manufacturers in this era might still be ensnared in the delusion of traditional offline channels, their sensitivity to emerging online phenomena far less pronounced than that of future generations. The speed of information dissemination had yet to reach the extreme level seen later, where a concept could be birthed in the morning, a prototype created by afternoon, and a blockbuster launched by night. He could even envision the toy factory owners, seated at their computers, deliberating over the data for Fat Orange, perhaps languidly convening to assess whether this phenomenon was genuine or merely a facade of false prosperity, and debating whether to invest in mold development. By the time they reached a conclusion, the opportunity would have slipped away. Xia Dong shook his head, a bittersweet smile curling his lips. His anxiety had been exacerbated by the hellish levels of competition that characterized later times. Nevertheless, the absence of replicas was ultimately a blessing, affording the Fat Orange brand an exceedingly precious window for unrestrained growth. Just as he was about to switch from Taobao to the Olympic website's backend to check for updates from Wang Pengfei, his phone on the table suddenly rang. It was not his futuristic Huawei Mate 90 Pro, but rather a classic Nokia from his own time. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar landline number. After a moment's hesitation, He pressed the answer button. "Hello," he said. A crisp, somewhat professionally sweet voice responded from the other end. "Good day, is this Mr. Xia Dong?" "It is," he replied, sensing a hint of familiarity in the voice. "Mr. Xia, this is Tang Siki from Huayao Intellectual Property Agency. Do you remember me?" Tang Siki. An image of a young woman in professional attire, with a ponytail and a clear yet slightly nervous demeanor, immediately surfaced in his mind. "Of course, I remember. Hello," he said, his voice infused with warmth. "Mr. Xia, I have delightful news to share," Tang Siki exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement surpassing his own. "The copyright application for the artistic works of the Fat Orange series, along with the several design patents you entrusted us to file, has been fully approved this morning by the National Intellectual Property Office. The physical certificates have been dispatched to our company." A weight that had been pressing upon Xia Dong's heart finally lifted. Although he had long anticipated that with the originality and novelty of Fat Orange, passing the review was a foregone conclusion, hearing the news still brought him a wave of relief. This signified that Fat Orange had officially donned a layer of legal armor. Henceforth, even if a legion of imitators were to arise, he could wield the rod of rights protection with rightful authority. "Excellent. You have truly worked hard. Your efficiency is commendable." Xia Dong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "This is what we are meant to do," Manager Fan replied. "Your materials were prepared with such professionalism that we hardly expended any effort, allowing the process to proceed remarkably swiftly." Tang Siki, smiling, added, "The certificate is now in my possession. Would you prefer that I send it to you, or shall I deliver it to your toy factory at your convenience?" Xia Dong pondered for a moment. He felt uneasy about having it mailed, considering the importance of the document. If she were to deliver it to the factory, he would need to make a trip there himself. Certainly, he could request that she bring the document directly to his home. But the thought of having a young lady come to his residence seemed somewhat inappropriate. "Let us do this," Xia Dong mused, pausing briefly before speaking. "It appears inconvenient for me to go directly to the factory. How about we arrange to meet at a midpoint? I can collect the document in person and treat you to a drink as a token of my appreciation for your assistance during this period." Meeting in a public space not only showed respect for her, but also facilitated his own convenience. On the other end of the line, Tang Siki seemed taken aback for a moment, then readily agreed. "All right, that sounds perfect. Where shall we meet?" "How about the Starbucks in the city center? It shouldn't be far from your office, and it's convenient for me as well." "Very well, Mr. Xia. Shall we meet at 3 in the afternoon?" "That works perfectly. See you at 3. After hanging up, Xia Dong glanced at the time and rose to change into a clean t-shirt and jeans. Just before stepping out, he inexplicably returned to his room and retrieved a beautifully packaged gift bag from a cardboard box beneath his bed. Inside the bag was a complete set of Fat Orange blind boxes, 9 ordinary variants, along with a hidden one that he had specifically requested Zhang Weiming to set aside. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at Starbucks 10 minutes early. He chose a cozy window seat. The cafe, established in 2008, still exuded an air of elegance, with the rich aroma of coffee lingering in the air, accompanied by the strains of Jay Chou's blue and white porcelain playing softly in the background. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the cafe. Today, Tang Siki was not clad in the somewhat rigid black and white professional suit she had worn during their meeting at the office. Instead, she donned a light blue chiffon blouse, paired with white casual trousers and canvas shoes, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail. With just a hint of makeup enhancing her youthful radiance, embodying the spirit of a vibrant university campus. She scanned the room and quickly located Xia Dong's table, her face breaking into a polite smile as she approached. "Mr. Xia, I hope I'm not late?" "Not at all. I arrived early," Xia Dong replied, standing to pull out the chair opposite him for her. The small act of chivalry from the gentleman sparked a flicker of surprise in Tang Siki's eyes. She smiled and expressed her gratitude before taking a seat. Chapter 55. The invitation from Taobao. "Would you care for something to drink?" Xia Dong inquired as he handed over the menu. "A cappuccino would suffice, thank you," she replied. Xia Dong signaled the waiter, ordering himself an iced Americano while placing the cappuccino order for Tang Siki. As they awaited their coffee, Tang Siki retrieved a thick, brown paper envelope from her bag and handed it to Xia Dong with both hands. "Mr. Xia, here are all the IP certification documents for Fat Orange, including the copyright registration certificate and the design patent certificate. Please take a look." Xia Dong accepted the envelope but did not open it immediately. The weight of the documents instilled an unprecedented sense of assurance within him. He shifted his gaze from the envelope to Tang Siki, gently pushing a gift bag towards her. Miss Tang, this is for you. Tang Siki's face was etched with surprise. Mr. Xia, what is this? A small token of appreciation, Xia Dong said earnestly. This smooth progress of the IP application owes much to your assistance and follow-up. I had promised to give you something last time, but I got caught up in my work and forgot. Tang Siki quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushing as she recalled something. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. It is all part of my job, and you have already paid the agency fees. Work is work, and gratitude is gratitude. They are two different matters. Xia Dong replied with a smile. Open it, and see if you like it. Under his insistence, Tang Siki hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the gift bag. As she pulled out a series of exquisitely packaged fat orange blind boxes, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Wow, it's fat orange, she exclaimed, her genuine surprise utterly uncontainable. My best friend bought one not long ago and has been bragging about how adorable this cat is. I can't believe you gifted me an entire set. She carefully lifted one of the boxes, as if admiring a precious piece of art. There are 9 regular ones and 1 hidden edition, making it a complete family set. Xia Dong added, There's a hidden edition? Tang Siki's excitement escalated, her eyes glimmering with joy. Xia Dong chuckled noncommittally, tacitly acknowledging her delight. The waiter arrived with their coffee, interrupting their conversation. Tang Siki cradled her warm coffee cup, sipping it delicately, yet her gaze frequently darted towards the charming fat orange set, clearly unable to tear herself away from it. Oh, by the way, she suddenly recalled, curiosity piqued. Mr. Xia, you look quite young. Did you just graduate? This polite compliment was a common expression among newcomers in the workplace. Xia Dong took a sip of his iced Americano, the bitter flavor spreading across his palate. He spoke in a remarkably casual tone, delivering a statement that nearly caused Tang Siki to sputter her coffee. Yes, I just graduated high school. I'll be heading to the capital for university in September. Tang Siki's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze mid-air. Her eyes gradually widened, filled with disbelief. Going to university? Her voice had taken on a slightly different tone. Indeed, Xia Dong nodded, as if discussing the most mundane of matters, having just completed the college entrance examination. Just finished the exam? Tang Siki was utterly stunned. Although she perceived Xia Dong as youthful, his every gesture exuded a mature and composed demeanor, leading her to assume he was a university graduate. She was astonished to discover that he was far younger than she had imagined. Her mind buzzed like a swarm of bees at a celebration. She recalled the first time she encountered Xia Dong. That young man, no, that boy, had come to their company alone, presenting application materials that were more professional and precise than those crafted by her, and in turn, she remembered her superior, the so-called seasoned veteran manager Fan, who seemed somewhat constrained in Xia Dong's presence and even voluntarily halved the agency fee. She reminisced about the viral orange blind box that had ignited a frenzy among countless urban professionals and the ingenious marketing strategy behind it. She even recalled the mature and natural gesture when he had pulled out a chair for her moments ago. All these memories pointed to an image of a seasoned, meticulous, and astute business elite. Yet now, this very figure nonchalantly informed her that he had merely just graduated from high school. A soon-to-be college student? This was more surreal than a B-grade horror film. At that moment, Tang Siki felt her worldview undergo an unprecedented and intense upheaval. She gazed at Xia Dong's exceptionally youthful face, opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Perhaps, the only fitting description was genius. After exchanging a few more words, Tang Siki was called away by a work-related phone call. As she watched her taxi disappear around the corner, Xia Dong slowly withdrew his gaze. The last glance she cast at him was a mixture of shock, confusion, and an indescribable hint of admiration, like gazing at a creature cloaked in youthful skin. Xia Dong chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. In a sense, she was not wrong. He truly was a monster, a creature refined by the tribulations of the year 2025, a hardened corporate entity. He turned to head home. Suddenly, a Nokia phone in his pocket vibrated, emitting a jarring ringtone. Xia Dong pulled it out to find an unfamiliar landline number flashing on the screen. Area code 0571. Hangzhou. Xia Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. In this era, he had no acquaintances in Hangzhou. Hello, who is this? He answered the call, his tone calm. A standard Mandarin female voice, imbued with the professionalism and courtesy typical of large corporations, responded, Hello. May I ask if this is the person in charge of the Toy King exclusive Taobao store? Yes, it is. Greetings, this is the Merchant Operations Department of Taobao. In light of your store's recent outstanding sales performance and unique brand potential, we sincerely invite you to participate in the Taobao Mall Merchant Support Program Conference to be held 3 days from now, on July 7th, at our headquarters in Hangzhou. However, the latter part of the conversation became somewhat indistinct to Xia Dong. In his mind, only 4 words echoed fervently, Taobao Mall. While others might perceive this as merely an ordinary merchant meeting, his soul, hailing from the year 2025, understood its true significance. This was the future of Tmall, an entity poised to reshape the entire landscape of Chinese commerce over the next decade, birthing the world's largest shopping extravaganza, Double 11. At this moment, it was merely an embryo, freshly emerged from the C2C mother of Taobao, a new venture not widely regarded by most. Yet now, this future trillion-dollar empire extended to him an exceptionally precious ticket for entry. Nevertheless, Xia Dong harbored some doubts. Logically, Taobao Mall, or the future Tmall, targets brands with a certain level of recognition, such as Jack Jones or Kappa. How could an obscure toy factory like his be invited? Regardless, he dismissed his misgivings. After all, it was not a negative occurrence. Sir, are you still listening? The voice on the other end of the phone held a hint of confusion. I am. May I ask for the specific time and location? We will send you a formal electronic invitation via text shortly. May I confirm your attendance? I confirm. Xia Dong replied firmly. I will arrive on time. As he hung up, Xia Dong stood on the bustling street, slightly exhilarated. Chapter 56. The Hidden Concerns Behind Fat Orange. This was an excellent opportunity to elevate the Fat Orange IP further. He had to go. Xia Dong quickened his pace towards home. Meanwhile, back at the toy factory, which had been desolate due to the financial crisis, the scene was now bustling with activity. A brand new Iveco was parked at the warehouse entrance, where several burly men were busily loading goods onto the vehicle. The logos of the Toy King and Fat Orange were prominently displayed on the cardboard boxes. Xia Dong had personally designed them, featuring a simplistic yet futuristic cute style that stood out in this era. Workers clad in blue uniforms were moving in and out, each face reflecting a long-lost sense of fulfillment derived from being occupied with work. Xia Dong even spotted a few unfamiliar faces, likely new hires. He made his way to the packing workshop specifically designated for the online store, where a different scene unfolded. Xiaofeng, the printer has run out of paper. Hurry up. The tape. We're short on tape over here. His mother, Zhou Yunfeng, spoke clearly and decisively, orchestrating the entire operation with finesse. She led a team of female workers, most of whom were recently laid-off employees from nearby factories, adept and diligent in their tasks. The once gentle and considerate housewife, who used to fret over orders, had transformed into a poised and capable workshop manager in just over 10 days. Xia Dong leaned against the doorway, quietly observing. Since the successful redesign of the Olympic website, he has devoted most of his energy to that endeavor and to his driving school, almost entirely entrusting the family business to his parents. This brings him immense satisfaction. His parents are not without capability. It is no small feat for them to have established a foreign trade toy business in 2008. At the end of the assembly line, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt is diligently verifying details on a list with a driver from the logistics company. His brow is slightly furrowed as his fingers trace each item on the list, displaying an expression of focused seriousness. This is his father, Xia Zhengwo. His posture appears even more upright than it did a while ago. The factory has been resurrected and is expanding at an unprecedented pace, allowing him to regain a sense of confidence and authority as a man in charge. From the initial chaos, where he struggled to navigate the back end of Taobao, to now expanding the factory, purchasing new equipment, hiring staff, and even proactively upgrading the packaging for the Fat Orange toy with laminated color-printed boxes, everything is running smoothly. Sales of Fat Orange have stabilized at over 2,000 orders daily. This is a staggering figure. With a unit price of 39 yuan and a pure profit of nearly 25 yuan per blind box, this small toy factory is capable of generating a net profit of 50,000 yuan a day. Whatever is produced can be sold. This was a myth that Xia Zhengwo would not have dared to dream of in the past. At dinner, the table is set with 3 dishes and a soup, tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork ribs, stir-fried spinach, and a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. These are homely dishes. Yet Zhou Yunfeng has prepared them with exceptional care. Eat more ribs. You've been busy with driving lessons and the online store lately, and you've lost weight. Zhou Yunfang says as she places the largest rib into Xia Dong's bowl. Thank you, Mom. Xia Dong pushes his rice around for a couple of bites. Sensing the moment is right, he sets down his chopsticks and clears his throat. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Zhou Yunfang and Xia Zhengwo both pause, turning their attention toward him. I plan to go to Hangzhou tomorrow. Xia Dong states calmly and directly. To Hangzhou? Zhou Yunfang immediately furrows her brow. What for? A vacation? Not for vacation. Xia Dong shakes his head. It's for business. Business? The word coming from a son who has just graduated high school leaves the couple momentarily stunned, bordering on comical. Xia Zhengwo sets down his glass, his expression turning serious. Clarify, what is going on? This afternoon, I received a call from the Taobao headquarters. Xia Dong speaks steadily, succinctly outlining the situation. They invited our Toy King exclusive store to attend a core merchants meeting at their headquarters in Hangzhou. A meeting? Zhou Yunfang's expression instantly shifts to one of caution, her chopsticks pausing midair. What kind of meeting? It's not a pyramid scheme, is it? The news is filled with stories of university students being deceived into pyramid schemes. This is a mother's instinctive reaction. It should not be, Xia Jingwo muses, understanding more about business than his wife. I've heard that Taobao is indeed in Hangzhou. Being officially invited means our store has made a name for itself. Pride subtly laces his words. That cannot allow you to go alone. Zhou Yunfang's concern remained unabated. Hangzhou is so far away, a place unfamiliar to you. How can we rest easy with you out there by yourself? If you must go, your father should accompany you. Me accompany you? Xia Zhengwo was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the wall clock before shaking his head. The factory cannot function without personnel even for a single day. And tomorrow there are over 2,000 blind boxes that need to be shipped. I must negotiate for raw materials. How can I leave? As the conversation threatened to reach a stalemate, Xia Dong understood that he needed to regain control of the discussion. Mom, I am already 18 years old. I am an adult. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a clarity that conveyed undeniable maturity. Next month, I will be heading to the capital for university, which is even farther than Hangzhou. You cannot possibly follow me there as well, can you? Zhou Yunfang was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening without a sound. Xia Dong turned to his father. Dad, I know what you were thinking. You believe that since our business is thriving, it is sufficient to quietly accumulate wealth without engaging in those superficial meetings that waste time, correct? Xia Zhengwo remained silent, yet his gaze tacitly affirmed Xia Dong's assertion. This indeed reflected his sentiment. As a traditional small business owner, he adhered to the principle of cash being king, securing what is earned. However, have you ever considered? Xia Dong's eyes sharpened, resembling a scalpel, precisely cutting to the heart of the matter. Why is our fat orange selling so well? Is it merely because it is visually appealing or due to the novelty of the blind box? Xia Zhengwo answered uncertainly. That is merely the surface. Xia Dong raised a finger and gently shook it. The fundamental reason is that we are the first to undertake this initiative. On Taobao, we have no competitors. We are monopolizing the market. But how long can this situation endure? Xia Dong's voice struck like a heavy hammer upon Xia Zhengwo's heart. In our factory, we can produce fat oranges. Does Boss Wang's factory next door lack the capability? Is there any advanced technology in our blind box packaging? If they acquire one and take a look, they could replicate it within 3 days. When there are numerous thin oranges and fat dogs online selling for 29, 19, or even 9, what will we do then? Engage in a price war? Xia Zhengwo's expression gradually grew grave. The wine glass in his hand was set down unconsciously. He had to admit that every point his son made was entirely reasonable. This was the sword of Damocles hanging over all trending products. Imitation. A formidable skill of Chinese manufacturing. Chapter 57. The journey to Hangzhou. What you mean is, we must transform our current first-mover advantage into a brand advantage. Xia Dong stated decisively. Brand. Xia Zhengwo pondered the term, feeling both familiar and foreign. Yes, brand. Xia Dong emphasized, his eyes shimmering with fervor. What we need to achieve is for everyone to know that only the fat orange sold by the Toy King is the genuine article. All others are mere imitations. This trip to Hangzhou, to participate in the Taobao Mall conference, marks the inaugural and indeed the most pivotal step in establishing our brand. It signifies official recognition, a prestigious endorsement. Father, consider this. How is it that our newly opened shop, barely a month old, has been invited by the authorities? This clearly indicates that Taobao has confidence in us. They perceive our potential to evolve into significant sellers. By attending this conference, we will forge connections with the platform, becoming familiar faces. Consequently, whenever there are prime promotional placements or major sales events, we will be among the first to be informed and to participate. It is akin to nurturing a good relationship with a teacher at school. We must now pay our respects to this formidable mentor, Taobao. Xia Dong's speech grew increasingly rapid, his logic both clear and rigorous, constructing a grand and enticing business blueprint. The dining table fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the wall clock. Zhou Yunfang sat, momentarily stunned by her son's discourse, unable to follow his train of thought, and turned helplessly towards her husband for support. Xia Zhangwo lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously caressing a chipped wine glass. Internally, he grappled with intense conflict. Reason dictated that his son was correct. Concepts such as brand, traffic, and official support, previously foreign to him, seemed to be the keys to survival in the future. Yet emotionally, he found it difficult to accept that his son, still in need of protection, was suddenly poised to soar into the eye of an unknown storm like a mature eagle. After a lengthy pause, Xia Zhangwo lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot yet resolute. "How many days will you be gone?" he inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Xia Dong felt a wave of relief. He knew the matter was settled. The conference was scheduled for 3 days hence, on July 7th. "I will depart tomorrow, attend the conference, and stay an additional day to survey the market before returning." "Is the money sufficient?" Xia Zhangwo pressed further. "It's enough. I have some of my New Year's money." Xia Dong began, but was interrupted by his father. "That won't he do?" Xia Zhangwo interjected. "When on a business trip, how can one pay out of pocket?" He rose and strode into the bedroom. Moments later, he re-emerged, holding a substantial stack of red bills bound with a rubber band. With a decisive slap, he placed the money on the table before Xia Dong. "Here are 5,000 yuan. Take it." His tone brooked no argument, imbued with a rugged heroism. "Live well while away, do not scrimp. Stay in a decent hotel, safety comes first. Eat well, do not neglect your health." Xia Dong gazed at the stack of money, his nose slightly tinged with emotion. In an era where the average salary barely reaches 1 or 2,000, 5,000 yuan is a considerable sum. "Take it." Xia Zhangwo glared at him. After a moment, he rummaged in his pocket, producing a well-worn leather wallet, extracting a handful of change to place in Xia Dong's hands. "This is your pocket money for drinks on the journey. Once in Hangzhou, do not engage in competition, remain observant and composed in every situation. Understood. Moreover, every evening, it is imperative to call home to report my safety. If I fail to make even one call, I shall promptly purchase a ticket to Hangzhou to find you." "Very well, I shall certainly call. Now let us eat. The dishes have grown cold." Xia Zhangwo resumed his seat, raised his glass, and downed the remaining liquor in one swift motion, the fiery alcohol causing him to squint slightly. Zhou Yunfang gazed at the two men, her eyes reddening. She hurriedly lowered her head, voraciously scooping rice from her bowl to conceal the tears that nearly spilled over. Xia Dong silently tucked the hefty sum of over 5,000 yuan into his pocket. Early the next morning, Xia Dong set off with the substantial sum of 5,000 yuan gifted by his father, Xia Zhangwo. Standing by the roadside, he instinctively reached for his Huayao Mate 90 Pro, intending to purchase a train ticket on the 12306 app. His fingers deftly glided across the screen, seeking to open the familiar travel application. The screen illuminated, but the glaring red cross in the top right corner, indicating no network, coldly reminded him of his predicament. Xia Dong chuckled at his own misfortune and shoved the phone back into his pocket. It seemed he would have to resort to the most archaic of methods. Upon arriving at the train station, he was confronted by a sea of dark, bobbing heads. A massive electronic screen displayed train information in red letters, while a female voice crackled over the intercom, repeatedly announcing the ticket-checking notifications. In the ticket hall, the line snaked like a ravenous serpent, stretching from the window to the entrance. Every face was etched with anxiety and impatience. The air was thick with a pungent concoction of sweat, instant noodles, and low-quality tobacco, overwhelming to the senses. Xia Dong took a deep breath and quietly positioned himself at the end of the queue. In front of him stood a laborer, burdened with a large snakeskin bag, his dark skin glistening with sweat, his t-shirt clinging to his back. Ahead of him, a family of 3 was embroiled in a commotion, the child clamoring for cola, while the mother scolded him with evident exasperation. "What era is this, that acquiring a ticket is such a hassle?" Someone in the line lamented loudly. Indeed, if one could purchase tickets from home, Who would willingly endure this ordeal? Another person echoed. Listening to these grievances, Xia Dong felt a swirl of emotions within him. He recalled the exceedingly convenient era of the future, where a mere flick of a finger could secure plane tickets, train tickets, and hotel accommodations, all arranged with clarity. One needed only to carry a mobile phone when venturing out, scanning the phone for entry and payment. Those living in that time would likely find it hard to fathom the scene before him. This was a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere unique to 2008. He stood in line for a full hour and a half. When he finally reached the ticket window, separated by thick glass, his legs felt as though they belonged to someone else. To Hangzhou, today, the sooner the better, he addressed the expressionless woman behind the counter. K819, hard seat. Is there availability? Without raising her head, her voice emerged as if from an antiquated tape recorder. Yes. Xia Dong promptly handed over 100 yuan. Clink. Change was given in coins, accompanied by a delicate pink paper ticket, which was pushed out from the small slot beneath the window. The ink on the ticket still radiated a hint of warmth. He held this small card, feeling as if he were in a different era. There remained 40 minutes until departure. Xia Dong, swept along by the crowd, ascended the platform. A lengthy green train lay quietly upon the tracks. This was the fabled green train. Its body shimmered with an antiquated luster under the sun, and with windows ajar, many passengers leaned out, animatedly conversing with those seeing them off from the platform. Xia Dong located his carriage and, stepping onto the high iron steps, boarded. In Chapter 58, Encounter with Wang Xing. The area between carriages was thick with smoke, where several men squatted, exhaling clouds of vapor. Within the carriage, the scene transformed dramatically. An old electric fan creaked overhead, blowing warm air. The narrow aisle was congested with an array of luggage. After considerable effort, Xia Dong navigated through the obstacles and reached his seat, a window-side position. He placed his backpack on the overhead rack and sat down. Arriving relatively early, there were still numerous vacant seats. Gradually, more passengers boarded, and the carriage transformed into a lively marketplace. The cacophony of crying children, jovial adults, and the cries of vendors melded together, forming a symphony unique to this era. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, bottled water, beer, drinks, instant noodles. Come, clear the way. Xia Dong leaned against the window, watching the platform recede, the silhouettes of those bidding farewell growing smaller. And he felt a sudden, wondrous calm wash over him. Since his rebirth, he had been in constant motion, rescuing factories, strategizing e-commerce, developing websites, and applying for patents. He resembled a wound-up top, unable to pause for even a moment. It was only now, seated on this train bound for the future, that he truly found a moment to breathe. At that moment, a commotion arose at the carriage door. Xia Dong lifted his head, drawn to the sound. A young man, clad in a plaid shirt and wearing black-framed glasses, appeared anxious as he conversed with the conductor. "Comrade, my wallet has been stolen." The young man's voice, though not loud, carried a sharp urgency. "It was just now as I boarded. There were too many people. In the crowd, it vanished." He gestured animatedly as he spoke. The conductor, a woman in her 30s, maintained a professional demeanor marked by a subtle detachment. "When did you notice?" "Just now. I reached into my pocket, and it was empty." Before long, a trained policeman arrived at the scene. The officer, a sturdy middle-aged man with a serious expression on his dark face, posed a few straightforward questions. "What was in your wallet?" "There was over 2,000 yuan and several bank cards," the young man replied, his voice tinged with despair. "What about your ID? Your ticket?" The policeman pressed on. "The identification card remains, nestled in the pocket of his jacket, separate from his wallet. The train ticket is also intact." The young man, as if clinging to a lifeline, hurriedly responds. The train officer nods, his expression unchanged. "The likelihood of recovering the lost money is slim," he states matter-of-factly. "Once a thief takes the money, they are likely to discard the wallet. With so many people aboard, it is virtually impossible to investigate. What should I do then? Can I file a report?" The young man remains hopeful. "Yes, I will take your statement. When we reach the next station, you can disembark and formally file a case at the station's police office. However, I must be honest with you. The chances are not promising," the officer replies, retrieving a notebook and a pen from his waist pack. The surrounding passengers form a circle, whispering amongst themselves. What bad luck. With so many people during the summer holidays, thieves are rampant. One must be cautious when venturing out. Over 2,000 yuan lost. It's heartbreaking. Yet, Xia Dong does not rush over to witness the commotion. He simply sits quietly in his seat, observing the young man. For reasons unknown, the young man's voice seems oddly familiar, as if he has heard it before. Though he cannot quite place it, the young man has his back turned, obscuring his features. The train officer completes the report as a matter of routine, closes the notebook, and gives the young man's shoulder a reassuring pat. All right, young man, consider this a misfortune that brings good fortune. At least you didn't lose your ID, otherwise it would have been far more troublesome. Be sure to promptly report the loss of your bank card. With that, he turns and departs. The train attendant offers a few words of consolation, urging the young man to return to his seat. The young man's face is one of despair, as though all his strength has been drained. He turns dejectedly and walks towards Xia Dong's direction. His seat appears to be in this row. As he approaches Xia Dong and shifts his body to squeeze into the carriage, preparing to locate his seat, Xia Dong finally sees his face. It is a sharply defined visage, imbued with a sense of tenacity and scholarly demeanor. A prominent nose is adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses reflect a profound sense of frustration and confusion. At the moment Xia Dong recognizes this face, his pupils dilate sharply. His mind feels as if it has been struck by a bolt of lightning. A surge of memories, images, and information floods in like a bursting dam. Wang Xing. It is indeed him. The man whose mere stomp in the realm of the internet could render countless individuals jobless or, conversely, provide employment opportunities. The founder of Xiaonei, Fanfo, and Matewan, renowned for his 9 failures and 1 success, hailed as one of the most formidable entrepreneurs, Wang Xing. Xia Dong's heart begins to race uncontrollably. What an extraordinary coincidence. Moreover, how unfortunate for him to have his wallet stolen just after boarding the train. Xia Dong's mind races. The year is 2008. What does this time frame signify for Wang Xing? Xia Dong strains to recall. He remembers that Wang Xing sold Xiaonei in 2006, reportedly earning several $1,000,000. That was his first pot of gold. In 2007, he established China's first microblogging site, Fanfo. At that time, Fanfo attracted a pioneering group of elite netizens, artistic youths, media professionals, and programmers, creating an environment where intellectuals mingled freely with one another. However, the commercial model of Fanfo remained ambiguous, and the platform continuously operated at a loss. Wang Xing's circumstances were undoubtedly challenging. Moreover, Xia Dong distinctly recalled that in 2009, Fanfo was abruptly shut down due to certain sensitive remarks, which dealt a fatal blow to Wang Xing. Thus, in 2008, Wang Xing found himself at a crucial juncture in his second entrepreneurial endeavor, a period that could be described as the darkest before dawn. He was not yet the formidable business magnate capable of commanding the landscape. He was merely a disoriented young entrepreneur who had just lost his wallet on a green train, with even dinner money becoming a pressing concern. Ironically, the young man seated across from him was none other than Xia Dong, who had once worked at Matewan, contributing his share to Wang Xing's burgeoning business empire. In a sense, Wang Xing was his former employer. As the train began its journey, emitting a rhythmic clatter, Xia Dong leaned back in his hard seat, slightly squinting at the man across from him, who appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing frameless glasses, his gaze somewhat vacant behind the lenses. He exuded an air of elitism, yet at that moment, this aura was overshadowed by a more potent emotion, anxiety, frustration, and a hint of bewilderment. Xia Dong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Here was a future titan, presently questioning his life due to a lost wallet on a green train. Xia Dong reached into his pocket, feeling the substantial sum of over 5,000 yuan that his father, Xia Zhengwo, had entrusted to him, safely resting in his inner pocket. Chapter 59. An investment of 500 yuan. He was quite eager to forge a connection with this future mogul, especially in such a moment of misfortune. Offering help in times of need is always more profound than merely adding embellishments in moments of success. However, the challenge lay in how to initiate the conversation. He couldn't simply pat the man on the shoulder and say, "Brother, don't panic. You will be a billionaire, and I will invest 500 in you." The man would either dismiss him as a scammer or deem him mentally unstable. Clearing his throat, Xia Dong noted the bustling atmosphere of the train. He feigned an air of maturity and sighed dramatically. Wang Xing glanced up, clearly disinterested in conversation. Xia Dong, unfazed, continued speaking. These days, thieves are rampant. The remark struck a chord with Wang Xing, piercing his pain point. His expression darkened further. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse, "Indeed. It's hard to guard against. Xia Dong smiled inwardly, sensing he had hooked him. Yes, he continued. If only we had a system like in America where everyone uses credit cards, that would be splendid. Who carries so much cash anymore? Even if a thief steals a card, without a password, they would be at a loss. This statement successfully diverted Wang Xing's attention. As an entrepreneur recently returned from the United States, he evidently harbored a profound interest in the subject at hand. Credit cards? Wang Xing shook his head, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light from the window, indicating that the matter was far from straightforward. The widespread adoption of credit cards necessitates a comprehensive and mature credit system along with POS terminals. In the current domestic environment, such a development appears challenging in the short term. Moreover, he paused, the issue of credit card fraud is significantly severe abroad as well. While a credit system facilitates transactions, it simultaneously introduces new risks. Xia Dong silently nodded in agreement, recognizing the astuteness of Wang Xing's perspective. This was precisely the insightful analysis he sought. Indeed, Xia Dong continued along the lines of Wang Xing's thoughts, ultimately acknowledging that these measures only address superficial issues. As long as tangible cards are in use, there remains an inherent risk of theft and duplication. Wang Xing seemed to be invigorated by the conversation, momentarily setting aside his concerns about his lost wallet. Yes, at its core, it still operates on the logic of physical authentication. Xia Dong smiled gently and presented a tantalizing proposition. I wonder, could there be a possibility where future payments require neither cash nor cards? Wang Xing paused, momentarily taken aback. Then what would we use? Through technological means. Xia Dong replied with feigned gravitas, perhaps utilizing some form of intelligent device, something that every individual carries with them. Wang Xing furrowed his brow, clearly contemplating the nature of this device. A mobile phone? He tentatively inquired. Precisely. Xia Dong snapped his fingers. But if a phone is used for payments, what about thieves? Wang Xing chuckled. A phone is far more valuable than a wallet. Wouldn't stealing a phone be more lucrative? No. Xia Dong waved his hand dismissively. What I mean is that the money does not reside within the phone, but rather, the phone transforms into a key that connects to your bank account. Even if a thief were to steal your phone, without your authorization, they could not access a single penny. Employing his programmer's logic, Xia Dong endeavored to articulate the concept of mobile payment in terms comprehensible to someone from 2008. For instance, it would require a password. Or, taking it a step further, perhaps your biometric information, like a fingerprint? Wang Xing's eyes lit up. He was no longer the despondent victim, but rather an astute entrepreneur. Your idea is intriguing. Hardware binding combined with biometric recognition? However, this necessitates an extraordinarily powerful back-end data processing capability, along with deep cooperation from telecom operators and banks. Wang Xing began to eloquently analyze the technical challenges and commercial barriers of this model. Xia Dong remained silent, simply listening with a smile. He understood that he had successfully transformed from a mere bystander into a worthy interlocutor. A young female attendant pushed a small cart past them, offering beer, beverages, bottled water, peanuts, and ate treasure porridge. Her voice was bright, and her uniform fit snugly, accentuating her curves as she navigated the crowded carriage, attracting both overt and subtle glances. As she passed by Wang Xing, he instinctively drew his legs inward, wary of obstructing her path. This detail further enhanced Xia Dong's favorable impression of him. The attendant moved on. Wang Xing's analysis came to a pause, and he seemed to realize his earlier moment of distraction was somewhat unseemly, offering an embarrassed smile. Apologies. I tend to ramble on about this topic. I am Wang Xing. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Xia Dong, the other replied, shaking his hand. Xia Dong. Summer and winter? Indeed, came the reply. A lovely name, Wang Xing complimented. From what you've just shared, it seems you two are involved in the internet sector? I suppose so, Xia Dong replied vaguely, having just completed his college entrance examinations, though he often enjoyed pondering such matters. Wang Xing's expression became contemplative. You've just finished your exams? He scrutinized Xia Dong, who appeared undeniably youthful. Yet his calm demeanor and profound insights on mobile payments were anything but typical of a high school student. Xia Dong shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed. Wang Xing gave a wry smile. The youth are indeed formidable. When I was your age, I was still lost regarding my future. He refrained from mentioning his experiences in the United States or the founding of Fanfo. Xia Dong chose not to delve into those subjects either, allowing the atmosphere to remain comfortably poised. Wang Xing leaned back in his chair, the initial excitement of their conversation fading, replaced by the disheartening realization of having lost his wallet. He had come to Hangzhou to meet with an investor, but now found himself without a penny to his name, making even the prospect of lodging for the night uncertain. Observing his expression, Xia Dong sensed the moment had arrived. "Brother Wang," he addressed him anew. "Is there something troubling you?" he inquired, gesturing towards Wang Xing's pocket. Wang Xing's face flushed crimson. It was mortifying to be seen through by a high school student nearly a decade his junior. "Yes," he finally admitted, his voice dropping, "my wallet was stolen, along with my identification, cash, and bank cards." "Damn," Wang Xing muttered under his breath. This marked the first instance of him losing his composure that day. Xia Dong did not immediately offer to lend him money, as that would have felt too contrived. He furrowed his brow, as if contemplating a solution for Wang Xing. "That is troublesome. What brings you to Hangzhou?" "To meet a friend," Wang Xing replied vaguely. "How do you plan to contact him? Your phone is still with you, right?" "Yes," Wang Xing acknowledged, patting his pocket where his Nokia resided. "But I cannot face him empty-handed, and I have no place to stay. To replace my bank cards, I would need to return to Beijing. With no money, I'm at a loss for meals, transport, or accommodation." Wang Xing's despair deepened with each word. Xia Dong responded with an "oh," and then reached into his bag, pulling out an envelope containing 5,000 yuan. He extracted 5 red bills, precisely 500 yuan. "Brother Wang, please take this for now," he offered, extending the money towards him. Wang Xing looked up sharply, astonished, with a hint of wariness in his gaze. "How can I accept this?" he protested, shaking his head repeatedly. "We've only just met. I cannot take your money." Chapter 60. Exchanging phone numbers. "Come now. What kind of talk is that?" Xia Dong insisted, pressing the money into Wang Xing's hand. "Firstly, I trust you. Secondly, from our conversation, I have learned quite a bit. Thirdly," Xia Dong smiled, "when we are out in the world, we ought to help one another." Upon hearing these words, Wang Xing gazed at the 500 yuan in Xia Dong's hand. This sum, at that moment, was akin to a lifeline for him. He hesitated to accept it. "Just take it," Xia Dong urged, patting his arm. "What is your phone number? Give it to me. Once you've reissued your card, just call me. You needn't worry about me being a fraud. I'm merely a high school student. What could I possibly gain from deceiving you?" Wang Xing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He inhaled deeply, accepted the money, and clenched it tightly in his grasp. "Thank you, Xia Dong. A great favor need not be spoken of," he replied. "My number is 139. Wang Xing recited a string of digits. Xia Dong noted it down on his antiquated Nokia. Wang Xing also recorded Xia Dong's number in his mind. "You mentioned you were going to Hangzhou for some conference?" Wang Xing, regaining his composure, shifted the topic. "Oh, it's a conference for Taobao, part of a merchant support initiative," Xia Dong casually remarked. Wang Xing's pupils dilated in surprise. "Taobao Mall? You're a merchant on Taobao?" In 2008, Taobao Mall, the precursor to Tmall, had only just launched a few months prior, and those who ventured in early were remarkably astute businessmen. "Indeed." Xia Dong feigned nonchalance. "My family runs a small toy factory, and we've recently started selling trinkets online. It was an opportunity my parents seized to broaden my horizons." Wang Xing fell silent, re-evaluating Xia Dong before him. Recently graduated from high school, possessing unique insights into mobile payments, and a merchant on Taobao Mall, he suddenly perceived that Xia Dong was no ordinary individual. "How's business with those trinkets?" "It's decent, enough to make ends meet," Xia Dong replied modestly. He couldn't very well divulge that he earned 50,000 a day. That would be quite alarming. Wang Xing ceased his inquiries, quietly engraving the name Xia Dong into his memory. Clang, clang, the train decelerated. The intercom announced, "Attention, passengers. We are approaching Hangzhou Station." The carriage erupted into a flurry of activity, people retrieving luggage, putting on shoes, and grumbling. Xia Dong and Wang Xing rose to their feet. The 2-hour journey had flown by. "Brother Wang, shall we part ways here?" Xia Dong slung his backpack over his shoulder. "All right." Wang Xing adjusted his clothes, feeling a surge of confidence from the 500 yuan. "I'll contact a friend immediately and find a way to replace my documents. Once my card is set up, I'll return the money to you at the earliest opportunity." "No rush," Xia Dong smiled. "You focus on your matters." As they moved with the crowd towards the door, a wave of heat engulfed them upon disembarking. The summer in Hangzhou was indeed as renowned as it was said to be. The exit was a sea of humanity. "Xia Dong," Wang Xing halted. I'm leaving now. Take care." With that, Wang Xing turned and melded into the throng. Xia Dong stood still, watching him fade into the crowd at the station exit. 500 yuan, an investment in the future of a potential billionaire. This angel investment was indeed worthwhile. He needed to find a place to stay. The Taobao conference was in 2 days. A wave of heat hit him, mingled with the unique humidity of West Lake. Like a massive damp towel pressed against Xia Dong's face. He wiped the fine sweat that had gathered on his forehead. He arrived 2 days early. Not for any particular reason, but purely to grant himself a respite. During his recent rebirth, he had been excessively tense. The college entrance examination, persuading his parents. Managing the chubby orange cat, building an Olympic website, and dealing with intellectual property issues had left him feeling more exhausted than when he was a programmer rushing to meet project deadlines in his previous life. In that life, he toiled on construction sites, covered in dust. Later, he was busy typing code in a cubicle, burning the midnight oil until he became balding. The 996 work culture. The ICU. He had only seen the West Lake in wallpapers on his computer and experienced the incense of Lingyin Temple through television dramas. This time around, he resolved to treat himself better. He muttered softly to himself, now that I am here. He had 5,000 yuan in his pocket. A substantial investment from comrade Xia Zhengwo. Back in 2008, this amount would have sufficed for him to live like a landlord for half a month. However, he had no intention of staying in a 5-star hotel. The practicality of a programmer, or perhaps the ingrained frugality, rendered him indifferent to luxury. Moreover, with his youthful visage, venturing alone into a 5-star hotel would likely lead others to mistake him for a runaway child. As long as it was habitable, safe, and clean, that sufficed. He boarded a bus and swayed his way to the banks of West Lake. In 2008, West Lake had yet to be commercialized and excessively adorned by internet celebrities and filters. There were many tourists, but the atmosphere was imbued with a rustic vibrancy. Xia Dong strolled along the lakeshore, searching for a reasonably clean budget hotel. The sign was somewhat worn, white with red lettering, but it boasted a prime location, merely a street away from the lake. He stepped inside. The hotel lobby was modest and dimly lit. The receptionist was a young woman in her early 20s. Clad in an ill-fitting suit, her head bowed as she engrossed herself in a game of Snake on a knockoff phone. She seemed quite absorbed. Hello. I'd like to book a single room, Xia Dong said, handing over his identification card. The receptionist didn't even glance up, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Beep, beep, beep. Only when the snake collided with the wall and the game concluded did she click her tongue in annoyance, finally raising her head to glance at Xia Dong. Upon seeing his handsome face, she paused momentarily. This young man looks rather spirited. How many days will you be staying? Her tone softened slightly. Just 1 day for now. The deposit is 100, and the room rate is 80 per day, totaling 180. Her voice was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a tape recorder. Xia Dong promptly retrieved cash from his bag, handing over 2 red notes. Upon seeing the cash, the receptionist's demeanor became noticeably more brisk. Cash is king. She issued a receipt and handed him a thin room card. Room 307. The elevator is over there. Turn left upon exiting. Xia Dong accepted the room card and expressed his gratitude. He stepped into the dimly lit elevator, which was permeated by a faint musty odor. Room 307. The corridor was lined with dark red carpet, seemingly untouched by a vacuum for ages. It felt soft, yet lacked any bounce. Xia Dong located the room and opened the door. The room was modest in size, approximately 15 square meters. It contained a 1.5-meter bed, a chipped bedside table, a writing desk, and an antiquated CRT television set that stood awkwardly high. Overall, it was acceptable, as Xia Dong assessed. It was certainly superior to the makeshift dormitory he had previously inhabited at a construction site and the partitioned room he had resided in after transitioning to a programmer in an urban village. He casually tossed his backpack onto the bed. With a thud, the mattress seemed to protest, raising a visible cloud of dust. Xia Dong furrowed his brow. He intended to wash his face in the bathroom to cleanse away the travel grime. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback. Several small cards were wedged under the door. A few more lay scattered on the floor, evidently left behind by the previous guest or neglected by the cleaning staff. Xia Dong's breath caught for half a second. He bent down to pick one up. The card was printed on glossy paper, of rather poor quality, with frayed edges. The imagery depicted was rather provocative. A woman clad in a scanty bikini, seemingly over-photoshopped, struck an alluring pose. Her figure was exaggerated, the play of light and shadow slightly distorted. Below, a striking line of red text read, student, white-collar worker, model, lonely nights, attentive service. At the bottom, a string of phone numbers was inscribed. Xia Dong's face flushed instantly. This sort of thing, he had seen it all in his previous life, where he had been a seasoned man in his 30s, having attended KTV outings during corporate team-building events, exposed to all manner of scenes. His theoretical knowledge was ample. Yet, the dilemma was that this body was barely 18, freshly minted, brimming with youthful vigor, and bursting with unspent energy. An uncontrollable restlessness surged up his spine, reaching his very crown. He felt the heat radiating from his ears. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. The sensation was both familiar and alien. He tossed the card onto the desk, as if discarding a hot potato. Yet, his eyes could not resist glancing back. The woman on the card sported exaggerated blue eyeshadow and glossy lips. Xia Dong compelled himself to engage his critical thinking as a programmer, beginning to scrutinize. The cutout was poorly executed, with edges that lacked refinement. The liquefying effect had distorted the background. The color grading was overly saturated. If it were 2025, such graphic design would fail even the probation period and incur penalties. He attempted to mitigate his physical embarrassment with professional critique. Yet, he picked up a second card. This one was even more direct, omitting the image entirely. Local passion, safe and reliable, 24-hour service. Call XXXX. Xia Dong let out a long sigh. Was this the primitive form of the internet in 2008? The pioneer of 020 services, far more audacious than the apps of later generations. He gathered all the cards and tossed them into a nearby trash can. Out of sight, out of mind. He hurried into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water onto his face. The icy water invigorated his skin, finally tempering that ignoble fire within. In the mirror, there reflected a youthful and delicate face, slightly flushed on the cheeks. The eyes bore a hint of disarray intertwined with curiosity. Calmly, he addressed his reflection, "You are here to pursue a career, to meet Boss Ma, not to indulge in frivolities." After a refreshing shower, Xia Dong felt considerably revitalized. He reclined on the bed, the mattress rather firm, with a spring in a specific spot pressing uncomfortably against his lower back. He retrieved his ever-reliable Huayao Mate 90 Pro and opened the app Taobao. A familiar dialog box appeared. Recommend a non-touristy route for West Lake tomorrow, one to avoid the crowds. The response from Taobao was instantaneous. I suggest departing at 6 a.m., starting from Broken Bridge and walking along the Bai Causeway to Pingachioyu. There are fewer tour groups at this time. You may also consider renting a bicycle. Reading the AI's reply, Xia Dong felt a surge of reassurance. This was indeed his golden touch, the very foundation of his existence. As for those trivial cards, they were merely the dross of the times. He turned off his phone, preparing to sleep, as he needed to reserve his strength for a day of exploration at West Lake and a visit to Lingyin Temple. Closing his eyes, he noted that the hotel's soundproofing was evidently proportional to the price he had paid, essentially non-existent. From the neighboring room 306, faint sounds emerged. First, muffled laughter from a young man and woman. Xia Dong frowned and flipped onto his side, facing the wall. Soon, rhythmic creaks of the bed frame began to protest, varying in tempo. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Damn it! He pulled the covers over his head, but it proved futile. The sound seemed to have hooks, burrowing insistently into his ears. The woman's voice shifted from playful banter to something more intimate. Be gentle, you tease. Xia Dong tightened his grip on the blanket, his knuckles turning white. He began to seriously doubt whether this hotel had deliberately placed a newly adult young man next to such a room. Was this a test of fortitude or a modern-day inquisition? The man's breathing grew heavier, akin to a bellows, blending with the creaking symphony. Xia Dong felt his blood racing, gathering towards an indescribable location. His 18-year-old body responded with unbridled honesty. Ba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He commenced silently reciting the Heart Sutra, though his mind was flooded with vivid images of the voluptuous figure from the card. Somehow, the image of Tang Siki flashed through his mind, dressed in a white shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a hint of her delicate collarbone. Her skin pale like a freshly shelled egg, glowing softly under the cafe light. Then there were her long, straight legs encased in a professional skirt, exuding a blend of intellect and allure. Xia Dong could not suppress a swallow. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Meng's face appeared as well. Though still naive, she had developed remarkably well. As he donned a t-shirt, the outline pressed tightly by the safety belt became apparent. Xia Dong abruptly sat up in bed, sensing a warmth in his nose. At that moment, the sounds from the adjacent room reached a crescendo, a muffled, sharp scream that was both short and urgent. Suddenly, the world fell silent. A profound stillness enveloped him. Xia Dong sat in the darkness, gasping for breath, feeling more exhausted than the man next door. This torment was beyond his endurance. He wiped his face, drenched in sweat. In this life, the body's instincts proved far more potent than the soul of a man in his 30s. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the sound of water running in the bathroom came from the neighboring room, followed by the loud blare of a television set, CCTV-8, seemingly broadcasting Magical Mobile, with the silly girl enthusiastically promoting the Chinese brand 2060 mobile phone. Xia Dong reclined once more, barely closing his eyes when the creaking of the bedboard resumed, a most unwelcome interruption. His eyes rolled back in exasperation as he stared at the ceiling. Still at it. Are you some sort of perpetual motion machine? Even the donkeys in a production team deserve a rest. Fortunately, he had only booked the room for one night. Come what may, he would seek a hotel with better soundproofing tomorrow. That night, Xia Dong tossed and turned, deeply experiencing the torment of inadequate sound insulation. It felt like hours before the noise next door finally subsided. In his dreams, he seemed to be surrounded by a multitude of plump oranges. Alongside Tang Siki's legs and Zhao Meng's presence, an amalgamation of chaotic thoughts that would not grant him peace. Before dawn had fully broken, Xia Dong awoke, not from the gentle embrace of slumber, but rather to the cacophony once more. He buried his head under the covers, to no avail. The flimsy walls of the shabby inn felt as thin as paper. The absurd spring dream from the previous night surged back to his mind, prompting a sigh. The vigor of his 18-year-old body was overwhelming. Reborn into this life was fortunate in many ways, yet this particular aspect was far too susceptible to provocation, even if merely through sound. He reached for the Nokia beside his pillow, 5:30 a.m. This was earlier than even the roosters dared to rise. Sleep eluded him entirely. Frustrated, he sat up, running his fingers through his hair. The ruckus next door intensified, escalating in fervor. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 62. The rescue at Westlake. Sleep was no longer an option. It was time to check out, immediately. He leapt from the bed and dashed into the bathroom. The icy water splashed against his face, finally tempering the heat within him. Xia Dong forced a smile, quickly gathering his meager belongings. He swung open the door, and, as he approached the neighboring room, the sounds within abruptly ceased, followed by a man's weary sigh of satisfaction. Shaking his head, he realized he had caught the tail end of their escapade. Descending to the first floor, he found the receptionist sound asleep at her desk, nearly drooling. He rapped on the table, startling her awake. What? Oh, the room card and deposit slip, she stammered. Xia Dong placed his items on the desk with a thud. The younger sister, still drowsy, rummaged through the drawer for a while before finally handing over 100 yuan deposit to him. Take care, he said, eager to leave. Xia Dong did not wish to linger for even a second longer. He pushed open the glass door of the inn, and a refreshing morning breeze wafted in. It was invigorating. The morning in Hangzhou was imbued with humidity. In the summer of 2008, everything remained tranquil. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he sought out a breakfast shop by the roadside. Boss, a bowl of noodles with a poached egg, please. Coming right up. The steaming noodles filled him with a sense of vitality. The prices in 2008 were indeed heartwarming. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he proceeded according to his original plan. As today was meant to be a day of relaxation, he boarded the bus bound for Westlake. Dear passengers, our next stop is the Broken Bridge, echoed the repeated announcements. The early morning at Westlake was not crowded. Willows hung low, their countless tendrils swaying, while a light mist floated over the lake's surface. Elderly men and women had already claimed the advantageous spots, engaging in Tai Chi, sword dancing, and vocal exercises. One elderly man boomed, I stand upon the high ridge. Xia Dong chuckled softly. He strolled leisurely along the by-causeway, the gentle breeze caressing his face. In the distance, the Leifeng Pagoda stood tall in the morning light. It was the newly reconstructed tower from 2001, lacking the weight of historical vicissitudes. To compare Westlake to Shizi, both light makeup and heavy makeup are equally fitting. Xia Dong murmured. He had visited Hangzhou in a past life for business purposes, dragging his suitcase from a conference to the airport, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Westlake from a taxi window. How different it was now. He arrived at the Broken Bridge, but saw neither Bai Suzhen nor Su Xian. Instead, A tour group with small flags caught his eye. Come, come. Everyone look. This is the place whereby Sujin and Su Xian met, the broken bridge. The tour guide shouted through a loudspeaker. Why is it called the broken bridge? Is it really broken? A tourist inquired. A great question. The broken bridge in the residual snow. After snowfall in winter, the snow on the sunny side of the bridge melts while that on the shady side remains, making it appear as if the bridge is broken from afar. Xia Dong smiled and squeezed out of the crowd. He preferred solitude. He rented a rowboat by the lakeside. The boatman was a lean man in his 50s, with dark skin. Young man alone? He asked as he began to row. Yes, just by myself. Are you here for a trip or studying? I just finished my college entrance exam. I'm here to unwind. That's wonderful. How did it go? Not too bad. The oars splashed through the water, creating a soothing sound. Xia Dong fell silent, lying beneath the boat's canopy. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax completely. The boat gently swayed in the heart of the lake, almost lulling him to sleep. Young man, we've arrived at the 3 pools mirroring the moon. Oh, great. Xia Dong replied, sitting up to pay. Thank you, sir. He did not disembark, but merely gazed at the sight from afar. Quite lovely. After exploring West Lake, he felt a lingering desire for more and took a bus to Lingyin Temple. At Feilai Peak, Xia Dong held little interest in worship. In his previous life as a programmer, he believed in but one principle. If the code does not run, there must be a bug. No amount of prayer would change that. He came here seeking a tranquil environment. The temple was alive with incense, enveloped in swirling smoke. Among the throngs of worshippers, both young and old, each wore a look of profound reverence. Xia Dong did not enter. Instead, he stood outside the main hall, gazing at the grand Buddha statue. He noticed a young monk, perhaps in his early 20s, diligently sweeping the fallen leaves with a large broom, moving slowly and with great focus, as if in that moment only he, the broom, and the scattered leaves existed. Xia Dong felt a twinge of envy, yet he understood he could never be a monk. His worldly ties were not severed. He needed to earn a substantial income to provide a better life for his parents. He also wished to see Zhao Meng in a short skirt and Tang Siki in black stockings. Amitba. Xia Dong quickly shook his head, chastising himself for such thoughts in a sacred space. He checked the time on his phone. It was 4 in the afternoon. He needed to find a new hotel, one with good soundproofing. He took a bus back from Lingyin Temple, passing by West Lake. The evening ambience of the lake was enchanting. The sun was setting, casting golden rays upon the water, which shimmered like scattered gold. The number of tourists had multiplied since the morning. Xia Dong found the sunset over West Lake delightful and decided to explore further, disembarking from the bus. He strolled along the lakeside, searching for a place to dine later. He ventured down a quieter path, where the willows grew denser and the light dimmer. A few young couples were engrossed in each other, oblivious to the world. Xia Dong averted his gaze, adhering to the principle of not witnessing the indecent. Just as he moved a short distance away, a sudden splash echoed, a muffled sound followed by a splash. He quickly turned around. Not far from him, a woman had fallen into the lake. She was thrashing in the water, her hands flailing at the surface. Help! She managed to cry out before choking on water, her head sinking beneath the surface. Xia Dong's pupils dilated. He scanned the surroundings. The couples were still engrossed in their own worlds, and an elderly man flying a kite was gazing skyward, completely unaware. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his backpack and the phone and wallet from his pockets onto the ground. In the next instant, he dove headfirst into the water. The June waters of West Lake were not cold, but murkier than he had anticipated. Having spent 2 years on construction sites, he had developed a decent swimming ability, despite being in civil engineering. He swam vigorously toward the location where the woman had fallen. She resurfaced, her face pale and filled with terror. Upon seeing Xia Dong, she seemed to cling to him as if he were her last hope. Don't move. Relax. Xia Dong shouted. He was acutely aware that the greatest danger when rescuing a drowning person was their instinctive panic. However, the woman was in such a state of fear that she could not comprehend his words. As Xia Dong reached her, she lunged at him, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck. Damn it, Xia Dong muttered under his breath. The strength of a woman is astonishing, driven by the primal instinct for survival. In an instant, both sank into the depths below. The lake water surged into Xia Dong's nose, prompting him to hold his breath as he desperately attempted to pry the woman's arm free. Yet it would not budge. Gathering his resolve, Xia Dong took a final deep breath and plunged down with her. Those in peril of drowning possess an innate fear of water, sensing their descent. The woman instinctively loosened her grip. Now was the moment. Xia Dong broke free and maneuvered behind her. Mimicking a technique he had seen on television, he encircled her neck and armpit with one arm, positioning her face upwards, while the other arm furiously paddled through the water. "Do not fear. I shall bring you to the surface," he shouted. The woman continued to struggle, yet her strength waned significantly, and she began to cough violently. Chapter 63. A debt of gratitude. Xia Dong towed her with all his might towards the shore, a distance that felt far more exhausting than running 1,000 meters. At last, his feet found purchase in the muddy lake bed. Half dragging, half cradling, he managed to haul the woman onto the bank. Both collapsed onto the grass, breathless. The woman lay on the ground, expelling murky lake water, coughing as if her heart might rend. Xia Dong reclined on his back, his chest heaving. Damn, he thought. He had nearly met his end a second time. "Are you all right?" he gasped, concern lacing his voice. After a lengthy bout of coughing, she regained her composure, propping herself up to sit. When she lifted her head, Xia Dong was struck dumb by her beauty. Her face was exquisite, an ideal oval, with large, expressive almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and the remnants of water, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Raindrops clung to her long eyelashes, and despite her damp hair clinging to her face and shoulders, she emanated a captivating allure. Xia Dong's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. The woman wore a white chiffon blouse, now thoroughly soaked, the delicate fabric clinging to her shapely figure, accentuating her stunning curves, particularly around her chest. The blouse, under the influence of water, approached transparency, revealing the outline of her black lace lingerie. Even the intricate patterns of the lace were discernible. The fullness of her form undulated with her rapid breaths and coughs, captivating Xia Dong's attention. A sudden dryness seized his throat, and a rush of warmth surged from his abdomen. He quickly averted his gaze, admonishing himself to refrain from inappropriate thoughts. Thank you. Thank you," the woman spoke, her voice trembling and thick with emotion. "I thought I was done for. I can't swim. How did you fall in?" "I'm an intern reporter for Zhejiang Television," she sniffled. "In a couple of days, there will be a fireworks display at Westlake. I came to scout the area in advance to find a good vantage point, but suddenly my foot slipped." As she spoke, the evening breeze caused her to shiver. It was then that Xia Dong remembered his backpack. He walked over and retrieved it, relieved that there were few people around to potentially take it. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had someone picked up his prized possession, it would have been a considerable embarrassment. He unzipped the bag and pulled out a clean t-shirt. "You should change into this," he offered, knowing that wearing damp clothes was neither dignified nor conducive to good health. The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you," she said, accepting it, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She glanced around and, together with Xia Dong, found a secluded corner away from prying eyes. The sky had darkened, yet there were still occasional passers-by on the narrow path. "I'll turn around," Xia Dong said, instinctively turning his back. "Thank you." Behind him, he heard the soft rustling of clothing, the sound of fabric brushing against skin. Unbidden, his mind conjured images of the black lace he had glimpsed earlier, along with the sight of her alabaster skin. He shook his head vigorously. "Xia Dong, what on earth are you thinking?" "All right," he turned back around. The woman had donned his t-shirt, which was already loose-fitting, now appearing even more so on her slender frame, resembling a flowing robe. The hem hung down to the midpoint of her thighs. Her professional skirt, soaked through, clung tightly to her legs, but the t-shirt obscured it, creating an alluring aura of mystery. Her legs, bathed in the dusk, gleamed like porcelain, perfectly straight and elongated. "I'm Xia Dong," he introduced himself, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. "I'm Su Wanqing," she replied softly, avoiding his gaze. Summer in summer, winter in winter, evening in evening, clear in clear skies. "Xia Dong." Su Wanqing lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know what I would have done." It was just a small gesture. Xia Dong waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. He too was drenched and needed to find a hotel to shower and change. With only one t-shirt left in his bag, wearing it now would surely dampen it, leaving him without an outfit for the next day. "Hey, don't go," Su Wanqing called out urgently. "Look at you. You're soaked as well. I'll wash your shirt and return it to you. And you saved my life. I must treat you to a meal." Her tone was resolute. "No need for a meal. Absolutely not. I insist." Su Wanqing rummaged through her own drenched small bag and produced a pink mobile phone. She pressed the power button, but it remained unresponsive. Her expression fell. What is your phone number? I'll note it down and call you later. Xia Dong provided his number. Su Wanqing repeated it to herself twice. Got it. All right, I'll take my leave now. Xia Dong slung his bag over his shoulder. Wait. Su Wanqing called out once more. What is it? Where are you staying? How will I find you to return your shirt? Today. I arrived in Hangzhou for a business trip, yet I have yet to locate a hotel. Su Wanqing appeared somewhat anxious, urging, if you have booked a hotel, you must inform me. All right. Xia Dong nodded and turned to depart. Su Wanqing remained standing, watching Xia Dong's retreating figure. His damp clothing clung to his physique, accentuating the youthful contours of his form. She glanced down at her own oversized t-shirt, which bore a faint scent of soap, quite pleasant. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Xia Dong, dripping wet, hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Young man, did you go swimming in Westlake? Something like that, Xia Dong replied vaguely. The water in Westlake isn't very clean. Be cautious, the driver advised. Xia Dong merely smiled, opting not to respond. Sir, please take me to the nearby Vantage International Hotel. He indicated toward a tall building in the distance. Money was no concern for him now. A stay at a 4-star hotel was well within his means. He had endured enough of that shabby in the previous night. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xia Dong entered the opulent lobby, still dripping. The receptionist's smile faltered momentarily, yet she maintained her professionalism. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? No, I need a room. Certainly. May I see your ID, please? The transaction was swift, room booked and payment made. Holding the room key, he stepped into the elevator without a backward glance, leaving the lobby manager with a glimpse of his drenched silhouette. The room was spacious, with thick carpeting and a bed that appeared exceedingly soft. Xia Dong walked over to the wall and knocked. It was solid. He nodded in satisfaction, finally able to enjoy a restful night's sleep. He dashed into the bathroom and indulged in a refreshing hot shower, changing into the last clean t-shirt from his backpack. His wet clothes were hung in the bathroom, and he flopped onto the grand bed in his bare legs. Comfortable. After a day of exploring Hangzhou and a sleepless night prior, Xia Dong unknowingly drifted off to sleep. After an unknown duration, his Nokia phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar local Hangzhou number. Chapter 64. The rescuer turns out to be a high school student. Xia Dong answered. Hello? Hello? Is this Xia Dong? A female voice chimed, bright yet tinged with a hint of caution. Yes, it is. Wow. It really is you. I'm Su Wanqing. The voice on the other end erupted with excitement. Oh, it's you. Have you reached home? I arrived early. So, Xia Dong, have you found a place to stay? I have. I'm already checked in. That is great. That is great. Su Wanqing seemed to exhale in relief. Do you have time now? I must treat you to dinner. Xia Dong glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and his stomach indeed rumbled in agreement. All right. Wonderful. Which hotel are you at? I'll be there shortly. Xia Dong relayed the address. Vantage International? Wow, what a coincidence. I'm staying nearby. Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The call abruptly ended. Xia Dong held his phone, bemused. This girl certainly had a spirited demeanor, returning from the brink of despair, yet brimming with vitality. He rose from the bed and tidied his hair in front of the mirror. The youth reflected back at him, with striking features, though his attire appeared somewhat wrinkled. Nevertheless, he dismissed such trivialities, for a hero saving lives need not concern himself with such details. Xia Dong did not wait long on the sofa in the lobby before a taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. The door swung open, and an eye-catching, fair leg emerged first, followed by Su Wanqing. Xia Dong's eyes lit up. She had changed her outfit, no longer clad in the disheveled professional attire from earlier that afternoon. Instead, she wore a light yellow dress, with a V-neck that elegantly revealed her delicate collarbone, the hem resting just above her knees. It was evident she had made an effort to prepare herself, donning a light touch of makeup, her long hair dried and cascading smoothly over her shoulders. The earlier panic had vanished, replaced by a captivating brightness. Xia Dong, she called, trotting over with a radiant smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I just got down. He replied. Shall we go? What would you like to eat? I'm familiar with the area. Su Wanqing naturally patted Xia Dong's shoulder. Then let's dine at Jiwei restaurant. Hangzhou cuisine. All right. The two walked side by side out of the hotel. Inside Jiwei restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Su Wanqing, clearly a regular, swiftly found a window-side booth. Westlake vinegar fish, Longjing shrimp, Dompa pork, Song sawfish soup, and let's add some crispy fried spring rolls, she ordered in one breath. And a bottle of yellow wine, please. At 18, this was Xia Dong's first occasion to dine alone with such a beautiful female companion since his rebirth, causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly, especially as her face, illuminated by the warm restaurant lights, appeared almost translucent, with large, sparkling eyes that gleamed with mirth as they regarded him. Thanks to you, Xia Dong, Su Wanqing said, lifting her teacup in place of wine. I toast to you for saving my life. Her voice was melodious, soft and sweet like candy. Xia Dong hastily raised his own teacup. You're too kind. Not at all. It was careless of you, a girl, to scout alone by West Lake, he remarked, sipping his tea, which was Longjing but likely of inferior quality, slightly bitter. Oh, don't mention it, Su Wanqing said, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. The studio has a live broadcast of the fireworks display soon, and as an intern, I wanted to secure a good vantage point, so I thought I would check it out in advance. Who would have known the railing was loose? As soon as I leaned against it, I toppled over. She patted her chest, causing her neckline to open slightly, revealing a glimpse of delicate lace. Xia Dong quickly averted his gaze, feigning interest in the view outside. That was quite dangerous, he remarked. Indeed, Su Wanqing replied with a hint of lingering fear. In that moment, my mind went blank. I thought I would drown in West Lake. The water isn't deep, Xia Dong reassured her. But I can't swim, she exclaimed, leaving him momentarily speechless. This was indeed a significant flaw. Fortunately, you appeared. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. You swim remarkably well. And you remain so calm. At that moment, I was so frightened that I flailed my arms and legs, nearly dragging you down with me. Thankfully, it turned out well. Xia Dong smiled modestly. In his previous life, while working on a construction site, the project team had organized several swimming trips to the reservoir during summer. And he was indeed a strong swimmer. By the way, Su Wanqing suddenly leaned forward slightly, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Xia Dong. Yes? How old are you? As Xia Dong was about to take a bite of Dompa pork, he paused at her question, causing some of the oil to drip down. He anticipated this question would eventually arise. His calm demeanor while rescuing her, as well as his composure during their conversation, hardly resembled that of a mere youth. Guess, he replied, placing the meat in his mouth. Su Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Her neck was long and fair. You look quite young, and your skin is impeccable, just like our female hosts at the station. Xia Dong nearly choked on the meat. Cough, cough, I'm a male. I know, Su Wanqing laughed, revealing her small canine teeth. But seeing you alone in Hangzhou, staying at the Westin, your manner of speaking doesn't seem like that of a student. I guess you're 24? Or 25. Just graduated and working for a year or two before coming to Hangzhou for a business trip. Xia Dong swallowed the bite and wiped his mouth. He sighed. When I tell you, don't be shocked. Is it that exaggerated? Su Wanqing clearly didn't believe him. I just finished my college entrance examination. Su Wanqing's smile froze. Her beautiful large eyes widened, and her small mouth was agape, as if a Longjing shrimp could fit inside. After about 5 seconds, the Longjing tea she had just sipped nearly sprayed onto Xia Dong's face. Cough, 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 what did you just say? I just finished my college entrance examination. Xia Dong repeated helplessly, 18 years old, as stated on my ID. No, no, Su Wanqing said, patting her chest to calm herself, looking at him in disbelief. 18? You're an 18-year-old high school graduate? You came to Hangzhou alone, and jumped into Westlake to save me? Moreover, she paused. Your reaction after saving me was far too composed. She recalled how Xia Dong had pulled her onto the shore, only catching his breath for a moment before calmly instructing her to change clothes and even offering her his dry t-shirt. That level of composure was something she believed only a man in his 30s could possess. You're even younger than I am. Su Wanqing finally recovered, exclaiming in astonishment. Sister Wanqing, how old are you? Xia Dong asked curiously. I'm 22, just graduated, and I started working at the station not long ago, Su Wanqing replied, feeling somewhat downcast at being saved by a younger brother. Xia Dong chuckled. Saving someone has nothing to do with age. That may be true. Su Wanqing's focus evidently shifted. But you just finished your college entrance examination. Why aren't you staying home? Why come to Hangzhou alone for work? Your family must be quite carefree. Xia Dong thought to himself, my mental age is at least a decade older than yours. I'm not here for leisure, he explained. My family runs a factory that makes toys. This time, I was invited to a meeting by Taobao. Su Wanqing's mouth once again formed an A shape. Does your family own a factory? Do you run a Taobao shop? Taobao invited you to a meeting? A barrage of questions left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In 2008, although Taobao was thriving, the idea of attending a meeting still felt quite prestigious. Moreover, this was coming from a youth who had just completed his college entrance examination. You are not deceiving me, are you? Su Wanqing looked at him with suspicion. What would I gain by deceiving you? Xia Dong replied, bemused. My parents initially opposed my coming alone. I had to persuade them to feel at ease. Su Wanqing stared into Xia Dong's eyes for a full 10 seconds. Those eyes were clear, yet held an unexpected maturity beyond his years. She shook her head, dismissing those peculiar thoughts. Suddenly, she smiled. Xia Dong. You truly are an odd person. Thank you for the compliment. Am I complimenting you? Su Wanqing playfully shot him a glance. That look captivated Xia Dong, revealing how much more impactful her sincere, yet slightly naive charm was compared to the allure of cold beauty. All right, I believe you. Su Wanqing lifted her teacup again, then. Xia Dong, allow me to toast you once more. Don't call me little brother. It sounds odd. Xia Dong grinned. Just call me Xia Dong. I shall refer to you as Wanqing Jia. Deal. Su Wanqing readily agreed. From now on in Hangzhou, I shall look out for you. Great. The meal concluded amid this somewhat whimsical atmosphere. Su Wanqing insisted on paying, claiming it was to thank her savior and that she could not let her little brother bear the expense. Xia Dong did not contest her. The two parted ways at the entrance of Ziwiguan. When is your meeting tomorrow? Su Wanqing inquired. At 9 in the morning. All right. Make sure to rest early. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Wanqing Jia. The following day, Xia Dong rose early. He took out the most expensive item from his wardrobe, a brand new white Jaeger short-sleeve shirt that his father had insisted he wear, pairing it with slacks and black leather shoes. Looking in the mirror, he felt like the son of a small-town entrepreneur, unexpectedly thrust into a role. He sighed and let the hem of the shirt fall out of his slacks. This way, he appeared more natural, like a recent university graduate. The conference was held at the Hyatt Hotel. In 2008, the Hyatt by Westlake was undoubtedly one of the finest five-star establishments in Hangzhou. As Xia Dong entered the lobby, a wave of luxurious, cool air greeted him. The marble floor shone brilliantly, and the enormous crystal chandelier dazzled his eyes. Following the directional signs, he found the banquet hall. The entrance featured an enormous backdrop, with a blue base and white lettering proclaiming the Taobao Merchant Conference. Four receptionists stood at the entrance, all clad in striking red high-slit kipeos. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Merchant Conference. May I ask which store you represent? One of the receptionists approached him with a sweet smile, her voice almost syrupy. Her smile was perfectly rehearsed, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Greetings, I am Xia Dong, representing the exclusive Toy King store. Xia Dong retrieved a printed electronic invitation from Taobao. The hostess accepted the document and began to verify it against the list in her hand. As her gaze scanned the names, she suddenly lifted her head, her professional smile subtly shifting to reveal genuine surprise. Are you Mr. Xia from the Toy King store? Indeed. Welcome. The hostess's demeanor instantly transformed, brimming with warmth. She respectfully returned the printed invitation to Xia Dong. Mr. Xia, your seat is at the front. Allow me to escort you there. Xia Dong was momentarily taken aback. This response seemed incongruous. He had assumed that as a novice who had only opened his store a little over a month ago, his invitation merely entitled him to sit at the back and share the atmosphere. This way, please. The hostess gestured for him to follow, her movements more graceful than before. Bewildered, Xia Dong trailed behind her into the hall. The banquet hall was expansive, adorned with round tables capable of accommodating no fewer than 300 to 400 guests. The hostess guided him directly toward the central area facing the podium, bypassing the side tables. They passed the 10th row, the 5th row, and the 3rd row. Xia Dong's heart began to race. What on earth was happening? Finally, the hostess came to a halt at the 2nd row, in the center, beside the aisle. Mr. Xia, this is your seat. Xia Dong looked down at the table, where an exquisite triangular name card lay, white with black lettering, Toy King Store. He inhaled sharply. The 2nd row. This was indeed the seat of VIPs among VIPs. The front row was typically reserved for the most esteemed guests or prominent figures within the organizing committee. The 2nd row was intended for core partners or exemplary merchants. What merit did he possess, having sold blind boxes for just over a month? Mr. Xia, please take a seat. Would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee? The hostess inquired attentively. Water will suffice, thank you. Xia Dong's mind was in a haze as he mechanically pulled out the chair and sat down. The hostess swayed her way out of sight. Sitting there, Xia Dong felt acutely uncomfortable. There were empty seats surrounding him, yet he sensed that the back rows were filling up with numerous attendees, many of whom were casting curious glances in his direction. A young lad seated in the center of the second row. This scene was quite striking. Xia Dong cleared his throat twice, feigning calmness as he picked up the meeting agenda on the table. He glanced at the name card to his left, Seven Graces Fashion. That name rang a bell. In 2008, it was one of the top-tier women's fashion stores on Taobao. He then looked to his right, Yunifeng, another formidable contender, a brand known for its face masks, poised to become a giant in the Taobao marketplace. Further along, he spotted Spotica and My Bao Bao. Beads of sweat began to form on Xia Dong's forehead as he realized he had inadvertently stepped into an extraordinary circle. Seated beside him were the pioneering founders of the first wave of Taobao brands, destined to dominate the landscape of e-commerce in the years to come, even transitioning to the illustrious Tmall. Yet, here was he, a mere seller of chubby orange blind boxes, remarkably sitting at the same table as these titans. How on earth had the organizers of Taobao arranged the seating? A sudden thought crossed Xia Dong's mind. Perhaps it was due to data. His toy emporium, having opened for just over a month, was already achieving a staggering daily sales figure of 90,000. In the context of Taobao, in 2008, such a number was not merely commendable, it was downright astonishing. It was likely this explosive growth that had drawn the attention of Taobao's higher-ups. With that thought settled, Xia Dong allowed himself a moment of relief, compelling himself to remain calm. Being here was indeed a positive sign. It indicated that he had caught the platform's eye, a recognition more valuable than anything else. Just as he adjusted his mindset, the chair beside him was pulled out, releasing a wave of potent perfume that enveloped him. It was not the subtle fragrance of gardenias that Su Wanxing favored, but rather an aggressively alluring blend of rose and musk. Chapter 66. The resurgence of the chubby orange and the attention of e-commerce giant Xia Dong turned his head. A woman had taken the seat beside him. In her mid-20s, she sported cascading waves of hair and an exquisitely crafted visage, her eyeliner elongated to create an effect both seductive and fierce. Clad in a form-fitting black dress with a low neckline that revealed a substantial expanse of porcelain skin and a pronounced décolletage, she adorned her wrist with a Cartier watch. Upon settling in, she retrieved a small mirror and lipstick from her Hermes bag, preoccupied with her own reflection, completely disregarding Xia Dong. He noted the name card before her, Kajej Fashion. So, this was the owner of Kajej. Xia Dong averted his gaze. One by one, the attendees in the second row arrived, all impeccably dressed in suits or, like the owner of Kajej, exuding glamour. Only Xia Dong stood out in his simple white shirt and trousers, which were still his father's. He felt decidedly out of place. A fellow from Yunifeng glanced his way and offered a friendly nod, which Xia Dong hurriedly returned. After the owner of Kajej finished her makeup, she began speaking on the phone in a hushed yet forceful tone. You must keep a close watch on the inventory. What? Out of stock again? I don't care what methods you employ. Xia Dong subtly edged away, cognizant of the busyness surrounding him. At precisely 9 o'clock, the lights in the venue dimmed. A rousing, somewhat kitschy opening music filled the air as the large screen on stage illuminated. A professionally attired female host stepped forward, her voice both sweet and commanding. Esteemed guests, dear friends from Taobao Mall, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2008 Taobao Mall Merchant Conference. Applause erupted throughout the hall, and Xia Dong joined in, clapping along. The host delivered a few eloquent remarks, expressing gratitude and looking ahead to the future. We know that 2008 is a year of extraordinary significance. In the face of snowstorms and earthquakes, we are tested, yet the Olympics fills us with pride. Likewise, this year has been extraordinary for Taobao. Today, we are fortunate to welcome a remarkable leader. With his unique foresight, he guides us at the forefront of the internet revolution. He is none other than Mr. Ma, the chairman and CEO of Alibaba Group. As the lights dimmed, the audience fell silent. A beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, revealing a slender, vigorous figure with a distinctive and recognizable face. Indeed, he is alive, Mr. Ma. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and soon a thunderous applause nearly lifted the roof off the Hyatt Hotel. The atmosphere ignited instantly. On stage, Mr. Ma stepped forward, gesturing with his hands to calm the audience. Without a script, he wore his signature smile, one that seems to see through everything. Good morning. His voice, though soft and heavily accented, resonated powerfully, silencing the clamor. "Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our Taobao family here in Hangzhou. I stand before you today, filled with excitement." He began to pace the stage, his movements large and infectious. "Many have asked me, Mr. Ma, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Is this Taobao a deception? They claim the internet is a bubble, insubstantial. They assert that the Chinese lack integrity, that online business cannot thrive. They say Alibaba will not survive the winter." Mr. Ma's tone escalated as he waved his arms emphatically. "But today, you are here. You, through your actions, have proven them wrong." The applause erupted once more. Even the skeptics had to concede. His ability to stir emotions is indeed exceptional, explaining how he has attracted so many top talents. "Why are we holding this conference?" Mr. Ma, allowing the applause to subside, posed a second question. "Why are we establishing this Taobao Mall?" "Because we aim to support. We are determined to robustly assist those who genuinely wish to succeed in business. Those who truly have dreams. I know that many of you here are small business owners. You lack funds, background, and resources. All you possess is a computer, an internet connection, and the heart to change your destiny." This statement struck a chord with everyone present. The atmosphere grew both tense and fervent. The platform's purpose is to provide you with opportunities, to grant you traffic, to furnish you with resources. We want to enable the diligent, the creative, and the bold entrepreneurs to prosper first. To prosper first. These four words hold more weight than anything else. Seated in the audience, Xia Dong listened intently. He understood better than anyone that Mr. Ma's words, at this pivotal moment in 2008, were not mere rhetoric. This is a starkly evident period of opportunity. The thoughts of Xia Dong began to soar. What was the e-commerce landscape like in 2008? It was untamed, chaotic, yet brimming with opportunities. The current cost of traffic is astonishingly low. In the future, operators will spend hundreds of thousands on direct traffic and display ads, while now a mere few cents or a couple of dollars per click can attract precise customers. As for logistics, the emergence of major courier services is still in its infancy. Although their service remains rudimentary, they are beginning to establish a nationwide parcel network. Regarding payments, Alipay is wielding the sword of guaranteed transactions, systematically dismantling the barriers of trust in users' minds. What about the supply chain? As the world's factory, China is abundant in various inexpensive yet high-quality products. What, then, is lacking in this era of e-commerce? Xia Dong unconsciously drummed his fingers against his knee. It is the innovation in gameplay, brand awareness, and refined operations that are missing. The vast majority of Taobao sellers remain in a primitive phase, merely listing products and waiting for orders, with the concept of friends still not widely adopted. Whoever can effectively introduce the future strategies of content-driven traffic, data analysis, brand building, and visual marketing will achieve a significant competitive advantage. What Ma is currently doing is igniting the first spark of ambition and desire in this group, still using primitive methods. I know many remain skeptical. On stage, Ma's tone suddenly turned reflective. They believe that selling a few hundred yuan on Taobao in a day is the pinnacle of success. They think that online, one merely sells cheap goods, engaging in trivialities that lack gravitas. But is that truly the case? He abruptly turned, pointing to the massive PPT screen behind him. The lights dimmed, and the screen illuminated. A striking headline appeared. "New forces on Taobao. Miracles are happening." Xia Dong's heart skipped a beat. He felt a foreboding sense of unease. Following that, the PPT transitioned. A screenshot of a store's homepage was displayed prominently. However, that cheeky, plump orange cat, one he had generated with Taobao, boasted a poster style that was at least 5 years ahead of its time. Xia Dong's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 67. The Toy King's Specialty Store. A miracle with daily sales of 100,000. Damn! He nearly leaped from his chair. This was, without a doubt, his very own Toy King specialty store. This store, Ma's voice brimming with passion, sounded as if he were unveiling a rare treasure. A store selling toys. Note that it had been open for less than a month. Moreover, it only sold a single product. Can anyone guess how much their daily revenue is now? A buzz of speculation erupted from the audience. Toys. How much could that possibly sell for? I guess 5,000. At most, 10,000, right? A new store just a month old. The person in charge of the 7 division on Xia Dong's left also tilted their head with curiosity, clearly realizing they represented this very store. Xia Dong could only manage a slight, awkward smile, feeling as exposed as if stripped bare and cast onto the stage. 5,000. 10,000. Teacher Ma chuckled and shook his head. You are far too conservative. He pressed the remote with fervor, and the PowerPoint presentation transitioned once more. A steep, nearly vertical sales growth curve dominated the screen, the red line surging skyward at an exaggerated angle. At the far right of the curve, a figure that took everyone's breath away was marked. 98,300 yuan. Teacher Ma practically shouted this figure with all his might. This is yesterday's daily sales. Comrades, friends, family, almost 100,000. A thunderous roar erupted throughout the venue. Impossible. This must be fabricated. Selling toys for a daily sales of 100,000? A new store in just a month? What nonsense. If this data is genuine, why bother with clothing? We might as well delve into toys. Xia Dong distinctly heard Chao Qing beside him gasp in shock. The enchanting female boss's previously languid and playful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. She suddenly turned her head, fixating on the growth curve in the presentation, as if trying to see through it. She operated in women's fashion, a fiercely competitive and top-tier category on Taobao. She had poured countless resources into promotions and endured countless sleepless nights to reach her current scale. Now, a toy seller had achieved daily sales of 100,000 in less than a month. This was no longer merely a dark horse. This was a dragon soaring through the heavens. To the right, the representative from Unifong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his hand trembling slightly. Founders of future powerhouse Taobao brands, like Spotica, Maibao, and Liebwa, ceased their conversations, the atmosphere in the venue thick with the weight of this astonishing figure. Jealousy, skepticism, shock, and greed intermingled on every face, while Xia Dong found himself at the eye of this storm. He felt as if dozens of piercing gazes were sweeping over him. At that moment, he finally comprehended why that Taobao assistant had regarded him with such a monstrous stare and why he had been seated in the second row alongside these brand moguls. This was a showcase of exemplary cases. Do you all see this? Teacher Ma was evidently pleased with the effect, spreading his arms wide like a preacher. This is Taobao. This is where miracles occur. This store is a microcosm of countless merchants. I tell you, they have no background. They may even be just a humble family workshop, but they possess great products. They have brilliant ideas. What the Taobao platform aims to do is bring such excellent merchants to the forefront. Let them be seen by all. Teacher Ma waved his fist triumphantly in the air. This store can succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, why is it not possible? This rhetorical question struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The future. We shall witness the rise of more toy magnates. We shall have kings of fashion, cosmetics, and luggage. We aspire to see a plethora of such entrepreneurs flourish alongside us, in collaboration with our platform and Taobao Mall, to realize our shared dream. Master Ma inhaled deeply, his voice piercing through the air as he proclaimed a phrase destined for the annals of history. Let there be no business too difficult to undertake in this world. As the speech concluded, the audience rose to their feet, applause reverberating like a resounding tsunami. Xia Dong also stood, mechanically clapping his hands, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Master Ma had crafted an ambitious vision, grand and round, and intriguingly, it was built upon the foundation of his own store. However, Xia Dong could not deny the sheer magnetism of Master Ma's influence. The fervor with which he portrayed the commercial blueprint as a mission for an entire generation was unparalleled in this era. Master Ma bowed and exited the stage. The host then stepped forward, equally exhilarated. Thank you, Master Ma, for your remarkable insights. His lofty strategic vision has illuminated our path. We shall now transition into a more practical segment. Please welcome our Director of Mall Operations to introduce the primary support initiatives for merchants at Taobao Mall. The lighting shifted, and the PowerPoint presentation advanced. A middle-aged man, donning a checkered shirt and glasses, exuding a distinctly tech-savvy aura, approached the stage. The atmosphere had noticeably calmed compared to before. Greetings, everyone, I am Li Ming. While Master Ma spoke of the stars and the sea, I shall discuss the art of shipbuilding and fishing. This pragmatic opening was well received. Xia Dong adjusted his posture. The upcoming content was precisely what he needed to focus on today: platform regulations, traffic sources, and advertising strategies. This constituted the very essence of Taobao's operations in 2008. Li Ming commenced his explanation. Currently, our support is primarily divided into three segments. First, we provide preferential traffic for quality merchants, offering promotional positions on the homepage and category pages. Xia Dong listened attentively. These concepts, which would later be known as the foundational knowledge of Taobao operations, were, in 2008, truly pioneering techniques. He recognized familiar terms: direct train, Taobao affiliate, diamond position. Though these systems were still in their infancy, the framework was already taking shape. Li Ming on stage was delivering information at a rapid pace. But Xia Dong perceptively noted that the woman seated to his left appeared somewhat distracted. The founder of Kijej Clothing, Chao Qing. He caught a glimpse of her. She was neither watching the PowerPoint presentation nor taking notes. Her gaze seemed to wander, lost in contemplation of something significant. Today, she wore a tailored black low-cut dress that perfectly accentuated her stunning curves. The neckline revealed a patch of alabaster skin, glimmering under the conference lights. The woman exuded an aura of a capable, assertive businesswoman. Xia Dong withdrew his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Chao Qing's thoughts were entirely consumed by the image of the cat that had flashed across Teacher Ma's PowerPoint presentation a few minutes earlier. Chapter 68. The thoughts of merchants. That plump orange cat was utterly adorable. Chao Qing's entrepreneurial instincts were ringing alarm bells. This image precisely resonated with the aesthetic of contemporary young women: languid, endearingly silly, with a hint of mischief. If this image were to be printed on the t-shirts of Chi Gugu, no, not just t-shirts, but also on hoodies, canvas bags, and even sleepwear, she was almost certain that it would sell like hotcakes. Chi Gugu is one of the leading fashion brands on Taobao. Chao Qing, a fierce character who emerged from humble beginnings, had transformed a small C-store into a thriving business through her keen sense of trends. She understood women's preferences exceptionally well. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. A glance at the boy beside her, Xia Dong, who appeared to have just slipped out of high school, revealed he was likely the owner of a toy store. In just a month, he was selling nearly 100,000 daily. A prodigy. Having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce for years, Chao Qing did not believe this success was mere luck. This young man either had an extraordinary mentor or was an extraordinary talent himself. Should she seek his permission for the image rights? A frown creased Chao Qing's brow. Given the current popularity of the plump orange cat, the licensing fee would undoubtedly be substantial. A flicker of sharpness gleamed in her eyes. Should she consider using it clandestinely? The thought sprang forth, rapidly gaining momentum. 2008. What an era this was. An era where intellectual property protection was nearly non-existent. Counterfeits ran rampant, and piracy was ubiquitous. Not to mention, a mere toy image could easily be appropriated by international brands without consequence. Who would even notice? She quickly calculated in her mind. From Teacher Ma's hints, it seemed the shop had just opened a month ago, selling only one product. It was likely a small family-run workshop. How much legal awareness could such a workshop possess? Had they applied for a design patent for that plump orange cat? Chao Qing would wager that 99% of the time, they had not. A bold idea took shape in her mind. She even contemplated whether to send someone to investigate immediately. If they had indeed failed to file for a patent, should she rush to apply for that design patent herself? A thrill coursed through her at the prospect. This was entirely feasible from a business standpoint. She discreetly took out her phone and began drafting a message. Of course, Chao Qing was not the only one harboring such thoughts. In the venue, at least a dozen pairs of eyes had already zeroed in on the lucrative opportunity that the plump orange cat represented. A representative from a facial mask company pondered whether this image could be turned into a co-branded mask. A representative from a bag company contemplated whether a canvas bag emblazoned with the plump orange cat would sell well. A representative from a shoe company considered how this IP's aesthetic might align with their canvas sneakers. In the eyes of the founders of Taobao brands in 2008, there was not yet a strong awareness of IP monetization as seen in later generations. To them, an image that became popular online was simply utilized without much thought. Xia Dong, a quintessential figure thrust into the spotlight by Mr. Ma, at that moment transformed from an inspirational case into a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xia Dong was blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling around him. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him greatly. He was intently listening to Li Ming's presentation on the bidding logic of the direct train, which was based on the P4P model or pay-per-click. For others, this was a foreign language, but for him, it was an innate skill etched into his DNA. He could even extrapolate the complete evolutionary trajectory of Taobao's algorithms over the next decade based on the foundational logic that Li Ming was currently discussing. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour had slipped by. Li Ming on stage was parched from speaking. At the opportune moment, the host approached the stage. Thank you, Director Li, for your insightful sharing. I believe everyone present has gained immensely. I'm sure all of you will need some time to digest this information. It is now time for a tea break, and we have prepared exquisite refreshments and snacks for you at the back of the venue. Please feel free to head over. The gentle music began to play, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. The crowd rose, stretching their stiff limbs, and made their way in small groups to the refreshment area. Xia Dong also stood up, gently twisting his neck. He intended to grab a cup of coffee to invigorate himself. Just as he rose, he noticed Mr. Ma approaching from the side entrance. Mr. Ma instantly became the focal point of the event. Mr. Ma, your presentation was exceptional. A throng of merchants immediately surrounded him, their enthusiasm akin to fans meeting an idol. Mr. Ma beamed, continuously waving to acknowledge the crowd. Hello, everyone. Taobao belongs to all of us. Let us strive together. As he spoke, he shook hands with those nearby, his feet never faltering. His objective was clear. He navigated through the crowd as they parted to make way for him. Chao Qing also stood up, adjusting her skirt with a professional smile, ready to greet Mr. Ma. The representative from Unifong stood as well, followed by the representative from my Baobao. The VIPs in the second row all rose to their feet. Then, they witnessed Mr. Ma make a beeline for Xia Dong, halting before him and extending a warm hand. Once again, the eyes of the entire audience converged on Xia Dong. Xia Dong was momentarily taken aback. He quickly wiped the sweat from his palms on his trousers before grasping the hand that would become legendary in the future. Hello, Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma's palm was warm and firm as he shook Xia Dong's hand, giving it an enthusiastic shake. You must be Xia Dong, am I correct? Mr. Ma's voice was soft yet imbued with a persuasive authority. Yes, Mr. Ma, I am Xia Dong. Haha, splendid. Mr. Ma released his hand and patted Xia Dong on the shoulder. His gaze was imbued with unabashed admiration and a hint of astonishment. I previously examined the registration details of your shop in the background, began Mr. Ma. I noted that the owner's information indicated a birth year of 1990, only 18 years old. Mr. Ma chuckled, revealing his signature smile. My initial reaction was to assume that a mischievous parent had whimsically used their child's identity to register. However, he scrutinized Xia Dong from head to toe, nodding emphatically. To my surprise, encountering the real person today, he truly appeared so youthful. Remarkable. Mr. Ma's tone was filled with sincere awe. Truly, the youth are formidable. At that moment, the surrounding representatives of various businesses, having overheard their exchange, were equally astonished to discover that the leader of this illustrious Taobao shop was so remarkably young. Mr. Ma turned to the gathered merchants, elevating his voice. Behold, this is the future of our Taobao merchants. Taobao is, likewise, a youthful platform. We have only been established for 5 years. We, too, are young. Youth embodies hope. Youth signifies boundless possibilities. As he waved his arms, it was as if he had returned to the podium. I hope the Taobao platform will welcome more young merchants like Xia Dong. You are the true vanguard. Xia Dong stood there, maintaining a courteous smile. Yet internally, he was fervently critiquing the situation. Truly, Mr. Ma was exceptional. Chapter 69. The symbiotic journey of Taobao's little assistants and original merchants. This eloquence was astonishing. In just a few sentences, he praised Xia Dong's youthful accomplishments while simultaneously extolling the potential of their Taobao platform. Ultimately, he painted a picture of a future where all present merchants could envision themselves as part of that future. Flawlessly executed. His skill in envisioning possibilities was nothing short of masterful. At that moment, Mr. Ma addressed Xia Dong once more. Allow me to share a story. Here it comes. Xia Dong knew that this esteemed figure excelled in storytelling. Every tale he told was laden with significance. I have a daughter, Mr. Ma began slowly. She is 8 years old. Being a young girl, she delights in whimsical trinkets. Recently, she returned home from school, mysteriously extracting a small box from her backpack, insisting that I guess what was inside. He smiled, the lines on his face smoothing out, resembling an ordinary father, proud of his daughter. How could I possibly guess? She opened it herself, presenting it to me like a treasure. It was a chubby little cat figurine, in a vibrant orange, adorably endearing. Xia Dong's heartbeat quickened, as he had already begun to anticipate the direction of Mr. Ma's narrative. I asked her what it was called. She replied, it's called Fat Orange, Mr. Ma's gaze sharpened. Refocusing on Xia Dong's face, his eyes as keen as a hawk. She informed me that her female classmates are all playing with these. competing to see who has the most attractive design. She also mentioned that it was purchased from a Taobao shop called the Toy King Specialty Store. Xia Dong never anticipated that his product would capture the attention of such a prominent figure so early on. Observing Xia Dong's somewhat surprised expression, Master Ma's smile deepened. At that moment, I thought to myself, this is a splendid idea. An original toy created by us, the Chinese, utilizing a novel blind box model. Sold on the new platform Taobao, and achieving such success. I am genuinely pleased and comforted by this. Truly, I am sincerely happy for you all. Xia Dong nodded rapidly, expressing his gratitude for Master Ma's affirmation. However, the conversation took a sudden turn. But you know, Taobao is a place where both the good and the bad intermingle. When something becomes popular, you can be certain that 100 replicas and imitations will emerge the very next day. This is a persistent ailment of our platform, and it is the aspect I loathe the most. Master Ma's tone grew serious, and a subtle coldness flickered in his gaze. Upon seeing your chubby orange design, I specifically instructed our technical team. I told them that this chubby orange is a creation of our own, a promising gem. We must protect it diligently. The technical department should employ algorithms and manual screening to block and restrict all products that imitate your chubby orange's appearance. We must provide a clean environment for original small businesses, allowing dreamers to not only survive on Taobao, but to thrive as well. As these words settled in, Xia Dong suddenly understood. It all made sense now. No wonder he had previously searched Taobao to see if any counterfeit products had appeared, only to find nothing. He had thought that those counterfeit manufacturers were simply slow to respond, but it turned out there was official support behind the scenes assisting him. Master Ma had quietly removed the greatest obstacle from his path. This indeed aligned with Taobao's long-standing policy against counterfeit goods. Xia Dong recalled that in his past life, Taobao had implemented a triple compensation for counterfeits policy in 2008, initially in the cosmetics category and later extended to all product categories. A warm wave surged within him. He casually recounted a story about his daughter and a toy, delivering an immense favor without overtly stating, "I have dealt with the imitators. You should thank me." Such directness would be too lowly, too much like seeking credit, and would likely provoke aversion. Instead, he simply conveyed that he had taken this action to protect domestic original IPs and to maintain the platform's ecosystem. His posture was elevated, and his vision expansive. Yet, the underlying message was crystal clear to Xia Dong. I have done you a tremendous service. Now it is your turn. How will you respond? Xia Dong's mind raced. The surrounding e-commerce magnates held their breath, keenly interested in this unfolding examination. They were eager to see how this young man, personally acknowledged by Master Ma, would measure up. If Xia Dong merely expressed overwhelming gratitude, saying, "Master Ma, thank you so much. You are truly the savior of small businesses like ours," he would lose. Such a statement would merely reflect his inferior status. Apart from verbal gratitude, he could offer no response of true value. In the realm of commerce, mere thanks are the most trivial of gestures. Master Ma assists you because he perceives the worth within you. What he seeks now is whether you can comprehend this worth and offer a commensurate return, or rather, provide a response that intrigues him. Taking a deep breath, Xia Dong steadied his hands, holding the teacup firmly. He met Master Ma's gaze and displayed a radiant and sincere smile. "Master Ma, I am profoundly grateful to you." He began with his expression of thanks, a matter of courtesy. Then, he shifted his tone, speaking softly yet clearly enough for everyone present to hear. In fact, when I initially embarked on the venture of the fat orange blind boxes, I had already anticipated the possibility of imitation and plagiarism. At this utterance, a nearly inaudible gasp rippled through the crowd. Chao Qing from Chi Gugu exhibited a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Master Ma's smile remained unchanged. Yet the interest in his gaze intensified markedly. Xia Dong continued. Thus, I promptly entrusted a professional agency to secure patents for all designs of the Fat Orange series, as well as the copyright for the entire IP image. He paused, looking at Master Ma, and added in a relaxed tone. I indeed thought along the same lines as you regarding the need to guard against imitators. Boom. This statement detonated like a small bomb in the hearts of those around. Splendid. Truly splendid. Great minds think alike. This declaration instantly elevated him and Master Ma to a relatively equal standing. He was no longer a passive recipient of aid, but rather a visionary hero capable of independently resolving issues. The implication was clear, Master Ma. Even if you choose not to intervene, I have already laid down my contingency plans. I am not the kind of fool who merely awaits rescue. I am worthy of your assistance. The smile in Master Ma's eyes finally blossomed fully. He nodded, remaining silent, yet his expression distinctly conveyed, "Young man, you have passed the test." However, Xia Dong understood that merely proving his foresight was insufficient. Such a demonstration would only signify that he was a competent businessman, but it would not elevate him in Master Ma's esteem. Therefore, he promptly stated, "Of course, while we must protect our rights, given our limited resources, the costs are high, and the results are slow to manifest. If Master Ma could assist us, the original small businesses, during the fundamental product listing and review process on Taobao, it would truly be a tremendous blessing for us. For those of us engaged in original creations, it would bring genuine peace of mind." Taobao's slogan, "Making it easy for everyone to do business," is indeed more than mere words. This statement elevated Master Ma's earlier actions from merely assisting Xia Dong to a broader support for all original entrepreneurs. This singular statement has already underscored the significance of Taobao Mall to various merchants, establishing an exceedingly positive precedent. He graciously accepted the olive branch extended by Mr. Ma, articulating its value with remarkable clarity in front of the audience. This not only conveyed his heartfelt gratitude, but also elevated the stature of Mr. Ma and the Taobao platform. The smile adorning Mr. Ma's face could certainly be described as one of delight. This exchange fully justified Mr. Ma's assistance. The gaze of the influential figures surrounding them towards Xia Dong had irrevocably transformed. They no longer regarded him merely as a fortunate junior, but as a genuine contender capable of engaging them at the negotiation table, or perhaps a future collaborator. Looking at Mr. Ma, Xia Dong spoke with an air of spontaneity. "Mr. Ma, I have a rather unrefined idea that I am unsure whether I should express." Mr. Ma, intrigued, looked at him with interest. "Oh?" Xia Dong gathered his thoughts. Seemingly a bit shy, "I believe that the fat orange IP figure we designed is quite well received and deemed adorable. Our family operates a toy factory, and we possess some capacity for original design." After a brief pause, as if summoning his courage, he continued, "Mr. Ma, if you wouldn't mind, how about our Toy King assisting Taobao in designing a similar IP figure?" Upon the utterance of this proposal, the room fell silent. Even the few senior executives from Alibaba behind Mr. Ma exhibited expressions of astonishment. Design a mascot for Taobao? What manner of thinking does this young man possess? Xia Dong paid no heed to the surrounding reactions, his focus solely fixated on Mr. Ma. He continued to enthusiastically elaborate on his vision. "We could design it to be even more endearing and approachable, embodying the vibrant and creative spirit of Taobao. Furthermore, we could create a collaborative blind box series featuring this Taobao figure alongside our Fat Orange, aptly named Fat Orange, and his friends. This way, consumers purchasing our toys would come to realize that Taobao is not merely a cold shopping website, but one infused with character, warmth, and emotion. The perception of Taobao in the hearts of consumers would instantly transform into something charming and relatable. This could serve as our modest yet heartfelt token of gratitude from the Toy King to you, Mr. Ma, and the Taobao platform for supporting our original merchants." Upon concluding, Xia Dong slightly bowed, a hopeful smile gracing his face. The entire venue remained eerily silent. All present were taken aback by Xia Dong's whimsical yet logically sound proposal that struck at the core of the matter. While they pondered how to profit from the Fat Orange IP, or even how to imitate it, this 18-year-old had already envisioned a strategy to intricately bind his IP with the platform for mutual benefit. This transcended mere business acumen. It was the brilliance of a commercial prodigy. Mr. Ma listened intently, the smile on his face gradually waning. His eyes gradually brightened, radiating the brilliance of a treasure discovered. An exhilarating spark born from a worthy adversary, a flame ignited by ambition. Indeed, a mascot, the personification of a brand. How had he not thought of this before? Taobao had long sought to alter its entrenched image of being cheap and C2C in the minds of users, aspiring towards a more branded and quality-oriented direction. Hiring celebrity endorsements? Too costly and rather cliché. Advertising? The effects are limited. But what if there were a mascot as charming and approachable as a plump orange cat, beloved by the youth? Embodying Taobao? Upon seeing this mascot, users would instantly associate it with Taobao. The brand image would transcend the simple orange logo, transforming into a living, lovable character with a story. Such an idea would undoubtedly enhance user engagement and forge an emotional connection with the brand, truly a stroke of genius. Yet this proposal emanated from the lips of a young man fresh out of high school. In Ma's eyes, a radiant light shone. He extended his hand and patted Xia Dong's shoulder firmly. Good. The word resonated powerfully. Your idea is exceptional, he reiterated, his tone brimming with unabashed admiration and excitement. This is not a small idea, it's a grand notion, a brilliant concept that could change many things. He turned to a senior executive behind him and declared, Lao Lu, did you hear that? Immediately establish a project team, to be called the Taobao Mascot Initiative. Let this young man know. Let Xia Dong be our chief project consultant. We must collaborate deeply with the toy magnate. Right away. At once. After speaking, he turned back and grasped Xia Dong's hand tightly. Xia Dong, we are like old friends. After the conference concluded, he added, if you have no other engagements tonight, I shall host a dinner for you and a few friends. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong felt at least a dozen gazes shift from scrutiny to fervor. He understood all too well that this dinner was 1,000 times more significant than the conference itself. It was an olive branch extended by Ma, the most substantial opportunity in the coming decades of China's internet landscape. He had to attend, and he must do so with composure. Certainly, Mr. Ma. Xia Dong's expression was expertly managed, reflecting the respect due to a senior while avoiding excessive flattery or excitement. It is my honor. Ma nodded, seemingly pleased with his response. Let us return to our seats. The meeting will resume. With a smile and a fist clasp, Ma turned and walked back to his position. However, the atmosphere in the venue had transformed entirely. The host returned to the stage, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. Next, let us welcome the operations director of Taobao. Amid resounding applause, as Xia Dong walked toward his seat, he felt those complex gazes scanning him like searchlights, each belonging to future founders of renowned Taobao brands. Xia Dong returned to his seat in the second row. At this moment, the representative from Kajej had already taken her seat. As Xia Dong bent down to sit, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a patch of pristine white beside him. From Xia Dong's perspective, that deep, snow-white crevice appeared extraordinarily dazzling under the light of the venue. He forced himself to divert his attention. Just as he was about to turn his gaze away, the woman slowly turned her head. Her eyes fell upon Xia Dong's face, momentarily startling him. She was scrutinizing him with a directness that was utterly unmasked. Suddenly, she smiled. Hello. Her voice carried a hint of the soft, glutinous tone characteristic of Jiangnan women, yet her intonation bore a slight huskiness, reminiscent of a glass of whiskey infused with popping candy. I am Chao Qing, the founder of Kajej. He promptly adjusted his posture and nodded slightly. Hello, Director Chao. I am Xia Dong. Internally, Chao Qing was far from as composed as she appeared. Just moments ago, when the PPT presented by Teacher Ma displayed a screenshot of the Toy King, she was taken aback. A daily sales figure of 90,000 for a single product was staggering. Like all business owners, her first thought was to replicate it. It was imperative to imitate. The image of that chubby orange was irresistibly captivating, with a broad audience appeal. If printed on t-shirts, it would undoubtedly be a hit. She had even calculated that she would have her designer work overnight to create a mock-up upon returning. However, the subsequent interaction between Teacher Ma and Xia Dong, particularly the mention of the mascot's chief consultant, completely extinguished her ambitions. This Xia Dong was no ordinary grassroots seller. He was connected to Teacher Ma. Moreover, he had mentioned appearance patents and copyrights while seated in the audience. Chao Qing observed Xia Dong's still somewhat youthful face and felt a surge of admiration. An 18-year-old boy who understood e-commerce operations, IP development, and intellectual property protection, and now, he also knew how to grasp the platform's support. He was a prodigy. The path of imitation was utterly blocked. To plagiarize under Teacher Ma's watchful eye, who had established the original model, was not merely foolish. It was tantamount to courting disaster. Taobao could easily shut down her Kajej with just one infringement claim. Since she could not be his adversary, she would have to be his ally, or rather, a partner. Director Xia. Chao Qing leaned slightly closer, her fragrance intensifying. Almost whispering near Xia Dong's ear, she said, the presentation on stage is rather dull. Let us discuss something more intriguing. Xia Dong remained still, merely tilting his head slightly. Please go on, Director Chao. I am quite fond of your chubby orange. Would you be interested in granting us the IP authorization for Kajej? Upon hearing this, Xia Dong was not taken aback. Rather, he found it somewhat anticipated. This was the true purpose of his attendance at the conference. Teacher Ma's banquet was a high-level networking event. while Chao Qing's invitation for authorization represented tangible, actionable business. An IP character relying solely on its own toy store for sales was far too limited in scope. What is the scale of the toy market? The essence of intellectual property operation lies in its penetration and visibility. It is imperative to have this character appear on clothing, mugs, stationery, and bags, ensuring its omnipresence. Only when everyone recognizes, becomes familiar with, and cherishes it will this IP truly hold value. In a decade or so, this will be the fundamental practice for all content companies. However, in 2008, this concept was still confined to Disney and Hello Kitty, as domestic players had yet to awaken. What Xia Dong needed was a partner with immense traffic, like Chi Gugu, to propel the brand of Fat Orange into the limelight. Internally, he was overjoyed. Yet he maintained a composed exterior, merely observing Chao Qing. Authorization? A hint of skepticism and hesitation crossed his face. Are you suggesting we print Fat Orange on your clothing for sale? Chao Qing scrutinized Xia Dong's response, inwardly chastising him as a cunning fox still putting on an act. His expression clearly indicated he was weighing his options. Chao Qing, an adept negotiator, recognized that now was not the time for circumlocution. She needed to present the most direct benefits to dazzle him. Indeed, she retracted her smile, her demeanor turning grave. Our Chi Gugu is currently a leader in women's fashion on Taobao, attracting over 100,000 daily visitors. This level of exposure is invaluable for your IP. Xia Dong remained pensive, lowering his gaze as he weighed the pros and cons. He pondered whether to insist on a guaranteed minimum or pursue a sales commission. What should be the licensing fee in 2008? 500,000 or 1 million? He could not set it too high, lest he frighten Chao Qing away, nor too low, risking a devaluation of Fat Orange's worth. To Chao Qing, his silence suggested dissatisfaction or an insatiable appetite. Biting her red lips, she swiftly calculated in her mind. This IP, backed by Teacher Ma and supported by explosive data, must be secured today. Otherwise, the various Taobao brands present, along with offline competitors like Meters Bonwei, would pounce like sharks sensing blood. She had to seize the opportunity. Boss Xiao, Chao Qing's voice dropped, carrying an undeniable resolve. She extended 3 slender fingers, complementing the Cartier on her wrist. 300. Xia Dong, who was contemplating 1 million as the guaranteed minimum, abruptly lifted his head. What? He thought he had misheard. 3 million. Chao Qing articulated each word with clarity. In renminbi, a buyout of your Fat Orange IP for 1 year, exclusive to the women's apparel category. We will only produce women's clothing. You may sell other categories as you wish. This 3 million is purely a licensing fee. Our sales, whether high or low, will not concern you. All you need to do is nod, sign, and collect your payment. What do you say? Xia Dong's breath momentarily faltered. 3 million? In 2008, a freshly graduated civil engineer, toiling under the sun at a construction site, earns a meager 2,000 yuan a month. To amass 3 million, he would need to forego food and drink, laboring since the Han Dynasty. Yet now, this woman is willing to pay 3 million for the rights to a few images of a chubby orange cat over the course of a year. Xia Dong has finally grasped, in profound depth, the concept of information disparity and the power of intellectual property. He forcefully suppresses the frantic beating of his heart, aware that he cannot show any signs of weakness. He is no longer the underprivileged programmer who met an untimely demise. He is now Xia, the esteemed entrepreneur recognized by Mr. Ma for his association with the chubby orange cat IP. He exhales slowly, striving to infuse steadiness into his voice. Mr. Chao, your sincerity is commendable. Upon hearing these words, Chao Qing's previously tense shoulders relax instantaneously. She realizes that the deal is set. Her gamble has paid off. However, Xia Dong pivots the conversation, causing her heart to leap once more. I have a condition. Speak. While I am amenable to granting authorization, all design drafts featuring the chubby orange cat must be provided by us, or at the very least, subject to our approval. He pauses and adds, I cannot allow the cat's image to be distorted in design, as it would be detrimental to the IP. Chao Qing is momentarily taken aback, but then bursts into a carefree laugh, her demeanor transforming. The radiant curve of her smile rises and falls. I was wondering what condition you would present. Mr. Xia, your professionalism is impressive. We are even more invested in protecting the IP's image. If the design is subpar, our garments will not sell. I will agree to this condition on behalf of the company. You will oversee the drafts. Is it a deal? Chao Qing extends her hand, adorned with a Cartier ring. It is a deal, Xia Dong replies, grasping her hand. Her touch is soft, smooth, and carries a hint of coolness, quickly parting after the brief contact. A pleasure to collaborate. A pleasure indeed. Chao Qing retrieves a smartphone from her Hermes bag, a top-tier business flagship from 2008, complete with a full keyboard and metallic casing. Let us exchange contact information. Tomorrow, I will have our legal team send you the framework for the contract. Xia Dong provides his number as she types swiftly on the keyboard. Ding! His old Nokia vibrates in his pocket. A transaction worth $3 million quietly transpires amidst the fervent speech of the Taobao operations director, who continues passionately discussing direct marketing. Xia Dong glances at Chao Qing, and they share a knowing smile. At 5:30 in the afternoon, after a day-long meeting, the event draws to a close. The host steps onto the stage. Thank you to all our business friends for your companionship today. We also appreciate the wonderful insights from our guests. Until next time. The conference concludes amidst resounding applause. The crowd, akin to thawing river waters, begins to stir, exchanging business cards and animatedly discussing the day's insights. He remained utterly indifferent. When a staff member clad in a black suit and wearing an earpiece deftly navigated against the current and halted before him. May I inquire if you are Mr. Xia Dong? The individual spoke with a tone of respect. Xia Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Ma requests that you kindly wait a moment. He has an appointment with you this evening. The vehicle is awaiting just outside. He followed the staff member through the bustling crowd, arriving at a black Audi A6L that stood quietly by the roadside. Its license plate was rather unremarkable, yet the driver's composed demeanor and the car's immaculate exterior exuded an air of the extraordinary. As the door swung open, a blend of high-quality leather and a subtle fragrance wafted towards him. Xia Dong settled into the car, which smoothly embarked, effectively isolating him from the cacophony of the venue behind. Outside the window, the evening rush hour in Hangzhou commenced, with neon lights illuminating sequentially, outlining the city's gentle yet vibrant contours. As Xia Dong gazed at the kaleidoscope of lights beyond, he felt a surreal sense of disconnection. Just months prior, he had been the one typing code in a cubicle, anxiously grappling with the impending crisis of turning 35, yet now he found himself in a dedicated vehicle, en route to dine with a future billionaire of China. Life, indeed, is a marvel. The car did not head towards the luxurious hotels of the city center, but rather meandered through twists and turns, ultimately halting before an aged, garden-style building. The plaque at the entrance displayed the ornate characters Lu Wai Lu. The staff member guided him through a winding corridor, finally stopping before a private room named Huguang. The door, an antique wooden carving, was slightly ajar, with sounds of hearty laughter and conversation emanating from within. The staff member gently knocked and then pushed the door open. Mr. Xia Dong has arrived, Mr. Ma. The lively chatter in the room came to an abrupt halt as several sharp gazes converged upon him. Xia Dong's eyes scanned the room, and a slight chill ran through him. The private room was expansive, featuring a redwood round table that could accommodate 20, yet it was filled with fewer than half, each individual exuding an extraordinary aura. Naturally, seated in the prominent position was Mr. Ma, adorned with his signature, infectious smile. Come, Xia Dong, do come in. Mr. Ma stood, enthusiastically beckoning him. We've been waiting for you. As Xia Dong stepped inside, his gaze swiftly traversed the faces of the other attendees. He recognized none, yet their meticulously curated attire and the confidence etched upon their features suggested that none were to be trifled with. They starkly contrasted with the shopkeepers he had encountered earlier that day, whose faces bore the mark of avarice, while these individuals seemed to embody an unspoken authority. Allow me to introduce everyone, Mr. Ma said, pulling Xia Dong to an empty seat beside him. This is the young hero I just mentioned, Xia Dong, the proprietor of a specialty toy store, who has achieved an astonishing daily sales figure of 100,000 in less than a month. The table's occupants redirected their gaze towards Xia Dong, the scrutiny now even more pronounced. Subsequently, Mr. Ma proceeded to introduce Xia Dong to the others present. Seated to the left of Mr. Ma is a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a crisp white shirt, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. His name is Li Hanhai, one of the pioneers in the online menswear brand sector in China, whose brand Fengxing has consistently ranked as the sales champion in the men's clothing category on Taobao Mall, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Opposite him sits an elegant woman, approximately in her mid-30s. With her meticulously applied light makeup and captivating phoenix eyes, she regards Xia Dong with a discerning gaze. Her name is Chun Man, the owner of the high-end cosmetics brand Yurongfeng, an absolute dominator in the beauty category on the platform. Additionally, there are others in the realm of home textiles and luggage, all titans in their respective fields. These individuals did not attend the daytime meeting. For them, such gatherings serve merely to gauge the prevailing winds, far less substantial than sharing a meal with Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, your words are somewhat exaggerated, Li Hanhai remarked, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. The youth of today indeed possess vigor. However, a daily sales figure of 100,000 seems rather unremarkable at our table, doesn't it? His words were artfully crafted, both flattering Mr. Ma and subtly diminishing Xia Dong's luster. Implicitly, he questioned the appropriateness of introducing a novice to a gathering of their caliber, though the others remained silent. Their expressions clearly conveyed agreement. They were seasoned veterans of the business world, having witnessed countless flashes of brilliance that quickly faded. In their eyes, Xia Dong was merely a fortunate junior, far from being their equal. Xia Dong understood the dynamics at play. He recognized that this dinner was both Mr. Ma's endorsement and a test. Should he fail to engage with the magnates at the table, it would be a mere fleeting opportunity. He smiled faintly, maintaining a respectful composure as he replied, Mr. Li makes a valid point. Compared to esteemed predecessors like yourselves, my achievements are indeed modest. Merely a stroke of luck with a single product that allowed me to capitalize on a market trend. His humility left Li Hanhai momentarily at a loss for words. Do not be too harsh in your judgments, Mr. Ma interjected jovially. Xia Dong's merit lies not solely in his sales figures, but in his innovative approach. The concepts of fat orange and blind box, who among you thought of those? That is true creativity, which our platform desperately needs. Mr. Ma speaks wisely, Chen Man added, her tone soft, yet edged with critique. While creativity is undeniably vital, business ultimately remains business. The success of a product can be highly contingent. The real questions are sustainability and the establishment of brand barriers. Dear young man, she continued, may I offer a word of advice? Have you secured the copyrights and patents for your fat orange? Otherwise, in a few months, you may find a plethora of skinny oranges and fat oranges flooding the market, and you will lament your oversight. Chapter 73. The business acumen of Xia Dong. Though seemingly a well-meaning admonition, the words subtly highlighted the fragility of Xia Dong's business model. Xia Dong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had this been a genuine 18-year-old, he would likely have been rendered speechless by the oppressive aura of these seasoned veterans. Yet he was not so easily intimidated. Calmly pouring himself a cup of tea and gently blowing away the steam, he eventually spoke. Thank you for your reminder, General Chun. The design patent for the fat orange and the copyright for the artistic works were submitted through an agency on the very first day of our launch. Moreover, I have registered trademarks for fat orange and various related derivatives across all categories. Thus, whether it be lean orange or fat orange, anyone wishing to ride on my coattails would first need to consult my legal team. Of course, Xia Dong had no legal team. However, in such an environment, it was imperative not to appear weak. Thus, he deftly wielded a blend of truth and fabrication. Upon concluding his statement, a momentary silence enveloped the private room. The expressions on Li Hanhai and Chun Man's faces became frozen. They had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless young man possessed such intricate thoughts, with a sense of commercial protection that surpassed even their own seasoned experiences. In 2008, the majority of businesses were still entrenched in the phase of quietly amassing wealth, with few considering such meticulous intellectual property arrangements at the launch of their products. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Teacher Ma's eyes as he broke the brief awkwardness with hearty laughter. See, I told you Xia Dong is no ordinary individual. You all underestimate him, yet he is far more astute than any of you. With Teacher Ma's affirmation, the atmosphere at the table rejuvenated. Dishes arrived in a continuous stream. Westlake vinegar fish, dompa pork, and Longjing shrimp were all signature dishes from the renowned Lu Wai Lu. Xia Dong's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the Westlake vinegar fish. He recalled the one he had for dinner the previous evening, which had left much to be desired. Those who wished to partake could do so. Xia Dong had no intention of indulging. As the banquet commenced, attendees exchanged toasts and delved into discussions about business. Their topics ranged from fluctuations in raw material prices to international logistics channels and contributions to local government taxes. Each subject matter far exceeded Xia Dong's current level of experience. With keen awareness, he refrained from interjecting, silently absorbing the thoughts and insights of the era's leading businessmen like a sponge, greedily soaking up this invaluable knowledge that surpassed any commercial course. As the banquet progressed and the effects of the wine began to take hold, the conversation flourished. Li Hanhai, raising his glass, lamented, "Teacher Ma, everyone, I am truly troubled. This year, we prepared 200,000 units of our new jackets at Fengxing Line. Yet our return rate has skyrocketed to 30%. Customer feedback is rife with complaints about sizing issues. Sometimes they claim it's too large, other times too small. Despite our size chart being more detailed than a thesis, it seems to have made no difference. This 30% return rate, combined with the back-and-forth shipping costs, storage, and losses from secondary sales, has resulted in millions evaporating. What, I ask you, is the solution to this predicament?" As the question arose, several prominent figures engaged in physical e-commerce around the table nodded in understanding. Zhang, who specializes in home textiles, remarked, "There's no remedy. Online shopping inherently suffers from the drawback of being intangible, and returns are a persistent challenge." Chinman added, "Indeed, we in the cosmetics sector fare somewhat better. But for clothing, which lacks standardization, sizing issues present an insurmountable dilemma." The group engaged in a spirited discussion, yet no one could propose a viable solution. Teacher Ma furrowed his brow, glancing at Xia Dong, and half-jokingly inquired, "Xia Dong, being young and quick-witted, could you offer a suggestion? If you manage to resolve Han Hai's significant dilemma, I shall ensure he gives you that Patek Philippe." All eyes turned once more to Xia Dong. Li Hanhai, somewhat tipsy, looked at him with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. This issue had plagued him for a year, and his operations team had exhausted all avenues without success. How could a mere child selling toys possibly have any profound insights? Xia Dong set down his chopsticks and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. It was time for his performance. Instead of providing a direct answer, he posed a question. "Mr. Li, may I ask, when your models are photographed for the store, do you indicate their height, weight, and the size they are wearing in the product details?" Li Hanhai paused, reflecting before responding, "No. We simply state that the model is 185 meters tall and wearing size L. Isn't that standard practice?" Standard practices, at times, exist to be challenged. A subtle smile graced Xia Dong's lips, and at that moment, his entire demeanor shifted. The crux of the issue lay not with the sizing chart, but rather with the user's inability to establish an effective point of reference. A person standing 175 meters tall and weighing 140 pounds cannot visualize how the clothing would appear on them when they see a model of 185 meters. He paused, his voice low yet resonant, each word striking a chord with the audience. "My proposal is straightforward, executed in 3 steps. First, revamp the product details page. For all new items, feature 3 models of varying body types, one at 175 meters with a slightly fuller figure, one at 180 meters with an average build, and one at 185 meters with a leaner physique. Clearly display their detailed measurements, height, weight, bust, waist, and their fitting experiences on the details page. This way, users of different sizes can find a reference that closely resembles their own." Li Hanhai's eyes sparkled with realization. It was a simple idea, yet one he had never considered. Xia Dong continued, "The second step involves guiding user reviews. We must not limit feedback to merely good or bad. We should encourage users, even offering coupons or rewards, to actively share their height, weight, and the size they purchased along with their fitting experiences. For instance, I am 178 centimeters tall, weigh 150 pounds, and purchase size XL. It fits perfectly, or the shoulders feel a bit tight. We can highlight these valuable reviews, pinning them at the top of the comment section for maximum visibility. This essentially transforms all buyers into our free models." Mr. Wang, who specializes in bags, exclaimed in realization, instantly grasping the essence of this model. "Precisely," Xia Dong affirmed, unveiling the final and most crucial step. The third step involves establishing a user-size database. Once we have accumulated a sufficient amount of user review data, we can create a small tool adjacent to the purchasing options. Users will merely need to input their height and weight, and the system will automatically recommend the most suitable size based on extensive data analysis, accompanied by a notification indicating that 87 users with similar physiques have purchased this size. This innovation will substantially reduce the decision-making burden on users, alleviating any purchasing hesitations. A collective gasp echoed in the fitting room, as they were all astute individuals. As Xia Dong's words resonated, their minds conjured an image of countless user data converging into a raging river, ultimately breaching the formidable dam that has long governed online apparel sales. This endeavor transcends merely addressing return rates. It is a radical reconstruction of the user trust framework. Li Hanhai's wine glass clattered onto the table, spilling its contents unnoticed. His eyes widened as he gazed at Xia Dong, filled with astonishment and elation, akin to Columbus discovering a new world. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He stood up excitedly, traversed half the table, and approached Xia Dong, firmly patting his shoulder. Brother Xia. No. President Xia. What you have articulated today is worth far more than a Patek Philippe. I am utterly impressed. In his exuberance, as if intoxicated by the wine, he grasped Xia Dong's hand and refused to let go, even removing his watch to personally present it to Xia Dong. This left Xia Dong in a state of amused bewilderment. As a programmer with little interest in such luxury items, he ultimately declined Li Hanhai's watch with polite insistence.